is overwhelmed with OPD issues. And there was the need that we have to equip the smaller health facilities so that they will take care of the primary issues while the university will handle the further issues. And so what came to mind first was the university health facility and then Cape Coast Metro Hospital. And so when a call came that they needed this ultrasound, diagnosis system, she felt that it was the right time to do presentation. And so unfortunately, she's not able to do it today, and I had to stand in for her. So today we made a presentation of that equipment, and we believe that the hospital is going to put it to good use.
He also advised the hospital's management to provide quality health services to its patrons and pledged government support for the hospital.
I reminded the management of the institution that they should be aware that the facility is no more serving, as it were, the university student, because now the catchment area is bigger than the university community, and so they need to have their games that ensuring that they give, top-notch health services. And so we are not going to end here. This is not going to be the first or the last. We believe that the idea that His Excellency the President wants to reset Ghana, health is a key issue, and this is the way we want to start. Here a little, there a little, and together we'll be able to reset Ghana.
The director of the University of Cape Coast Health Services, Dr. James Pra, while appreciating the donation, indicated that the new equipment will significantly improve healthcare services in the hospital.
Without this one, there's a lot of queue, especially the pregnant women. Pregnant women are special. They can't wait for too long when we have to care for them. So when they are queuing to wait to have their turn on the only scan machine that's currently available, they complain a lot. Some even get angry and they leave, they go home. And other cases will also have to be waiting. So we are done with them. So with this one coming in, it's going to solve that problem. And now it will be a faster care that will be given to them, and certainly once we are going to give faster care and our specialists are around, they are able to use the machine to give us the diagnosis that we want. We know that this is going to improve the quality of care that we give to our patients.
From Cape Coast, Abigail Lisel Nkrumah reports for JoyNews.
Now from the central region, let's journey to the Volta region. For years, women and children in Akachi North have walked long distances under the scorching sun just to fetch a bucket of water. Today, that struggle is easing. 8 new boreholes have been commissioned across the district, bringing not just water, but relief, dignity, and hope. Ivy Setoji reports on a project that is changing lives one community at a time.
The people of Akachi North District have reason to smile as 8 newly constructed boreholes have been handed over to them. The facilities spread across 7 communities are expected to serve more than 1,000 households. The project, funded through the District Performance Assessment Tool, the Common Fund, and internally generated funds, is part of government's efforts to improve access to potable water. District Chief Executive Bless Kojo Katamani says water is a lifeline for the people of Akachi North, promising that no fewer than 30 boreholes will be completed before the close of the year.
We had already cut short for another 2, which is being funded by the district and SIGRA. That is at Nitahuta and Atanve. That project is supposed to be 3. The 3rd one will be at Metricasa. Thereafter, we have planned for another 10 within the district. Then after that, there is also a plan for another 5. And we wanted to rehabilitate. There are some that was done by Koda. They only drew the borehole without mechanizing it. So that one, there are plans far advanced to mechanize. And so we are expecting not less than 30 boreholes before the close of the year, because water plays very significant part in human lives, especially in Akachi North. We are a bit deprived. So what the need to speed up to get the entire district coverage of water is very important.
The paramount queen mother of the Tagba traditional area, Mamaga Awutulewe II, expressed gratitude on behalf of the beneficiary communities.
We are most grateful I would say we're having challenges in water problems, which especially the women and the children suffer a lot. They go as far as to the dam to get water for the house. And since our area is a farming zone, not all can afford this sachet water, so they fall much on that. So since this project has been brought to us, we thank God Almighty for it, and also to the government for doing us this great favor.
But for some leaders, water is only part of the story. The assembly member for Jalele electoral area, which received 2 boreholes, called on government to extend electricity to deprived communities.
Because most of my communities are not having electricity, and within my electoral area we have about 24 communities, scattered community within my electoral area, and within these 24 communities, about 11 of them are not having electrification. So I would be very grateful if government to be able to come to our aid.
For residents, the boreholes mean an end to walking long distances. Ivy Setoji, JoyNews, Jalele.
Now to the Bono East region. Residents in the Kintampo North Municipality of the Bono East region are grappling with a severe lack of potable water and crumbling road network. A dual crisis, the local leaders say, is choking development within the area. Member of Parliament Joseph Kuma shares with my colleague Anas Sabat the struggle in the community of Bencrom, where the search of water starts at sunrise.
The Kintampo North Municipality, known for its vibrant culture and agricultural potential, is being strangled by a lack of 2 most basic necessities: water and roads. For the people living here in communities like Bencrom and Tairukra, it feels like the end of the road. A place where the daily struggle isn't for luxury, but for survival's basics: a drink of clean water and a path to market. Member of Parliament for the area, Joseph Kumajakala, shares the struggle the people here go through.
From Bencrom down to Tairukra, Mahama'S, by March of every year, the Honorable Member of Parliament will have to be carrying tankers, water tankers, to supply the communities with water.
The most pressing crisis is hydration. The absence of potable water is not just an inconvenience, it is a public health emergency.
And this year, for instance, when basic schools were undertaking sporting activities, we had to supply them with water tankers throughout the municipality. And so Kintampo North is in dire need of water.
The MP's appeal is direct and desperate. He calls on all benevolent groups to come to the aid of his people.
So I call on community water and sanitation. I call on all well-meaning Ghanaians that the center of Ghana is without water.
As if the water crisis isn't enough, getting anywhere is a battle in itself. The road network is a crumbling web of dust and ditches crippling the local economy. Municipal Chief Executive Isaac Jonko laments the negative effects of the situation on his people.
The road network in Kintampo, it is really a very big challenge. Since 1992, I can tell you that there is a small portion of Kintampo which is less than 4 kilometers that has tarred roads since 1992 up to now. And it has been a very challenging issue, which when you ask anybody within the Kintampo North municipality, he will bring it as an issue. Let's put it aside. There are other development challenges. apart from the road network internally, moving out, recently when you go to the Mo area, they were almost cut off during the rainy season to go to the Mo area.
But is there hope on the horizon? The government says yes. Regional Minister Francis Osu-Antwi acknowledges the problems and says steps are being taken to change the status quo.
With regards to inner roads, yes, the government has approved some of them under the big push. So I shared this good news with them. With regards to their water issue, under the Common Fund, the Assembly has allocated 5 mechanized boreholes to support the water system in Kintampo and 7 unmechanized boreholes to support the water system in Kintampo.
For now, the people of Kintampo live between the promise of tomorrow and the harsh realities of today. They have heard assurances before. Their question is simple. How long must they wait for the change that flows from a tap and paves the way to a better future? Anna Sabit, Joy News, Kintampo.
Still in the Bono East region, the residents of Busanya, the capital of Nkrasa North District, are issuing an urgent appeal to the government over what they describe as a deadly crisis, their impassable road network. They allege that successive governments have abandoned them, leading to lost lives, particularly of pregnant women and homes now threatened by severe erosion. Anna Sabit has more in this report.
In the heart of Ghana's food basket, the Bono East region, a crisis is unfolding, not of famine, but of access. For the residents of Busunya, the capital of the Nkrasa North District, the very roads that should connect them to markets, clinics, and opportunity have become a symbol of neglect and a direct threat to their lives. This access road right here in the heart of Busunya is a testament to years of promises unfulfilled. This is the main artery of a farming community, but as you can see, it is severely clogged. For the people here, this isn't just an inconvenience, it is a daily battle for survival.
Na yakwan ensio twa susare timi fa kwakwan ni nyina asai afi pesi so a ka bia so ntimi mfam kwan no nyina tutu amana empo nipa kora wo nante no edin so be nante ye hu sa abare bia so abasa obeye kwan ya maye.
The Nkrasa North District is classified as one of the most deprived in the region, primarily due to a crippling lack of accessible roads. The people here are resilient farmers, but getting their produce to market is a Herculean task that cuts deeply into their profits and their spirits.
The
situation, according to Anthony Amponsa, a resident here, is exposing their houses to erosion.
Say, doing to Tabra, Untimin First Street issue. Untim Frama, Tim Frasen Koha. He done a dumpy pre, so be I do to Tabra, be I working down.
But the most dire consequences are felt in moments of medical emergency. For pregnant women in labor, a journey to the nearest hospital is a race against time on a road that seems designed to slow them down. The frustration here is palpable. The community feels forgotten by successive governments, their pleas for help lost in the dust. They ask a simple question: how many more lives must be lost before their road is fixed? However, a recent visit by the Bono East Regional Minister Francis Osu-Antwi has sparked a fragile hope. He acknowledged the problem and brought with him a promise from the national government.
Thankfully, when the president visited them, he assured them of fixing the road. And we are equally going to initiate process to make sure we work on their inner roads. With regards to other roads, when you look at the big push, we are going to fix most of the district roads for them. But with their peculiar issue, it has to do with their inner roads, of which we are going to initiate process to help them fix it.
For the residents here, this promise is a lifeline they are desperate to see materialize. They have heard words before. What they need now is action, shovels in the ground and asphalt on the road. They are appealing to authorities to turn this promise into reality and finally pave their road to a safer, more prosperous future. Anna Sabit, Joy News, Busunya.
Let's stay a bit longer in the Bono East region, but this time with some hope for the agricultural sector. In a significant push to achieve food self-sufficiency, the National Service Secretariat has established a 300-acre maize land in Donkrom in Kwanta, marking a major milestone for government Feed Ghana program. The initiative, hailed by Deputy Agric Minister John Dumelo as a catalyst for job creation and economic growth, is poised to bolster the entire agricultural value chain, particularly providing critical support for the region's poultry farmers. Anasabit has more.
What was once idle land is now a sea of maize, symbolizing a bold new step towards food security and economic empowerment. It is all part of government's ambitious Feed Ghana program, and the National Service Secretariat is leading the charge right here in Donkrom Kwanta. This 300-acre maize farm, cultivated not by a large corporation but by National Service personnel, isn't just about growing crops. It is about growing a nation, and the ripple effects are being felt across the entire agricultural value chain. Emmanuel Kofi is the Regional Director of the National Service Secretariat.
National Service, in partnership with Agromite and Happy Project, we came together and we were able to get a land at Odokon Kwanta to farm. And the acreage of the land is 300 acres. And now it is a state of harvesting.
By securing the feedstock supply, the program aims to boost an entire industry, from the field to the feed mill to the poultry farmer.
Our plan is that we are trying to get another land from other community in order to boost our production, so that we will use that land to cultivate more of maize to feed both poultry aspect of it and that of human consumption.
This centralized approach allows for more efficient use of resources, maximizing impact for the entire municipality. Godfrey Dapa is the municipal chief executive here.
We are in talks with the chiefs to acquire land for those institutions to also start with this program. And so it is very important to me because it will reduce the assembly's burden, because government is going to provide more of the logistics to the farmers and those who take interest in the project.
The program's potential for job creation was highlighted during a recent tour by the Regional Minister and the Deputy Minister for Agriculture. Regional Minister Francis Osuantwi noted that the initiative will benefit the entire agric value chain.
The same program is going to help us make sure the value chain of the entire agricultural space is going to be taken care of. Agric itself creates employment for the people. Now, if you are a farmer, it means that you are self-employed. Aside that, people who are not farmers, they can also roam into the program to get their own employment.
A commitment that promises to break the seasonal cycle of farming, ensuring year-round production and a steadier income for farmers. Deputy Agric Minister John Dumelo says the mood also focuses on the provision of irrigation facilities to enable dry season farming.
I visited the NSS farms, which quite well, I mean, they're doing quite well.
And I was amazed by the kind of infrastructure that I saw over there. And so we are trying to move away from rain-fed agriculture to irrigation. And if you look at the Bono East region, it's heavily endowed with the Volta River. And if we're able to irrigate that side well, I don't think we should have a problem with, onions during dry season or tomatoes during dry season. And so we're encouraging a lot of people to get into dry season farming so that we have all year round farming.
From bolstering food production to creating jobs and supplying allied industries, the seeds grown here in Donkron Kwanta are more than just maize. They are seeds of prosperity, promising a more self-sufficient and food-secure future for Ghana. Reporting for Joy News, Anas Sabit, Nkranza.
From Bono East, let's move up north to the northern region. The acting chief executive of the Complementary Education Agency has disclosed that there are about 7.9 million illiterates between the ages of 6 to 15 in Ghana. He said that out of this number, 4.6 million are females, while over 3 million are males, adding that this shows the disadvantage to females. Speaking at the 2025 International Literacy Day in Tamale, he said the high literacy rate is a challenge to the development of the country.
The International Literacy Day celebration on the 8th September is an annual reminder about the importance of education and how literacy is a fundamental aspect of human dignity and rights. The theme for the 58th anniversary celebration is promoting literacy in the digital. Speaking at the event in Tamale, Acting Chief Executive of the CEA, Daniel Kwesi Ashama, said literacy was a human right.
Today's society is driven and led by digital tools. This imposes a significant duty on the agency to ensure the mandate's target population acquires a suitable mix of literacy and digital skills relevant to the modern era. Lifelong learning is essential for both individuals and national socio-economic growth. Achieving this necessitates infrastructure that facilitates the optimal use of digital tools. Today, the literacy has become the ladder, serving as the enabler for the poor to climb out of the pit of poverty.
The Northern Regional Minister, Adolf John Ali, said reading and writing should not just be on paper, but also digital.
Reading and writing in today's world is not only on paper, but heavily digitalized. Hence, the need for the acquisition of digital skills cannot be overemphasized, as we all know. Indeed, without literacy and digital skills, your functionality in the country's development and the world, for that matter, would be limited.
The Deputy Minister for Education, Dr. Clement Opak, said there was a review of the curriculum at the basic level to include local languages.
The Minister has asked now to include mother tongue in our educational curriculum for basic education, which is currently under review. I am very much aware of your financial support, which has made today's event successful. To UNESCO, on behalf of Cabinet and our Minister, we are most grateful.
Still in the education sector, 17 individuals living with speech and hearing impairment have been supported with 26,000 educational packages by the KJB District Assembly in the OT region. The package forms part of the District Assembly's 3% Common Fund allocation for the support of persons living with disability. There's more in the following report.
The recipients of the 26,500 education package are individuals living with speech and hearing impairment. presenting the support package to the individuals who were largely represented by their parents, the district chief executive for KGB district, Dr. Samsuraj Isaka, admonished parents not to hide children living with any form of disability, adding that given the necessary support, everyone could live their full potential. He also called on parents to use the support package for exactly the purpose for which it was provided.
We presented, a token, some amount of money to people living with disability to support them to prepare to go back to school. We know the academic year has just started. We presented to 17 of them. And fortunately for us, the caregivers and the parents were around, so we took advantage to encourage them to make sure they put the money into proper use. What we are giving them is not the school fees. We know the school, the basic schools we don't take, SHS we don't take any fees, but we are just giving them this to support them by the needed items the children will need in order to go to school. So I also encourage them to not, try to hide these kids. Sometimes what we know is that because of the pressure and then the stigma from the society, parents more often would want to hide people living with disability. But we know, disability is not inability. Some of them are capable. We have a very good example here from KJB here where we encourage the parent, and she went through and now she's holding a degree and teaching in a BA.
Some of the parents have expressed their appreciation to the Assembly for the support. In related development, the Assembly has also organized health education on sexually transmitted infection and non-communicable diseases to persons living with disability. Isaac Robson-Klu is the head of social welfare and community development for KGB district.
It has become necessary to organize this program for persons with disability just because of the alarming rate of STD, STI in the district, and also the outbreak of typhoid in the region as a whole. So it is very important to organize this program for them because they are the section of the most vulnerable people in the district. So we need to educate them so that they be able to prevent. As we said, the prevention is the best cure. They'll be able to prevent access to the disease. We don't want too much stress to be on the fan, so that when they are able to prevent getting the disease, then there will be less pressure on the fan.
He is calling on the general public to prioritize regular checkups at the health facilities to ensure good health for economic development. Some participants have shared how the sensitization is going to help improve their health life. Peter Sanu for JoyNews.
You are still watching from our correspondent.
We'll take a break and we'll be right back.
My name is Mohama'S.
My name is Sorry, India Sanu, India region. And the name is Edwin Official.
I am Rafik Salami Wa.
Cut out the noise,
the anger,
the hostile opinion,
the spin around the issues,
the superficial colors and effects. But above all,
you can take away the misinformation and fake news,
the slander,
that misrepresentation
that seeks to draw us back and divide us.
That's when you will know
what's really happening.
That's when you will know.
That's when you will know.
This is JoyNews, fearless, independent, and credible.
My name is Sorry, India Sanu, India region. And the name is Edwin Official.
I am Rafik Salami Wa.
Welcome back from the break. The country director of Kojinta Ghana, an international peace-building NGO, Reverend Father Clement Ampino, has stated that controlling violent extremism is possible if local conflicts are managed effectively before they escalate. According to him, proper handling of local issues is key to keeping the country safe. He made this comment during the opening of a Kojinta office in Waliwali Northeast region.
Kojinta is a Swiss-based organization focused on peace building and social cohesion. The Waliwali branch adds to Kojinta's growing presence in the north as the organization continues to strengthen peace structures across the 5 regions of the North with funding from the European Union. Speaking to the media after the celebration, the country director of Kojinta, Reverend Father Clement Ampenuo, highlighted the organization's commitment to strengthening community relations to help reduce conflicts.
Here today, first and foremost, to commission a local peace center here in Walwale that will support the local peace committee, so at least they have a place where they can meet, they can mediate conflicts, and they can dialogue. We are also supporting the customary land secretariat. So we have also handed over some equipment for their office and office equipment for documentation of land documents. And we have also handed over 3 motorbikes to the Ghana Police Service because part of the project is working on community policing. So you see that with the community policing, with the local peace committee and with the customary land secretariat, we are very well placed to deal with some of the local issues that come up, because we do believe that if we're able to deal with these local issues and not allow them to explode, then at least we can control domestic violent extremism in the country, and it will contribute.
The programs officer of the European Union envoy to Ghana, David Messina, said the peace project is important, stressing that promoting peace and stability in northern Ghana is crucial for national development.
Transnational organized crime, tackling to counter-terrorism, to peace-related initiatives. And the approach of the European Union everywhere is to support the government and civil society organizations to tackle those issues jointly. So the event today is an expression of this approach taken, and as already said by Kojinta, our partner in the project, the implementer of the project, has been composed of 3 different parts: a donation of the peace center itself, the donation of the motorcycles to the Ghana Police Service, so support of the European Union to community policing in Ghana, so support of the community policing strategy of the Ghana Police Service.
On her part, the director of the National Peace Council, Janet Samno Kuma, expressed her gratitude to Kojinta and EU for their support to sustain harmony in the districts.
I'm so happy because, you know, we are supposed to have district officers in all the region, officers in all districts. But due to constraints, we haven't been able to do that yet. And so this creation of a local peace committee is very ideal. We know how conflicts are everywhere: land conflicts, chieftaincy conflicts, all manner of conflicts. And it is tearing us apart. We know what is going on within the country and in the northern regions. And this local peace committee, their work will be to be able to manage a lot of these conflicts and try to resolve as many as possible.
Now to the Eastern region, where sanitation is top on the agenda. The Etiwa East District Assembly is setting up a sanitation task force to crack down on indiscriminate waste disposal. District Chief Executive Ernest Owusu's team says the team, supported by police and NADMO, will strictly enforce bylaws, especially targeting market areas. It made this known during the National Sanitation Day exercise in the Eastern region.
So as early as 5 a.m., residents in Enyinem and its surrounding towns had joined the authorities of the Etiwa East District Assembly to clean their surroundings. Some were seen cleaning the gutters, they were desilting the gutters. Others were also seen weeding their surroundings. The District Chief Executive Ernest Owusu's team says he's encouraged by the number of people who took part in this exercise.
Of having Ghana being one of the cleanest city or one of the cleanest country in Africa. So in fulfillment of what the president said, that's all we have started today. So today is the beginning of seeing a beautiful and a clean Etiwa East. We're involved. NADMO, market women, the police service, the prison service, the assembly staff, and then the community. Virtually almost all the people from various communities also came. Here is our district capital, so we intend to start here. So virtually the entire community were also involved.
Some market women who participated in this exercise chastised some of their members for contributing to the littering of garbage in the market and in the gutters.
Bola no mamu pia se gata na se mo sisa kogu bola no na ye mfa nko na yesa ya nyale na sa ne ma na be ma yale otu ha na gata no bon kan isi onu ntimi ntri nko afisa ne ma na mudi sisa ase no akata esikwan na ye dedu awuwo ma sa na ye yi ya pa mu chom ya mamu pia se gata na se e ya badu aso ye hunti na ye ma hunti fo mo ma ye nya ye hufi wa siese ufie na wa badu aso ba ye ho poto a na ye ba ye nyina na yale no e
said the district assembles and yena hemfo nyina de ho agimu eye adwuma no minimi se enka ho se ya yebegu so atoa so aye ebrendo nyina mu amedwamo siesie ni kromo siesie mantem siesie no so no yebeboa amabibia awie epeye.
In an effort for the Etiwa East District Assembly to ensure that residents adhere to the environmental laws and to also ensure that they clean their surroundings, the District Assembly have decided to form a task force that will go around to enforce these laws.
So we are giving signal to people that very soon Assembly is going to form sanitation task force. So if we have distilled your gutter for you, and we come in and we see that you have dirtied the gutter again, it tells you that you are going to pay for it. So this is a gesture that we are telling the people that indeed we are coming. So after this exercise, we are going to form our sanitation task force, which they are going to work 24 hours to ensure that we keep the district neat.
Reporting from the Etiwa East District, Kofi Sian for JoyNews.
To the Central Region again, this time focusing on persons with disabilities. Some persons with disabilities are urging the government to fast-track the ratification of the Africa Disability Protocol. Presenting a petition to the Fantiman Assembly, the Women and Children with Disability Advocacy Movement said delays undermine their rights and livelihoods. They also called for toll booth jobs to be reinstated to fulfill government employment pledge. Abigail Essel Nkrumah has more in this report.
The Women and Children with Disability Advocacy Movement in Infantiman Wodam operates on the theme Women and Girls with Disabilities, our quest to garner ratification of the African Disability Protocol. The 2-year-old advocacy group led by its president presented a petition to the Infantiman Municipal Assembly to ask for the ratification of the African Disability Protocol in Ghana. Juliana Efia Mahmoud, the Executive Director of Voices of Women and Children with Disabilities in Ghana, details some of the challenges faced by women and girls with disability.
Looking at the protocol, 15 countries in Africa has ratified it, but the initial stage started from Ghana here. But as of now, the government of Ghana hasn't ratified it yet. But during the World Disability Summit in Germany this year, the government made a commitment that by December he will be ratifying the protocol. But as of now, we've not seen any efforts that has been put up to show that in December the protocol is going to be ratified. So that is why we are adding our voices to Women with Disability Advocacy Movement in Fantiman to ensure that the government ratifies it as soon as possible so that women and children with disabilities can have quality and decent health care, and then inclusive and quality education, employment, and then they being included in decision-making processes at all levels and being given positions at higher levels like any other woman in society.
Receiving the petition on behalf of the Municipal Chief Executive of Infantiman, the Coordinating Director for Infantiman, Justice Amwa, assured the group their petition will be heard.
We hope that the President will have a listening ear and then do the needful, and the MPs will also deliberate upon it in Parliament so that they will also include it in the laws of Ghana as the constitution. Now we are doing the constitutional review. We are hoping that it will also find its way into the constitutional review committee's recommendation and then implementation.
The president of Wodam, Felicity Youngson, appealed to the government to reinstate toll booth operations to create employment for persons with disability.
When it comes to the employment, we want our president to assign or approve when it comes to we the disabled, we don't have any job opportunity due to our condition. So with the help, we want the president to bring the toll booth back so that we the disabled can get work to do, and also create new things that we can also work on it so that we can also feed our family members and staffs. 24 hours economic. With the disabled, we didn't hear anything about it. So we plead the government to have to involve us in it so that we can able to get something from it.
From Salt Pond, Abigail Lissel and Nkrumah reports for JoyNews.
Let's head now to the Western region. After years of uncertainty and collapse, the Prestea Bogosu mine has a new investor. Heath Goldfields, a Ghanaian company, has taken over operation with promise to restore the historic mines to full capacity. Our correspondent in Natalia Konsa visited the site and reports on what could be a turning point for the mine and its people.
It has been years of demonstrations, agitation, and desperate appeal by residents of Prestea, Bogoso, and surrounding communities, all centered around one demand: a revival of the Prestea Bogoso mine. Now, the government has given approval for a Ghanaian company, Heath Goldfields Bogoso Prestea Limited, to take over operations.
It was against this backdrop of despair and following the termination of the lease of the previous leaseholder by the government of Ghana that Heath Goldfields Limited stepped in to revive Bogoso Prestea mine. Guided by our purpose to enrich lives through sustainable gold mining, and by our values of safety, integrity, innovation, respect, sustainability, and prosperity.
Above ground, the scale of decline is visible. Heavy mining equipment sits corroded by years of neglect. Their once powerful engines now choked by rust. But here too, signs of renewal are taking shape. Workers are seen repainting machinery, scrapping off the rust, and restoring engines that have not roared to life for years.
What is going on currently are a couple of things, which all are geared towards reopening and commencing production. Where we are standing is a process plant. We have a lot of activities, including testing of pumps, testing of power supply installations, corrosion protection, replacement of weak structures to improve the structural integrity of the plant, refurbishing work on the tailings dam to make sure that we have adequate space to deposit where we start production.
But it is underground where the story of decline most haunting. The tunnels are dark, narrow, and damp. Rust eats away at steel supports. The faint beam from a miner's helmet is the only light breaking the darkness.
On the other side, which is the Prestea underground and open pits, when you go there, you see a lot of activities, getting water pumps, further improvements, further additional pumps being installed to boost the rate of pumping. We having a dialogue with our community leadership and stakeholders to get rid of intruders that have encroached on certain part of our concessions and our active mining areas, so that we can get a space and then reopen the mine.
For residents and contractors, the return of activity here is a lifeline. Many say the collapse of the mine left them struggling to survive.
They should allow some of their concessions to the community. They can supervise it. Through the supervision, I think they will do responsible small-scale mining. Itiwa be do more than the obefa. Edumafo. We all can attest to that hit go face no in operation. But from the go of things, as a true indigenous of Pristia, I know that when they are given the opportunity to work, that will help us.
For JoyNews, in Athalia Kwansa, Pristia.
Still in the Western region, the Ghana Maritime Authority is expanding its presence in the Western region to strengthen regulation and safety on inland waters. The Director General, Dr. Kamaldeen Ali, told Jomoro, which borders Côte d'Ivoire, to assess conditions and announce new interventions.
Jomoro is not only a fishing and trading hub, but also a key border community with inland waters linking Ghana to Côte d'Ivoire. The Ghana Maritime Authority says its oversight in such area is crucial for trade, transport, and security.
Jomoro is one of the very important, if you want, communities in Ghana. Not only do they have an inland water space, it also serves as a boundary between us and Côte d'Ivoire. So we are here as part of our regulatory responsibility to see how we enhance safety and regulation in our inland waters. His Excellency the President has placed a priority on ensuring that Ghanaians are well taken care of. Again, we are doing what we call incremental expansion to cover other areas, both inland and in the coast. We talked about Jomoro, where we are going to bring an office there in Jomoro. So we are going to do that. We also look at, is it in Zalezu? So we look at having a detachment office there.
Local leaders say the lack of permanent maritime authority presence has slowed safety interventions, but that is about to change.
I know that because they don't have their presence registered here, it's also a challenge. And so we've made available a space for them. And so the DG has promised me that in a week or two, they would come and set it up so that at least they can work with the customs, the various security agencies to make sure that the safety of our people is ensured. It is directly under my ministry, and so I'm going to make sure that everything that they said they would do. It's not just them, especially like the safety jackets. I am personally going to also donate some together with them. We are going to launch it. We want to champion. We want to, like he said, we should be the first to do it, to be an example to the whole.
Security officials at JOAF says, despite challenges like illegal mining, polluting the waters, border safety is largely under control.
Your coastal border is less than 90% safe, and there's no threat as at now. And our communication with the local force is very peaceful. And we are okay.
The Ghana Maritime Authority says its expansion in the Western region will be gradual, but the goal is clear: safeguard inland transport, boost trade, and protect lives.
Now, the streets of Clifford traditional area in the Volta region were bustling on Sunday evening when the Yam Festival was ushered in with a carnival. It aims to celebrate farmers for their job during the farming season and welcome the new yams in town. There is more in this report by Fred Kwame Asare.
The Yam Hailing Carnival, known as Teyiri, was preceded by sprinkling water soaked with special herbs to purify the town to welcome the new yams from the farms. Residents from the three divisions and revelers under the lead of the Paramount Chief, Kopi Jabba, began the Yam Hailing Carnival from the entrance of the traditional area, glided down the hills in a frenzy-making mode. It was all jumps as the carnival progressed through Achatime, Dome, and the Mete communities, where they made a U-turn to the party zone at the community park in Achatime.
This marks the end of the traditional or customary rite towards the celebration. So we've completed all the customary rites. This afternoon, the people who are sprinkling the showered blessings or cleansing water have started, and we started the street carnival. So the street carnival mobilizes the youth and everybody else, basically bringing up enthusiasm towards the main day on the 27th. So the essence of this is to keep up interest and enthusiasm towards the main demo.
The chairman of the Festival Planning Committee, Evans Boami, indicated that a traditional music and dance contest and the ancestral walk are part of activities of the festival, aiming to preserve their culture.
We are hoping by next week to continue with some of the activities and also to highlight on some of the activities. For instance, in Joko, we're going to the mountain at Joko. So that one is going to be on the 20th. And the Deba is on the 27th of this month. So we are expecting a lot of people to come and get their fishing and also raise funds to continue the infrastructure, technical support. So after that, a lot of people from the neighboring communities go to the festival where they use that to support them. So as you can see, the crowd very it's not only a lot of people that have come together.
The chiefs and people of Klepe have entreated the public to participate in this year's Yam Festival and experience the cultural heritage of the Zendus. Fred Kwame Asari, JoyNews, Klepe.
And that's all from our correspondent. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure to catch us on JoyNews every Saturday at 5 p.m. and on Sundays at 12 noon. I am Nicholas Eko Yamwa.
And I am Esther Esi Nkrumah.
My name is Muhammad.
My name is Alex in the region. And the name is Edwin Official. I am Rafik Salami Wa.
Hello beautiful people, welcome once again to Home Tips with Mira. In today's episode we are going to look at the fruit called pomegranate and how to grow it here right in Ghana. But before we do that, let's look at some interesting things about the fruit pomegranate. Here I am standing right by my pomegranate tree. What pomegranate actually needs is direct sunlight, so you have to plant it at a place that it can be exposed to like between 6 to 8 hours of sunlight. And you should also give it manure from time to time and be watering it, but don't overwater it. It can do well in most soil types, whether it's clay soil, loamy soil or sandy soil. It can actually do well, provided there are enough nutrients in the soil to let it grow very well. And the nutrients also in the soil actually determines the kind of fruits and the number of fruits that will come on it. If it is nutrient-rich soil, of course, your fruit is bound to be very tasty and very nutritious. But if it lacks so much nutrients, well, we'll take it in between. Pomegranates usually bear two kinds of flowers, which is the male flowers and the female flowers. The female flowers will turn into fruits, and then the male flowers will actually drop. So if you have a pomegranate plant in your home and all the flowers are dropping, it's an indication that the flowers that came on the tree are more male flowers. Don't be alarmed. You know, you can also use the flowers as herbal tea. You can just air dry them in your room, and then when they are dried enough, you just pack them in a clean jar, close it, and then from time to time, you just steep the dried flowers in hot water and take as your herbal tea. It contains a lot of antioxidants. And when your pomegranate finish bearing fruits, you can also prune it. And when you cut the stems, don't throw them away. You can actually propagate the stems. And it takes a shorter period when you propagate the stem to bear fruit as compared to when you nurse the seeds. If you nurse the seeds, of course, they will germinate and then you plant it. So let's say if you nurse the seeds and it will take you up to 5 years to bear fruit, propagating it through the stem can take you somewhere between like 1.5 to 3 years to bear fruit. For the first fruiting season, the pomegranate can yield maybe just even a single fruit, but it depends on the nutrients in the soil. I have 2 pomegranate ripe fruits on the tree. I'm going to pluck it and then we'll see what's inside. Pomegranates are super fruits because when you take them on a regular basis, they help with cardiovascular health, that is promoting the well-being and the state of your heart. And also, according to research, taking a juice of pomegranate for like 6 weeks is able to lower one's blood pressure, especially for people living with type 2 diabetes. It also helps to reduce any manner of inflammation in your body. So I would encourage you to take pomegranates from time to time. There are different kinds of pomegranates. This one that I harvested in my home, it's yellow, as you can see. And this one, which is more like red in color, I got it from the market. Now we'll cut the fruit to see exactly how the inside looks like. But before we do that, we'll have to wash them in salty water. First of all, we have to cut the crown part in a 4 square manner. And then we'll take off the crown, and then we'll see the seeds inside. So when you have the seeds, then it can guide you to cut around the fruit accordingly. The juice is already coming out. Now you have to hold the side and side and then pull it open. One pomegranate can contain about 1,000 seeds. Interesting, right? Now let's remove it into our bowl. Please, before you do this, make sure that your hands are well washed. Let's cut the yellow one and also see how the inside looks like. Wow. The inside looks white. The seeds of the pomegranate, they look like grains of corn, but they are fleshy, and the flesh is around the seed, and it is called areoles. So for the red pomegranate, we had red seeds, and for the yellow one, we had pale yellow seeds. Like I said, there are different kinds of pomegranate, and some of the seeds can be a bit pinkish, some can be red, depending on the variety that you have. And if you have it like this, you can use the pomegranates in your smoothies, or you can in fact juice it. Put everything in your blender and then just pulse it 1 or 2, and then you can strain it, and then you get your pomegranate juice. Or you can take it raw like this, just sprinkle some on your salad or eat it as a snack. If you don't want to eat all your pomegranates at a go, you can keep them in bowls like this and keep them in the freezer. Or better still, in keeping them, when you get it right like this, you can keep it on your kitchen shelf in a cold place, or you can also keep it in the fridge, and when you are ready, you just reach out for it and then you use it. Pomegranate helps a lot when they are consumed because they help in fighting cancerous cells in the body. So I would encourage you to buy pomegranates. You know, one thing about it is that the foreign ones, they are a bit expensive, but hey, you can just plant one in your home and it doesn't take long to bear fruits for you. As usual, I always do the tasting for you. So let's get to tasting it, and then I'll share the red one, the feedback with you, and the white.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Food Chain with me, Jessie Magbakbo. Today we'll put our focus on beekeeping. The industry is reported to have significant economic potential with over 200% return on investment. But just like other sectors, the industry is facing challenges as well. Today we'll be speaking to a researcher, Mr. Abraham Alote, on some of the practices involved in beekeeping.
The Landstroth was developed by the LL Landstroth, a Methodist pastor, Reverend Minister in America, for the purpose because you are using frames. Mm-hmm. So the purpose is to harvest the honey and send back the combs into the hive, so they will get more yield.
Yeah.
So with the Landstroth, you have more yield as compared to the top bars, because the top bar hives, the one where we cut the combs, and the bees have to form the combs again. Before they will form 1 kilogram of the comb, they have to consume 7 to 9 kilograms of honey. Okay. And the young bees will secrete the wax from the glands on their chest, the thorax. It comes in the form of a liquid, but when air passes over it, it becomes solid, and they will chew it to form the combs. So it takes a long time to form the combs. So even though Africa, we have very strong bees and healthy bees, because of the system we are using, we are importing, and because of the fact that we have not seen beekeeping as a business, Africa is importing 3 times what we are producing. But we should be leading. If we have taken it as a business, our governments have taken it as a business, and they are pushing that agenda. It can easily be done, because it will take 3 days, maximum 5 days, to train a person in beekeeping. So assuming I'm going to teach 250 people, a class of 25, taking me 3 days. 30 days, I'll finish with the 250. If we are able to select 4,000 master beekeepers in the country and retrain them, we can train 1 million youth in beekeeping. Why do you put on the bee suit? Because of fear of bee stings. But the sting itself is medicine, is money. A gram of the bee sting is about 25 euros to 450 euros, depending on the quality. And it can be harvested every 3 days and processed. But this is not something that we are harvesting in the country. We are only depending on honey, which will take some months, and the wax, which will also take some months. And maybe propolis. But this is what, if as a nation we have taken it as a business, it can be used to reduce the unemployment rate drastically. Now, people who are physically challenged can also do beekeeping. In a country like Uganda, there are blind people who are doing beekeeping. So if the blind can do it, what about those who can see?
You have worked extensively in this field. How did the journey start for you?
I did agric at Legon here, but like I was saying, we're not taught beekeeping. It's just recently the animal science department is doing it as small animals. And 2 years ago, we drew curriculum for the veterinary people, and they are going to start this year. But what happened was, the first SS I was teaching, 93. And that time it was part of the syllabus. So the senior tutors ahead of us were taken for refresher course. So when we got to the school, they have beehives and the rest. So that is where I had the interest. Even though I did crop protection over here, we didn't do it. We were doing weevils. So after that, I got interest. One of the tutors had a magazine, Bee for Development, from UK. So I was reading through it for almost 11 years until I started working with the Forestry Commission. Then I have a chance of going to Philippines on a program on social forestry for rural development. And that is, if you are doing rural development, you must do cottage industry, rural industries. So I was asked to select some industries so that we will go and visit. And I chose beekeeping.
So what types do you have here?
The type we have the top bar hive. It can be in this shape. This one is a Kenya type of beehive. It's shaped like this, and this shape can be either Tanzania hive or Sopon hive. Sopon hive was developed by one Dr. Edu. He's just close to the Infansma girls. He developed that one, and so we have that one. Then we have the Landstraw hive, which is the one used from outside. Then we have a natural one, the bees in the what do you call it, in the log over there. In a hive, we have the workers. That's a female who are sterile, and the drones. They are the males, and the queen is ruled the bee, one hive, one queen. So it is the queen that controls them, gives the instruction what to do, go and collect water, collect pollen, nectar, propolis, whatever. But they decide how they will manage themselves over there. the queen over there will take off.
Okay.
And will take about half of the population.
Yeah.
And she will be moving out, looking for a suitable place.
Mm-hmm.
So if they find any of these beehives empty, or even your ceiling, or whatever, they also have building inspectors. They will come and inspect and see whether it's conducive.
Mm-hmm.
And they will invite the queen, and they will come in, and they will start working.
Yeah.
So that is the way by which they multiply, apart from you breeding them and the rest, rearing them.
Yeah. So, if you want to intentionally multiply them, what do bees eat?
The bees feed on nectar.
Okay.
When you take these flowers, they call it, is it lucky net, not lucky net, nut.
Mm-hmm.
But we call it osibisa, these yellowish flowers. If you pluck it and you suck the back of the flower, you see that sweet-scented material from it.
Mm.
That is nectar. That is what they feed on.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. What are some of the challenges associated with beekeeping?
In Ghana and Africa, we have not seen beekeeping as a business.
Okay.
The nation has not seen it as a business.
Mm-hmm.
That is the number one headache.
Yeah.
The second one is fire. If you are keeping bees, you know, bees are going in dry areas, like the savannah areas.
Mm.
Sometimes the people in the north will say they are poor. They are not. When God was taking the Israelites from Egypt, he said, I'm taking you to a land flowing with milk and honey.
Mm-hmm.
If you have been to Israel before, you will not see this grass and herbs that we are seeing around. No. The place is bare ground.
Mm-hmm.
So virtually they have piped the place, drip irrigation all over.
Yeah.
It's bare ground. You don't see these ones. No. But God said, I'm taking you to a land flowing with milk and honey. Practically, God was being scientific. Because the dry period, if you have flowers, the bees will be collecting the honey, the nectar. So they will produce the honey during the dry season, and they will stay indoors and feed on it during the rainy season. If sheep and goat are feeding on grass, they will get milk, they will get meat. So practically it is so. But here, we have those who are the Fulani people, they will set fire.
Yeah.
And the fire can travel many kilometers, burn even electricity poles, thick poles, anything on its way, people's farm, rice farm. So we are not getting the benefit of it.
Yeah.
So it's high time, some of us are still thinking about developing a fire resistance beehive. Some people are using concrete, but we are bringing out a material that will help us do it very easily. There is no ministry in Ghana that has taken beekeeping as its baby. Not Ministry of Agri, not Forestry.
Mm-hmm.
But today, where banks is bringing money for bee projects, we shall see the ministries that will rush because of the money. But now, no ministry can tell me they even have a desk officer. He just recently, veterinary service want to do it. But generally, no ministry has taken it. So if right now beekeepers have a problem, they don't know who to run to. Secondly, the beekeepers, many organizations have trained beekeepers. So people are scattered, they are doing beekeeping. But we are not well organized. And honey is the third most adulterated product in the world. Why are people adulterating honey? Because the demand is far more supply. Nigeria alone is importing about 2 billion euros of honey a year. They are only producing 10% of demand. So even if we are not going to Europe, we'll put them articulated trucks and send them. Even here, we are importing.
Yeah.
So this is a business that we must take it seriously. Recently, there was tree planting. People are planting trees. When they plant the trees, from the time you plant the trees up to the time you harvest the trees, what are you going to eat? So beekeeping must be integrated in some of these things.
Okay.
If we integrate beekeeping in some of our crops, pollination will bring about increase in yield.
Okay. Apart from honey production, what other benefits are there in beekeeping generally?
There are many things. The products of the bees, they are used in many things. If you take bee wax,
okay,
it's used for 300 items. Some tablets are coated with bee wax because they are bitter, so that when it enters into the body, the hydrochloric acid will work on it.
Okay.
It's used in candles, the creams, the lipsticks that people are using. When we say wax print,
yeah,
it's bees wax print, the batik and the rest you are using. All this, and over here, maybe from here you will go and meet Professor Kusi. The brood combs, when we say the brood, where the eggs and things are laid, is being used to produce. Research has been done somewhere. We are repeating it over here, working on it, to produce COVID vaccine. And we are expanding to go into malaria vaccine. So it's a whole lot of industries within. In Israel, they use the bees to detect bombs. And there are some diseases they have trained bees to detect, because they will train the bees like we came here and the bees are coming. You will be put in the screen. If you have it, those bees have been trained, they will move towards you. That means they associate that chemical, the scent from your body, with food. They have a way of training. So it's a whole lot of science. It's used in many things.
Yeah.
Propolis. The bees enter, where they enter through into the hive is only the place they want light to enter. All other places around the beehive, they will block it.
Okay.
And they block it with, you know, when you see the oils, the leaves,
yeah,
there are oils on leaves. That is why leaves don't wet like paper when it rains.
The
Drains
water
off.
slides off.
Yes. When you scrape a wood, the sticky material that we see it on the gummy material.
Yeah, on the tree.
Yes. The bees collect it from the trunks, from the flower bars, from the leaf bars, from the surfaces of leaves. They add the wax to it, and they use it to block what do you call it? Those spaces.
Okay.
And that chemical, propolis, I will show you.
Yeah.
It's antiviral, antibacterial, antifungal. But there was Cameroon. There was a time that sleeping sickness that affect cattle and human beings. There was an incident over there. When they harvested the propolis in that area, it contains chemicals against the pathogens. The venom is used for anti-aging, is used to manage high blood pressure and arthritis.
Okay.
And somebody has attempted to use it to manage even sickle cells, because when the bee stings you, it dilates your red blood vessels and reduces the viscosity of the blood, so the blood can flow. Normally when those sickle cells patients, they are in crisis, their joints, because it's very difficult, and they attempted it. So it's something that we have to look at. So there's a whole lot of products in the beehive that we have to research into, which we are not yet doing.
Yeah. What are some of the diseases associated with beehives?
The bees.
Keeping bees here.
Well, normally the African bees, they are very strong, so we don't normally get those diseases. But outside they have it. In terms of pests, we have the beetles, that one, we have them here. We have the varroa mite, foul brood, and other few ones. But generally, our bees are strong.
Yeah.
They are able to manage themselves. For example, if there is an infestation of varroa, the bees will abscond.
Okay.
Because the varroa is like a lice on the body of the bees, feeding on their body fluid and even feeding on their larvae. So they have a way of managing. So we don't encourage African beekeeping to introduce chemicals outside, because they have bred their bees. They are forced to introduce chemicals, and some of these chemicals get into the honey and whatever. So if they put in antibiotics and you consume that one and you are taking so much antibiotics, when you yourself you are not well and you take those antibiotics, it will not work because your body will develop resistance. Those microorganisms will develop resistance, and so with African bees, we don't encourage use of chemicals. So they are able to manage themselves. Only you have to be inspecting and make sure the place is clean.
So when keeping bees, how often can you harvest honey?
Depending on the place and depending on the type of the nature of the bees.
Okay.
Just as we have lazy human beings, we have lazy bees. They are not hardworking.
Okay.
And if you have more flowers around that, they can forage, and the bees are hardworking. Maybe by 6 months or something, depending on the size of the bee, you can start getting something.
Okay.
Yes. So, but if we are going to go commercial and you are going to harvest venom, that one, if they come in, you can give them 1 month to relax, and every 3 days you can harvest the venom. So you will be making good money from the venom.
Demand for honey.
Yes. People want to consume honey, but they are afraid because of so many things. Adulteration, and sometimes they don't even understand. Because honey comes in different, depending on the nectar from which they are coming from, will give you the characteristics of the honey. Recently, I had honey from a place that the honey is from lime, a citrus. There was a citrus plantation and they placed it over there. I've been giving that person honey from sunflower. So when he added that one to milk, and there was coagulation, he was shocked. But I myself, I didn't understand it. I've used it, but so I placed it on the platform, and somebody mentioned that if the honey is from citrus, that's the way it reacts. Then I understand it because I know how to produce tofu, kebab, soya kebab. You produce the milk, you add Epsom salt or lime, and it will coagulate the protein. Then you pour it into water, save it, then place it on weight, then to become like meat, then you cut. So when the person explained it, so I also put it that it works in the same way because of that coagulation. So that these are the problems. Depending on the nectar, it will give you different colors, different viscosity, and even different tastes and consistency in your mouth. It depends. So people want to consume it, but they themselves, they don't know much about it. We're talking about some of the challenges. The inputs are costly. Wood is becoming costly. So the hive is also becoming costly. So if those who are leading us, Ethiopia who is leading us, is using basket, then we should also go back and look at these available materials and adopt them and use them. Because if we want to reduce poverty or create wealth, or a national service person who wants to go into this thing, it should be easy for him to enter. It shouldn't be too much expensive to put him off. So some of us are suggesting or pushing the agenda. We should use raffia, which is available, bamboo, which is available in the community, for construction of beehives to make it cheaper, so that poverty and things will be reduced.
You mentioned that one of the key challenges is adulteration. How can we address that, seeing as many beekeepers and honey producers are scattered?
So first, the nation and others must support the beekeepers to organize them to register. I mean, into groups. So if, for example, Legon here, we have a district, whatever, and the beekeepers are there, we will have a processing unit for them, so that it will be certified by Veterinary and Food and Drugs Board. Actually, if you want to export honey outside the country, it's veterinary people, not Food and Drugs Board. Food and Drugs Board certificate is within. If you want to export, because the bee honey is an animal product, it's veterinary people. So they must certify the processing unit in the villages.
Okay.
So if it is certified and the people around come over there to process, then we'll have a barcode for whatever batch they produce. So those who want to package, they also buy it from those people. Then we'll follow. So there should be bylaws for honey hunters, those who hunt honey and they set fire to them to prevent. Because when you hunt, you are destroying the population of the bees. You are actually burning money. And we must ensure that if the district assemblies have passed bylaws such that you can't move honey from one place to the other without proper documentation, all these things, because we must know the source.
A few years ago, we were contacted by an Irish company that has perfected the technology of extracting components from the beehive, and they are doing that on the basis for managing various diseases. Now, their basic principle for doing that is, you know how bees go everywhere looking for nectar, what they use to make honey, and then when they ultimately come back to the hive, it's likely they can carry a lot of microbes with them into the hive, but their hives are usually very clean. So there was that hypothesis that they might be doing something or secreting something that is keeping their hives clean. So can we harvest that or harness that and use that to treat human diseases? So that was the whole concept. We have done one round of testing with the products that they provided to us, extracted from the beehives. And we did testing against malaria, both in the lab as well as in mice. And both gave us very consistent information as to the fact that the extracts from the beehive are very effective against the malaria parasites. So both the human malaria parasites as well as the mouse malaria parasites, because these are two different types of parasites. So we've just gotten that work published, and we are now in discussions with them to do a second phase of testing, and then beyond that see if we can go into human testing for this product against malaria. I must also say that they are in other places, in other universities, testing this product against other pathogens. So they've done testing for some veterinary pathogens, so pathogens or microbes that affect animals. They've done a lot of testing in that area. And then they are also testing against other human pathogens. So they've done testing against a few viruses and also bacteria. And in fact, here at Noguchi, we are going to do testing relating to both malaria and then HIV. So what we are looking at doing, and that is why we have the beehives here, is the first one we just finished testing. We got the product from them purified. This second round, we are going to do the local production of the product. We are going to make the product locally. And then beyond that, we are looking at when we enter human testing, and if it is going to be as we expect, then we are looking at going to the extent of setting up a local company that will do production of this product and for the local market. Yes, but that's more of a long-term view of this. Well, so what I would say is natural products, and this is considered a natural product, other products from plants are very useful sources of medication. We just need to be able to harness them and then add the science to it to be able to standardize them. And once we have that, we have, I think, a good natural resource for taking care of a lot of the things that affect us. So we would just plead that there is a lot more resources put into some of these so that we'll be able to develop our own local solutions to our local problems.
So we've been speaking to Mr. Abraham Alote, who is a researcher and a beekeeper, and he's been telling us all we need to know about beekeeping and some of the challenges facing the sector, which also include low support from government and development partners. This has been Food Chain with me, Jessie Eyram-Agbakpo. See you on another episode.
'Maintain a positive mindset. Adopt a positive and optimistic outlook, even in the face of challenges. This can help you navigate difficult situations more effectively. For instance, refrain from negative thoughts and focus on the potential solution.
Good Conduct, Great Life is brought to you by
Indomie. Tastes great.
Kivo 4-in-1 Gary Mix. You get everything inside. Champion taste.
A for amazing, B for big wins, C for cash in your wallet. It's the ABC game, as easy as ABC. Just dial *262# and pick 3 letters like WIN or FUN and stick as low as 1 Ghana cedi. With just 1 letter correct, you stand a chance of winning up to 1 million Ghana cedis daily and get paid instantly to your phone. And guess what? Even if you lose, you get 10% cash back. No wahala, no waiting, just winning. Try it now. Dial *262# because life should be as easy as ABC. Play responsibly. Approved and regulated by the NLA.
Adum TV, ye wazoye. Trail. Your success journey begins here.
Hello and welcome to another amazing episode of the Career Trail right here on your favorite channels, Joy Learning TV and of course the JoyNews channel. And if you have been watching this program, you know that it is only on this show that we tell people not to focus too much on white collar job. We are not saying that white collar jobs are not good, but in a phase of unemployment where you are not exposed to a white collar job, we just don't want you to sit at home doing nothing. And that is why the Career Trail is here to inspire you, use your talent to your advantage and make money out of it. And we have proofs over the years. We brought individuals who share their entrepreneurial journey with you, and you can see that some of them or most of them, their white collar jobs wouldn't even earn them that money that their own jobs are doing for them. And that is why if you are tuning to this show, thank you so much. We are grateful. Now today on the Career Trail, we have another amazing personality on the show. If you are ready, I was definitely born ready to do this. Let's take a look at the profile video of my guest.
This week on the Career Trail, who is our guest? He hails from the eastern region of Ghana. His fashion journey began after traveling to Italy, where he launched his business in 1998. Returning to Ghana, he established a recording studio before opening his luxury fashion boutique, 247 Boutique. Known for his unique style, including his signature kilt inspired by Spain, he has become a top fashion influencer. He has styled some of Ghana and Nigeria's biggest celebrities such as Jim Ike, Prince David Osei, and Joey B. His fashion influence has earned him several titles, including Best Style Man and Fashion Influencer of the Year at the inaugural Ghana Style Awards in 2021. Our guest for this week's edition of Career Trail is Seth Appiah Richard Brown, popularly known as Osibo the Zara Man.
All right, you have it right there. So Osibo the Zara Man is on the Career Trail. Good to see you, sir.
Same here.
You're looking amazing as usual.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you so much. How is business?
God has been good.
Okay. All right. So when your name comes to mind, Osibo, tell us a little about yourself. What is even the full name? And just tell us what we should know about you.
All right, thank you. My real name is Seth Appiah Richard Brown. I'm from Kinkesu, in Ashanti region.
Oh, okay.
So my dad was a police officer when I was at 8.
Okay.
Yes, my dad got a transfer from Kinkesu to Bechim. So we went to Bechim. From Bechim, he was transferred to Suhum.
Okay.
So Suhum is where I grew up.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
But did you have parents who took care of your needs?
Oh, yes. My dad, my mom, though it wasn't that, there was no too much money.
Okay.
We came from a poor family.
How many are you?
We are 6.
Wow. And you're
5 boys, 1 girl. And I'm the elderly one.
Very nice.
Yeah. So, though they were there, but there was not too much money for us.
Okay.
So when I got to Suhum, I think 1986. 1986.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So my mom used to go to Abidjan to bring some flour.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for buff fruit.
Oh, okay.
So whenever he travels, I'll be the one taking care of the kitchen.
Oh,
so
I
when
see.
it comes to cooking. I'm a very good cook.
Wow. So what's your favorite food?
Brother Pesi, konkonte, bancha pesi, anything organic. Anything natural.
So now let's talk about school. Where did you start from? Take us through chronologically where you started from.
Okay, I started from St. Joseph's School in Bechim.
Okay.
Yes. Then when we were transferred to Suhum, I started, there was a school called Awukudako.
Okay.
Yeah, so I started from Bechim and also Suhum. I was a boys' SP anyway.
Okay, at the Awukudako school. It was a senior high school.
Yes.
So you chose the school?
Yes.
You wanted to go to that school?
Yes.
Oh, wow. And what course did you study at the school?
Mathematics.
So you were a business student?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll ask you that when you were growing up, what did you want to be? Because I believe that what you want to be will inform the next step.
I wanted to be a rich guy who can take care of the family because we had nothing.
Oh, okay.
So I wanted to be rich.
Wow.
I just wanted to be rich. So anything that would give me money was what
you were pursuing.
Yes.
So when you went to the school, how was it like? Were you a border student?
No.
You were a day student?
Yeah.
Okay, why
yes. that? Because there was no border school there.
Oh, okay. It was
just
a
day school.
Did you go through bullying as a first year?
Not really, because I was so calm. I'm very calm in person. But when it comes to social media, because if you don't have thick skin, you can be on social
media. Okay.
But one-on-one, I'm a very calm person, very reserved. So, when I started the school, the headmaster used to call me Osofo.
Oh.
Because I always preach.
I used to preach at school?
Of course. Every Wednesday when the school gathered, I'll be the one to call to come and say the word of God.
Wow. Then you must really know the word of God.
I do.
Wow.
I was brought up from a home that my dad was like Osofo and my mom was like Sofumame. So everything about them was like Namesum.
Which church?
Yes, it was a Muzama Disco Christo Church.
Oh wow!
And for that reason, everybody was like, "Oh, Papa Wenhuju, this guy is cool. This guy is cool." Yeah. So when they wanted to take me as the boys SP, it was like Yentuaba. So the one who win become the boys SP.
Oh, okay.
So I won. So I became the boys SP. And it's also because of the way I dress. I was neat, not from today, right from day one.
Yeah, very neat.
Even though I didn't have money, but the little one that I have, when I go to Cantamanto, trust me, my choice of dressing, I'll show you one of my pictures.
Show us. Okay, so you know that when you get a post in school, sometimes they say that the prefect, they favor their friends. How was the journey like for you as a prefect?
Me, I'm a very strict person.
Okay.
Even if you are my brother and you came late, I will still punish you.
Oh, I see.
I don't do brothers, sisters, family, no. The right thing must be done and at the right time. When you come late, you deserve the punishment. I'll give it to you. But sometimes when I listen to your story, how come
you are late?
You are late, then I can consider. Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's talk about academics. When it comes to academics, how should we grade you? Were you the best student in between? Yara. Okay, what was your favorite subject?
Well, religious.
Oh, okay, because you love the word of God, definitely.
Yes, I'm always with my Bible. I'm always.
Okay.
Whenever it's break time, I don't go to break to eat.
Why?
You see, the chop money that my parents will give it to me, I bought this susu box. So I always put the money in the susu box. Then I go to kitchen and take maybe one plantain or one cocoyam and roast it. I'll roast two, I'll eat one in the morning, I'll keep one in my bag, and I'll eat that one when
you go to school.
Yeah, when it's break time.
Wow. You made mention that you were perfect,
yes.
But at the same time too, you were also studying. I believe many students are watching. They want to know how did you juggle both to make sure that you're not focusing too much on your position and leaving studies behind, or you're not focusing too much on studies and leaving your perfect role behind?
Oh, you see, like I said, the writing must be done. When I go to school, I know I'm there to study.
Okay.
So I will study.
Okay.
Even when we go to break, others will go for their break from lunch. Me, I'll be in one corner. When I finish my plantain, I will open my Bible, I will read small, or if I have any assignment, then I will do that one too. But the Bible, I just use it like maybe 5 minutes, then I will drop it somewhere because I need to get a verse in case they call me. But what I study, I was so serious about my studies. So like it wasn't that difficult for me to combine. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So right after senior high school, where did you go to? Did you go to a university?
No. I went to Push Truck.
After senior high school, you went to Push Truck?
Mine wasn't senior high school.
Okay,
it was just Saito. Let's call it Saito. But then it was called Saito.
Oh, okay. But today it would have been called...
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So, like I said, there were no money. My parents have no money. So, I decided to help the family since we are 6 and I'm the elderly one. I decided to help my parents take care of my needs. My younger ones, fees and things. So, I decided to push truck.
With the SSC certificate?
Yeah. I did not even complete.
You didn't complete the school?
No.
Because there was no money?
There was no money.
Wow.
There's a saying that boys
wow, I'm lost.
So I said, why don't I do something to support my parents? After all, what is the most important thing in every man's life is money. You can be speaking the whole English in the world, but you go and beg for money. What is important is money. So me, what was important to me that time was money. To help my parents, further my younger ones' education, and that's exactly what I did.
So at what point did you drop out? You were in what?
Form 4.
Form 4?
Yeah.
Yeah, because there was no money.
Yes.
You dropped out.
Yes.
And then went to push track.
Yes.
Meaning if anyone
like
had
you call it Kayayu today.
Oh, okay. And weren't you shy? Because I believe you're a day student. Students come home and then they see you pushing track, saying, hey, you've dropped out of school, now you're pushing track. How was the feeling like?
In this world, when you want to do something, you just focus. Forget about what people will say about you or what people will say. What I was going through, nobody knew what I was going through. So like they said, this is me. And this is what I want to do. So far as I will get money from what I'm doing, I don't care about what people will say. Shame, helping my junior ones, that they will laugh at me so I will not go and push the truck. No way. No. I didn't have even that in mind. No. My focus was to get money, then take care of them.
Wow.
Yeah. Though my girlfriend left me, I had a girlfriend, she left me for a bank manager.
Why were pushing the truck?
Of course. But that didn't bother me at all. Because the way Bruno on a one cocoa.
Wow.
When we have money, more women will come.
I'm learning Proverbs today, Pa.
Yeah. So get money first. First, get money. Sit in the chair, relax. Then give commands.
Wow. Today you're in the chair.
Thank you.
Okay, so how long did you push the track?
4 years.
Wow. Like a university program. 4 years.
4 years. It wasn't easy, but because that was what I decided to do. It's better than stealing. So through that, I met a man, an elderly man, who always come for me, but whenever I give him my service, he will not even pay. He will not pay, but I did not see anything wrong because my dad used to tell me, respect your father and your mother, not only them, but anybody, any human being, whether he's a secular, he's a poor, he's rich, no matter whom the person is, give him respect. Is very, very important. So one day this man gave me money, he gave me safer to go and change. When I got back, he was nowhere to be found. So I went home with the money and I told my parents about it, and my dad said, don't worry, give me the money. The man will definitely come back for his money. So I said, okay. And the Sumu market day is Monday and Thursdays. So when he gave me the money, it was on Monday. And the Thursday morning, I was there when this man came. So I was like, Oluwan, where did you go? After I brought the money, you were nowhere to be found. And so I had an emergency, so I had to go. Where is the money? I said, it's in the house. He said, go and bring it. So I went home and I brought the money. I thought that day he was going to give me after I've seen money. But he did not. But rather, he gave me his address to visit him in his village, which I did.
Okay.
So they were Ewes. So when I got there, they offered me chair, water, and they prepared akpele with the guitar boys.
Yeah.
Right after then, this man entered his room, came back with a brown envelope. He opened it, and it was a Togo passport. And it was like, this passport belongs to my elderly son. But he's doing well. He doesn't need a passport to travel. But I've never seen a young guy who is God-fearing and also respectful like you before. So take this passport, remove the picture of my son, add yours, and it will take you to Germany or Italy. That is me today.
That one good you did.
Yes.
So after getting the passport, where did you go to?
Italy.
Before where you didn't go to, how was the feeling like? Because this looks like a miracle.
It was. You see, everybody needs a destiny changer. Everybody. Your destiny is no more in the hands of God. He has given it to human.
Okay.
And for you to see that this guy is my destiny changer is very difficult because it won't be written on his or her forehead. But your character, the way you behave, that is where your destiny changer will come for you. You need to be humble, respectful, and God-fearing. By so doing, you see your destiny changer.
Wow.
Yes.
Thank you for that lesson there. So now, when you got the passport, you now travel to Italy.
Yes.
With his money?
No, my money. The money that I saved. I told you when I go to school. Yeah, so then my mom sold her sewing machine with some clothes, then added it to mine for me to travel. Get the ticket. Yes.
And then when you got there, how was mommy's feeling like? In fact, your parents?
Yeah, they were happy though. They were happy for me because it was my dream.
Okay.
Make money, take care of my junior ones. So when I got everything ready, you know, those days when you are traveling, the whole village will come with a bus to escort you. So they came in numbers, like we were like 15, 16. So we were happy coming, but when we go to the airport, when there was the time for me to go, then you see the face changes.
Oh.
So they were happy for me.
Yeah.
Especially when I got there, when I called them that I'm in Italy.
Right.
Oh yes, they were all happy because most of my people were praying, say, we won't even call. You know, it's part of we blacks.
Yeah.
Whenever you are doing something right, there were other people who tried to pull you back. So to me, it's normal. I've got a lot of experience in this life. So me, I'm cool.
Okay. All right. So when you got to Italy, what did you do? Where did you even live?
All right. Before going, there was a guy in my church called, I will not mention his name.
Okay.
So another guy from my church, I told him I'm going to Italy. And so, I know somebody there. He's also a church member. So we called him. Then he said, okay, no problem. This is my number. Whenever you go to Italy, just call me a day before your departure. So that's exactly what I did.
Okay.
So now when I got there, I mean, they came for me. I got there Tuesday. Thursday, I started working. You see all these Zamarama people who have been selling laughing handkerchiefs. That's the work I used to do there.
Wow.
The company was owned by a Nigerian. You know, Nigerian, they are very smart when it comes to how to make money. They are very, very smart. In fact, I was the first Ghanaian to work with the Nigerian.
At that time.
That time. Because it was like begging. You know, the nature of the work was like begging. You put things in the bag for you, you go and ring somebody's bell, and the person will say, hello, who is that? And say, please, can I have a cup of water? You know definitely it's not water you're looking for. But you need to get his attention.
Yeah.
You want him to come close to you so that you can show him or her what you are selling. So when I started, they give me 2 hours. Like from here, I walk straight to Papaye. So when I go to Papaye, I need to wait for the car.
Oh, okay.
And I should get there within 2 hours. So I'll be ringing bells from house to house, house to house. The first customer did not buy. He brought water and bread. Then I was like, and then you brought me paid you. So I asked her to buy. Then he said, oh, I will not buy anything. I don't need anything because I went to the supermarket yesterday, but I can give you something for food.
Okay.
So they started giving money, without buying, giving money, giving money, giving money. The next 30 minutes, my pocket was full. So I was like, wow. Because I was seeing money. Though the sun, it was summertime, the sun was too much, but I was enjoying the money. So I didn't feel it. So like 15-20 minutes time for my time, then everything got finished in the bag.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. So when my boss came, he was like, what are you doing here? I said, boss, everything is finished. He said, finished? I said, yes. He said, wow. This is first in history for the very first time you entered this boss, you'll be able to sell all these things. I say, yes. So they changed my zone. They now give a Sikafo Amantam zone to me. So the people in the bars were like, this guy is Obanje. You know, I mean, like some bad spirits, you know, because it wasn't easy like that.
Yeah.
But I think it was the favor
of God.
Of God.
Okay.
Yes.
So when they change your zone, you're still doing the same job and you were getting
a day I was able to sell like 3 bags.
Wow.
Yeah, 3 bags. So after the 3 bags, they calculate everything. They give you your percentage.
Wow.
So I did this job for 1 year.
Okay.
And 1 year, I was able to send 500 death marks to my parents to send my younger one to Germany within a year.
I don't even know what to say. Like, I'm surprised.
What is written about you is written. All that you need is time. God doesn't use years, but he uses time. No matter how old you are, it doesn't count, but the time.
Wow. So after that, what next?
Okay. After I send the money,
okay.
After 6 months, I sent another 3,000 to start processing for the younger brother, another younger one. So within 2 years, I was able to send
the younger brother.
Yeah, my second born also to Holland.
Wow.
After 3 years, I sent the other one to UK.
Your other sibling?
Yes, to UK.
So Germany, Holland, UK.
Yes.
With the money you were getting?
Yes. And after 4 years, I sent the junior, my junior brother. You know what I mean? Like he's like my mother's senior sister's son.
Oh, okay.
You know, in the family, sometimes you need to be wise.
Okay.
Because a lot of things will be expected from you when you are in abroad. So I decided to help one.
You took him?
Yes. And I took him to Amsterdam. He's in Holland now.
Interesting.
Yes. So in 1998, I decided to come back home. So I came with equipment, musical equipment. So my first equipment was sold to Azigiza Jr. by UT Bank, Kofi Amoaben. In 1998, there was a street carnival on Osu Oxford Street. They used my equipment, JBL, with Okreku Mante. So we played the street carnival. I was a DJ as well.
But how did you get the skills?
Okay. Whilst I was doing that business, alongside, because the business belonged to Nigerians, so they had a club.
Oh, okay.
So one day I love music a lot.
Okay.
So one day I went to African bar to eat. Though it's Nigerian restaurant, so they sell only Nigerians. And my woman, my girlfriend that time, was a Nigerian.
Oh, okay.
After the white girl.
Okay.
So because of that, I always associate myself with the Nigerians. A lot of Ghanaians didn't even know that I was a Ghanaian. Because I wasn't mingled with them because they talk too much. So I live with Nigerians. The one day a guy approached me and say, Ghana must go. I'm looking for a DJ. I said, I don't know anything about being DJ, but I love music. So, okay, that is good. I can help you. So he took me to a man called Tiso. He was Italian, but he was a good DJ. So he talked to Chiso about me. So every Sunday, I'll go to the club. I will stand in the same box with him. So I learned how to disc, how to mix the music. So after 3 months, I'll become perfect.
Oh, okay.
So I started playing at the club.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So when I was coming, I came with the musical equipment. Then I opened a studio called 247 PlayStation. That time, that is when PlayStation started coming, the game.
Yeah.
So I was selling the game as well, alongside
the DJ.
Yes. So DJ Black, Abet O, Billy Ocean. Just mention which of the DJs doesn't know me.
You've worked with all of them.
Of course, they will come to me. They will come to my studio and take records to go and play, because they didn't have a lot of music. But me, I had a lot, because anytime that single comes out, Chiso will alert me, so I'll go and buy. So when I'm coming, I'll come with the whole box of turntables.
Wow.
Yeah. I was a very good DJ, not be small. I mean, very good DJ. Who knows me knows I'm very good. So I used to go to Radio Universe every Saturday morning to show Bola Ray how to disc. They used to use CD. Me, I was using the CD and at the same time the turntable by Technics.
Oh.
So I'll go with that and I'll show him some skill.
Next week on the Career Trail,
I will not wear Armani Exchange, because that's the junior line. I wear Jojo Armani.
Wow.
The Career Trail. Your success journey begins here.
Hello, good evening and welcome to JoyNews Prime. We're coming to you live from our studios here in Kukumlemle, Accra. We're also on DSTV channel 421 and GoTV channel 125 and also around the world at myjoyonline.com. Coming up, NPP flag-bearer candidate Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has issued an apology for the mistakes made by the previous NPP government, pledging not to repeat them if elected president. Also, it was all joy and smiles on the faces of housing enthusiasts as patrons walked away with huge discounts on the first day of the 3-day EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair taking place from Friday, September 12 to Sunday, September 14 at the Good Park near the Accra Mall. And the Asempa FM Walk with the Stars 2025 with Julius Debra, who is Chief of Staff, draws massive turnout as GJA President Albert Jumfor urges Ghanaians to embrace healthy living by making regular exercises part of their daily lifestyle. Remember, we are your home of independent, fearless, and credible journalism. Please stay with us. Welcome. It's a delight to have you back. An international relations expert at the Legon Center for International Affairs and Diplomacy, Professor Daniel Dramani, says President Mahama'S decision to accept 14 African nationals from the United States is laudable. He also dismissed claims by the minority in parliament that the decision breaches the country's laws because it was not ratified by parliament. Well, the minority caucus in parliament has been demanding the immediate suspension of the agreement with the U.S. to accept West African deportees, and they are arguing that the arrangement violates constitutional procedures and also threatens sovereignty. Their concern was also triggered after President John Mahama disclosed at his maiden media encounter that 14 individuals had already been flown into the country as part of the agreement. According to the president, most of the deportees were Nigerians, with one Gambian national among them. So joining us now is Professor Daniel Dramani on this issue. Good evening, sir.
Thanks to their listeners and viewers.
Okay, so Prof, you've described President Mahama'S decision to accept the 14 West African deportees from U.S. as laudable. So why do you consider it a positive move for Ghana?
Yeah, it's a laudable because from the reasons that the president gave, that is a very nice one. These are West Africans that got stranded in the United States. And sometimes, if you look at the conditions that they found themselves in detention centers, it's not the best. They are West African citizens that are stranded, and Ghana decided to open the door for them to come in. And Ghana possibly use the same diplomatic channels to facilitate their movement to their home countries, like as you rightly said, in Nigeria and one Gambia. This is consistent with Ghana's policy of good neighborly, and that is why I said it's commendable. And also in diplomatic relations, I do not think that it is every diplomatic agreement that will have to go to parliamentary approval or to ratify. And that is why I said that. The president's decision is right, the president's decision is commendable. And some of these deportees, they are not like the Venezuela drug which may have a criminal implication that will be a threat to them. But that is not the kind of people we have, and that's a good one.
Okay, so you are saying that the minority's argument that the agreement should have been ratified is not valid from an international relations perspective?
Sure, it's not. It's not. Even from diplomatic cycle, diplomatic relations, yes, it doesn't say.
So how do you respond to the assertions by some critics that such agreement, undermines Ghana's sovereignty? In your view, I mean, does accepting these deportees pose any sovereignty risk?
No, I don't think that this agreement will amount to some of the critics that plan. Of course, that protected right to export. But for diplomatic right, imagine number of Ghana's population abroad. We have this 60 months, and every time we have very easy taking decisions for the interest of Ghana. That is the agreement. And it's all kind of relation that's the advantage trade. I think there's a thing. What in the world was if the kind of the people were criminal, then that be a question.
Prof Dramani, could you please reposition? I'm losing you. Could you please reposition and make your point? Yeah.
Yeah, what I'm saying here is that that decision is a laudable one, because the kind of people that we are giving do not have the record that keeps our country straight. And I think that the president is able to compromise itself. Ghana remains a sovereign, and the decision taken in the interest of Ghana. Remember, the president is doing economic diplomacy. And I'm sure that in economic sense, I expect that Ghana that have taken Ghana that have passed. We actually expect an economic gain than the negative part of it.
Okay, so we know now that it's reported that most of these deportees are of Nigerian and Gambian extraction. So what does this mean for Ghana's bilateral and regional relations within ECOWAS?
As I put it, these are West African citizens. They are not like Venezuelans. They are not like those that are taken from Latin America, that are exposed from Ghana or another West Africa. They are Ghanaians. They are West Africa. And so Ghana will a diplomatic move to reach out to Nigerian and use the diplomatic channel and get the Nigerian citizens safely. It is time. It's a bilateral. Ghana will enter the same diplomatic and send them safely. So it's not forced movement, but it's an agreement Ghana will strike and put Ghana's good neighborhood to reach a big Gambia equally very important, and I don't think the Gambian government will take Ghana on.
Okay, Prof. So, Prof, to wrap up, what steps should Ghana take, to balance the humanitarian responsibilities with safeguarding national security and sovereignty? I mean, in cases like this.
Yeah, I think that Ghana government or the president or the Minister of Foreign Affairs should be mindful of those that they accept and to be sure that they do not pose any security threat to the country. Once that is done, then that is to go.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Dramani. He's with the Legon Center for International Affairs. Now let's move on to the NPP, which is the flag bearer aspirant. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has issued an apology for the mistakes made by the previous NPP government, pledging not to repeat them if elected president. So he made these remarks as part of his ongoing 3-day constituency executives engagement tour in the Ashanti region, which began on Wednesday, September 10. Now, addressing party executives and delegates, Dr. Bawumia emphasized the importance of unity and learning from the past. He urged the party to rally around his candidacy, citing Ghana's electoral history where presidential candidates tend to win on their second attempt. He also expressed gratitude to the delegates for their support and called for a contest of ideas and visions rather than division. He stressed that regardless of the outcome, the NPP must stay united to mount a strong campaign for 2028.
Still maintain Dr. Bawumia. Still maintain Dr. Bawumia. Asante Maisi say. Asante Maisi say. Asante Maisi say. Asante NPP akasa. Yetu abayewie ye research ewie. Yenim se aban ene ye party yaye mfomso. Yaye mfomso. Bebre ewo ye governance no mo. Niema wo ho a afi se ye beye yanye. Ye mebi so wo ho a ye ya anka ye hu from the background so a ye enti mejina ha ye nyina ye ka ho bi. Vice President, ministers, MPs, board chairman, appointees, ye nyina ya ye from so pacho momfanche en why momfanche ye nyina ye ya from so momfanche na yesua ye lessons. Nyame adom ena mode franka ne hyemensa me be ye president embasabium ye belle ni ye lessons momfanche embasabium.
Now, away from politics, There's a growing national concern over Ghana's legal age of sexual consent, with fresh calls for its revision as the country intensifies efforts to tackle child marriage and teenage pregnancies. The National House of Chiefs has become the latest institution to demand a change, urging the current age of consent, which is 16 years, to be raised in light of increasing cases of child marriage, particularly in rural communities. At a recent workshop focused on ending child marriage and also gender-based violence, President of the House, Ojiaho JB II, strongly criticized the existing legal framework and called for some urgent reform to better protect vulnerable children. My colleague Emmanuel Bright-Kweku attended the workshop and filed this report.
According to the 2022 UNICEF report, 16% of women between the ages of 20 and 24 in Ghana married or are in union before the age of 18. Many of these young ladies miss their chance at good education and a life to enjoy their childhood and teenage period. The United Nations Population Fund is rallying support from traditional leaders to end this societal menace. The organization has been educating members of the National House of Chiefs on the negative societal impact of the seeming customary norms and the urgent need for elimination. Ghana's Criminal Offences Act 1960, Act 29, outlines the age of sexual consent at 16 years old. There are concerns about the discrepancies over the constitutional age for marriage and sexual consent in Ghana. Principal State Attorney Victoria Esiedua says a constitutional reform is underway.
With the issue of consent, the legal age of sexual consent, which is 16 years, under Section 14 of the Criminal Offences Act, and the issue of the legal age of marriage, which is 18 years, as specified under the Children's Act. This one presents a deficiency in the law, because it appears as though it's a clawback clause. We call it clawback clause. The law is giving you the power to do something with one hand, and with another hand, the law is taking it back. So we see that there is a disharmony in the law. So this is what the draft amendments to the Children's Act is seeking to do, to harmonize these disparities, so to speak.
President of the National House of Chiefs, Ojiaho JB II, is backing the calls for the reform.
If you allow a girl to have sex at 16, it's a physiological need. Sex at a certain stage is a physiological need. So if the girls are not mature enough at that age, why do we encourage them to consent to sex? And then ask them to wait for 2 more years before they can be married. And I'm happy you say you are looking at this part of the law and that will be rectified very, very soon. It will help all of us if we can look at all these issues.
At least 9 cases of child marriage have been reported from January to June this year to the Commission for Human Rights and Administrative Justice. Dr. Wilfred Ochan, Country Director for UNFPA, is advising the promotion of social norms that will end child marriages.
You can be champions who stand against the practice and declare that in our communities and in our country, every child has the right to grow, to learn, and to choose her path. For a girl's value lies much more in her potential to be a good mother, a leader, and a contributor to the society. I therefore appeal to you to encourage our revered traditional leaders to promote social norms that reject child marriage.
For JoyNews, my name is Emmanuel Bright-Kweku.
Still on child-related issues, but this time in education, imagine sitting in class, watching your friends diligently taking notes while you have nothing to write on and nothing to write with. This was a daily reality for dozens of children at the Ahmadiyya Basic School in Techiman, where the cost of simple supplies was a barrier to learning. But today, the reality has changed as a charitable foundation delivered not just books and bags, but also hope. Anna Sabit has more.
School is back in session, but for many children, the excitement is overshadowed by a harsh reality, the struggle to even afford the basic tools for learning. Here in the Techiman Ahmadiyya Basic School, Dozens of needy children watch from the sidelines, their desks bare, their futures hanging in the balance. The simple act of opening a new exercise book is a luxury many of these students cannot afford. Behind the uniformed smiles lies a silent struggle that threatens to derail their education before it even begins. Headmistress of the school, Hamsa Yamfo, shares how these pupils are being left behind during learning hours.
We have some of the children who don't have even an exercise book to write in. For them, normally most of the teachers or some of the teachers do buy exercise books for the children to use. Some you have to provide them with pencils and others. Other than that, what you are teaching will be in vain.
She says the school itself is in a deplorable situation and calls on benevolent groups to help with infrastructure or possibly renovate the existing structures.
The school itself is in need of infrastructure. If you should go around the classrooms, you see that most of the floors are worn out and others. So we are pleading to the general public to help the school with, if not infrastructure, at least they should maintain or rehabilitate what we have here for us.
The children themselves are acutely aware of the gap. Many come from homes where putting food on the table is the priority, leaving little for books, pens, or school bags.
Your class not so much, right? I'm to get I have said, I'm not sure I'm too hard. Tell us, I have a short some professor catching and I said, you could so on Casa on scene. Say I'm at class and I'm short.
But today, a ray of hope arrived. The Al-Ikhlas Charity Foundation has stepped in, turning anxiety into anticipation. The non-profit group donated a complete set of learning materials from books and textbooks to pens, sharpeners, and school bags to about 100 of the most needy children in the school.
Well, it's raining discounts at the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair, but I'll tell you more about it after this break.
How may I help you today?
We'd like to open a bank account.
Sign here, sign here, sign here, and here. And now you draw direction to your house. I need your thumbprint. And I'll need your birth certificate too. No, I need the original.
A lot has changed since you banked like this. So have we. We've made it easier than ever to open an account online and bank on the go through our mobile app, online banking, and more. EcoBank, a better way to bank your way.
Sign here, and here.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Maintain a positive mindset. Adopt a positive and optimistic outlook, even in the face of challenges. This can help you navigate difficult situations more effectively. For instance, refrain from negative thoughts and focus on the potential solution.
Good Conduct, Great Life is brought to you by
Indomie. Tastes great.
Kivo 4-in-1 Gary Mix. It gets everything inside. Champion taste.
Get ready for a night of worship and celebration this September 21st, 2025. All roads lead to the National Theatre for Bernard Mankwa's celebration of His Grace concert under the theme Thou Art Loosed, featuring an all-star lineup of anointed ministers Reverend Thomas Yawson, Dave the Music Box, Gina Bankram, Roderick Ejekum, La Famille, Empress, and Presence Band. It's more than an encounter. Experience the freedom we adore as chains are broken and hearts are set free. And the best part, admission is absolutely free. With gratitude to our proud sponsors InnoLink, Rayroy, New Professionals, Innovate, Specialize, Fomi Ghana, and Controlite. Time is 6 p.m. sharp. Media partners Joy FM, Adum FM, Asempa FM, Hits FM, Adum TV, Joy Prime, My Joy Online. Call 0554 074 766. Mark your calendars for September 21st and come prepared to worship and celebrate. See you there.
Welcome back. Day 2 of the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair Mini Clinic at the Accra Mall has been nothing short of vibrant, with excited patrons walking away with their dream deals and exhibitors cashing in on the buzz. From juicy discounts to success stories carried over from previous clinics, both vendors and visitors say the experience has been rewarding, and today was no exception. My colleague Jacqueline Ansumayabwa has more.
The third stop of the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair, and it has shifted here to the Accra Mall. We started at the Achimota Mall and made our way to Tema, and finally we are here at the Accra Mall this weekend. And a lot of patrons have been trooping in here for the third clinic, where we have more than 20 exhibitors exhibiting their products here, giving all the services that has to do with housing and a lot more. So let's get interactive with the exhibitors here, and of course patrons who are trooping in here to find solutions to all their housing problems. You've made your way here, and I'm pretty sure you found what you're looking for.
Oh, believe me, we're building a house and we're going station to station. We're finding, yeah, we need this, yes, we need this, yes, we need this. And you know, when you're building a house, you have this checklist, and then here you even think about some of the things you hadn't thought about. So yeah, enjoying it, getting lots of information, and I'm telling you, the presentations of these people out here, excellent, excellent, excellent.
Now your overview too.
Well, my wife controls everything, so I don't have much to say, but we need everything that's here for our home. So I think it's a very good idea to interact with people, for customers and stuff like that. So
we're even finding things for friends. Oh. We're even finding things for friends. Oh yeah, if you don't want to build the headache of building, come on, there's lots of stuff.
But I hope you've gotten good discounts too.
Oh,
some of them are also giving good discounts.
Oh yes. And I'm telling you, nobody that we've met so far hasn't been knowledgeable about their product. And believe me,
very professional.
We need it.
I'm just starting to look around to see what I can buy today from the fair.
Door masters. You're looking for something in particular?
Yeah, I'm looking for a door, back door, and. Lucky enough, I've seen one which I'm buying. Yeah, everything is going fine with me. Yeah. Fine.
Is this your first time being part?
Several of your shows.
Okay. How has it been for you?
Yeah, and the time I go, I seem to get what I wanted from the fair. Yeah.
Every time there hasn't been a time that there has been a disappointment.
No, not at all. No.
I saw you earlier looking at the EV car. Did you get what you wanted?
Yes, I did. You know, I'm fascinated with the EV. And this is a smaller version of what I wish for because of my height and so on. Yeah, so even though I've tested it and all that, he tells me they have one which is like my spec, but it's in their office. So I wanted to go to their office to go and have a look at it.
Okay. Apart from the EV cars, have you spotted anything that is of interest to you?
The next thing was the security, because you know these days you have to have security everywhere. So I've just been by them and they've told me the kind of cameras and the way it works and the systems. So I've got their brochure and I will be talking to them.
Okay, so Overview too of the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat.
You know, this is my first time, and I'm happy. I hear it's a mini one, though, but
there's going to be a bigger one.
Yeah, I think you know, it's great because you advertise so many different products that people need.
I'm here with Doormaster. We met during the first clinic at Achimota, and then you were at Tema. How has it been for you? I can see you're very happy about today.
Well, so far so good. Yesterday the rain, showed us a bit of shaggy, but today has been vibrant. The weather is looking good, and then people are popping in. So I mean, we're kind of having fun and then doing what we're supposed to do.
Sure. But has the previous clinic been beneficial to your brand?
Oh yeah, absolutely. In terms of brand awareness, in terms of getting people to follow us on our socials, and then also making some leads and sales from all the interactions we've done. I think it has been amazing.
Okay.
Yes.
Right, now what does Doormaster have for us during this day?
Plenty is happening. You can see here, it's buy two get one free.
It's buy two get one free.
I'm telling you. So right now we are running that Chadiakes here promo from Doormaster. Doormaster says buy two exterior doors, we'll give you interior door for free, and then we'll give you free installation on top. So from now to the ending of September, if you're a homeowner, if you're a real estate developer, if you're a contractor, wherever you find yourself in the build industry, please come to Doormaster. We have 15 branches spread across the country. Tema, Kaswa, Kumase, Surum, Sawam, everywhere we are there. Our latest branch, we have a branch close to Chado, and then on the Amahia Road.
Now, I met you during the first clinic at Achimota, and I'm pretty sure you went to Tema.
Yes.
And here for the third clinic.
Yes.
How has the journey been?
Well, it's our first time, and we've really loved it so far from Achimota to Tema. Even though it's slow here, we are hoping that it picks up so that we can get to engage more with our customers.
And to end the news, GJA President Albert Jumfo is urging Ghanaians to embrace healthy living by making regular exercise part of their daily lifestyle. Speaking at the Asempa FM Walk with the Stars, he indicated that adopting fitness as a habit is essential to improving health and overall well-being. The walk began at Asempa FM, winding through Circle Overhead, through to the Graphic Road, the National Theatre, and Ministry's traffic lights before finally ending at the Accra Sports Stadium. The event drew high-profile participants, including the AMA boss, Chief of Staff, MPs, and others. Let's listen to the GJA president.
When we started the walk, the people we were expecting to fall didn't. Most of them dodged. One person who stood out is the Chief of Staff. He is really fit. He didn't even sweat. These walks bring good health to individuals. Therefore, if there are such events happening, I urge everyone to partake. Doctors even recommend 15-minute walks for everyone.
And that's it for JoyNews Prime. My name is Denisia Pomaije. Good evening.
Hello everyone, welcome to Prime Take. Today I'm having a conversation with one man who has contributed immensely to Ghana football in various ways, from club to national team. I recall that 2014 Chan semi-final contest against Nigeria, when the late Stephen Keshi was in charge of that Nigerian Chan team. And guess what? This gentleman seated next to me, he was then the assistant coach of Ghana's Black Stars. And guess what? He supervised Ghana's success, beating a man who had won the African Cup of Nations a year prior in South Africa, the very state that was hosting the Chan tournament. he supervised the national team, secured victory against them, and made it to the final against Libya. Unfortunately, Ghana could not lay its hands on that silverware, but many of us actually believe it is one of the highest moments of his coaching career. He's also a former footballer, someone who, if you're a Kumasi Asante Kotoko fan, is quite familiar with him. I don't want to say so much. I want him to share his own story, because here on Prime Take, this is what we do all the time. And today we are privileged to be seated with him in a very beautiful setup, Ram Studio. I don't know how he secured it, but Maxwell Konedu is a man who has a way of finding his own things. And today, he secured a place inside Ram Studios for us to have a conversation with him. Coach Maxwell Konedu is our guest on Prime Take. Coach, how are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Nice to meet you. It's been a while.
Yeah. Nice to meet you too.
How does South Africa treat you? You'll be back so soon.
No, it's a nice place, you know. It's a nice place. All that they are doing there, I think they are showing the way for the rest of Africa to also follow. Now Morocco is also doing it, and hopefully to spread to the rest of the continent.
Let me talk to you briefly about your life journey. How did it start? Where were you born? How was your upbringing like?
Yeah, I was born in Kumasi, but quickly taken to Wa after my mom was discharged from the hospital, you know, the Komfanochi Teaching Hospital in Kumasi. My mother took me to Wa, where my father was based and working, you know. And as a farmer, he was, you know, having almost nothing, you know, and we were also many. You know, growing up in Wa, I grew up to, you know, see a lot of my siblings, and we were all sleeping in the same room and other things. Those ones we can't talk about, but that is how it started.
How many were you?
We were 7.
Okay.
Yeah, actually we were 11, but the rest have passed. So
okay.
Yeah.
And you were all in the same one room?
Yeah, we were in one room with our dad. I saw that very well. I remember. So until my brothers started growing up, and they were, you know, going to rent some apartment for themselves, and, you know, taking us with them to sleep at the veranda. So when it was raining, we had to just get up and stand at a corner for the rain to stop before we could, you know, sweep the place and relay our mats down to sleep again. So that is how life started anyway. But thank God we grew up, and the story is different.
How did the footballing thing happen?
Yeah, way back at school, we played too many matches for our schools, and, you know, school football.
Yeah.
We play to, you know, please your girlfriends, and like some of my colleagues would call it man kung fu football. Yeah, we did that. And at a point, we saw that if we take this serious, I mean, we could make something out of it. So we had the interest to just play football, you know. So that is how it started, from school. And we were key players in the school team. And
all the way from primary JSS to secondary school? Or what?
Yeah. That time, it wasn't, yes, today they call it JSS.
Yes.
Then it was the elementary school, secondary, and So we played from elementary. Now I'm talking about the secondary school, inter-schools and inter-colleges, they call it, So when we were winning, and we got selected to play in the regionals, and we got selected to the academicals, which couldn't come on anyway, but we were part of all. It was Coach Afrani back then. He was very instrumental. And eventually, Kwame left Wa and joined Roadmasters. I continued to play for Wa Heroes as a young kid. Get some 10-15 minutes to play. And that is how it started. And when I completed school, I joined RTU through the late Alaji Jaola, may he so rest in peace. like Jaola and Abu John as well. See, they took me to RTU. And I played there a little bit. And when War Heroes qualified, I came back to War to play for 1 season. And from there, I joined Kotoko.
Which year was it? Which year did you join Kotoko?
92.
Wow.
Then the end of 91. Yeah. So the 1992-93 season started. Yeah, that is when we started playing for.
But for you to have joined Kotoko, it meant you were that good.
Yeah. You know, at that time, we were a bunch of players. We were all in the national camp. Let's say the Meteors camp.
Yeah.
Myself, Ajeteli, Ezekiel Lamu, Antonio Sekwajo, Frank Amankwa, a whole lot of the guys, Ablade Kuma, Shamokwe. You see, we're all in camp. And that is when, how come I joined Kotoko? You see, most of the boys, Ajeteli, our champion, they all went to Ash Gold. And I was supposed to go to Ash Gold with them. That time was Coach John Satukwefi who was handling them. He spoke to me, I agreed. I even went to Obuasi once for us to finalize everything. I came to Kumasi and they hijacked me. I signed immediately for Kotoko.
How many seasons did you play at Kotoko?
You see, funny enough, I didn't even play 2 seasons with Kotoko. And there were not too many radio stations like today. But at least every other weekend, we were scoring goals. And that is how come our name were all over. I didn't play Kotoko for even 2 years, 1.5 seasons. The second season, I traveled to Qatar. And that is...
Did Qatar serve you well?
Yeah, Qatar, it was good back then. It was very good.
Because many players often say that. I remember when I was speaking to Frimpam Manso, he said that when he left Kuwait, when he left Ghana to Kuwait was when he made money.
Yeah. That is how come we all settled in maybe Accra and Kumasi as we wanted. You know, even though we were saving small during our Kotoko days, but the Qatar trip changed everything for me. I came and bought this place where we are having this interview now and where I'm staying with the family. The Qatar money and...
It is Qatar money?
Yeah.
So we are seated inside Qatar building. Oh, wow. Yeah. I see. That's really a good one. Because I remember many players. I remember when I also spoke to this former Kotoko CEO, Pokinti.
Yeah.
He also spoke about how a move to Switzerland changes life.
Yeah.
When I speak to many former players, so we don't talk about...
But that is not to say that some also played here and, you know, built some houses. Yeah. I don't want to mention them, but there are very few. Those who were playing for their clubs and the national team, those who were careful enough, they had something from, especially with the national teams.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
But did you have any stains with any of the national teams?
Me, I can only say that how I made it to Barcelona. 92. The squad was very, very, very thick. I must be honest. And when they called the selection and I was even starting, I just couldn't believe myself. Well, that year, it's like everything was just falling in place for me. You know, I was scoring goals here and there. And it was 92 to even the qualifiers. I wasn't part of the Olympic qualifiers. It's Kotoko that I came, and you know, I started going to camp, but I got injured in the process of like we were training. I got injured and came back home. I was with RTU back then when they started the qualifiers. So I didn't even play about 80% of the qualifiers. And in the process, I left RTU and joined Kotoko. Or like, I left War Heroes to join Kotoko. And when I joined Kotoko, I started playing. I remember Mauritius came here, we beat them 5 or is it 7. We went there and beat them 3-0. I scored all the goals. I was playing with alongside Shamukwe and Abladikuma, and they were top players. Ziki Alamu, like I was saying, Kwame Ayew at a point was also playing. You know, they came from outside to play. Yapreku, Neo Datelamte, Mohamed Gago, and these big guys. So the first squad came out and I was starting. I don't know whether it was Ghana versus which country. I saw one of the videos recently and I was laughing on Facebook.
Pop-up memories.
Yes, on Facebook. So that is how it started. The Olympic Games also went well for all of us. And let me say, players like Yapreku and Kwame Ayew made a big name for himself when we took Ghana to the 3rd position. That was the first time in African history to get the bronze medal, you know. So we put Ghana up there. And after that, some of the players had the opportunity to travel and all that. But we came back to continue with our clubs before I traveled to Qatar.
As someone who clearly coaching, playing football, what would you say has been your defining moment in your career?
Oh, well, me making it to the Olympic Games was one, and I saw an official magazine that my picture was on the front, in the front of the magazine. Those time I felt like, but I was young, you know. I felt like I was on top of the world. Know? But you just need someone at a point in time to at least guide you a little bit, you know. Those moments, we had very good, you know, moments when we went up there playing against Pep Guardiola and the rest, you know. So that time was a very good time for me. And secondly, you know, taking Ghana to the AFCON finals in 2015 was also another moment I look back and say, we did our best.
What about the CHAN?
And the CHAN. And you see, I won twice, the WAFU games.
Yeah, 2013.
Yeah, I went to the finals once.
Yes.
You see, all these moments are moments that you sit back to, you know, reflect and say that I also did very good. At least you have moments that in your life you can also grow one day and tell your kids that when I was playing, I played to this level, and when I was coaching, I did my best to this level. But we haven't stopped. Maybe there are more to come, so we pray for the best.
What inspired your transition into coaching?
I mean, to become a coach, I can say two people played very important role. Now I'll come back to Kwame Ayew and President Nantichi.
Okay.
Yeah. You see, at the time I returned from London, I went to my sister in London to be there for some time. When I came back, you know, I put up a shop, and I was selling this floor tiles and all that. I had forgotten of football, whatever was over. So that is what I went into. And, you know, I said Kwame is my brother already. So we used to visit his properties, and there was one property he has. That is where his church is at the moment, you know. And one afternoon we were eating and he was telling me how he wants to develop the place and, added a page and a rehabilitation center like physiotherapy center and all that. And I also learned a little bit of that when I was playing, in Portugal. And we were discussing, and he said that, for the footballing aspect, if I want to, take that to, start to train people that will come for the doctors to work on them, then we can be training them until they become fit and go. And aside that, we can be training, let's say, strikers alone on certain
drills and all that.
Yes, before they rejoin their clubs. We were discussing all that. I had not thought about coaching, but this were the conversation we were having. After that, I was at the shop one day, Nantechi passed, and I think somebody told him, or he drove past and saw me there once. So he wanted to know whether it was me or
someone else.
So he came, and I was there. I said, are you here? I said, yes, this is where I work. And so at a point, he came to ask me that if I want to, work for All Stars, if I agree as a spokesperson.
Spokesperson?
Yeah, that is how it started.
He wanted you as a spokesperson for All Stars?
And I did.
Hey.
That is how it started. So I started, talking on radio for All Stars. That is how it started. Then later, he came again. That somebody heard my voice on radio and called to tell him that, hey, Maxwell is talking well about his team and all that. I said, yes, he's doing well. So he came to me again and we were discussing. And he asked me whether if I would want to be a coach one day. That Sanjo Bana called him. Sanjo Bana was with Red Bull Soccer Academy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, called him that he wanted a former player for his youth team. That is where you can teach them all the techniques in kicking, in trapping, and all that. So if I was interested, I should let him know. We spoke and he left. But when I came home, I think I thought about it and I said, hey, this thing, I spoke to Kwame about this thing, and President too from nowhere.
Was he already the FA president then?
Yes. No, that time, I think he wasn't.
Oh, okay.
He wasn't, but in the process of, that time I think that was the year where All Stars qualified. Was he the president? I don't think so.
Qualified to the Premier League?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was his first year or something. Yeah.
Possible.
Yeah. Because I quite remember All Stars played in a JC that people were talking about. I remember, I think so. Yeah, he was the president. Then when I came home, I thought about this and I said, this can't be coincidence. So I called him and I said, yes, I will want to be the coach. So he should talk to Sanjo Bana that I will want to come. Then he said, okay. So immediately I phoned my godfather, Coach Samadi. He was working with Feyenoord Academy. I called him and he said, Maxwell, you intelligent guys like some of you guys are sitting home doing nothing. You can't do this to football. You have to give back to the young ones coming up. You are too smart to be at home. So he said if I was interested, I should come to Feyenoord, Fete. So every morning I used to drive from Accra to Gomwa Fete. And there was this one young guy there, Sadiq, that young coach Sadiq.
He's still living there?
Yeah. He's a witness to what I'm saying. So I'll go and I'll understudy or be part of the cone arrangements and everything that was going on. That is how I started. So after some months, Antechi just called Sanjo Bana that he's had the guy. So I went there immediately and they gave me the U15 team to coach. I wasn't even in their senior team. So I went and I was training the U15. We went on a nationwide tour and, selected some good guys. And so that is how it started.
And finally, you've gotten here to the extent that you have coached many teams, including the likes of Kotoko, even won the Ghana Premier League with Kumasi Kotoko.
Yeah, because I was learning very fast. I was learning very, very, very fast. And when I decided to become a coach, and I went to Fete, I was learning everything that Coach Adi was doing. I learned a lot. So when I came to Red Bull Soccer Academy, there to the technical director used to teach us a lot of things. What or the content you'll be, feeding the players with. So we'll get the program from him. We could add, he told us, you could add what you think is right, but just don't overtrain the young kids.
The young kids.
Yeah. So we're very cautious in training them. Then the opportunity came for us to apply and go to Germany for training. So myself, Didi Dramani, Ben Foku, and Ibrahim Tanko of UDS. I suppose, yeah.
He's not the president of GUSA.
Yeah. The four of us, the FA took us to Germany to go and, go and learn. So we did the UEFA B equivalent, and we all went through and came back. And when we came back, Wow Stars was almost last on the league table. And President called me that, hey, can you come and help a bit? I said yes. I just didn't waste time. I agreed. And, joined Wow Stars and helped the team to, I think we became like 6th or 5th on the league table from the last spot. So that is how my career started. And that very year, I quite remember Dr. Keke Sapontu was at Kotoko.
Yes.
And the things were not going well.
We are not going to 11 to 12.
Yes. Things were not going well. So I think a friend recommended me to him that he should take me as the assistant coach. There was one white coach there, I've forgotten of his name. Yeah, I think he's also one of the Serbians also. Yeah. So my first encounter was against FC Nania as an assistant coach against Kotoko FC Nania, FA Cup finals.
Oh, I remember.
You remember that match?
Yes.
The Accra Sports Stadium.
Yes, 2011.
We lost that one.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was the Prince Bafo and Kodia group.
Yeah.
Those boys at Nania were too good.
They were very good. Nania was very, very good. So that was my first match at, for Kotoko as an assistant coach. So after that, I think the season was over.
Yes.
And it was the only match left. Then we needed to recruit and build Asante Kotoko. In the process, the coach went to Serbia and never came back. I don't know what happened. That's why I think the management have to. Yeah. So I was asked to take over and take the team to pre-season and start, preparing for the upcoming season, whilst they look for a head coach. So we were in camp day in, day out. We were training and, working so hard. And I think management paid us a visit. I remember Kwambani Akon, Dr. Keke Sapon, and Jerry Asare. Yeah. They all came. We were playing a friendly match. And after the friendly match, I think when they were driving back home, it was later Kwambani Akon was telling me that he said, Doctor, what he has seen the team doing of late. I think they should leave the team for me for some few weeks and see what we can do. Because he has started seeing some signs that the team may do well this time around. So that is how it started. We won the league, and I was the head coach, and everything just fell in place. I remember.
You were in charge when Michael Akufu scored that against Accra House.
That long
after Mahatma also had just equalized.
Yes.
I remember. And I remember that was also the year that you became an assistant to Kwesi Appiah in the Black Stars.
Yeah. That was the same year. So I had to, when Kwesi Appiah called me, I had to go to Dr. Keke Sapon to, ask for his blessings. And he was finding it difficult to replace me and accept the fact that he has to tell Kotoko supporters that I'm leaving.
And in fact, as a Kotoko fan myself, we couldn't understand why they were taking away our coach.
But that man is a very, very good man.
Because we believed that with you, going to Africa was going to be something else.
He said that, no, as a young man, I have dreams, and he cannot, stand in my way if I have that opportunity. He will never be the one to stop it, so I should go. So in the process of getting a coach, I had to be involved and all that. And I think I called my good friend Didi Dramani too. Yeah. So that is how it was. I went to Black Stars from there.
And how was the Black Stars journey like?
At that time, it wasn't easy. We had, taken over from
Goran Stevanovic.
Yes. And immediately we were to play the AFCON qualifiers, and that time the AFCON I think was played twice in a year or something.
So what CAF decided to do was that they decided to revise it so that it goes into an odd year, because in an even year.
Yeah.
So we had just played the 2012 edition in Gabon and Equatorial Guinea. Mm-hmm. They were going to do the 2013 edition in South Africa, so that it will go to odd year 2015, 2017.
Yeah. So that is how I started. So we started the qualifiers and we were beating teams here and there. And eventually the World Cup qualifiers started, and we hammered Egypt, I think 6-1 at the Kumasi Sports Stadium.
I remember when you also beat Lesotho.
Yeah.
The late Christian Achu's debut game.
Yeah. So that's how it started.
But how would you describe that journey with the national team? Going into the World Cup, then you returned. There was a dissolution of the national team technical team, but you were still there. You joined the Avram Grant. You were part of the team that made it to the 2015 AFCON final. How would you describe those moments, those journeys?
Yeah, when we started, we easily qualified for the AFCON that was played in South Africa, and came back, and we were to prepare for the World Cup.
Yes.
And we were working very hard. We were working so very hard, and eventually we had all the big boys we wanted. Sule Montari, some of them have left the team for some time, but we had to.
Michael Essien and
They had left.
We were surprised at how you were able to bring them back.
So we brought all of them back to at least make sure that we are not leaving everybody out. And Ghanaians wanted to also see that we had all our stars on board, and we could not be scared of any team and all that. So we brought all of them on board. But it was so unfortunate that we went to the World Cup. And one thing that I still say that I'm proud of is being part of that team that was solely managed by local guys, and we took our nation to the World Cup in Brazil 2014. That achievement was also very, very, very important. And we went to the World Cup, and all that happened there. So that is how...
The day people lost the dressing room.
It wasn't a dressing room issue. What happened at camp, I think about 5 of it was discussed, you know? And sometimes we hear people saying stuff out there and we know that all those things were not true. And the ones that were true, somehow, some way, they twisted them. What happened between Sule and Mr.
Parker?
Yeah, Sir Moses Parker. That was the only moment the technical team were not involved in the meeting. I don't know whether you've heard this before.
No.
That was the only moment the meeting was held in camp that the technical team were not included.
Even head coach Kosi appeared to
no member of the technical team. So that thing happened when some of us were even sleeping. We didn't know why, because we were not involved in that meeting.
But I also said there was a meeting Kosi Appiah cried.
No. That is not also true. So whoever said that thing, it should come out that he was there in that meeting that he cried. It's not true. And I'm saying,
was it when that was the meeting that he cried, or he did not cry at all?
Me, whether he cried or not, I was always with him. I didn't see any moment that he cried. So, which meeting was that? And I'm saying, the only meeting we were not part of was the one that ended in a fight. The technical team members were not involved. And whatever happened in that meeting, we were also briefed. Like you heard, they also told us this and that happened.
But did you discuss the decision to dismiss Sule Muntari and Calvin Prince Boateng from Ghana?
Nothing. I think at that time, I think it was the best decision for the team. You know, if nothing had happened, we never knew what was going to happen next. You know, so like Moses Parker has to change camp and go to a different hotel.
The atmosphere was that volatile.
Yeah, it was.
Let's talk about the chant team. At what point were you given the chant team?
The chant team immediately, you know, the administration made it that the assistant coach of the Black Stars should always be in charge of the chant team.
Previously, it was the head coach who was in charge.
Yeah. Before we came in, it was the head coach.
Yes, Milo.
Yeah.
Milo took the chant team today.
Yeah. Even with this, at a point that this decision was taken, wherever we went, Kosi Appiah used to travel there. He came to the South Africa that we are talking about.
Yes.
He came there and was part of everything. Just that he was not getting too deep involved. But the advice that we needed to, you know, get from him, we took it and we worked with it. That is how it was.
Looking back, what would you say was the key to you making it to the final of that tournament?
The finals?
Yes.
Is you know, beating Stephen Keshi and Nigeria with 10 men, you know, that changed everything. It was a match that was very, very important. You know, Ghana and Nigeria, you know, the rivalry.
We have a certain rivalry.
Yeah. It was there. So we went in very, very aggressively. And in the process, we had a red card. And we were able to manage the situation till we beat them and progress to the finals.
What was the secret behind it? What was that big secret?
It was the commitment.
No secret, commitment.
Yeah, it was the commitment. We were committed. We were so committed. The boys they gave everything. They just wanted to win something. It was, you see, you know, how long the nation has taken for not winning, and it is just the normal waffles I was winning, and recently Kojito 2-1.
Cup under 20.
Yeah, under 20 and all that. So it was this minor trophies. We wanted to, you know,
change
win.
the narrative.
Yes. And that is always our mission. When we get out there, we want to just make the difference. That's all.
And also talk to me, what would you say has been your major challenge as a coach in this country?
When I was coaching one of the local clubs.
Is it Kotoko in Swatman? You've coached Kotoko twice, actually.
Yeah. The second time, I played, I think, 5 games or so. I think won 1, drew 1. I think 4 games. I don't quite remember. I won 1, drew 2, and lost 1. Yeah. That was it.
And they came and said you should stop that job. They came to your hotel and asked you to stop. How did you take that news? Did it surprise you?
Yes, it was a shock. That was the first time like I was getting fired. I never, in my whole entire career, I never knew what that word meant till that day.
How did you take that?
Yeah, I took it in good faith. You know, that was the first time, but it was as a shock, but I handled it.
And you had a very huge issue with them. They were asking for their car. You were also asking for money.
No, you see, you see, another thing I think I have to correct here is they were not asking for the car, and I was asking for whatever. You see, when that thing happened, the CEO called me back to come and coach the team, and I said, you gave me a letter when you were firing me, so if you want to re-employ me, write another letter. But he just verbally told me to join the team. We were going to Medium or somewhere after beating the team in Dawu. Yeah, we played at where Dreams used to play.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it was a Wednesday match. It was against Medium. He asked me to join the team. I said, no, you have to give me a letter again. But that letter never came.
But were you willing to rejoin the team?
If he had written the letter, I would have joined.
So that means that you needed a letter withdrawing the sack. So that means that you've been re-engaged. Is it different terms or the same?
Yeah, that is the normal thing. You fired me with a letter. So if you want to re-employ me, give me a letter that you have decided to re-employ me. Or change your decision.
That's an interesting one. And also there was the national team too, the Black Stars. You've been
no, and let me finish this one. And I heard it out there that I didn't want to bring the car or
yes.
The case was pending, and I told them the car I will not. What am I using the car for? You take Kotoko's car. I think that car was even, given to us by Mr. Kofi Aban, yeah. So there was no way I could take the car that I'm not returning. But the supporters did well.
They did well?
Yeah, the supporters did well.
Damenya
paid the money. He paid. What he gave me was nowhere near the full amount. But that act alone, the little that he did, the rest I didn't ask them, the rest I didn't pursue it. I left it like that till today.
Damanya paid you?
Damanya who paid.
Or let's say he made part payment though.
Yeah.
He made part payment?
Yeah.
Oh wow, that was a good one.
So I went to the then CEO with Damanya to hand the keys to him.
Wow, I see.
Damanya took me. We even went and watched Kotoko's game, or was it some game like that at the Accra Sports Stadium? From there, we called the CEO and went and handed the key to him with the supporters.
Oh, that's interesting. Then the supporters stepped in and had the issue resolved. And the national team too. You made the national team too twice. You were there twice.
Mm-hmm.
What happened in Cameroon?
Wow, that was a difficult moment. We went to the pre-tournament campaign in Qatar.
Yes.
And we hardly had players to even train. You go to training, 7 players.
Is that what contributed to you your woeful?
I think it played a significant role in us not doing well. You go to training, you have no team to train, and believe me, listen, we had 95 or 98% of the squad and trained only once. The following day, we flew to Cameroon. That is what happened. So we went to the tournament unprepared.
But even if you went to the tournament unprepared,
and we were expecting Kudus, and he didn't even show up.
I wrote to his club then, and I don't know if he was in Ajax. I wrote to Ajax about how you people were waiting for him and all that. And they told me categorically that they didn't understand why people were waiting for him to come, because the boy was injured.
It was injured where?
You people didn't believe that he was injured?
These Europeans, you never believe them.
but one thing I want to understand is that in as much as you would tell me that you people didn't have enough training sessions, I was also made to understand that then coach Milovan Rival has said that the team needed to go through surgery. Did you hear that? Did you ever?
Yeah, I heard that.
So it means that there was also some problems with the team that needed to be fixed.
No, it was like some players were not, willing to come, and we had to also manage certain situations. In this industry, we can't, put everything. What happened in camp, we can't put everything out there. We are still in the industry, and we need to protect it and make sure that we paint a very positive image of our football. You see, when we are all building the nation using football, we don't have to. Sometimes when certain dirty things happen, we can come out and tell ourselves, but we can't throw everything out there, whatever happened in camp.
There's this thing about Ghanaian coaches not giving enough respect in terms of managing the national team. So, for instance, people often believe that local coaches are not good enough, so we are hardly given opportunities.
Not this time. We have very good local coaches. You have very good local coaches.
Just that you are not accorded the respect?
Maybe. I don't know the impression from management level. But to tell me Ghanaian coaches are not there yet, that's a mistake.
So do you feel that local coaches are given enough opportunities to manage the national team?
When we get the opportunities, we will do well.
But some of you have had the opportunity.
No, to become a head coach, that doesn't happen often, especially with the Black Stars. Apart from Kwesi Appiah, who again?
In recent years.
Yeah, that's all.
But Otto too is a local coach, or you will not say Otto is a local coach?
Okay, yeah, he's a Ghanaian, so what do we say? So, he has a European mentality, which is also good for the game. But to say a local coach cannot do well, you see, regardless of your background, if you don't get the needed support from management, there's no way you can succeed. You need that support, whether you are local or you are whatever. You need the support from Ghanaians and from management, the FA.
Let's wrap up the conversation pretty quick. And I want to talk about 2015 AFCON. That final you people lost. What kind of a manager was Avram Grant? Because we had just come back from a very toxic World Cup, ushered into African Cup. We were in the final. How did you people do it?
When you keep one group for a long time, eventually, the chemistry was there, everything was there, and that team didn't change that much. It didn't change that much. So if you quite remember, we were from one AFCON, then we went to the World Cup, then came to another AFCON. So when you check, those crop of players were there. So they were matured at that time. It was only, I think that was when they left Kwesi Appiah, yeah?
Yes.
And I took the team to play 2 matches in Tamale and qualified. They brought Abraham Grant. Then we went. Everything was prepared already. The team was intact.
Okay, so talk to me. You won the FA Cup with Inshort Roman. And later you went to South Africa. But in between that, there was this hooliganism incident where you were attacked. How bad was that moment?
At Inshort.
When you went to Sunyani to play Tanoba Fakwa, and then you were attacked.
Yeah, we were attacked. Yeah, and I ended up in the hospital and all that. Yeah. It happened. Sunyani. You see, some of the supporters, I think, they were expecting to win, and it didn't go their way. It was goalless, and immediately the referee blew his whistle to bring proceedings to an end. The supporters were, invading the pitch from all angles, But when they were coming, we grouped as a team, or the playing body, the technical team. We went to the center line to be there. But the supporters didn't touch us, so they went after the referees. But some supporters too, or some security men, protected the referees and the assistants, took them through the tunnel and they went away. So the supporters just couldn't lay hands on the referees. So from there, they turned and they were coming to our direction where we had grouped. That's where they came to attack us, and I ended up in the hospital.
As someone who experienced hooliganism at first hand, because in fact, recently a fan was killed in Swatre. How terrible is hooliganism?
Hey, that's serious, eh? We don't have to, condone that. That's the worst thing you can think of. You being attacked at the opponent's grounds. You see, you are not many. How many are you people? So we have to protect everybody. That thing shouldn't happen. We shouldn't encourage that thing at all. Because you see, you leave your family back home to go and watch a match and come and you never return. Surely that is the worst thing that. And even the way that guy was also murdered was another painful, incident. We just don't have to encourage that.
What is the most difficult decision you've ever taken as a coach?
Most ever difficult decision. There are many, but that is the nature of the job. Sometimes it can be a very good player you think that should make your squad, but because of some comparisons and some certain things that you think this one has it a little bit than this, you take that decision knowing very well that this one too deserve to make it. But when you are dealing with numbers, definitely you have to, cut some people off.
What legacy do you want to leave as a coach? Maybe to put the national team, the Black Stars? Something?
Yeah, to win the AFCON for Ghana. That is what I think we are dying to achieve. To win the AFCON for Ghana.
You want to win the AFCON for Ghana as a head coach of the team?
Whatever, even as an assistant, I don't mind. I just want to win the AFCON for Ghana.
But you've been there twice already, as an assistant, twice already. People will say, is it only Maxwell who can be assistant coach? Even when you were coming for a second time.
No, this time around, not as an assistant anyway.
You want to be the
But one day. Not today. I'm not saying it now or one day.
What is your assessment of Otuado, head coach of the Black Stars? Failed to qualify the was it disappointing that he failed to?
Otto has done well. Otto has done well, not because he won these 2 matches. That's not what I'm talking about. For a coach to go through what he went through, he has really done well.
For failing to qualify to the AFCON, he has done well.
No,
Coach Barron.
you don't understand. That position is not easy. It's not easy. Black Star is not about your coaching methodologies and all that. No, it's about taking decisions for the country. It's about decision making. I'm telling you, how many days do you even have to train these already fit players who are coming from Europe? It's decision making. At that level, it's about making strong decisions.
Were you disappointed Ghana failed to qualify for the AFCON?
Oh, at least, yes, I'm a Ghanaian. I wasn't happy. But I'm saying Otto has done well because of certain decisions that he had to take, whether it went wrong or he was correct.
Coach is
and he has been able
a fellow coach.
And he has been able to maintain his decisions and stands by it up till now. Well, he has done well. The insults, the negativity, you people, you know.
Do you think you can take us to the World Cup?
Oh, I believe we will qualify for the World Cup. Where we have gotten to, we shouldn't look back again. We have to.
If we fail.
Oh, we will qualify.
I'm just assuming.
Why can look at the teams we are playing. We will qualify.
One of those teams beat you in Comoros.
Oh, this time around, you see, we needed to.
Nigeria came here to beat us.
We needed to win one match.
You couldn't win.
And we won that one match, and our momentum is back. So,
okay,
we'll move on.
Hopefully, Otoado will be securing qualification for Ghana to go to the FIFA World Cup in Mexico, Canada, and the USA. As coaches, and I've always said that coaches find themselves in a difficult situation because it is their job. So it's difficult for them to say certain things about their colleagues. But clearly, as a journalist, as a media person, I would say that failure to qualify.
You want me to tell you what he didn't do well?
Oh, so if you fail to qualify to the AFCON, should he have been maintained? 4 matches, Kotoko came and sacked you. He played 6 matches, he didn't win 1.
No, sometimes.
The whole country couldn't qualify to the AFCON.
No, I said that Black Stars, you need to take the right decisions at the right time. I think that was what affected the team.
So he didn't take the right decisions?
Yes, at the right time. I think that was the team's problem, decision making. You could take one decision that will affect the entire squad, and you take one decision to everybody will be on board and you get going. Like that is how Black Stars is. It's a lot, captainship, whatever, selection, armband, what, a whole lot.
So why is the armband even an issue? Why?
It's only in Ghana.
In fact, I didn't talk about Kwesi Appiah asking you to not to be his assistant again. Kwesi Appiah 2019. What happened? Why did he take you off as an assistant coach?
Oh, that is normal. You see, you can be working with somebody, and for whatever reason, you may want to, continue with another person. Or that is not.
Did he tell you why?
No. I didn't ask.
He never told you why he was taking you off as his assistant coach?
No, I respected that decision, and I have to just respect that because, like I said, through Nantechi, he brought me. And after working for some time, and he said, no.
Because Nantechi was no longer there, he was like, oh, you are Nantechi boy, so bye-bye.
That's not, I don't really, you see, when you give that respect to certain decisions, it helps, it helps a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Coach, thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome.
I'm extremely grateful. This is an interview I've chased for so long, and finally I've gotten it. This has been Prime Take with Maxwell Konedu, being my guest. We appreciate your company.
This voice speaks a lot of volume to me personally, because I feel like my forefather or my own father was killed here, and it's like a child who didn't meet his father, but you come and you hear that this is where your father was slaughtered. you understand, or your father was killed. So anytime we come here, we feel like this is the home of our ancestors. Here was the center where the plot to capture Otumfuo was initiated, and here was the center where he was captured.
A for amazing, B for big wins, C for cash in your wallet. It's the ABC game, as easy as ABC. Just dial *262# and pick 3 letters like WIN or FUN and stick as low as 1 Ghana cedi. With just 1 letter correct, you stand a chance of winning up to 1 million Ghana cedis daily and get paid instantly to your phone. And guess what? Even if you lose, you get 10% cash back. No wahala, no waiting, just winning. Try it now. Dial *262# because life should be as easy as ABC. Play responsibly. Approved and regulated by the NLA.
Adum TV, ye. Are you ready for a deep dive? Come join MOBA 80 in a retro experience with a new twist. Infantipan Old Boys Association class of 1980 welcomes you to the 1980 Alumni Homecoming. An old school open house party celebrating our 50th Greenhorns anniversary with special guests Gay 80, Santa 80, Hopsa 80, Absu 80, Moga 80. This is happening on the 21st of September. St. Nkrumah's Memorial Day at the +233 Jazz Bar and Grill, Northridge, Accra. Join us for a sizzling barbecue from 4:30 p.m. with vintage vibes running through till late. Let's reconnect, celebrate our legacy, and kick off our homecoming in style with our partners Joy FM, African World Airlines, Zena Lodge, and +233. This is a Heritage League production powered by Carl Albin Events.
My name is Albert Sori in the Upper East Regional Capital, Bolgatanga, and this is Joy News, independent, fearless, credible.
When you picture books, what do you think about? Are they boring old pieces that need to be brought to life? Well, you're on the right platform, because over here on the Joy Book Club, we do bring books to life. My name is Benjamin Akakpo. It's a pleasure coming your way today, because guess what? Dum, 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 dum. I have another fantastic book coming your way. This is where you get to read without reading. But I also encourage that as you join us, you grab copies of the books we look at. And today, yours truly, I'll be considering this book that stoked my ire at a point. But it's also a beautiful book about injustice, justice, and everything in between. If you're a feminist, this book is for you. And if you're an anti-feminist, I think this book is for you too. So let's fight over it respectfully on the show. Welcome aboard. Now, before I get to my literary fun fact for today, let me introduce my guests to you, starting from the right. Should I mention your full name? Hello. We have Anna Na Amanua Ankra. Welcome, Anna.
Thank you, Benjamin.
Full name as well?
Sure, why not?
This is quite a responsibility, right? Nelly Nanajwa Bena Ajimanjemfi on the other end. Ladies, thank you for joining the conversation.
Thank you for having us.
Please tell us a bit about yourselves.
Yeah, should I? Okay, great. So a little bit about me. I am Director of Marketing and Communications for Academic City University College.
Okay.
Wouldn't necessarily describe myself as an avid book reader, but we'll get into this particular book and why it caught my attention.
All right, thank you very much. How about you, Anna?
Okay, so I'm a book lover, a language enthusiast, and an author as well. I do a lot of books and texts, and I love reading, so.
Okay. I was just trying to remember how it's, what kase? Kase?
Yeah.
What was the kase again?
Len.
What kase ga? Gina Kai.
Yes.
The little ga I can master. She's excellent in ga. Well, thank you, ladies, for joining the conversation. But let me quickly get to my literary fun fact. Now, fact has it that former American President Theodore Roosevelt read one book a day. How many books have you read again this year? Anyway, so an interesting fact for sure. With today's distractions, we would find it difficult to read this much, but there are plenty of people that read a lot of books in a week, but one day is quite an achievement. So there you go. I don't know how he did it because no social media at the time, none of these book apps that read books to you and all of that. How did he do it? Unless it's fiction, but we can believe it and at least aspire to something like that. I hear there's something interesting about reading before you sleep. It does something good for the mind. So try. Even if a book every 2 weeks, not bad, yeah? Let's come back into the studio, and we're reviewing today Yomi Adegoke's The List. You should be afraid. You should be very afraid because you don't want your name on the list. So let's get into a bit about the author of the book and the blurb. Who does what? Who wants to take the blurb?
I think I'll give it to Anna.
Okay, Anna. Let's deal with the blurb for the book, or at least what some have said about this book.
Okay, so am I to read it?
Yes.
Okay, so Ola Olajide, a high-profile journalist at Women's Magazine, is marrying the love of her life in 1 month's time. Young, beautiful, and successful, she and her fiancé, Michael, truly seem to have it all. That is until one morning they both wake up to the same message. Oh my God, have you seen the list? It began as a list of anonymous allegations about abusive men circulated in secret to protect other women. Now it has been published online. Ola would usually be the first to report on it, calling for the men to be fired. Except today, Michael's name is on there.
Okay, so that's it for the blurb. How about the author? There's something little at the bottom about her?
Oh, yes. Yomi Adegoke is the co-author of the best-selling book Slay in Your Lane. She's a columnist at The Guardian and British Vogue, and she was named on the Forbes 30 Under 30 list in 2021.
All right, so a bit about her. Ladies, how did you find this book? I'll start with you this time, Nelly.
Yeah,
you have to start with that because, Charlie, this book, it be some way.
Hey. I mean, I think it played with my emotions. I'm not going to lie. I feel like I felt everything. I felt sad.
You stopped reading. You had to put it down.
I had to put it down at a point for about a week or so.
Right.
Where I was just like, I need a break from this. But I was sad. I was happy. I was frustrated. I was primarily annoyed at the characters for a good part of the book.
Okay.
Yeah. But it was good. Overall, not bad. A roller coaster ride emotionally, but not bad.
For you, Anna?
Yeah, I think this book is a really interesting one. It's actually a page turner as it was described. It has so much, infuses so much emotion, brings to bear the reality of the situations in the book. And as it's set in present, as in this current dispensation with social media and everything, makes it very relatable. I enjoyed every bit of it.
Let me stay with you. Who's your favorite character in this book?
Oh, that's a tough one. Probably, let me say Michael and Ola, maybe.
Protagonists.
Yes, very interesting choice from the way Nelly looked at me. I'm sure she doesn't agree, but yeah, I think they are my favorite characters.
Your favorite character or characters?
I'd say Celie. I think it's not easy to...
Celie?
Yes, I know. But I think there was something beautiful about how she kept her friend accountable, even in very difficult situations, and how even with everything that she was going through, she was still there for her. Yeah.
No, I see. Okay, interesting. We'll wrap with themes in the book and basically what stood out for you by way of themes, the key threads running through the book.
All that glitters is not gold. Everything is not as it seems.
Okay, interesting. It's almost proverbial. Yes, for you?
Oh, love, I guess.
I know you're a sucker for it. I know. You went there.
Yeah, love. I think that's central to everything, from the bond of their parents, their personal bonds, the friendship and everything. Love was central to everything in this book. So I think for me, love does it.
Okay. For me, I looked at abuse, which is a reality in the book. Some people are culpable, but also injustice in the sense that some people were not culpable and they found their names on the list. And this whole bit about the power of social media and how people abuse it, you know. But we'll get into some of those as we get into the story. So we'll start, not from the very start, I'm starting from page 11. And ladies, you'll be reading along with me at some point. I'll read the first bit. Ola and Michael had met at a media networking event for Black Brits 3 years ago in the summer of 2016, when charts were dominated by the Drake songs that launched 1,000 situationships. Controller, One Dance, his feature on Rihanna's work. They hit it off immediately. She had been pleasantly surprised when he asked her out a week later, announcing her impending date to the group chat with the second best picture of him she could find on his Facebook. In the first, he was at an Independence Day party with his shirt unbuttoned down nearly to his navel, sporting a small Ghanaian flag as a makeshift bandana. Ola wanted to avoid potential fuckboy accusations. So the one she chose was a black and white candid that made him look like a motivational speaker. And let me say this book is a bit explicit, and so you will hear some F words and S words, but it's the book, and it's raw, and we're taking it as it is. NGL, he's buff, Ruth offered in the St. Augustine's Finest WhatsApp group, but he looks like a F-boy, to be honest, lol. It looks like he played drums at church, Celie added, and you know they are the worst of all. Apologies to all drummers, especially the church ones. Now, they admitted he was gorgeous, at least. Michael was even taller than Ola at 6'2", with almond-shaped eyes and flawless skin. Underneath a meticulously groomed beard lay a carved from black marble face. He was well-dressed into details, never without a thin gold chain and a small hoop earring in his left ear that his mom had hated and Ola adored. His looks were all her friends agreed on when it came to Michael. Celie and Ruth weren't even sure anyone Ola liked was good enough for her, a reflection of their impossibly high standards. Once Ruth failed to maintain herself and perpetually celibate Celie didn't have to. rather than her bad taste, of course. So she barely batted an eyelid at their view of him. Ola liked the way she felt around Michael. Looser, less herself, but more herself. He was street smart, funny, and kind. And although she didn't exactly like the fact that she always had to foot their restaurant bill, she liked even less what it said about her if she penalized him for it. With this gender pay gap you're constantly writing about, he really has no excuse, Ruth said when they started dating. When you started reading and got to this point, what came to your mind about this relationship, how it had started, and what likely it would end up in? I'll start with you, Anna.
Okay, so I thought these were going to be two very interesting people. You had just found out there was that pay gap, or one person employed and the other unemployed. In that setting or within that setting, there's a friend who's...
And maybe let's put it in perspective. The woman is Nigerian. The man is Ghanaian.
He's Ghanaian.
The man doesn't have a job.
Yes.
He's in the process of getting a job or applying. And the woman has a well-paying
job. Yes.
Okay. I put it in that context, especially because, yes, everywhere there's the expectation of men, but especially in Africa, it's like, yo, so yeah, go on.
Yeah, so you'd realize her friends had even started making some comments on that, which were very distasteful anyway, but that's the reality on the ground, and that's what happens in this part of the world, or yeah, particularly in Africa, where it's expected that men should take up some of these things, and here she is paying for dinner and all those things, and so that puts them in an interesting light. I like the way she introduces these characters and their whole relationship. Yeah.
Okay, and I don't know what your reaction is, but if you read on from there, now Ola has a penchant for touching her phone, so she's put this app called Blocked on her phone, and then it regulates her time on the phone and would not allow, it would literally block her out if she tries to get on the phone before she's supposed to. But then she realizes she's been missing a lot of calls, and she gets a message, for example, that says, have you seen it? Have you seen the list? Now, what exactly is happening here, Nelly?
So this is the point at which her whole world is about to implode. So her friends have seen the list and they've seen Michael's name on it. They are worried about her and her reaction and are trying to see if she has already seen it, which obviously because of the app you spoke about, she hasn't. So things are about to get dicey from here.
And Michael at this time, what's happening with Michael? He's also going through, I mean, a message comes through, is that S true? Like, you know, he's also, I mean, he wakes up. In fact, let me get to, I believe I should maybe get to page 19. Is it page 19 or page 26? Where Michael actually also gets messages and okay, yeah, I think that's it. As he opened, maybe one of you should read page 15. Anna, would you like to take from the third paragraph?
Okay. As he opened his wardrobe, Michael reached for one of the few fitted colored shirts he owned and a pair of smart black trousers, instead of his usual self-imposed uniform of a dark jumper, matching joggers and trainers. He knew he would be a touch overdressed for the notoriously laid-back startup, but he couldn't shake the scornful voice of his mother, sarcastically inquiring why he wanted to give off the impression of unemployment on his first day. He was about to make his way down to the kitchen for some breakfast when he decided to check his phone. It had been left charging overnight, but the moment the screen lit up, he knew something was wrong. 21 missed calls, 59 WhatsApps. His stomach churned. Who had died? Michael thought of his grandmother, who he didn't call anywhere near enough. The last time they had spoken over a week and a half ago, She was just getting over minor surgery.
Okay, let's end it there. And then Ryan comes in, and that is where the question about, is this as true, comes in. So from both ends, both with Ola and Michael, it's slowly dawning on them that something is wrong. But what exactly is the problem? But let's talk about Curated, where Michael has got his latest job.
Yes.
This is like lifeline. Let's talk about his first day.
Where he is a diversity hire, yes. So Curated, I think, had been in the media spotlight for some time for having all white employees, I believe.
26 to be precise.
Yes.
And they were seen to be whitewashing and gatekeeping
yes,
and all that.
Exactly. So there was a bit of a backlash online against them around race, etc. And so they hired Michael as a way of, I guess, parting the sea of white. And it happened to work for him because it was also a dream job of his. It would put him on a certain stage where he's now able to pay some restaurant bills, as well as do what he loves. And it's quite unfortunate that this sort of breakthrough is happening at the same time as the list coming out. It made me feel really bad for him.
Yeah. But let's also reflect on Frankie, Ola's boss. Like, I read about her, even if you go and look far in front into the wedding and her popping up. And, she, there are just some seeds that are bad. I think Frankie is one of them. She's just like, she has it in to down or destroy men. I don't know. But the Woman Mag, where Ola works, yes, they are doing their feminist bit. But you can just tell, at least from where I stand, that Frankie is way off the chart. She's just cuckoo. I don't know what impression you got of her, though.
Yeah, she's one of the very interesting characters in the book. And I think Ola is even right not to have been sharing her personal life with her. And that sort of brings to the fore the fact that she didn't want to tell her about Michael, because when she assigned her that task, she obviously could have gone and spoken to her about it. But I think men are a no-no for Frankie generally. So, and I think that could be the reason she started Women's in the first place. I think Ola was right about her all along.
Any thoughts on that?
I have a slightly different opinion. I think Frankie is a businesswoman. She goes where the money is, and I think at some point in the book she even says it, right? Where Ola asks her.
Yeah, she's in the business of destroying people's lives. It's all once you make the money, it's like that song by Tupac.
No, I mean, people are collateral damage.
You make your money in a bad way, but it's all good. It's money, right?
People for Frankie are collateral damage. She's running a business. Whatever it takes to get the views and the likes and the money is what she's going after. She doesn't care whether we're a man or a woman.
And that's why when she spots the list, she's like, ta-da! Ola, get on this. What she doesn't know is that Ola has found that Michael's name is on the list. And it's like, okay, ordinarily I would jump onto this. And it takes her days and she's not coming up with a story on it. And, there's an interesting part where Frankie goes like, I know you are, what's the word she uses? Is it irresponsible or something? Or but this one is excessive.
Yeah. Something about her always being disorganized.
I think it's disorganized. I know and I'm like, you don't know what is going on. But let's read a bit from pages 45 and 46. Nelly, would you like to take from, so you can't prove it? That's like third paragraph. So you can't prove it.
Sure. So you can't prove it, Ola mumbled. Of course, great. She sagged back in her seat. Michael stretched his hands out to place them on her shoulders by reflex, but caught himself. What's stopping you from believing me? He was trying to be patient, but he was beginning to get frustrated. I would never hurt you in my life. You know that. I don't, she squeaked, her voice breaking. I'm honestly scared. A chill went down his spine as she said it. It's scary, Michael, seeing those allegations about you. I don't want to be one of those women who thinks that just because you haven't hurt me, you couldn't hurt. She stopped. Michael cleared his throat, taken aback by her words. They stung, but he did his best to appear reasonable. I hear you, but it's not my word against someone else. It's my word against we don't know who. There's no way of knowing who submitted what, no checks. It was a Google Doc that anyone could edit. How could it not be taken advantage of in the wrong, fogged up hands? She remained motionless for a moment and then nodded, though still stony-faced. Please believe me, he continued, encouraged by this small game. Trust the man you're going to marry over an anonymous person on the internet. That's all I ask. Ola reached into her pocket for a tissue and dabbed at her eyes before nodding again. It was only at this that he realized how tense his body had been. He fell back into his seat, deflating with relief. It was like an enormous boot, her chunky black Doc Marten, had been released from his windpipe. Ola believing him wasn't simply about the survival of their relationship, but his own sanity. He knew he was a good guy, and most importantly, Ola did too. He leaned over to place his hand on hers. She flinched. Confused, he asked, "What's wrong?"
Okay, and it goes on from there. The initial reaction of Ola, was she too hard? Was she just what you would expect yourselves to do? Could she have handled the situation better? Could Michael have handled the situation better? I mean, what was your reading of that first interaction after this had happened?
I mean...
And it's to both of you, you can start.
I mean, I think it's one of those things where it's easy to say, in my position, I would but...
Until you're there.
Until you're there. I don't necessarily think that she overreacted. If you think about who she was a feminist who'd made her name as a feminist, who was writing against men like this.
And if I may add, later she would be slayed on social media because it was like, feminist with an abuser. And even worse, she's covering up for him.
Yes. So it's also about her identity that's sort of being mixed up in all of this. Because it's not just about Michael could have done it, it's about who am I if this is the man I chose. It's against everything that I've stood for. So she herself is going through her own sort of existential crisis. And we all know that these things happen and everybody says it's not me, but how do you really know it's not them, you know? So I don't think she overreacted.
Okay. Anna?
I think it was a rush of emotions. I think she was confused, she was worried. There was so much going through her mind, and she couldn't come to terms with the fact that the Michael she knew, this is somebody she had dated, and to see his name on the list. Now, for Michael, I think he should have just blurted it out right from the start.
That what?
To let her know that he knew who it was, or there was something of this sort, because he had something to hide.
But he doesn't know at the time.
Okay, so although he had something to hide, I think he should have come forward with that. Because for someone to put you on a list, even if you didn't know, at least you'd be convicted in some ways. There's this happening.
But I don't know. I don't know whether at that time, you doesn't know what's
happening.
What am I saying? What am I confessing?
Yes.
And in any instance, what he's accused of,
he hadn't done
physical, harassment, abuse. He's not done any of that. I mean, he's been a bad boy.
Understatement.
And when Ola's friends initially said he was an F boy earlier, he's actually close. he's done stuff in there, quite a number of things. He's been naughty, but he's nothing like is being portrayed. Yeah. If you say he's a philanderer or he's dated women and sometimes ghosted some people, fine. Yeah. But that he's an abuser, he's not any of that. So I'm sure he's in shock. Like,
he's in
is
shock
that me?
As well. He's in shock, but. I think for Edine, it wasn't an easy thing. She was trying to just find herself in the midst of all this, trying to figure out who Michael was. Because should I take his word for it, or should I just go with what is being said? And that's a whole lot of chaos.
So around the same time, we see Ola, engaging Seeley, among others. And I'm asking, okay, this is happening. Basically, your lives are crumbling to the ground. And you are deliberating a 979-pound wedding dress. I'm like, yo, you don't get it. There's fire on the mountain. Like, what's going on here? But then, from there, we see that Mike is also en route. He's heading towards losing his job. When you read pages 66 and 67, you would see from the moment that from the moment they met, she had known that Michael was flawed and hoped her blind eye to it wasn't indicative of a character flaw of her own, a manifestation of her daddy issues. Michael meant well, but had been laddish, problematic. Ola took pride, whether she admitted it or not, in the idea that she had tamed him. As a man, I realize this whole idea about taming is very problematic. As a man. If you meet an alpha, that's good news. But this bit about daddy issues, I want to focus briefly on it because it appears once the father figure isn't there, especially for female children growing up, there tend to be issues. What they desire, what they could not get from their fathers in their men. And sometimes it poses a challenge for relationships. I don't know what your reflections are on that, very briefly though, but psychologically it said that something happens and it pushes, you would see that some of the women may even go for much elder men who act a certain way because they are hoping to retrieve the lost childhood. I don't know whether you have any reaction to that or whether we should move on.
I mean, I think my only reaction to that is the fact that Ola had a good relationship with her dad. So I was actually quite shocked when she started saying daddy issues. I mean, I know her father had a whole second family, but her mom knew and apparently seemed to be okay with it. So
the trauma from there, though, for her?
Okay.
Not the mother, but I guess for Ola. I don't know how you...
From knowing that her father had a second family?
Well, I mean, wouldn't you be traumatized?
But he's still daddy. She loved him.
I think at a point she was... the book described her as... blaming her mom as well, because her mom knew her dad had these issues and still lived with him. So I think she was trying to live out of that space, create an identity of sorts, because in taming Michael, what it really means is, I guess, trying to not make Michael behave like her dad, maybe. So she had that, and I think psychologically, like you mentioned, these things happen and people tend to react in those ways just to make themselves feel better, hence her taming, I guess.
Okay, so let me get here. Then there's a conversation between Michael and Sheung, his friend. And it's a bit interesting because you read it and you get a bit of a sense of how men would react to this. So I'm just reading some parts from 102 and 103. Mike, take whom to court? It was posted on an anonymous account by an anonymous person. Who am I going to sue? Twitter? And this was when Twitter was still Twitter, not X. They can't track IP addresses. Everything you say, I will have already tried, trust. I was thinking of writing a statement. Nah, F that, man. That's what people do when they did that S. Am I lying, Sheung? Facts. You end up getting dragged even more. Yo, they got my nigga danks on here. Now I know this S ain't real. Okay, I think I might just as well drop this in. Look at the timing, right? After the mixtape dropped, shaking my head. Bruv, I'm seeing Lewis Hale on here. That guy ate too. It's all mad. This is looking like one setup. I can't lie. Evil Eye ain't no joke. No joke. Did I tell you, man, about that one Dagenham thing that tried to say I emotionally abused her? Because I said her sister was buffer than she was. So you see how it goes. Like, dude said that. Someone's sister was more buff. No, she said, oh, he abused me. Like, hey. I mean, I'm sure Amani himself was like, hey, when did I do this? Sheung, I swear, you did try to move her sister though. Amani comes back, yeah, but the way they try it with these made-up words, as soon as she started telling me I was gaslighting her. I think one word nowadays meant, what's gaslighting? Okay. Yeah, okay. Hello, goodbye. Once, as soon as she started telling me I was gaslighting her, I had to hit block real quick, using medical terms for common lies. How the F they got Mike on there and not Amani though, real talk. The guy's a menace now. But it gives a certain impression of, you know, how they were reacting to it like, how the heck did this happen? But anyway, we have to take a breather here. I know it's getting very interesting. We're taking a breather, we're taking a break. We're still reviewing Yomi Adegoke's The List. A list you wouldn't want to be found on though. It's not a Nobel Prize. This is an ignominious list. We'll be back after the break.
is Albert Sorry in the Upper East Regional Capital, Bolgatanga. And this is Joy News, independent, fearless, credible.
And we're back. It's the Joy Book Club with Benjamin Akakpo. We're still reviewing Yomi Adegoke's The List. But it's time now for me to share with you my word in action for today, and it is sedulous. Sedulous. Or, if you want to use an alternate pronunciation, sedulous. It's spelled S-E-D-U-L-O-U-S. That is S-E-D-U-L-O-U-S. It's an adjective. And here's what it means. Careful and using a lot of effort. Careful and using a lot of effort. And I'm referencing the Cambridge Dictionary online. Here's an example. It was agreed that the few students sedulous enough to read the book deserved top marks for diligence. I guess Michael wouldn't get that, because if you look at page 125, paragraph 3, nights spent helping edit his show reel, proofreading his covering letter. In his curated application, she referred to him as sedulous. She was sure he hadn't even bothered to check what it meant. Well, I bothered to check, and now you know. You know what the meaning of the word is. But let's get back into our story. We're still here with Nelly Nanadra Bena Ajumanjemfi and Na Amanua Ankra. Or, hey, I left one out. Anana Amanua Ankra. Do you realize the two of you have mouthfuls of names? But let's come back into the book. Mike does lose his job eventually. And over here, I was fuming. It was like, okay, so the way life can be unjust. And let's talk about social media now. Social media is a thing for good, but at the same time, it can be devious and destroy you. What did you make of the social media effect as far as this book is concerned, and how you can be cancelled, cancel culture, like they can black you out for nothing done? Anna, starting with you.
So I think the entire book is based on social media, how it infiltrates lives, although it has several positives. There's nothing really to regulate the negative aspects, like finding yourself on a list with no justice to be served, and that's very problematic. It just marred their lives, right from the onset, where it was put out there, to a wedding that they had planned with so much money just being destroyed by a very little thing as a hashtag, and that was the end of it. So I think it's a very dangerous tool in the hands of the wrong people, for people to just curate a list, put together a list with names, not necessarily doing background checks, and just to get back at people, and especially in Michael's case, just getting back at him. That wasn't a good thing. There's no justice on there for people who really need a voice to speak on their behalf. I think that part of it is not something I'd like to experience, and the list just makes it clear.
And you know, it's interesting, just a short while ago, someone sent me a message based on an interview I had done, and this is a politician. Of course, I'm not going to mention the person's name, but the person forwarded to me, because I had blasted the person before, forwarded to me someone's assessment of when I'm wearing my other hat, politics and current affairs, on my other show. And it was pretty spiteful. And I looked at it and I laughed, actually, because in my mind I was thinking, okay, do I know this person? And I actually sent it back to the person. I don't even know this person. And honestly, I don't care. And I probably wouldn't even meet this person. But anyone can buy 2 megabytes of data, 5 CDs of data, go on social media and write whatever, let me put it bluntly, nonsense, and think, and someone will also lap onto it. Yeah. It's just problematic. But that feeds into misinformation, disinformation, and how your whole life could be ruined on social media if you're not careful, because some idiot feels, oh, I stand on the left or on the right, or maybe even they just don't like your face, or they don't like where you're from. The power of social media. How do we tame it? Because Facebook has been, Mark Zuckerberg has been before Congress addressing some of these issues, Elon Musk. Is there any way of regulating this?
How do you stop a wildfire?
Well, you get a bigger size of whatever, water or something to deal with it. And maybe you come at it aerially and all that.
Yeah. To be quite honest, I don't think there is necessarily an answer for that yet. I think that there are countries that have laws against cyberbullying. There are countries that are doing a lot of sensitization around cyberbullying, etc. And those are things that we can try. But I also think that, coming back to the book, the thing that concerned me a bit, outside of what you were talking about around the real world effects of what happens virtually, is just how much power the characters gave to these online voices, right? So you'd find someone like Michael constantly refreshing the tea. Ola also eventually started doing the same thing. Somebody like Lewis essentially took his life over. And to be quite honest, for him, what was the effect? He was a huge football star. Nothing was going to happen. Nothing was going to change for him. But
his career was ruined.
How was his career?
Was it not the other one who... There was someone who lost his career, I think.
Yeah, but not Lewis. Lewis was a huge football star. There was nothing going on. The only thing, he had a tip with his wife where his wife was like, what's going on here? But with the exception of that...
I don't know why.
He had financial issues,
Yeah, but those were predated the thing. Yeah. So how do you make the voices of strangers so powerful that you end your life?
But look at it. The voices of strangers so powerful. Me, I tell people I have a thick skin. When I'm doing my other shows, people can send all kinds of... Sometimes I actually end up laughing at them, teasing them, and they get even more angry. Because, from boarding house back there, if someone is teasing you and you try to resist, they will tease you. We join them. Then it stops. So I know how to do this thing, but not everybody has thick skin. And some people, this book could have easily ended up with Michael taking his life.
Yeah.
Then you ask yourself, okay, can we apologize for that now?
No.
The person is dead.
Even in the case of Lewis, now everybody wanted to speak on his behalf, and the same people who used the tool are now here sympathizing with his family, but they have lost something, and everyone else is fine.
Yeah.
That's...
So I guess this also points to the fact that as we itch to, oh, I just heard that juicy bit of information about that person, typing, relax, I am a tool. But anyway. So there are also some characters that I looked at, and yes, there's Lewis as well. But you look at characters like Celie, Rianne, Karen, Ruth. How do you find, because Celie, for example, is the voice of, this guy, oh, jogger. Rianne is like, wait, how about there could be an other side you don't know? How did you find these characters? Just quick reflections on their approach to the problem.
Yeah. I think Celie's was informed by her own personal experience because she'd seen her own abuser on the list. It then made everything true. I didn't know that until like the very end, but then once I found out, it made sense why she was so...
I think basically what you're saying is when the only tool you have is a hammer, you see everything as a nail.
So I can tell. I think Ruth, true to character, she was just like, yeah, we are going with the flow. Life is great. Life is good. We'll see what happens.
What do you think about their characters?
I think Celie is very critical, maybe because of her upbringing, as well as seeing her abuser as well on the list. I think Ruth is more carefree and happy, and I think they were good friends to Ola in the period. I think they really helped her out. And for Celie to break down at a point and come forth with her own truths, I think it gave Ola some sort of perspective on the whole thing. Because at a point, she had left her at her wedding and she was confused. But for her to give her that meant that she had some closure. So I think they were good friends to Ola as well. Yeah.
Now, I imagine, you know, someone having to go through this. If you turn to page 139, and we're going to fast forward a bit from here, this is someone posting, and we know who that someone is, but later we'll find out that that someone is not exactly whom we thought. That gap-toothed narcissist, Michael K, needs to be got all the way up out of here. At Mirror, Risa 92 had written one day ago, he must be held accountable for his treatment of women. Rest in peace, Michael K. Ouch. The evil that you have done is enough. Maybe he was evil. Still, he had defended himself against that charge. How about you tell us all what apparently happened? He had replied when he had first come across it. Or can you not, because nothing actually did? Today, he tapped the thumbs down icon on the comment, feeling useless as he did, and went to her profile. Mirror Risa 92, active member from outer space. We're dealing with aliens now. Member since May 10, 2019. Post 34, last seen viewing this thread 2 minutes ago. As he read the last line of her profile, Michael stopped walking then and there in the street. 2 minutes ago, Jackie was probably still online. It had started spitting now, and his phone screen was dotted with tiny water droplets. He hurried as he tapped the message icon, wondering what approach to take. What could he try that he hadn't already? I know who you are, he typed slowly. Passers-by groaning and shaking their heads as he blocked their path. I know you put Michael Cranting on the list. He had avoided mentioning his name up to this point, but fuck it, he thought. He knew it was Jackie. She likely knew it was him too. Why are you doing this? And please, for those of you who may now be joining, I said, this work is a bit explicit on some words, so bear with me. It is in the book. I try as much as possible to avoid, but where it comes out, it comes out. Can you put yourself in Michael's shoes at this point and the turmoil he would be feeling? How do you think, he would have felt at this point, Anna?
Michael.
Michael, like...
He was distraught. I mean, your first day at work and you've got all these issues. You've had to go back home. You thought you were getting back up and then you're shut down instantly, right on the spot. So I think Michael was going through a lot of emotions. It was very difficult for him. And to finally come to the realization that it was Jackie in his mind, or to determine that it was her. And maybe seeing Jackie as, maybe this person was harmless, and now this is what she's doing to me because of something that men would consider, we're just playing around. I don't think he was having a good time at all.
It's interesting what you said at the end. Something that men would consider we are just playing around.
Yes.
I think there's something in there too. Yes, men, under certain circumstances, would just think, okay, we're just having fun and all of that. But to the other side, it is often more serious than that. Is there a problem in there? Maybe. Is it men being men and maybe stupid? Or is it women being women? Or maybe hyper? I don't know. What do you think?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think Michael knew he wasn't going to be serious with Jackie. He knew that she was an easy space for him, right? An easy thing to...
Easy space.
Yeah. Easy space. Easy space for him. He falls back on her. She pumps his ego and then peace, right? Yeah. As though she's not a human being. And I think that fundamentally that was the thing that he got wrong there, right? That she was a person who had feelings. I think Jackie also made it a bit too easy for him, considering the fact that this was his second time around. Mm-hmm. They said once bitten, twice shy, but apparently she did not hear that adage. And so made it easy for him to come back a second time. So I think that, yes, sometimes we women need to be accountable for who we let into our spaces. But there's also an onus on men to be responsible.
I see.
With the emotions that we give them.
When you said once bitten, twice shy, though, something came to mind, a spin-off of the actual, phrase, once bitten, twice from Shy Hills. I don't know anyone from Shy Hills watching today. But then there's also the visit by Michael's mom, his grandma, and all that, and the key in there. I loved those parts. But for the sake of time, I want us to skip and go to the wedding. But even before the wedding, I was asking Anna, all this is happening. For the life of me, why are they going ahead with the marriage? I don't know. Would you go ahead with the marriage? On the back of everything happened?
With so much doubt. I don't think so.
Like it's a dark cloud hanging over.
Yes.
You've not established what is going on. And later, Ola herself would say, she had her... Why did they go ahead?
I think she was planning it all. She had gone to do her fitting and all that. And I don't know, but I think they couldn't tell their families. They were assuming, my parents are not on social media. They don't even know what's going on. And what explanations are we going to give? Here's Michael's grandma flying all the way there for a wedding. Up until the point she gives Michael's mom Sashwebi, they were still not on talking terms. And I think Ola was trying to find closure. She was trying to give herself a reason to go ahead. Until that...
have her have that conversation with her friend about it, and we've got to this point, we've done this, we've done that. How do we counsel at this point in time?
With
but
all
at the same time,
money.
I was wondering, did it make any sense? If I find the page, I'll just go to it. Did it make sense for you?
No, I mean, there was a description, I also don't know the page, but there was a description that was used when she was walking down the aisle. Something to the effect of walking to the gallows or something of the sort. And so when I flipped the page and then it turns out that she had said, I do, I was like, sis, like what's going on here? You are walking down the aisle feeling like you're walking towards your death, and yet you still pledge your life to this man. I don't know what was going through their heads, honestly.
Maybe because the investigator didn't come back with anything.
No, but then you see, that's why we have gut feelings. And I think that that's also another thing, right? You know deep down that something is wrong. Why do you need... There's a reason God gave us instinct. At least pause. I'm not saying cancel the wedding, but you can move it. I mean, there are many dates in the calendar. It doesn't have to be that date. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
I completely get you, but I think... there was so much going on. I don't know whether, I think it may be 175. Let me just check. If it's not, then we'll move on. Okay, so I think, let me see whether this is it. Ola shook her head. Maybe I should have just ended this when I saw the list, but I can't drop him without knowing. I love him for too much. It sounds stupid, but I do. That doesn't make you stupid. That makes you human, Fola said. Her voice was an audible hug. Imagine the choices we'd make without love fucking up our faculties. I'm sorry, it is in the book. And I keep saying that because of our sensibilities here in Ghana, but yeah. And it goes on, life would be perfect, except we wouldn't have got lemonade or control, like on your computer, or like any Adele. Okay, we've been missing some heartbreak bops, but you know what I mean. She went quiet, the low hum of Kiss FM muffled in the background. But sis, whatever you choose to do, you have to do something, and fast. All right, now let's fast forward to the wedding. And there is Pastor Oyedepo and his... all of us sitting here are church people, so I'm sure we had a good laugh at this point. Anna, would you like to read a bit from Michael Reached the Front of the Church?
Page
217.
Okay. Michael reached the front of the church where Pastor Oyedepo, looking more like an accountant in a shiny grey suit, acknowledged him with a nod. His white hair was bright against his dark skin, and his heavily lined face became even more so as it crumpled with solemnity. Michael looked back as the bridesmaids and groomsmen entered next, Sally, Ruth, and Fola, in differently shaped dresses in the same shade of emerald. Amani, Shone, and Quaps, like bodyguards with black shades perched on their heads. Sally was arm in arm with Amani and looking less than thrilled about it. Fola was linking arms with Shone, every bit the odd couple. and Ruth was using one hand to tag at the front of her dress and the other to grip the bicep of a smart-looking corpse. Mike? Okay.
Let's catch it there. What transpires at the wedding? And we can talk about Frankie showing up. We can talk about the discomfort at some point. And when we're done, I want us to look at, okay, so when your wedding turns into shaming, you're having your wedding, and on social media, it is bloody blue murder going on. Let's talk about the wedding.
The wedding. So after spending all that money on a wedding, and they finally get to say I do, but at the reception, everything becomes murky. Everything just, I think at that point, we're trying to even reconcile a bit. They were warming up to each other, and then the hashtag turns bloody. So I think the wedding was a mix of things. First, Ola seeing Frankie, whom she hadn't invited to the wedding.
That's her boss.
Her boss.
That's the Woman magazine.
Yes.
Whom Nelly describes as someone who's all about the money.
Tenacious.
This one will change the song. It's not about the money. This one, it's all about the money. Money for Frankie, Charlie.
Yeah.
So from the feminist end, from the male end, I mean, what do you think are the takeaways from all of this?
I think it's complex. I think one of the huge takeaways for me from this book is the fact that there's a lot of nuance in life. There's no sort of black and white, right? Even as a feminist, Ola had to grapple with a lot of key questions, especially about a man that she knew was innocent, if not necessarily squeaky clean. Okay. From the male end, Michael he leaves a lot to be desired, but did not deserve what he got. But I think fundamentally, even in our quest as we pursue things like feminism and whatnot, which are very noble goals, we need to be aware that at the end of these are human beings, right? Louis lost his life, his kids lost their father, the wife lost her husband, because someone decided that they would use their power to essentially spread lies, right?
And this is not the court of law or the court of justice. This is the court of public opinion. Mm-hmm. And before you can say, Jack, you know, they say by the time the truth gets to lace its boots, the lie is halfway around the earth. But on the other end, for the actual abusers, the evil that men or women do lives after them. This has been our review of Yomi Adegoke's The List. But before I take leave of you, I'm going to give you my last segment, as always. My reading quote for you today comes from Holbrook Jackson, who says, "Never put off till tomorrow the book you can read today." Never put off till tomorrow the book you can read today. Which reminds me of the literary fun fact I gave you by Theodore Roosevelt, who is said to have read a book a day. How many have you read in 2024? The figure of speech I have for you today is prolepsis, spelled P-R-O-L-E-P-S-I-S. And anticipating, especially the describing of an event as taking place before it could have done so. It refers to the treating of a future event as if it had already happened. And you find a bit of that in the book we've just read. Or the anticipating and answering of an argument before one's opponent has a chance to advance it. An example is in Deuteronomy 34, verse 1. Moses was shown the land of Dan. However, it would be many years before the land he saw would be known by that name. And that's prolepsis. But I'm going to end, it's a little long, not so long. It's from Voices in My Head by Kojo Bafo. And he calls this poem Sperm of the Moment. Sperm of the Moment. Engulfed in the throes of passion, my mind slipped, overlooking the endeavors of prophylactic prisons. On the spur of the moment, phallus creeping into unrestricted zones of erotic symbols. Blinded to the after the fact, assuming that when I roll over, shit wouldn't roll back. Unbeknownst to my unstable thoughts, the sperm of the moment had his own plan, and with one look, broke down the lay of the land. On a pseudo-drug trip, silently he exported fertilization plotted. In the race to create life, he swam fallopian tubes in a quest to fulfill inbred responsibility. Naturally aware of his true vocation, today was to be his day, as he outthought and outswam his brethren. Penetrating walls, union with his counterpart, divided cells into life and brought forth new meaning. And though caught off guard, I shall strive to make sense of life on this journey, to create a better life for the sperm of the moment, my child. And that is Sperm of the Moment from Voices in My Head, his collection by Kojo Bafo. This has been our review of Yomi Adegoke's The List. You can grab a copy from any of the bookshops, and I might as well say it, you can grab a copy from the Vidya bookshop as well, Hina and her crew. Thank you, Nelly. Thank you, Anna. Did you have fun?
Yeah, it was. I had fun.
Okay. This was an insightful read. Next week, catch me again. I'll be bringing another installment of the Joy Book Club. My name is Benjamin Akapo. Thank you for watching.
You're welcome to Health and Vitality with me, Dr. Annalisa Tete. When was the last time you visited a spa or had a massage? Well, join me after the break to find out why you should. You're welcome back. A massage is a general term for rubbing, pressing and manipulating the skin, muscles, tendons, and ligaments. There are different forms of a massage, and it ranges from application of light strokes to the application of deep pressure. Today, I'm joined by Dora of the Labadi Beach Hotel Spa, and she's going to take us through the different forms of a massage, take me through a wonderful massage session, and then we convince you to have a massage. Hello, Dora.
Hello, Dora. Welcome to the Labadi Beach Hotel Spa, and thanks for coming.
Thank you for having us. So tell me, what are the different forms of massages people come for?
People normally come for deep tissue massage, aromatherapy massage, hot stone, stress away, and then spirit revival massage.
Wow, very interesting names you have there. Spirit revival massage. Wow. So which one am I getting today?
Today we are doing aromatherapy massage.
Okay.
Hot stone blend.
So what are the health benefits of the aromatherapy?
It relaxes you. It lowers blood pressure.
Yeah.
It gives you a good sleep.
Yeah. So we're
covering specific areas to help you to concentrate.
I did. The treatment was amazing. It was very relaxing. I loved the aromatherapy and then the heat and the stones added another feel to the massage. And so if you have not booked a massage session before or you have never booked a spa session, please make sure that you do that today because it comes highly recommended. I recommend it on any day. Massage sessions are very good because they help you relax, they reduce stress, they help build or boost your immunity as well. So until the next episode of Health and Vitality with me, Dr. Annalisa, it's bye for now.
My name is Albert Sorry in the Upper East Regional Capital.
Ghana exported some $6 billion worth of gold produced by small-scale miners alone within the first 8 months of 2025. Never mind that could include illegal gold. Galamsey, I mean. This week, Africa's #1 and the world's 6th gold producer hosted an important mining convention in Accra. A big announcement that ENP had taken complete control of the Black Volta and Sankofa gold projects. Projects expected to create some 1,500 jobs in one of the poorest regions, the Upper West. But Azuma Resources denies ENP has acquired it and taken control of those projects. It heads to the International Court of Arbitration to reverse what it calls unlawful seizure. Second time, ENP is talking about an acquisition and Azuma Resources is denying and rebuffing same. The first time, the government intervened through the minister responsible for lands and natural resources. How long will this tug of war and bad press for Ghana in the Committee of Nations continue? Or shall we say it just ended? In the course of the week, President John Mahama took questions from journalists. I was there, didn't get to ask a question though. This week, and some of his answers provoke debates. Why is the president reluctant in declaring a state of emergency to fight Galamsey? You'll get to appreciate that. But the CSOs in this area are outraged. It's Operation Recover All Loots, Oral. That was promised to give us some 21, billion? Or $1 million. Is it compromised? As officials are cutting deals with looters. And shall we be concerned or be happy that the president has unleashed the national security to trace and deal with makers of hate speech, as there seems to be a crackdown on same, with arrests without the prospects of bail for suspects? There's a judge who is on the chopping board since yesterday. Some say that judge is completely, absolutely unfit to be a judge. He's incompetent. He should be removed immediately. We'll be right back to deal with the vexed matters. Welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first. I'm Samson Ladi Anyanini. And my guest this morning, Bright Simmons, Honorary Vice President, Imani Africa, a prolific writer and contributor on matters of national interest and public interest, particularly when they involved international parties as well. Bobby Banson is private legal practitioner and he's a lecturer, Ghana School of Law. He has some business to do with the EMP, who Azuma Resources has issued a statement denying the EMP's announcement of a complete, acquisition of the Azuma Resources and a takeover and control of the Black Volta and Sankofa projects, mine projects in the Upper West region. In the second segment, we shall have Venus Afuseni, former MP, Tamale Central, former ranking member, Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee of Parliament of Ghana, Dennis Miracle Sabwaji, Director of Communications of the Dr. Baumia Campaign, Senyo Hosi, convener, One Ghana Movement, and a trustee of the Ghana Coalition Against Galamsey. They are so unhappy. They are so outraged that the president could give some of the responses he gave, particularly to Kojo Yanssen's question at the Meet the Press encounter Wednesday with him, where he suggested that the gold board that has facilitated the export of 6 million, is it, worth of gold, dollars worth of gold, may have done so dealing with illegal gold as well, as in Galamsey gold. But did he exactly say that? They are also not happy that he says he's reluctant to declare a state of emergency on our water bodies and forest reserves because he believes that the current approach is working. And the president also say that the excavators in the hundreds that are being removed from the Tema port to some other places, that all of them are going into safe custody, pursuant to the ban, and none is getting, secretly moved and cleared for some people who own them. Well, it does appear he does not have the full information, that some people may be misleading him. We'll share you some information in the course of this discussion. Thank you all very much for joining us. And so we will begin and try and deal with the latest development with the Azuma Resources and EMP matter quickly, and then we'll zoom into taking 3 of the major issues out of the president's press encounter to also deal with, including, of course, what appears to be a crackdown on hate speech. And the president says that the National Signals Bureau is tracing you through your IP to pick you up. Should we be happy about that, or we should not? Well, some people are very, very happy that there's just too much recklessness and too much, nation-wrecking comments that have been allowed to go unpunished. But there are those who say this is danger territory, evading and invading our constitutionally guaranteed right to speech, terrain. And now the arrest of Abronye and the judge's refusal to grant him bail after 2 appearances. That is also irking very many people. And some lawyers are making commentary, and some are very blunt to say outright that that judge is not fit to sit in our courts. His conduct, per the ruling he delivered in denying bail, is clear evidence of incompetence, which is a basis for his removal from the bench. We'll deal with all of that. Thank you very much for joining us. Let me welcome Bright once again. Thanks for joining us, Bright.
Thanks for having me, Sam.
Great.
Always a pleasure.
And good to see you in your Madiba outfits.
When in South Africa, do what the South Africans do.
Right. Great. Just how many months ago we were here?
Yes.
On this same issue, yes. And you helped to break it down so well for us to understand. On that occasion, ENP had said almost what it has said today. Then we discovered later that the Minister of Environment had to make an intervention. And then the 2 parties had to go back to try and sit down to resolve, which clearly suggested that what they had said they had done had not been done or had been done wrongly. Today, they make a similar announcement. Then Azuma Resources shows up and says once again, and this is what they say, Professor Prince Amponsa, chairman of Azuma Ghana, said, quote, "This is false information designed to confuse the public." He's talking about the EMP announcement that it has completed the acquisition of Azuma Resources and taking control of the Black Volta and Sankofa Gold projects. So, Professor Prince Amponsa, chairman of Azuma Resources Ghana, says, quote, "This is false information designed to confuse the public. It is consistent with EMP's previous strategy of making public statements without any substance. Only last week, EMP abandoned its claims against us, confirming what the courts and contracts already show, that Azuma Ghana is the rightful owner of the Black Volta and Sankofa project. Any suggestion to the contrary is baseless. Our focus now is on moving rapidly into development and delivering over $100 million of investment and thousands of jobs for the people of the Upper West region." End quote. That sounds like trouble.
Yes, I think the situation has worsened since we last spoke. Because you know, when we last spoke, EMP had done an announcement that they had raised money from the ECOWAS Bank to buy the assets. And I was suggesting that because they are in dispute with the owners of the asset, and we'll come back to this issue around ownership, they couldn't have acquired it without the participation of the owners. What has happened since then, and what is quite alarming, is that EMP has proceeded to transfer the shares of the company to themselves. And that is the alarming part of things, which is to say that as a negotiation tactic, they've left the owners almost with no choice than to walk away. You know, and I think what they are trying to do is to ensure that the owners will take the lowest price possible for the assets. And that is why this is a public interest issue, because let's not mince words about this. The 100% shareholder of EMP is a very, very prominent politician in this country. It's one of the most formidable politicians in this country. In that respect alone, if politically connected people are able to use this kind of strong arm tactics when involved in a commercial transaction, it has the effect of damaging the investment climate. Because if you're an investor and you worry that if there's an incident and somehow you come into conflict with someone that's politically connected, they can take actions that ordinarily other businesses will have great restraint or reluctance taking because they will be confronted by the law enforcement authorities and the other authorities. So that is really where we are. What happened is that, and it's a very convoluted matter, and therefore one risks the prospect of providing so much information that people get confused. But I'll do my best to try and break down the core issues. First, there's a public interest not only because the 100% shareholder of EMP, Engineers and Planners, is a very prominent politician in this country, and it's indeed the sibling of the sitting president. It's also the fact that mining is a unique industry because government always has shares in every mine. This is not the case in hotels or other sectors, or even other regulated sectors like banking, etc. The second reason is also that mining typically is intertwined with conflict and environmental damage. We all know the Galamsey issues and the rest of it. So globally, we've set up a regime, and that regime requires civil society to be part of the arrangements in relation to mining. We call it the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, which is why someone like myself is deeply involved in a matter like this, because I think the sunlight, publicizing the matters are necessary. Anyway, to explain this whole situation, we need to go back to some of the key points I made last time, around the ownership, etc. It is true that the main deposit in this gold mine, there are two gold mines we are talking about. I'll focus primarily on Black Volta because the Sankofa gold mine is not well developed. Black Volta is maybe 90% of the value of what we are discussing. The Black Volta itself is multiple deposits. But one of the deposits, Julie, was acquired later and added to the mine much later. The original people who discovered the resource, the main resource, which is called Kunche, are not even involved in the picture at all, because that was as far back as 1998. Those people then sold it on to a group led by a gentleman called David Harper, who is still in this country, that attempted to develop this Kunche resource by raising money in Australia in 2006, between 2005 and 2006. So what that means, therefore, is that for a very long time, the assets that we are talking about here was owned by a different group of people. It was only in 2017, when that group of people ran out of money, that this set of current owners, which is Ibaira, came into the picture. This is 2017. And they only acquired full ownership in 2020. So there's a lot of discussion around whether they've been sitting on the assets since 1992, and it's not correct. I'm just giving you the correct picture. It's also true that the mining lease does not date from 1992. The mining lease actually dates from 2014, and it's just a 15-year lease. So it's not one of those 30-year leases, etc. So it's a 15-year lease, and that 15-year lease expires in 2029. So there are two leases there. There's Bepon and there's Kunche. All of this to explain that when people suggest that somebody was sitting on the resource without developing it, it's not correct. The next set of facts is that the current investors, which is Ibaira, had invested in this Azuma Ghana prospect through a set of special purpose vehicles. There is one called IGIC, which is incorporated in Singapore. And there is the original Azuma in Australia, which they had acquired on the stock market. So the Azuma Ghana is owned primarily by IGIC and Azuma Australia. And IGIC also owns Azuma Australia. So when you combine, IGIC essentially owns 100% of the company, the Azuma Ghana. IGIC is just a fund of Ibaira. Remember that for tax reasons, typically the actual transacting medium, the vehicle that is doing the investment and things like that, could be put in another jurisdiction from where the fund itself is domiciled.
Okay.
So in the case of Ibaira, because of tax reasons or other reasons, they decided that the company that will buy the entity in Ghana and in Australia will be based in Singapore, which is the IGIC. So essentially, Ibaira, as a private equity fund, owns all of Azuma Ghana. There's no dispute whatsoever about it. There are 4 partners in Ibaira, one of which is the James Moore Bank that you keep hearing about, another is the John Honsky, and there are 2 others. And those 4 partners, of those 4, 2 sit on the board of Azuma Ghana. So that's also another important point to clarify. The third critical point to clarify is that in 2023, when there was an agreement between IGIC, Azuma Ghana, Azuma Australia, etc., with E&P, engineers and planners, all those who were signing on the other side from engineers and planners were controlled essentially by Ibaira. There's no doubt and dispute about that as well. And I have all the documents here, which I'm happy to show to your viewers. So in essence, engineers and planners have always known that they are dealing with Ibaira, and that the key partners of Ibaira, led by James World Bank, are the owners of the assets. There's never been any doubt. They are currently negotiating to conclude the transaction. And I'll come to that in a minute. And the people on the other side, which is essentially Azuma Australia and IGIC, are controlled by Ibaira. And E&P knows that because it's in continuous negotiation with them. The fourth point, which is equally critical, is that when the agreement between E&P and Azuma, the Azuma entities, which is essentially Ibaira, were consummated in 2023, it was very clear from reading the agreement. We've had international legal experts read the agreement thoroughly to confirm our understanding, whether our understanding of the agreement is correct. It is very clear that the nature of the agreement was not sell and walk away. The nature of the agreement was a framework for acquisition and development together. And that framework required first and foremost E&P to pay some amount of money, $50 million plus another $50 million, as a right to participation, but it also required them to build the mine over time, because the $100 million was only for the issue shares, and they were supposed to have more shares vested in them as they develop the mine. So there was never a case of we are selling the mine for $100 million, pay them $100 million and walk away kind of scenario. There was always a marriage, a strategic marriage to develop the mine together. The fifth point is that ultimately, the way that the parties understood the agreement appeared to differ. For instance, when EMP brought a potential offer from the ECOWAS Bank to the table, the other guys felt that that offer did not meet the terms of the agreement. I'll give you a couple of examples. One, there was a belief that the $130 million that the ECOWAS Bank is offering is not enough to cover the needs of the project because the bankability feasibility study suggested that the estimated $150 to $160 million was not enough.
So when they rejected that, they came a second time with another term sheet.
And that still did not reach the over $200 million that, in the view of Ibaira, the bankability feasibility studies suggested is needed. And the understanding of the agreement was that you will raise whatever is needed. EMP obviously had a different view. But whatever be the case, those are the two trying to get into a meeting of minds. So what happened then is that they then also looked at the terms and realized that it was indicative. It was for discussion purposes. And therefore, it's not a firm offer. And they rejected it. A second one, they rejected it. Another attempt through Afrexim Bank, which is another offer, was also not accepted. Those details are before an arbitral panel, before EMP withdrew the matter. But my point is that there was no meeting of minds. Because there was no meeting of minds, at some point, Ibaira, which controls the entities that own this Ghana entity, the Azuma Ghana, terminated agreement. And when you look at the termination agreement, which I'll also show very soon, you will see that all the people that signed are the very people that EMP entered into the agreement with. So if you think of Kangol, which is another special purpose vehicle, the person that was responsible for Kangol signed. If you think of Azuma Resources, John Ronsley's kind, and what's his name? James Warbank also signed. So in effect, there was a termination that EMP disputes. Now before that, EMP had already gone to arbitration. But who did EMP take to arbitration? A group of companies, all of whom are ultimately controlled by Ibaira. Now, in the course of that, EMP then proposed to hold this event, which I had gotten wind of because I'm in EMP's affairs because we are in court, right? So I then...
At the time, EMP had been successful in the local court in securing an injunction against...
Yes, an injunction to prevent the sale of the asset or any kind of investment coming into the asset that does not come through EMP.
Correct.
Essentially, but if you read the judgment of the High Court judge, it was very clear that she was freezing action on both sides, and we will display that also for viewers to see. If you read the phrasing that the judge used, so that effectively meant therefore that in a way things were in a standstill. Then when this event was held, which brought this whole matter to the limelight, we suggested that that event was not proper because the other persons who owned the asset were not party to the agreements, and that was confirmed by Azuma. This recent incident involved the transfer of shares by an individual purporting to be the beneficial owner to EMP. To our minds, or in our minds, that individual is not truly the beneficial owner in that sense of the word because he doesn't really own the shares.
And that was the most important question I was going to ask you after you said that EMP is transferring these shares onto itself. When we see, even in the pictures that we have seen in the course of the week, where these processes are happening and there's a signing, as you see them on the TV, Azuma Resources was represented. But now what you are saying is that the person purporting to represent Azuma Resources is somebody else.
Okay, so this person that you see, this gentleman in the middle, this Caucasian gentleman in the middle, has actually nothing to do with Azuma Resources. If my understanding is correct, this is somebody who is linked to Caterpillar or one of the vendors that provide equipment to EMP. But EMP's representative here will explain if this person is any of the Ibaira or other owners. So the key principles are very straightforward. The person who was listed as the beneficial owner is a gentleman called Hector Ninaku. Hector is the secretary. He's an inherited employee of EMP in that he was in the company employee of Azuma Ghana Resources, because he was in the company before this group, these new owners of Azuma, came to play. I don't understand what I'm saying. So you remember that this company has been around for a while, and these people bought into the company. Okay. So when they bought into the company, Hector Minakun was already the administration manager of the company. So they inherited him. Now he was, because of the fact that he was the administration manager.
Saying that these people who are at this signing, there's a signing, they're all happy. There's some deception going on.
I'm saying that this white man has nothing to do with Azuma in any way. This is a Caterpillar or some vendor, who provides equipment to EMP. You have to remember that you are dealing with a think tank, right? So there's nothing we will say that we haven't exhaustively kind of, and remember, people assume that we have an interest. We really don't have an interest. We are interested in transparency.
Right.
Yeah.
So hold on quickly let me come to Bobby.
Okay.
So Bobby, on the 8th of this month, Azuma Ghana issued a statement. It's headed, Azuma Ghana denies false reports of EMP takeover of Black Volta and Sankofa projects. It said Azuma Resources Ghana Limited has today categorically denied reports claiming that engineers and planners has completed the acquisition of Azuma Ghana and Upwest Resources Ghana and has taken control of Black Volta and Sankofa Gold project. These reports are false and without any legal basis. Azuma Ghana remains a lawful owner and operator of the projects. No shares have been transferred to EMP by Azuma Ghana, Upwest, or their shareholders. Not only is this untrue, but as recently as Friday, EMP formally abandoned its claim against Azuma Ghana, a development widely reported in the Ghanaian media as paving the way for Azuma Ghana to commence development of the WA and Black Volta project unimpeded. The Honorable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Emmanuel Amakufibua, was internationally praised for resolving the Azuma EMP dispute and assuring investors at the Africa Down Under Conference in Australia that Ghana remains a model of stability. Yet within days, EMP has defied that resolution by forcibly seizing the mine without legal basis, directly undermining the minister's own words and casting significant doubt on Ghana's ability to guarantee the rule of law. If such a transfer had occurred, it would amount to an expropriation of private property. This would expose the government of Ghana to claims exceeding $1 billion under both Ghanaian law and international treaties. It would also fundamentally undermine the message delivered by the Honorable Minister at Africa Down Under last week. Azuma Ghana intends to apply immediately to the International Court of Arbitration to prevent any such unlawful seizure by EMP and to ensure that the rights of its shareholders and the interests of the people of Ghana are fully protected. There are two more paragraphs to conclude this statement.
Yes, Samson, good morning. Good morning to the viewers. Like you said, 2 months ago, you were expecting me to be here when this started, but I had to pull out at the last minute. I apologize to you. And I want to say this, that the
minister had issued a statement.
Yes.
Called all of you to order.
Yes. The challenge.
Called you to a negotiation that he will mediate.
Yes.
Or the minister will mediate through a committee.
Yes.
And ask all of you to cease fire.
Yes.
All right.
Now, the challenge that I have, and I would say EMP has, is that, you see, the media publications or discussions are not being done by the disputant parties. In the sense that Mr. Simmons had made reference to Iberia, to Kangol, to Egik. You do not have anybody sitting here saying that I'm from Iberia, I'm from Kangol, I'm from Egik. Mr. Simmons obviously gets his information from whatever sources he's getting. He is, for lack of a better word, lawyers will say, relaying hearsay information, what somebody has told him. Now, EMP, and to an extent myself, because I was involved from day one
the negotiation of this before the contract was signed. So I didn't just come in. In 2022, when the original owners approached EMP before negotiations dovetailed into 2023 before agreement, I was part from day one. So I know this not because somebody has told me or a client has asked me to come and say it, because I was part of the negotiations.
So we also get information, we get documents, we verify.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. When you have documents, he said that they have asked the international lawyers to interpret the document for them. And based on the interpretation...
So because he's not a lawyer.
That is what I'm coming to. I feel challenged. Because what it will mean is that you are literally asking me to have an analysis of a legal document with a non-lawyer. Now, I would, and I had made this point earlier.
He's been advised.
What is the weight of that advice when he cannot be relied on?
When you advise your clients, you're supposed to use your advice.
But that is what I'm saying. He's not a client.
That doesn't make...
He's not a party.
I'm saying when you advise your clients, normally, you expect them to use the advice.
Oh, yes.
And that doesn't make the advice less potent.
But that is what I'm saying.
Because it's not being communicated by a lawyer.
That is what I'm saying. No. What is saying is that I am not the client. I am the lawyer.
Okay.
So if I ask legal questions, he will not be able to answer.
All right.
Now, the point that I want to make is that there are two matters that I really want to respond to this morning, if you could permit me. The first one is the consistent allegation of me personally, having been engaged in some form of conflict of interest. I remember on your show, he kept using the word, my good friend Bobby Banson, our good friend, has been paid a certain amount, I think 500,000.
You mean the previous edition?
Yeah, the previous show, which he has consistently repeated. Now, because as a professional, we are guided by a code of ethics that regulates what we do, how we do it, how we say it. You've known me since 2005, not today. This measure acquisition involving, it's not the first one that I have done to this volume. It's not. And hopefully by the grace of God, it will not be the last. So I would want on this platform an opportunity to explain that, Mr. Simmons, I have not pocketed 500,000 as you were told. You were giving bank statements.
If you work and you get paid,
No, he didn't say that it was my payment.
Okay, go ahead.
If he said it was my payment, it's different.
He was giving bank statements.
He has said that I have been unlawfully paid $500,000 from an account without the knowledge of the owners of that account, and I have used that money to pursue arbitration. And he had said that that constitutes conflict of interest. And he had repeated it on his social media handles. Now, it is never true. One, something. You, as a lawyer, know in transactions, there are instances where the client's holding account, which the ethics of our legal profession allows us to open for certain transactions, will be allowed to hold money in the form of an escrow. As soon as whatever conditions are met, those monies are transferred to whoever is supposed to receive. Now, this $500,000, now because of client privileged information, was not transferred to me as fees. It has never been kept by me. When this $500,000 was paid into our client holding account, it was for a specific purpose. That the signatories to that account, which are board members of Azuma, wanted the money paid into my account until the issues surrounding the signatories to that account are resolved. So in effect, I was just holding it. As soon as the signatories to that account was resolved by virtue of the court order or the court processes in Ghana, all of the $500,000, not even one CD, was transferred back into the Azuma account. Not even, and this was as far back as November 18, 2024. So for it to be repeated now, as if that money is still sitting in my account, or I'm using that money for any collateral purpose, was most unfortunate. And I'm using the word unfortunate because if indeed Mr. Simmons and his team said they don't have any interest in this matter, they wanted to verify, they could have easily written to say that we are going to town with an allegation that you have received $500,000, which you are using for purpose or without the knowledge of the owner. What is your response to it? Then we can say that, okay, they reached out and I chose not to respond, or they reached, because this does not involve EMP. The allegations that he made concerning the 500,000 was against myself. It had nothing to do with EMP.
Which is the next issue, so that he can respond quickly.
Yes.
Then you go to the question that I asked you, because That is our primary concern, where we are being told that the announcement that was made this week is false. There is some expropriation. This is putting Ghana in a very bad light. There is some unlawful seizure, putting Ghana in a very bad light internationally, and that Azuma is the rightful owner of these resources, and it has rapidly, it says it is now moving rapidly into development and delivery of over 100 million of investment and thousands of jobs. So what's the second issue you wanted to respond to?
It will tie down into the first part of your issue, that there has been expropriation. Expropriation is when the government, that you are a foreign investor, unlawfully seizes or prevents you from realizing the full extent of your investment.
That's right.
Now, in this transaction, there has not been any one single involvement of the government of Ghana until the foreigners, for lack of a better word, voluntarily wrote to the minister and asked him to mediate. And so
this what happened?
Yes, they wrote.
Okay.
Now, it's sad when the...
First of all, it's the company that invited EMP to come and acquire the asset.
Yes.
And second, you are saying when the minister made the intervention, it was they who brought in the minister.
Who wrote the minister?
Okay, go ahead.
The only time that EMP wrote to the ministry was to get a no objection letter. I think late last year or early this year, and we went through all the processes, and then it was issued in March 2025.
You're explaining why there's no government involvement until when Azuma Resources got
Australia
brought the minister in. Okay.
So to that extent. Now, the point which ties into that I really want to make is that it's quite unfair that this transaction having been started in 2022, highlighted in 2023, agreements signed in 2024. Whatever has happened to those agreements, I'm not going to talk about it, but I'm saying that to say that this transaction is being consummated because of political interference is quite unfair. You see, it is unfair because it undermines the very efforts that everybody has put in right from the beginning, as if you just came up and from 8th January 2025, which is when His Excellency John Mahama became president, then EMP decided to say, we want this asset, so let's go and take it. It's really unfair. When you do that, it is not only EMP that you are attacking, because the so-called allegation you are saying international investment is, the international climate, investment climate, people are talking about it. It is not only Mr. Dramani Mahama or EMP that they are talking about. They are talking about the whole Ghana. Now, if you go to EMP or if you go to where the miners, the people there are not only aligned to any one political party. You cannot say that EMP workers all vote for a certain political party, or where the miners, they belong to one political party. This is a Ghanaian matter. This transaction, like I keep saying, was started in 2022. Agreements fully negotiated and signed in 2023. Things went on up to 2024. So you cannot say that only maybe from 8th January, all of a sudden EMP woke up and decided that we want this mine. So we just walked in and said we are taking it by force. That is most unfair. It undermines the efforts that all parties involved have put in to bring it to this light. Now, Samson, I will be slow to respond to the essence of your question for one reason. He indicated that as we speak, there are serious attempts to bring closure to all of these misunderstandings. And as between today, tomorrow, the next day, is very crucial. Now, I will not, with respect, want to inflame, for lack of a better word, passions.
So that's a fact.
That's a fact.
That there are serious negotiations ongoing as we speak.
As we speak.
To bring a closure.
I'm supposed to leave immediately and finish to finalize the discussions. As you are aware, the stakeholders involved are in different jurisdictions, Singapore, Australia, and the timelines are not aligned. Australia, for example, is 8 hours.
Yeah.
So we've been working in the past 72 hours over time to be able to finish this. And I have to be part, but because of these issues and the promise that we had, I didn't want it to be repeated. I just wanted to come and clear these two things. That it is not true that monies have been paid into an account unlawfully and are being kept to achieve a certain purpose. Secondly, it is not true, never the case, that this transaction has come about because of political interference. It has never been the case. They approached EMP in 2022. At that time, Mr. Ibrahim Mahama'S brother was not president. He was in opposition. If they were looking for political help, they would not have gone to him. Agreement was negotiated and signed in 2023. Parties started implementing their various parts of the agreement in 2024, and dispute arose. Dispute arose in 2024. Now, whatever steps have been taken by EMP subsequently, they are subject matters that will be consummated in the course of these negotiations. And so I would not want to go into this person did this. As you know, when you are in negotiations, sometimes the tone, the discussion, that is why I'm restrained, because whatever Mr. Simon says here cannot be held against the people who we are negotiating with. Because obviously, he has not said he is here in the capacity as their representative. But whatever I say here, I'm the same person that in the next 30 minutes, I'm expected to go and sit at the table. And I'm sure they are watching, or he will let them know that, oh, Bobby even said you have done this, you have done that.
Sorry. When you say they are watching, or he will let them know.
And that is what I'm saying, because he's definitely in communication with them. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Something. The International Chamber of Commerce.
Do you think what you are doing now is fair?
To which one?
What you're doing, attempting to do to Bright is fair.
Oh, what did I do? I'm saying he's in communication with them.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell you why. And if I'm lying, he can say it. And
of course, he has said he's received documentation and all of that.
No, and I'm saying the source of the documentation lets me know that he's in communication with them. And let me tell you why. The International Chamber of Commerce, maybe he does not know, but you will know. The International Chamber of Commerce, where we were having the arbitration, the ICC, has a portal that only parties and lawyers, I think to a large extent lawyers, would have access to that portal. So if I sue Samson Ladi, I commence arbitration against Samson Ladi at the ICC opens a portal that you would have the code, I would have the code. The notice to withdraw was uploaded on that portal, the exclusive portal that only lawyers have access to. On Friday was 4th or 5th September at 10 p.m. Less than 3 hours later, which is the Saturday, 6th September at 12, what time was the post? 12:57 a.m. Less than 3 hours, Mr. Simmons has posted that notice on his Twitter account. This document was not sent by email for you to say that somebody received it by email.
It tells me, if I look at him from the perspective from which we have dealt with him over the years, that he does his job well. He knows how to get his job done well.
But that is what I'm saying, that as we sit here, I'm not saying this disrespectfully, but as a fact, you and I, because of our profession, we have ethical boundaries. There are privileged information that when a lawyer comes by in the course of discussions, negotiations, cases, you cannot sit and go to media with it.
Correct.
Otherwise, when I leave here, General Legal Counsel would ask me, you are bound by certain regulations. I cannot justify it. With all due respect, Mr. Simmons doesn't have that. I cannot say that he belongs to an organization, a professional body that will regulate some of this. So, for example, I could not have, per the confidentiality agreements under the ICC rules, I could not have shared that notice of withdrawal with you.
Correct.
But he can share on his X page because he has no ethical boundary in that context.
Right.
And the lawyers at that stage, at that level, cannot post it on their X because that would be obviously in breach. That is why I'm saying that I have avoided this for only this reason. And I'm trying very hard to still remain.
Before I let Bright come in, what you admit as a fact that he has disclosed also tells a different story. That as we speak, there are ongoing negotiations to try and bring matters to a close.
Yes.
But the announcement by EMP in the course of the week was that you had completed acquisition and you had completely taking over.
Do you have the EMP statement? The EMP statement was very categorical. EMP has acquired all the equity shares.
All equity shares?
Yes.
That's correct.
That was what EMP said.
Right.
EMP said they have acquired all the equity shares. Very clear. And it even stated from the beneficial owner, and having acquired that, with the prior approval, the letter of no objection from the Minerals Commission, and has completed the registration of the share transfer at the Registry of Companies. The statement from EMP contained these elements.
Explain to us, what does it mean from the beneficial owner?
Yeah, I'm going to explain. Something, every corporate entity, most likely, maybe not in all situations, but most likely would have two interest owners. And I'm making this general because you've asked, not again, I'm restricted.
Just education.
Just education. I don't want to go into...
The communication said beneficial owner.
Yes.
And not every member of the public will appreciate what it means to say beneficial owner. They may not even pay attention to that.
Okay. Now, so I'll make notes and explain what beneficial owner. But because you said the negotiations, every entity, most likely than not, it may not be the case for everyone, would have two stakeholders. From a basic, I'm using the language not to sound too legalistic.
It's company law.
Company law.
Yeah.
Stakeholders may be in the form of equity owners and creditors of the company. Now, equity owners are the ones who would own the issued shares of the company. The creditors are not owners of issued shares of the company unless they have an agreement for preference share arrangement, or they have debentures that restricts the transfer of shares under certain circumstances. Now, EMP in the statement indicated that they will now proceed to deal with the creditors. It was in the statement. And so if I say that there are negotiations, I am not going outside the ambit of the statement.
It is a continuing process.
Exactly, because EMP made it very clear that now we have completed all the equity acquisition. We have completed that registration at the Registrar General's Department
to deal with the creditors.
It was in the statement.
Okay.
So if I say there are negotiations without disclosing the extent of that negotiation, I have not gone outside or betrayed the essence of the statement by EMP. Now you've asked the question, who is a beneficial owner? Now a beneficial owner, you would have access to the Companies Act.
Yes,
if we can, so that it is not as if I'm the one saying what's something that is not.
I have my legal resource, but you go ahead and just briefly tell us. Yeah.
No, I just want to read because I like the definition in the Companies Act. If you can help us with that, or if Mr. Simmons has access to it, I'm trying to see. Yes, I think I'll have it somewhere in my. Didn't bring.
All right. So this is Newsfile, Joy 99.7 FM, and this is your Joy News TV. Joy News channel, and we are trying to canvass the discussion. I just opened the Companies Act.
Okay, so you see the definition of beneficial owner.
Right. So the matter that the Azuma Resources is threatening international, taking it to the International Court of Arbitration, and threatening that Ghana stands and risk over $1 billion US because of what they are seeking to do. That's actually what brings in the extreme national or public interest, for which when we look around, we can't see any civil society group that appear to have the capacity to help with the discussion than Bright Simmons. And that's why we call it.
Yes, have you found a beneficial owner?
I've just opened my Companies
so
Act.
you can look for it for me. But I can just generally, again, for discussions without necessarily narrowing down to the facts of the present matter, which I've said for ethical reasons, we'll not go into the details.
Okay.
If you say, and this is from international investment, international law perspective.
Okay.
If you say that you would want to take a country on in the context of expropriation, you cannot say it. It's not as if you are walking into the court, a court to sue.
Right.
You must first demonstrate that you have a bilateral investment treaty between the country of the investor as disclosed to the home country, the host state, as it's called, and the host state. And so if that talk comes out, you have to ask yourself these questions before you'll be able to narrow down. Now, the beneficial owner, if you find it, so that it comes from your gadget, we read it, and then we all have an understanding of it for general purposes.
I just wanted you to proceed with your explanation, okay. if that mattered.
Yes, it mattered.
Okay.
Because if you pick up company incorporation forms today, there are international conventions that Ghana is a signatory to. That from 2018, which when the law was passed, the New Companies Act was passed in 2019, required that when you are filling in forms and submitting forms for registration at the company registry, you must disclose beyond who the shareholder is on the face of the incorporation document, you must disclose who the beneficial owner is. Now, the beneficial owner, often called the ultimate beneficial owner, is the final interest holder of the asset or of the company. And so every other person, as defined in the Act, would be acting at the instruction or at the direction of this ultimate beneficial owner or this beneficial owner. A beneficial owner is not a trustee. A beneficial owner, per the law, is not holding the shares or is not an owner of the shares in trust for any person.
Okay.
And so if something you register, maybe you incorporate a company, and then you put your name as the shareholder, but you actually are acting on the instructions, or maybe you intend that whatever benefits come from the shares, the final decision maker in respect of this organization would be me.
Right.
Your name would appear as the shareholder, but my name would appear as the ultimate beneficial owner or the beneficial owner. What the law defines it to be is that you will be acting at my instructions or in my interest.
Right.
That is what the law says.
Right.
And so if you incorporate a company and then you fill out names of maybe Bobby Banson as the shareholder and then Samson Ladi as the beneficial owner, you, Samson Ladi, you have a lot of legal obligations, either rights or liabilities.
Yeah.
And so it is not merely writing it there as it were.
So let me go to right now. So when he
I
said,
thought you were going to look at
when he said, I've gone through.
Okay.
So
when I said?
Recently, not too long ago, we had to do an amendment to bring beneficial owners provision into the Companies Act.
Yes.
Because we felt that there were people who were hiding behind companies to do things. So we needed to know who exactly is the one who has put money in this business.
Yes.
That's why we passed that in Act 992 of 2019, and under Section 383, a beneficial owner is simply one who, the person who is directly or indirectly the owner or has control of the company or the legal arrangement, the person who receives substantial economic benefits from the company, the person who exercises significant influence over decisions or operations, or the true party behind the transaction, even if acting through a nominee or by proxies.
That is what the law says.
So you said you had acquired.
I think let me just get involved at this point, because
coming.
And also, I think if your producers will now allow me to start showing some documents, I'll be very grateful.
So we just did the explanation of beneficial owner, and the EMP is saying these are the people that they have dealt with so far, and they were going to now continue the process to deal with the creditors.
Okay. Yeah. So Samson, I'm actually quite amazed that Mr. Banson,
all stakeholders,
Mr. Banson will suggest that he has ethical boundaries that I don't have, purely by virtue of the fact that he's called to the bar in Ghana. And I guess because myself, as a lowly policy analyst and activist, cannot have ethical boundaries.
That's not what I said. Mr. Simon, that's not what I said.
But you see,
Bright and Bobby, hold on.
I will not.
Bright and Bobby, hold on. So when you were talking and I was talking about the signing, signing process, I picked up these photographs and shared with my production to share with us. And my information is that these pictures, as published, were rather those that were published in 2023.
Yes.
And they were the pictures before Azuma agreement, before the Azuma agreement.
It's got nothing to do with
this.
the
This is not the transfer that happened.
As you can see, it's a
just this
caterpillar
week. Thank you very much.
and it has nothing to do with Azuma.
Right.
Okay.
So thank you.
So I am actually amazed that this ethical boundaries issue again, but we're not going to dwell on that, are we? Let's be clear. Even after ENP concludes the ongoing negotiations with Ibarra and signs an agreement, and hopefully they stick to the agreement this time around and everything else. The fact of the matter is that ENP has to raise substantial amounts of money to develop this mine. And as far as the information we have up to date is concerned, it's only public banks that appears to be interested in financing ENP. The ECOWAS Bank and Consolidated Bank of Ghana are the only ones that our due diligence appears to suggest are currently at the level of commitment in this respect. To the extent that those are public banks, we will continue to have an interest in this affair. That's something I'm putting on the record. So that's number one. Number two, it is true that I'm not called to the bar, I'm not a lawyer and the rest of it. But I think Ghanaian professionals sometimes heavily underestimate the interdisciplinarity of most of the things they do. Everything we've discussed here, law is 20%.
Maybe less.
There's a whole range of political economy issues. There's a whole range of commercial transaction issues. I'm a trained MBA. There are a whole range of other matters in respect of public interest, etc., etc. So for someone to suggest that if you're not a lawyer, I can't debate you and this, whatever, I don't think it's correct. Don't worry, Mr. Bansi, you'll get your chance. So I think I want to make
and let's do this briefly because we need to move on to some other issues.
This tendency to think that anything that when there's a legal agreement involved or something, it's only lawyers that can discuss. It's very often the case in this country in public discourse. It's completely wrong. There's so many facets. That's number two. Number three, when I said to Mr. Banson on Twitter and elsewhere that the $500,000 transfer was problematic, I was on very sure grounds. Why is that? First and foremost, Mr. Banson was not in the context in which these transactions occurred, simply acting as a client, a lawyer for a client. He was a member of the finance committee of the company. And in that regard, he had to pay himself and other members of the finance committee, etc., as if he was an employee. He had to act as if he was an employee. In that regard, he was not simply a lawyer for some adversarial party, which is why on 22nd August 2025, the adversaries in this situation now, given the fact that they consider the relationship dissolved, sued in that tribunal in an attempt to remove him from the proceedings on the basis of conflict of interest. That was not something I invented. This is something where in adversarial relations, the other party has seen cause to attack upon. I'm particularly convinced that maybe one of the reasons they withdrew quickly from arbitration and then move on to use these Takashi tactics to take over the company was because they were beginning to see that certain interim relief.
Is it fair to be talking about Takashi
I'll come to that in a minute. I'll come to that
because once they get to the table, it is always a matter of compromise.
I'll come to that in a minute.
Because some of the things he says,
I'll come to Takashi
if I respond, then I'll be disclosing privileged information.
I will come to Takashi in a minute.
Can say it
let him wind up quickly and then I'll finish with you.
Because he raised a lot of issues which are important. So my view of the matter is that in these circumstances where he was in those circumstances, his loyalty was to the company. If the project board had not authorized certain transactions and the likes of it, he cannot go around that and transfer $500,000 into the account of his law firm. When he's in those circumstances, his duty of loyalty is to the company.
So he mentioned something, Bright, which is standard. In fact, we are all required as lawyers and law firms to have clients' accounts.
Good. That client account has nothing to do with this situation because in those circumstances, he was not operating as a lawyer for the company. That's the problem. He was operating as a lawyer for EMP, and he's still a lawyer for EMP. in the context in which he had access to those bank accounts, he was a member of the finance committee of the company.
I'm not a signatory to that bank account.
Yes, but the money went into your account.
I pay myself.
The money went into your account.
I am not a signatory to that. I have never been a signatory.
That point is very clear.
The signatory to the bank account are the directors of the company.
He will put money from Azuma.
He had explained that
account.
He had explained that his account was holding the money so that the signatories will resolve.
Yes, but
and then it will revert.
And that's what authority did he transfer the money?
I didn't transfer the money, Mr. Simon.
On whose authority did the finance committee member transfer the money to you?
The money was not transferred by a finance committee member, Mr. Simmons. Wait. Mm-hmm. You are not. Let me explain. Samson, I will do this only for the purposes of educating your public. The agreement that was signed in 2023, okay, had three main pillars. Please give. I didn't want to, but the way he's talking, let me let him know. He had set an agreement for EMP to acquire all the issued shares in the company and debt. It is not only shares.
Yeah.
Shares and debt.
And I can confirm this because I have read the agreement.
$400 million.
Yeah. Okay.
That was the first pillar.
Right. Mm.
The second pillar, so let me go. The first pillar, I will explain it.
Okay.
The first payment was $50 million. The second payment is another $50 million. Up to the first payment was to be made in 2024. The second payment is to be made in 2026. This $100 million is to pay only debt and equity. Now, because the first payment will be made in 2024, the second payment will be made in 2026. The parties agreed that we cannot leave the tenement lying down until the payment is made. What do? In the meantime, we have to look for money to develop the mine. So between 2024 and 2026, the mine was expected to be developed. Okay. Now the second pillar was that EMP will be solely responsible.
Relevant.
Sorry?
I'm not sure why this one.
I'm coming to explain to you the workings of the finance committee.
Okay,
Mr. Simons.
That money to a client account is irrelevant.
Let me explain.
Hold on.
I'm explaining.
Quickly concentrate here and finish because
I'm explaining the finance
need to end this discussion.
The finance committee.
Yeah, go ahead.
But I have
you said I'm a member of the finance committee and I was paying myself.
Go ahead.
EMP, the second pillar, was responsible for raising the funding to develop the project. To develop, not to buy the shares. To develop the project. The cost of the funding, as stated in the agreement, was between $150 million and $160 million. Now, in raising the funding, the agreement stated that even though EMP will go and look for the funding, the Australians would guarantee the funding. So the agreement says that the funding will be raised by EMP on the books of the Australians. That's what is in the agreement.
On the books doesn't mean guarantee, but that's another conversation.
That is what the agreement stated. Now, EMP will raise the funding, but the funding is to be raised in the name of Azuma, because Azuma is the benefit for the 2-year period. Now, the parties agreed in the agreement that there will be what is called a finance committee that will be responsible for raising the funds, which is the sole responsibility of EMP.
Right.
So EMP, per the agreement, was to constitute the finance committee. Because this
is a fundraising, we understand.
Yeah, this is a fundraising.
The minerals income investment wanted to bring in some money and you rejected.
Exactly.
That you didn't want government
any
to be
political.
involved. Okay, go ahead.
Now, this finance committee was, per the agreement, to be constituted by EMP.
But for the company.
That is what I'm saying.
Finish.
That it will be raised in the name of the company.
We need to do this quick.
But it is EMP's responsibility.
Right. All I'm saying is that the finance committee.
No, you made a statement.
Right, just a second. I'll come to you. Right.
The agreement stated that EMP will constitute the finance committee.
Okay.
After the main agreement was signed in 2023, the first meeting of the board was to confirm the membership of the finance committee, which has, of course, it is EMP that is constituted. So EMP would have its people there. Now, they needed a lawyer, of course, because you're going to do finance reason. So I was put there on the finance committee. The board of Azuma, in one of their first meetings, ratified all the members of the finance committee and then ratified their allowances to be paid to them.
Meaning they approved.
They approved.
Ratified.
Yes, sorry, they approved.
Okay.
Now, EMP was supposed to fund the monthly operations of the mine, as it were. I'm using the word.
Which you say was funding monthly by how much?
By averagely $500,000 a month.
Okay, go ahead.
From that time.
Yeah.
Now, the monies that EMP would be paying into to fund, for the purposes of knowing that this money was paid by EMP, and it is for this purpose, again, the board of Azuma approved, I was going to say, passed the resolution that a bank account will be opened at EcoBank, where all the payments from EMP would be put into. That we know that every month, whether you've paid your money, you've not paid, so we will not mix it with the other funds belonging to the business. Now, the board of Azuma approved the mandate to this EcoBank account and said this EcoBank account, we are going to have two signatories. One will be A, because of privilege, I will not want to mention their name. One will be Mr. B. Now, Mr. A and Mr. B were members of the board of Azuma. They are the sole signatories of that account.
They were EMP representatives. That's Mr. Nana Jonebemo and Noelado. Of course, I know. I've read everything.
I have never been a signatory to that.
So I'm not sure why we went all this.
Let me finish. Because you said I was paying myself. You said I was paying myself. So I was trying to let you know that at no point in time was it that the payment from this account to the finance committee was without approval of the whole Azuma board.
Okay.
At no point in time did I, Bobby Bansi.
So now I understand where Bright is coming, because he is impeaching the said Azuma representation on that committee.
So let me continue.
Or the Azuma board.
It was a board approval.
Yeah, I get it, but he's impeaching them. You know, it's okay.
The information we have seen, the information we have seen is that the EMP representatives on the board who were signatories to that account because it was a EMP requirement, but still in the name of the company. They are still acting in loyalty to the company. Nana Jumebono, Bene, and Noelado, they were the ones who were signatories to the account. So effectively, they transferred the money. But they transferred the money to Robert Smith Law Group, which has no relation whatsoever in this context in relation to a client.
Was the money brought back? Do you know? Did they tell you whether the money was brought back?
Come back. You have said that it was returned
so that
without even a single.
I can share the
opinion. Right.
My point is that at that moment there was no attorney-client mechanism arrangement in this place. It was simply a fact that in their minds, your loyalty to should have been to the company. So that's all. So that $500,000.
Which company? Well, the thing is that you deny.
Right. So
you deny that claim.
EMP appointed me to the finance committee
whilst you were a lawyer.
For EMP.
Right. Okay.
How do you tell me
and
that
you
my
say
lawyer
by the agreement it was EMP that was to set up that committee?
And then pay the committee members.
The account we are talking about was not an EMP account. The account was an Azuma Ghana account.
Because EMP had to account the monies they have paid towards tax purposes. It could not have been direct from EMP to everybody.
Okay, thank you.
You've made your point. Let me just make my point.
Right.
And then let the
These are factual matters.
Let the US judge.
All right.
So as far as I'm concerned, you were brought on the Azuma Ghana system as somebody whose duty of loyalty was to that entity. Any movement of funds that was not authorized by the majority shareholders and which they have used as a basis to claim that you had a conflict of interest, it's a public interest. And that's what I have reported. If you disagree or whatever it is, that's your opinion. But you cannot make the argument that what I said was somehow concocted when they themselves have found very
So what it is that what it is that you rebutted that you rebutted that.
An important point is refusing to admit.
Oh Jesus!
Was the $500,000 brought back after the signatories matter was resolved? Ask him. Ask him whether he can confirm whether they told you that.
Do you know that? Do you know that as a matter of fact?
No. What I'm trying to explain is...
Can we just clear that?
Do you know that or you don't know? It was sent on 18th November 2024.
There are a lot of issues regarding this EcoBank account.
Okay.
And funds spent in that account that have not been accounted for. Basically, money that was supposed to fund Azuma resources. The current accusation is that money was funding EMP. So let's not go there. Let's leave that there.
All right. So
my key issue is very simple.
Quickly.
The ultimate beneficial owner of a company is the person to whom the economic benefits accrue.
Correct.
And on top of that, the person who has control of the company.
Yes.
My argument
These are the people they have dealt with.
No, they have not dealt with them. The person they have dealt with is Hekanyinaku. Now, Hekanyinaku, who was listed as the beneficial owner, who has transferred the shares to them, is not the ultimate beneficial owner. He does not own the shares, because when you look at the actual ownership of the shares, the two companies that he's dealing with now Azuma Australia and IGIC or IGIC. Those companies who own the shares are the true ultimate beneficial owners. The only reason why Hetanyinaku became listed as beneficial owner
in 2014
because of administrative oversight. Because if you look at it now, I have the evidence now. Can I show something quickly? The current transfer to ENP, it still shows Hetanyinaku as a beneficial owner. So it tells you that unless he now accepts that Hetanyinaku owns the company and not ENP, that is a simple administrative oversight.
Are you saying that you have evidence that in 2014, when Hetanyinaku was listed, he was subsequently sort of delisted?
Hetanyinaku was just secretary. He was not a director of the company.
As beneficial
you have
owner.
said that he was listed as beneficial owner.
I'm trying to explain that the beneficial ownership thing, because he was the one responsible for managing it, it was up to Hetanyinaku to ensure that the right beneficial owner was listed.
All right.
Now, what has happened now is that they've taken the company from Hetanyinaku. Not from Ibaira, not from the people that they are currently negotiating. But if they are taking it from the right people, they wouldn't be still negotiating with them, would they?
He says the continuing negotiation is not contrary to what the announcement they have
because
made.
he's suggesting that those people are only creditors. They are not only creditors.
I have not said that.
Those people.
See, that is why I said I don't want to say things for him to beneficial.
I understand your difficulty. I understand your difficulty.
Yes, but hold on. I said that if we own the viewers in education,
that's right.
The people that own the mine are Ibaira.
All right.
Everywhere you go, you end up with Ibaira.
Right.
Ibaira is not the one that has transferred the shares to ENP.
Okay.
There's absolutely no doubt.
Yeah.
So the people who have transferred the shares to ENP is Hetanyinaku, who was secretary to the company and does not own any shares and has never been an economic controller or a legal controller of the company. That is why I made the tweet I did, and which is why I sparked the controversy that I did. It was a valid controversy.
Okay. Now, and I need to end on a clean sheet. Does what Azuma is saying still hold? That they are going to the International Court of Arbitration and this must cost Ghana in excess of 1 billion? Yes, I'm asking you, Bright.
Well,
what do you know?
What I know for sure is that ENP sent the matter to arbitration demanding specific performance. That the agreement should continue. Yes, I know.
This is 8th of
Yes, I'm trying to explain that in a few minutes.
September.
Give me a few seconds. So ENP took the matter to arbitration for specific performance, meaning that the agreement as it was should continue. ENP has withdrawn that arbitration and has acquired the shares from Hetanyinaku. That's where we are now. The threat to demand interim reliefs and also pursue the counterclaim for $1 billion. And if they think the Ghanaians are involved in the rest of it, then to find the right nexus for potential bilateral investment treaty claim, all those matters are subject to Mr. Banson here successfully closing a deal with these people as early as possible.
And that's what they are likely to get.
That is what they are doing. But they should be careful because the $100 million payment or whatever it is to close the matter does not end for 2 reasons. Does not end the matter for 2 reasons.
All right.
They still have to raise money to fund the mine.
Okay.
And if they keep entangling themselves in warfare, republic activists, and the likes of it, they are not going to be able to raise the money to fund that mine, which will damage Ghana's interest.
Thank you.
Our interest for that people of Upper West to get jobs.
Thank you.
For taxes to be paid from that asset.
Thank you, Bright.
And that's where our public interest lies.
You are hopeful that the ongoing process, which you are leaving here to continue, will end this tug of war.
I'm very confident.
So that what ENP has sought to do over the period is complete acquisition, pass one to the agreements, and to take complete control and develop the two projects. Will happen.
Yeah, it will happen. Okay. But I want to end on this note.
Right.
Mr. Simmons, I'm telling you for a fact, ENP will never struggle to develop this mine. I don't know what your source is. I can tell you as well, maybe
we hope for the
information.
Best. We hope for the best.
Thank you.
Can I finish?
All right.
No, something. He makes categorical statements.
You are making the point. You are inviting him in.
No.
I need to go. I need to cut you right now.
He's saying that ENP has approached only public companies and public companies
those are the only ones who have shown commitment.
That is not true, Mr. Simon. Whoever told you, and that is what I'm telling you. That most of the things they tell you are hearsay.
Thank you, gentlemen.
It is not
Bright Simmons, Honorary Counsel, Imani Africa, and Bobby Banson, who is lawyer for ENP, joining us on this discussion. We will be right back with my next set of guests joining Bright Simmons to look at 3 major issues under the president's encounter with the press. No declaration of emergency. He says he's reluctant to declare a state of emergency to fight Galamsey. The guys in that front are outraged. They are completely unhappy. His answer to Kojo Yankson, which suggested that even what we are gaining could include, through a lot of the export we have done with small-scale gold produced, could include illegal gold. People are livid about that. And Operation Recover All Loots. Fifi Kwete hinted at an NDC lawyers meeting that some officials are seeking to compromise the process because they are cutting deals with the so-called looters. You hear the president's response, and is there a crackdown on hate speech, with the president saying Signals Bureau has been unleashed to identify those who are doing this and to deal with them. We'll be right back.
The police invited him on Monday, the 8th of September. He responded to the invitation by the police, went with his lawyers, submitted himself to interrogations. Within an hour of interrogations, he was whisked into NIB custody. The question is, why would the police investigating a matter and has its own police cells decide to send a citizen who is being investigated on a matter which is a misdemeanor into NIB custody? It must be stated that our checks at the NIB confirms that the NIB is not interrogating Abronye, neither are they investigating him. According to the NIB, they are only recipient of the man Abronye. In other words, the police sent him there that they should keep him. That is why they received him. But they are not the ones who are investigating. So the question is, why would Ghana Police Service claim to be investigating a person and rather decide to send him to NIB cells? Is it to punish him or what? Then they kept him the whole of Monday night, and Tuesday morning, being the 9th, he was brought to court. When they brought him to court, the police insisted that they still needed him for further investigation. Therefore, they want him to be remanded into lawful custody. Of course, the judge upheld the application and remanded Abronye to be brought to court today. Now, the sad part of it is that when he left court, the police handcuffed him.
Have a new crop of I'll call them new journalists, who anybody with a phone and a camera can report news or comments on national issues. Now the point is, who holds those people responsible? And that's what he's saying. If you go to some of the WhatsApp platforms, or you go to some of the commentaries in the TikToks and others, we have what we call hate speech, incitement to violence. Those are criminal. Despite the fact that we have removed the criminal libel laws, there are some laws that make such people accountable. Because if we don't regulate that sector, it can lead this nation to war. There are some of the incendiary statements that have been made in the Boko situation that are fueling some of what is happening there, making people hate each other and see each other as enemies. It's been the same in the Gonja Brefo thing. Some people fanning and inciting violence against each other. This falls in the ambit of the National Signals Bureau. And so the National Signals Bureau now has the technology to use your IP number and find you wherever you are. So I'm sending a signal to Ghanaians that we can find you those doing those hate speech and things. We'll use your IP number, we'll trace you. And when we trace you, we'll deal with you under the criminal code for inciting violence and disturbance of the peace. But I believe that beyond that...
Right. So you heard the president admit the press that he had with the media. And it's a matter that is very concerning, isn't it? That in recent times, there are people who are hiding behind, the anonymity sort of that social media provides. And they say just anything at all and get away with it. And he says this is wrong, particularly those that the questioner asked about hate speech, that people are using this, causing tribal, ethnic confusion, which can actually destabilize the country. And he said, Signals Bureau is working on that. They will use your IP addresses to track you down and deal with you under the law. Should we be happy or we should be concerned about the president's statement? Coming at a time when TikTokers have been dealt with for some of the, call them the incendiary comments. People are threatening death and harm, left, right, center. And now Abronya is also denied bail after how many days now? He's done almost a week or more in detention. And people are livid about why he should not be granted bail so that he defends his case. After all, he pleaded that he's not guilty to the comments that he made. Right. So let me begin with Yusuf Seni. Yes. Should we be worried or we should be happy that the president is going to lead us to stop a culture that is beginning to breed danger for our country?
Thank you, Samson. And let me agree. Who say, like F1? Good.
It's Jose.
Jose. Okay. And then Bright. And not Bright. Bright Simon. Yes.
Miracles and Bright.
Right. And Miracles, we've spoken. He's my friend, but on the other side.
You trained me, so I'm just
of a different matter.
I'm following the manual.
That's a nice.
Yes, so I saw it. He didn't look like Dr. Bawumia until he said that was
He's not the one.
The Gen Zs call it the mural.
The mural.
You will say it. The Gen Zs will say it.
Be careful about the spectacle and how it is shaped. It can be misconstrued at another person.
So today I've been probing. Shirts as well. So that's Bawumia, the man who represents ideas, and that's Madiba.
Madiba,
Nelson Mandela. And as I probed, I realized that actually this shirt was given to Bright by
the states. South Africa. Okay, let's hear you.
So in fact, the president is not saying anything new. In or around the year 2020, we met and looked at the cybersecurity zone, and we looked at the activities that were coming out, new media, and how that could challenge the traditional notions of responsibility. And so how do you deal with people who exploit the opportunities granted them in the new media, malign, use hate speech, and all those things which really, if it were in the traditional media, you'll be able to hold them responsible. So now, and this debate is not only limited to Ghana. Recently, the United Kingdom, there was talk about a trolling of a footballer who had missed a penalty, and the footballer almost nearly committed suicide. He said that he wouldn't take future penalties. And the discussion was that, well, so if it's the social media that is being used to troll the player, who has the responsibility to ensure that that doesn't happen? There was some consensus, unanimity, that those who own the platform, they should have that responsibility, and that they need to develop regulations to ensure that people don't misuse that platform. Yeah. The same thing, I mean, Samson, I heard you complaining one day when after your distance, somebody wrote something that was totally not correct. Totally. But he had already published that. You wouldn't reach, you only exercise your right to to counter what he has said. But probably many people who read what he wrote and not reading what you subsequently wrote will walk away with those notions about you, which were totally untrue. I mean, and sometimes I sit on this platform and say things, and I go and read things that somebody has written, and you want to check the byline. Who is that person? The Marvelous TV. Who is that Marvelous TV? Who is that? Who is behind it? And totally different, totally different. That's what Donald Trump calls fake news. How do we deal with fake news? So what the president is saying, and I mean, let me back roll small. I mean, you remember Rwanda? Rwanda was even the use of a traditional media. Somebody went and sat on radio and called a group of people cockroaches. And what do you do with cockroaches? You exterminate them. And so many of those guys, many of the Hutus were killed. That was irresponsible for somebody to do that, to use public media to do such a thing. It's the same thing. We need to find a way to balance the need for people to exercise their right to speech, freedom of speech, as captured in chapter 5 of the Constitution, and also balance that with the requirements of responsibility, taking responsibility for what a person has said and holding people accountable for what they have said.
Sam George has been talking about a law that is being made in this regard. We don't know about it yet, so we don't know what is contained in there. I don't know what you know, that like elsewhere, the way they are doing it, it is the owner of the platforms that they are punishing for these hate speeches. Is that what we are seeking to do? Because I know also that in our national security strategy document, hate speech has been flagged as a national security issue.
Yes. And not only in Ghana, everywhere, hate speech. And you know, that can be really, really debilitating. I mean, that can be sapping. I mean, if somebody says something about you, and I experienced that at first hand when I said something about, I mean, and the way I was attacked, regardless of what I meant, clearly undermines the freedom of expression. And so the people who say those things must be held responsible. Now, how Sam George is conceiving that, I don't yet know. But what I can tell you is that when the draft of the law is finally made available, all of us will input and ensure that we deal with this emerging phenomenon. Nobody should have the right to sit in the corner of his room and create content meant for public consumption without any iota of responsibility. People must have responsibility. They must be responsible for what they have said. We must be able to hold them. If you want to create a civilized, sane society, people should be responsible.
But how do you marry that with our constitutional dispensation of the freedom guaranteed to speak your mind?
Within the limits of the law. The constitutional guarantee says within the limits of the law. I mean, you've forgotten that caveat at the end of chapter 5. Within the limits of the law.
Even in chapter 6 itself. Yes. The chapter 6 is very clear about the duties of us as citizens. While chapter 5 right from start gives us the freedom the right to freedom of speech. Chapter 6 itself reminds us to respect the rights, freedoms, and legitimate interests of others. And generally to refrain from doing acts detrimental to the welfare of other persons. It tells us to foster national unity and live in harmony with others. So there are also constraints on us relative to the freedoms we have to speak and what we say. There are going to be quite some complexity. There's definitely going to be a philosophical, fine line on how we define an overreach also by government. We've taken time as a country to really fight issues around criminal libel, where states abuse that power to suppress our rights to also speak. How do we find that balance will require proper national debate. And I hope Sam George or whoever it is spearheading that will not be driven by the energy of the politics, but would actually create a very open forum for proper debate and structure to this. You take platforms today. Bright Simmons does not really need to actually own a platform registered Ghana. He can actually be anywhere. And once people have access to that content, that person can promote whatever they want to promote. So even enforcing itself will also create another challenge.
Yeah.
So there's a certain balance, but I just pray that government will not take advantage of this and actually end up suppressing the rights of people. So we must create a forum for healthy, open, honest national debate and discussions on how to structure
I return to you with a specific question. But Bright, because we are talking about this at a time when Abronya is going through what he's going through, recently the TikTokers, were charged under these same laws. Just a year ago, there was this other guy who had said things about the IGP, made some of these comments. He got a 4-year jail term, as we understand. But the George Orwell that this judge quotes also said, if liberty means anything at all, it means the right to tell people what they do not want to hear.
As someone who has very enthusiastically embraced new media, obviously I'm concerned, Let me say that it's trivially true that you can't shout fire in a crowded theater. Everyone knows that, right? My concern in this country is that often the trajectory between politics, policy, and law is fractured. It's what I call catanomics, right? Normally in societies that are, matured in these matters, we identify problems through politics. We will talk about it, complain, there's agitation, there's whatever. And then people that are less prone to passion, less driven by sentiment, less moved by the fashion, those people deliberate on policy. And then when policy is in place and it's been tested and we have a sense of what we are trying to do as a society and it's crystallized, then you have law. We tend to mix it up all the time. Start with the law, then we are not able to enforce the law, then we try to develop a policies as context, and then the policy is a mess, and then we come back to politics. That confusion of the trajectory between politics to policy and then finally to law is one of our biggest problems. Let me explain this in this context of harmful speech. Harmful speech is a spectrum. We have speech, for instance, that is hate speech. hate speech is not the same as any other kind of harmful speech. It must be focused on a particularly identifiable group. It must be geared towards discrimination of that group. So a group could be gender-based, it could be racially based, it could be ethnic-based, etc. If the speech is intended to foster discrimination against that group, that's hate speech. And that's not whether it's true, whether what you say is true. If you are basically speaking in such a manner that people feel that Gas, Ewes, Asantes, white people, or whatever are deserving of discrimination, you are doing hate speech. That's not the same thing as incitement.
That's true.
Where you are trying to, in effect, provoke violent expression. You are trying to do things that will get people to act in ways that are violent and for which often there are national security implications, and therefore the police must be up and doing, because if they don't act quickly, something could degenerate.
But speech that incites violence, stirs ethnic or religious animosity and tension, or threatens public peace is hate speech.
Not necessarily. Hate speech is only if there's identifiable groups that you are targeting. When it comes to incitement, it's another set of issues. Often also, incitement is very transitory. We can just remove you, stop you from saying what you are saying, and diffuse the situation, and things are fine. It's not all the time that incitement lives on. Hate speech often lives on. You go on radio and you systematically dehumanize, gar people consistently over time. It doesn't matter that what you did dissipates. It lives on in the subconscious of people, and that has an effect. There is defamation, which has nothing to do with groups, and nothing to do necessarily with national harmony and cohesion. People has personal reputational issues.
That's right.
There is harassment, verbal harassment, which often does not necessarily require proof that that person has been harmed in any substantial way. But if that harassment creates conditions in which the person feels as if, they cannot continue to operate as they would ordinarily operate, then you are still harassing them and they have issues. Here's my concern. We have not thoughtfully thought through all these different dynamics, decided on what we want to do with incitement per se, hate speech per se, etc., verbal harassment, bullying, etc., created that matrix thoughtfully, attempted to implement it through existing law, learned where there are gaps, and then decided what a new law will achieve. We've not done it. And this is how we do everything in this country. Think of it carefully. In every contest, we start like this. There's agitation before you realize there's a new law. And then after a couple of years, we abandon the law. There are laws in this country around littering.
Yeah.
Massive laws around littering.
Yeah.
In 2015, some people got up and said we should now introduce criminal penalties for littering because the fines are not substantively effective. What have we done with the existing laws on municipal bylaws, Public Health Act, etc., etc.?
That's right.
To get us to the position where you can introduce criminal penalties for littering. And I think we have to start reordering the way we organize public affairs in this country very carefully. Start with clarity around policy. What are we trying to achieve in the different areas of harmful speech? Where is it that existing law is not sufficient, etc.? What is it that we can do to implement current law more effectively against verbal harassment and things like that? And then when you are convinced that you need new law, you have a gaps analysis, you have a need analysis, and you plug in the new law. Last point I'll make is that we tend also to privilege the sensibilities and the interests of the powerful. If Mr. Abronye had gone after me, or somebody else had gone after me repeatedly over several years, I doubt that this action would have been taken. I think it's because he started to target senior members of the security services. We should not introduce law that simply makes life comfortable for the powerful. We have to create laws that target the majority. In this country, the biggest problem we have in the area of harmful speech is not the occasional incitement or whatever. We don't have that much of that. What we do have is a huge problem with verbal harassment, with bullying, cyberbullying, etc. And how we deal with that is going to be very difficult because even in countries that have a traditional tendency to look at these things in much greater detail, they are struggling to handle cyberbullying. Last point I'll make is, I think the president was overly focused on law enforcement when he talked about, National Signals Bureau and things like that, right? But a lot of these instances, you cannot use law enforcement primarily to discharge the obligation. mass cyberbullying? Is National Signals Bureau going to start tracking everyone who abuses people with anonymous accounts on Facebook? Not possible. So in those circumstances, you have to think about moderation. And is it moderation done by Ghana? No, it has to be moderation done by the platforms. And there are countries that are at the forefront of how to handle that kind of moderation. Some have gone to the extreme, like China and the rest, where your comment will just disappear. Maybe that's not where we want to go. We want the kind of moderation that is balanced. But we have to do it in an open manner. If you are going to get Facebook, Twitter, and the rest, because we remember that towards the election, it was evident that somebody was working with the platforms to freeze accounts, to suspend accounts. As soon as you say something, your account is suspended. It was not open, it was not transparent, it was not policy driven.
Was yours suspended?
Mine was never suspended, but there were a couple of very prominent people who, I think H. Prempe, suffered that repeatedly.
Yeah.
So what was going on was definitely that somebody was, I don't know who was acting. So my view of the matter would be that we have to be transparent about these things, publish the white paper, publish the blue paper, let there be debate, structure it, and then let's test these things in law finally.
So in September 2024, when Mohammed Ibrahim, Sotum, one of the NDC's organizers in Sotum, made the comments on social media, Facebook, X, and TikTok, the police said that he had said in the video that the Ghana Police Service in the Ashanti region, under the direction of the Inspector General of Police, Dr. Akufo Dampare, and the Minister for the Interior, Henry Korte, were recruiting fake police personnel to kill citizens of Ghana during the December 7 elections. This is what he got prosecuted for and jailed 4 years.
So
is it high-handedness?
You see, when it comes to falsity of news and the rest of it, those of us in this industry have to be very careful. Because there are times when, despite diligence, despite real diligence, the information you have can be countered by someone as false in one direction or the other. That is why I go back to a framework of harmful speech. Was this publication likely to endanger the peace? Remember that when you look at the criminal law and the way it's structured, it's very, very specific. It breaches conduct
conducive to breach
of the peace, offensive conduct in different directions.
Right.
There are concerns around publishing of fake news or false news.
To create false and alarm.
To create fear and alarm.
Fear and alarm.
To create fear and alarm. So those elements and the rest are defined in common law, right? But I don't think we have a sufficiently developed jurisprudence in this area. That's one of my fears. So it gets to a point where even when you look at the jurisprudence that the judges have given to us, it's not always clear what are the thresholds. What is the threshold for a kind of publication that will engender fear and alarm? Is that an empirical point? Is it post-ante? Is it that when I did it, certain things happened, and the police have evidence that because of this, I published
the law says
fear and
likely to, so there's a potential
I know,
to.
But then that potential to, is it judge ex ante or is it judge post ante? Because there are judges who would say that, no, I want to see what was the effect, to see whether it was likely to.
That's right.
Because of intent, because of what you lawyers call mainstream, right? So my argument is that the construction of the proceedings, the
law itself is problematic.
It's not problematic. It's the way the jurisprudence that we have doesn't give clarity.
Okay.
So we need to have clarity.
The direct question to you, and I move on to Dennis, even though Yunusa has his hand up, so maybe I'll hear him quickly before, is that in the circumstance of this man, Mohammed Ibrahim,
yes,
would you say that this was high-handedness? That he's on Facebook, he's on TikTok, and he's saying that the Ashanti Region Police, under the direction of the IGP and Interior Minister Henry Korte, were recruiting, fake police people to kill people during the elections? Should he have been dealt with by the law in the manner he was dealt with?
I think it's totally irresponsible speech. But my concern is whether we have the absolute clarity of the likelihood of harm.
Yeah, so my question is, what do you do to that irresponsible speech?
I think, first of all, we have to be able to gauge harm. What will be the likely effect of this? And what happened? I think that should be our starting point. My view is that a lot of the irresponsible speech we see doesn't really lead to much harm.
What he said was false. Should it matter?
It is true that it's false, and that is a problem.
Okay, and I would was dangerous.
Yes, I will not have a problem. I will not have a problem.
That gauging is there.
Yes.
Right, so let's just get straight.
Yeah, but
we are running into an election.
Yes.
And you start saying this. It's a very dangerous thing.
I agree.
It's something that can actually create chaos in this country over our elections.
I agree.
Turn us into some civil war unnecessarily.
I agree.
Over a certain suspicion like the First World War.
I agree. But my point is that whether that scope of harm, you need the kind of blunderbuss approach to cure it. It's not what I'm not clear.
Okay, so what do you want to say, Inusa? And in addition to what Bright was saying about the way we look at who is saying what. Okay, so that if somebody said things about Bright, the state will ignore. But if it is said about the IGP or somebody of the sort or minister, then we'll pay attention. So
selective enforcement.
Selective enforcement, and that's how power is structured. Also
true.
We can't run away from that. True. That's how power is structured.
But we have to be sensitive to it.
Have it.
Exercise to sensitive to it.
That's how it is. Now, so as a development country,
they don't just demo. They are required to
do that.
Sorry, what do you say?
So those who hold power are required to demonstrate that power, to manifest that power.
I'm not sure that is something we can assume.
Okay, make your point quickly. Make your point quickly.
So my point is that Bright is talking about two things: law originating or arising from customary practices or practices pertinent to a society that culminates into a form of standards for the regulation of human conduct within the society. That is typically common law. That's typically common law. And only societies that emerged during those times, during the feudal times, created that system. New societies like us can only find that system within our customary law. And that's why in Article 11, you find that customary law.
What I was saying was different, but
so that is it. You talk about practices and what?
No, policy. Mine was not about practices.
The Constitution.
Law itself is policy.
So the Constitution is that. So again, the second thing is that the Constitution itself makes it mandatory that if you are bringing a law into the country, that's Article 106. That law must be accompanied with an explanatory memorandum setting out in detail the policy and principles of the bill, the defects in the existing law, the remedies proposed to deal with those defects, and the necessity for the introduction.
That's parliamentary practice.
No, that's the law. That's how the law is. You can't just introduce a law.
No, it sits in parliament. Most of these things sit in parliament.
No, it's a requirement.
I'm talking about practice.
It was supposed to be a quick intervention because you had finished making your statement. Dennis, and I needed you guys to tell me before I go to Dennis. So, have you heard what Abronya is reported to have said?
I have, because of this show, I'm taking the time to hear it. What I saw that seemed particularly worrying or alarming is this claim that the IGP was part of the NDC's strategic team for the Akutia election. That is the one that I saw.
I attended meetings.
and things like that. So that is the one that was claims. I don't know anything else that he said.
He being corrupt and having received some money.
But that would be defamation.
Correct.
Yeah. I would be completely worried if he'd been arrested on the basis of defamation. Because civil defamation.
So once again, I'm asking you, do you condemn that as irresponsible speech as you have done for the earlier one? And how do you want that to be dealt with?
I think Mr. Abronye is an easy target because of the way he postures. It's easy for people to condemn him and things like that. We have to go way beyond that because this is a specific incident. We have to think about general principles. So it's easy for me to say that, of course, everything he said was irresponsible and that he's fond of that, etc., etc., etc. Because let's be honest, all of the four of us sitting here, we belong to a different class, social class than Mr. Abronye. It's very obvious from the way he speaks and everything else that he doesn't belong to the same social class as the four of us here. So it's easy for us then to be...
It's not that we are higher or lower.
No, it's a different social class. And that means, therefore, that he communicates with a different group of people.
You don't chat with that,
he discusses most of these things. Who have you invited him to this show? You've never invited him to this show.
Because
there's probably a reason why you've
this show will not invite him.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that he's an easy target. It's easy for you to condemn the things he does. The more pernicious, the more difficult situations are when very prominent people of extreme social standing, do similar things in a different guise.
Okay.
That's why general principles are very important.
Yeah, so how would you want a comment like that to be dealt with?
Abronya was even sacked from Wuntobi TV because of the way, because of his effusions. And he created his own media platform.
Oh, here TV. I support him on that one.
So it's not only you who,
he said he hasn't got money, so he said
stand
that
up
people
and replace the people who appear on your show. Even the TV station that is aligned to his party decided to let him go.
Like that could have been factions. It could also be that he supports a different faction.
No. From the way he spoke.
But look, let's face it.
And I think that
if these reports from your defamation and now IGP, and I think we've created too much drama over this matter. There's some action that could be taken.
Explain. Action.
The Akutia matter is the important one because that would actually could easily have disturbed the peace. But defamation, I don't think
he
so.
says something that's not true. You rebut it.
My brother, do you know about things that I said are not true about you and me?
You rebut it and say, I hear plenty stuff. I hear plenty stuff that's said about me that's absolutely rubbish.
Yes.
Not true. That I ignore. I can afford to ignore. I don't know about the IGP. But when he says that, can't you rebut it and let it end there?
Exactly what I'm saying. Thank you.
No. The man, he must be responsible for his words.
No, nobody takes that from anyone. That everybody must be responsible for their words.
Yes.
But it's a bit of an overreach.
But that is why the jurisprudence
could have been brought. This allegation is false. If he persists, you could have just warned him. You don't now arrest the whole judicial system, the whole police system, only because of this. What he said was irresponsible, was reckless, should be condemned by his own party people.
But we shouldn't, by what we are saying
in this country for over a week.
We shouldn't, by what we are saying here, promote impunity.
No, I don't disagree with you. We are aligned on that.
Honorable Nusaf Seni, Bright had just spoken about we pay attention to who is talking about who. Before the Akutia election, you heard Anyagba, right?
Richard
Anyagba. He's communications director for the party, right? You heard him say that he held a press conference actually to say that there was recruitment of fake police for the purpose. How different is this? Who went after him?
That is more dangerous than this one.
Who went after him?
So Anyagba.
We called him, we asked him for the evidence. He said that was his intelligence. He wouldn't share it.
Yeah, that's Anyagba. Probably he's not known for saying those things. And one statement of that nature would not attract the attention of the police to go after him. Probably if he develops the habit of spewing false information, I mean, they need to, maybe, I mean, after he said that, many people would have called him and say, look, these are not the matters a communication director should say. And
but the crime has been committed if it was a crime. Whether it's the first time or not, and he did that publicly. So I mean, we all agree that the man was wrong, but I think that it was really.
So if he was wrong, we pat his back and say.
No, you should condemn it. You should deal him and warn him. But to arrest our judicial system and our police system.
So what he said, from where you sit, but we need to be clear that while you could say it's false because he has not provided the evidence. If he has any yet, how does he breach the peace? So he's facing these two charges.
Exactly.
What do you say?
So this is somebody who created his own platform. Went onto the platform and spewed gibberish. It's absolute gibberish. I will not tolerate that. And a sane society, a society that is civilized, a society that wants order, law and order, should not tolerate that.
You don't have the same sense of morality. That's up to you. Leave him alone.
At the fringes of the law, heart tells you, at the fringes of the law is morality.
But you know, the consequentialism...
So what are you talking about? So if you say something which is morally wrong, the law says that morality in that law, which can trigger disturbances in society and disturb the peace of the people, you must be held responsible.
You know that, let me hear miracles, and then we come about how the judge has come under a lot of criticism. Then after that, we'll take a break and return to the next issue. Yes, miracles.
I don't know why we are being very academic and making it even sound as if there's something rational going on with our situation. It's pure political. It's a strategy. Oh, I beg you. I deliberately refuse to participate in the earlier debate.
So, quick, you say it's pure political witch hunt.
Yes. And you see, the president cannot cultivate multiple Kevin Taylors. Water them, watch them grow, benefit from them. And then when he comes to power and the fruits are bearing, and we want to help him pluck the fruit and give him to him to taste, he says no. All of a sudden, I want to cut.
Are you suggesting you are behind Abron? Yes.
I beg you. I mean, if I am, I will say it. Let me make it. I'll have no shame because the president has shown the way.
The question to him is if two wrongs make a right. That's
I'll come to that. You let me flow.
Yeah.
So you cannot cultivate and plant multiple Kevin Taylors. Plant and cultivate multiple Finney Jonas. Benefit from them. The guy basically walked into our country with an arrest warrant on his head. Walked through the airport with an allegation of having protection by the national security. And that can be validated by specific places where he was found. Sat on radio, boastfully, spoke and said nobody can do anything to him. Walked into the Supreme Court and got cleared by the nation's laws. It is extremely difficult for anybody around this to convince me that Abronye has done something that warrants what he is doing if our laws have cleared the earlier plans. Please let me flow. You see, there's something going on in Nepal right now. And if this government doesn't take care and they think that in 2025, for fear of tasting their own medicine, they can put impediments in our ways, they are joking. Indeed, you can actually jail me. I won't lie to you about that. You can pick me up this morning and send me to jail. But do you know what will happen? There will be millions more of miracles coming up the very day you lock me up. So I'll never sit here and say, I will speak, I'll say whatever I want to say, there's nothing you can do to me. There are laws. Which laws are we going to formulate? Every single law that is against harmful speech, hate speech, whatever violent attacks, they're already there in our statute.
What's the comparison with Nepal?
I'm coming.
Because Nepal, the youth there are not doing party business. They have decided to come together. They have decided to come together as a united group to say we fight corruption. They have toppled the prime minister. They have toppled the president. Everybody is going
Wait. The youth are on the streets because when they started raising the issues of corruption, the government wanted to shut them up by shutting down social media. Please, that's the point I'm making. That's the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that you cannot plant multiple Kevin Taylors. Give them roses in our country.
I agree with you on that.
And then when it is time for you to taste, why? Abronye is your opponent's version of Kevin Taylor. You don't want it? Then go back and fix the Kevin Taylor plant you planted. I am a Methodist. I am a Presby-trained person. He's my president. I was trained in the Kwafu Hall. I will never use hate speech. You will never hear me insulting anybody. I do not have a single record. As aggressive, forceful as I make my point, you can never have a single record of me, even attacking anybody's persona. I don't ever do that. But I will not take preaching and moral lessons from people who live in the brothel. The president is the last person that we would accept formulating such laws. You know what he's doing? He's afraid of his own shadows. When you call a clan, a tribe, Sakawa Mafia, is that hate speech? The president went on his social media handle and called the Achim people of this country Achim Sakawa Mafia.
No, he didn't call it. I don't think.
No. Please. No. Let me tell you something, Mr. President. Mr. President, listen to me. Dennis Miracle Sabwani. I have never sat on any radio station. I make a point. But the tweet is here. Please.
You know what you're saying? Not true.
It is true.
It's not true. A group of people were the target of the Sakawa Mafia.
Not the whole
tribe. And people know them. It's not about their
I'm sorry, seniors. I am the last person you will do this to. The man wrote. Listen to me. He wrote, and the description was Achem Sakawa Mafia. Please, whether you are referring to, like I am here.
We know. We are not disputing that.
We are not.
So what are you talking about? Correct?
No. But what was the description? What was the description? So what are you talking about?
I'm saying that the Achem Sakawa Mafia it's not about the entire Achim people. You and I, all of us, always use this term Achim Mafia. We do it quietly. So let's not say we don't know what the Achim Mafia represents. It's a group of people, a particular group of people.
And there were photographs of those people, images of those people that were put up. Let's have him make his point.
Can I please insist on the point I'm making?
Go ahead.
Without being gaslighted. Why are you making it quickly? Listen, the president knew the name of Nana Bediatu Asante.
Okay, so now you know names.
He knew the name of Nana Danko Akufo-Addo. He knew the name of Gabi Ochredako. If you want to describe any group of persons and you call their clan and their tribe names, I'm asking a simple question. Is Achim Sakawa Mafia a hate speech or not? You can say it's not.
It's not.
Perfect. Okay, so if it is not, then I can list several things that so many people have written on social media that are not hate speech. Let me also quickly come and say something. I heard the president in his engagement say that, you know, if you sit on radio and say that I wish so and so person was in a helicopter, I wish so and so is in a helicopter,
the helicopter
then it is a problem.
Yeah.
If you sit on radio and TV, and as a former president, you say that Nana Danko Akufo-Addo is older than me, he is likely to die before I die. Is it the same?
It's not his
oh, I beg you.
It's not his
Is there a wish of? Is me wishing?
No. Stop interfering with him. Let him.
I am asking you.
You shouldn't answer the rhetoric questions.
You know, Dennis. He has his timer. He says it. So he will tell me that I have not given him enough time.
I am saying that. You see, I know what I'm saying. The president, he opened his mouth and said that the sitting president is likely to die before him. I am saying that point, is it a problematic point? If it is not, perfect. Then anybody sitting on TV,
then he's going to be asking them questions.
Then anybody sitting on TV, I'm asking you, anybody sitting on TV wishing that another person should have been in a helicopter could not be faulted for anything. It is not up to you to determine, I beg you. It's not up to you. Why? Don't we have 2-year-olds dying?
There's nothing illegal about a person to express his wish.
Exactly.
There's nothing illegal. Yes. It's just improper. It's unethical.
But it's also improper.
Yes, I mean,
it's equally improper for a former president to say that a certain president is likely to die before
My father is likely to die before me. I mean, it doesn't mean I hate him. It's a statistical fact.
And I'm likely to die before my children.
Mr. President, do not answer any of my questions.
Okay. Don't look at them and ask the questions.
I'm looking at you. The point I'm making is that the president himself is complicit. And I can give you 15 of it. I have it here. 15.
So what's your point?
15.
What's your point now?
Hate speeches. 15 of divisive speeches. 15 of several speeches that fall in the same category he wants to formulate laws about. There are laws already. If I insult or say something unpalatable against you, whether you are the IGP, you are the Attorney General, you are the President, there are laws that gives you room to seek redress. Don't attempt to sneak in laws that will gag us.
No, don't sneak in.
I beg you.
He has a legitimate point there. We have to be careful.
Attempt to sneak laws that will... You are stressing me up. I beg you.
I beg you, you sneaking. It looks like we are.
Don't sneak in laws. Why? Don't sneak in laws. Don't sneak in laws that are attempting to gag us under the guise of I want to prevent hate speech. I want to do so and so. Why? If Abronye says that he thinks the IGP is part of an NDC strategic team, it could be possible. It could be a lie. Let the IGP take him on in his personal capacity. Why we know in this country, when the same president and his government, his party people, said emphatically that our bench in the Supreme Court is loaded by NPP judges. And that, when they give judgment, they taint it as MPP judgment. They call them names unanimous FC. Are we not in this country where they call the Chief Justice, Madame Gertrude Tokonu, the mother or whatever of MPP?
A women's organizer.
So you see, my point here is, you benefited from all of this. Nobody died. The country didn't burn. Don't attempt to, for the fear of the same medicine being applied to you, make laws. It will not work. Like I told you earlier, Council, you could arrest me, honestly speaking. You could. In fact, I don't have to say anything for you to go after me.
Okay.
But tomorrow morning,
just as it's happening in Nepal,
okay,
there will be several other people rising up to defend this right. You said we are going to come to the specific.
We don't want Nepal in Ghana.
Right? No, then the government should act right.
We want demonstration when it has to happen. But we don't want anybody burning Parliament or burning our Supreme Court or anything. Right. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. Hold on. We'll be right back. Welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first. It's brought to you by Bank of Africa's strongest group and closest partner, MTN everywhere you go. Ashesi University, educating ethical and entrepreneurial leaders for Africa. Robert & Sons Optical Services, your comprehensive eye care service provider for 33 plus years. My Way Insurance, dial star 165 hash on MTN to join My Way today. Syntax Tanks is strong, it's tough. Activa International, our clients are Pashing International Facilities Management Association. They are proud to be associated with your most authoritative news analysis platform, Newsfile. Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature. Now, we need to move on to the president's comment about Galamsey and gold, small-scale mining that has unnerved Senor Jose and his group very badly. But I'm holding you to just a minute each on the issue about this judge, Samuel Bright Aqua, right, who has been refusing to grant Abronye bail. Senor
Samson, for me, it's not about whether he granted bail or not. I already don't think that this case merited this energy resources from the state. It could have been done simpler with a clear publication and instruction and warning. But for a judge to write a judgment and suggest in there or state categorically that we are not all equal before the law, that is disturbing.
It says in practice.
In practice.
That is the effect of it. The law and the courts is where we can practice that which we are entitled to. That is it. The courts bring finality to what we can access and not access. So if we can go to the court and the courts think that we are all not equal before the law, how do I ever get this constitutional right of mine ever enforced? Where's my hope? We have opened the door to political and elitism abuse. So if you do not have power, you don't count. But this is not the country we sought to build. That the Constitution clearly states from its start. It is we, the people. For God's sake, that judge and the judicial system must take a proper review of his conduct. I don't know the man. I have no personal problem with anybody. You may have legal reasons why you don't think Abronye should have bail. You understand? For example, the argument about flight risk, he has created a legitimacy for it himself. But to pass such comments, which are referable, this is judgment, though. They cannot be the path of our democracy, it can't be the path of our constitutionalism, and it must be condemned by every sound, legal, democratic mind, constitutional mind, legal mind. And I think the Chief Justice should take a particular interest in this matter and review this action. If there's a misconduct on his part, action should be taken. If there's a technical inappropriateness in it, it must be revised. We can't have this sitting anywhere in our judgment, because judgments equally become part of our law.
Please.
These rulings at the lower court, they don't become part of our law.
So it's
we need to separate
from
them.
the High Court.
They don't become part of our law.
So when does it become part of our law?
Well, this is a lower court, so it's not referable for any use in any court.
But we can't have some. And you should remember, this is somebody who is supposed to go to the High Court. True or false?
We understand that. Right? We understand that he applied for promotion because he's qualified to go to the next stage, which is the High Court.
Yes.
And that he has gone through the processes, has been vetted, and is part of a short list of about 12 who will soon
go to the High Court,
receive their promotion.
To the Superior Court. Can you imagine what was going to happen there if there's orientation of the person going there?
You disagree with his orientation? Yes.
Do you agree?
You
say, when
I heard initial comments about what the judge did in court, I was taken aback. I thought the judge did not rely on any previous decision or had just used his own personal idiosyncrasies. And you know that Carl Lewin has said it, the idiosyncrasies of the judge and not any pretensions of the law. It's actually the law. So when I heard that, I said, but why will the judge? And one writer, Kwesi Boche Jr., has said that the judge did not rely on any authority. So when I read the judgment, the judge relied on his own authority. It can be unethical, but he relied on authority and justified the reliance. He said for consistency. And you know...
Is that how to rely on authority?
Well, he relied on it.
He didn't refer to any ratio within the...
He said consistency. He said for consistency.
That in 2024 and in 2020, whatever, he has given...
And then Nana he remanded somebody for a similar offense. That's what he said. And that did not raise any hue and cry.
Is that how to rely on authority?
But that's what he said. Okay, so for me, I've been wondering, why didn't Abronya's lawyers go to court ready to repeat the application in the High Court? Because we know that the criminal jurisdiction of the Circuit Court is subject to appeal to the High Court. Why didn't they do that? And if you think that this case is a political case, you should have been prepared.
From what you have read, should he be denied bail?
Well,
what you have read around the case, should he be denied? I want to move on.
So, and I read the judgment, and he relied on Section 96C and A of the Criminal and Other Offences Act. So that also provides a basis for the exercise of his discretion. Whether his discretion is properly exercised or not.
To cool, as he says, cool tempers. The previous one, that's what he did, to cool tempers. Yes, Miracles.
Well, I mean, Council, my IP is 192.38.1.4.5. Because what I'm going to say, I'm not sure how it will be taken.
You don't need to tell it. We know your phone number.
It's okay. My IP is there. So, Council, I think that the IGP should simply stop what he is doing. As we speak, there's a video of the Buakwa North NDC constituency executive on video saying verbatim that he's going to kill the national organizer of the MPP, Nanabi, the minority leader, Afenyo Makin, and others. He's still working freely. Don't waste our time with Abonye saying something to bruise.
Do you think he should work free?
No.
Do you think he should work free?
Who?
The person you just mentioned.
No, I'm just making a point.
No, I'm asking you, do you think that person should work free?
If you threaten somebody, there are laws.
Okay.
If you threaten somebody, there are laws, specific laws, that say that if somebody's lives are threatened, they've already petitioned the IGP. He hasn't acted on it. The IGP has a petition, has a complaint from the people who were threatened.
I thought the petition about Azoka, who has also
that
been
one is also
arrested
there. No. Did you ever see Azoka's arrest anywhere?
That's what we are told.
It's okay. Let's stick to this one. So that gentleman is working freely. Yes. The IGP went to Boko. His car was shot at in Boko. He hasn't been able to arrest the people who shot his car. His car, the IGP's car, was shot at in Boko. You know what he told them? I beg you, stop fighting. I promise you police recruitment. He should get serious.
But you know that's a different terrain.
No, please, I beg you. But I am only saying that there are more serious, important, critical things to do.
Okay.
Because if you're going to,
it's a minute. We all agreed. The time is gone.
But he used 2 minutes.
I used 2 minutes.
I timed it.
Yes, Bright. Do you think fairly that from the facts you have gleaned, Abronya should not be granted bail?
From the facts I've gleaned, I think he should have been granted bail because I don't think he's in the position to interfere with the kind of investigations they are talking about. And the only really rational basis for denying bail, in my view, if you want to sum up the current practice, would be that you can interfere with investigations. Do you disagree?
That you are also
or witnesses or
They actually quoted this interference with investigation.
Yeah, but I'm saying that given the nature of the investigation you're talking about with NIB involved and the rest of it, I don't see I can interfere with it. Yeah. I mean, I just don't see the national.
All right, thank you. It's very important for your audience. As for the judge, we've all read the thing. Everybody in the country is talking about it. I am sure in the next few weeks he should get his promotion. Because what he wrote, if it's not for promotion, I don't think any judge will write.
I think the decisional...
Oh, I beg you. Let's be factual. That before this case, as we understand, there was a window for people to get promotion. As we understand, please, let's not do this to every situation.
You are sharing information I don't know.
And he was one of the applicants, about 12, who have been shortlisted to get
just swallowing the red herring.
Okay,
he's throwing the red herring.
Don't do that.
So he's actually awaiting for something.
I'm telling you,
because otherwise, how do you quote a dictator? Idi Amin. In a democratic ruling.
He said Mugabe.
Oh, if the man says something,
is Mugabe an example? A good example?
No, please.
Okay, I'm sorry.
This man is bringing the red
you are here. Your coalition. Why are you not happy with these comments by the president? Let's hear the president.
I never deluded myself that the fight against illegal gold mining or Galamsey was going to be an event. I mean, definitely, there's no magic wand. The decay has eaten so much over the last 8 years that it's going to take a lot of work to be able to overcome it. And I didn't expect that in 18 months we would declare victory in the fight. As the livelihoods of about 4 million Ghanaians is on small-scale mining. And so it's going to be a process. It's not going to be an event. But we will not give up. We have a determination to get on top of it. The Gold Board was introduced as part of reforms. And if the Gold Board was not introduced, I mean, those who were taking the profits from the small-scale mining sector were the foreign traders who were taking that money away. In 6 months, we have exported over $6 billion. About $4 billion of that money was going to go into the private or foreign traders. And so the first thing is you shut the stable door so that the horse doesn't escape, which is what we've done. So if it's from illegal sources, it's from legal sources. At least it's our land that is being destroyed. So let us get the benefit of it instead of foreign traders. So that's the first thing. But if you go and read the Gold Board law, it has a requirement for tracking and tracing. I've been reluctant to implement a state of emergency in the Galamsey fight because we've not exhausted the powers we even have without a state of emergency. We have the opportunity to arrest anybody, to confiscate any such thing. There are laws for forest protection and all that give us enough powers to be able to act. Implementing a state of emergency might sound nice, but it should be the last extreme, the last resort. So for now, let's exercise all the powers we have.
Yes, so Senor, despite the level of pollution our water bodies are going through, and even ECG now cannot, that's the ECG, Ghana Water Company, cannot treat our water for us. We haven't gotten to a state where we should declare a state of emergency. You people say, lie, the president won't allow this. What are you going to do?
I've been heartbroken. I realize my energy is low. I'm in shock. Samson, His Excellency the President signed our pact, and he made representations in that pact that showed that he was recognizing and acknowledging, was concerned about the problems and convinced about the steps that we had agreed he would take.
He signed the pact?
He did. I can read them here. John Mahama.
This is before the elections.
Before the elections, yeah. Recognizing the deleterious and devastating impact of illegal and irresponsible mining on the forest, land, and water resources of Ghana. Acknowledging the dangers posed to the food chain and health of Ghanaians by their inevitable consumption of poisoned water and food, laced with heavy metals and concentrated inedible minerals. Concerned with that until and unless bold and decisive legislative and specific policy interventions are put in place to stem the tide, the situation will continue to deteriorate to the point of irreversibility. Convinced that it is both an obligation of the High Office of the President of the Republic of Ghana and also a logical patriotic duty of every public servant to work towards the protection of the resources of Ghana and the best of interests of the citizens under the trusteeship duty incumbent on the said office. I hereby undertake per pledge, and 2, act as follows. 1, immediately to denounce and do hereby immediately denounce the practice of Galamsey for its treacherous impact on the natural environment and the health, safety, and well-being of the people of Ghana for those of posterity. We accordingly call on the perpetrators of the heinous environmental crime of Galamsey to be stopped by the perpetrators, their agents, assigns, and any workmen. We call on the law enforcement agents to immediately and ruthlessly apply the law against the perpetrators of this crime by clamping down on the practice and bringing culprits to book, ultimately through the criminal justice system, irrespective of their political or social standing. 4, that we will design and implement policies to immediately stop Galamsey and to uproot Galamsey from Ghana in the medium to long term, should any of us win the next presidential elections and any presidential election thereafter. And this is the last one. To call on all supporters, party officials, communicators, and other persons speaking for and on behalf of our parties to desist from making comments supportive of the menace or otherwise encouraging anyone involved in Galamsey to continue with this practice. How ruthlessly have we dealt with Galamsey? You see, this country and our policy speak from our politicians has been so much on the side of inputs. We have done water gas. We have arrested this. We've arrested that. I clap for you. You've done well. We have supported that. As a matter of fact, I actually believe that the foremost person who's really been in support and fighting this has been Emmanuel Amabwa. He seems sometimes for us like the only guy standing. What you should measure your policy actions by is the output. We got into this fight last year, sometime in August, when we had the publication of the 4,500 NTUs. Right, do you remember? I was here and I called Akufo-Addo the worst president ever, because you don't pretend this to this point. And you still see it and still having constraint in taking ruthless action against this matter because politics holds your hand. Today, what do we have? After all that the president says they've done, 32,000. Have we gone or have we come? I am really sad. I'm heartbroken. There are things and steps that have been taken, but that ruthlessness that's required, devoid of politics or social standing, has been difficult for this government. Their own party people are involved. The former guards, political guards, have handed over to the new guards. And the trade is continuing. And the irreversibility that the president signed on in this pact that we signed is where we are now. And he's struggling to act. We can't continue this way, Mr. President.
We haven't gotten there. That
Mr. President,
state of emergency should be last resort.
Look, the value of that state of emergency was not to run a whole country state of emergency. There are particular places we have to protect. Our forest reserves and our water bodies. If you declare that state of emergency, you're supposed to draft your own rules and give you, far-reaching power to take strong action, ruthless action to curb this. We had 9 reserves that they said people are taking over. Talk to Erastus. The people are going back. The red that turned to green or yellow is going to orange. Where are we going? So look at this police thing that he did. You withdraw the whole people. That's why IGP focus on Galamsey. Don't focus on Abronia. They ask the police people to come. His explanation respectfully does not suffice. Suggesting that what? The police people could not tell
Who from what? That is neither here nor there. If it's a communication problem, the NIMOS that was put in place, we are part of the NIMOS. We are represented at NIMOS. They can give that guidance. It is information, it's communication. There are rules. If you are supposed to mine at a place, you should have the permits for it.
Okay.
If you want to have a database for the police should have it. And let's get it clear.
So small
scale mining is not allowed in forest reserves.
All right. So the Ghana
what is it that the police people could not have done?
So the Ghana coalition is insisting on a state of emergency.
We need a state of emergency. We need the police people back.
All right.
But more importantly, I think this is something we must ask for.
All right.
The government must publicly publish on a monthly basis for every water processing plant the NTU state, the level of turbidity.
Okay.
So we know the quality of water we are drinking.
Now, Bright, there was a promise to repeal LI 2462.
He's doing it.
And when they came, they said, we won't repeal it. This is what we want to. They did an amendment. The advocacy continued. Now they are going to repeal it. So maybe if their advocacy continues, insistent that there must be a state of emergency, it will come. Is that what you think?
So this catanomics problem I was explaining between, where we make laws before we understand the policy, we put the cart before the horse, is very evident here. But we made the laws around mining in forest reserves. Had we determined which of our forest reserves we wanted to degazette, because at a certain point we felt that those particular forest reserves were surfeit or surplus to requirements, we have not yet made those proper policy choices, which is why eventually, even though we had the law, we are still allowing people based on discretion to go into the reserves and mine. So we have to start off being clear about policy. What is the extent of forest reserves that in our current situation we believe is a total requirement? How much of it do we feel that we are willing to sacrifice for economic development? These are matters of policy. Secondly, I understand the passion that our friends on the activist side in this matter bring to bear on this issue. But I think they also have to clarify in great detail how the state of emergency specifically will function. Because I've heard it said a lot of times. Today is the first time that I'm hearing Senior start to kind of lay out why the state of emergency will make a difference. Because my view was that the existing interventions that are of a security nature are themselves not being maximized. So if we give soldiers more power and more license, are we saying that we're going to suspend some rights? What would the emergency, what you call declaration of state of emergency, how specifically will it function? Which rights do you want to suspend? Which rights are in the way, etc.? Those things I think are very important. The next level is that I don't think the president is well informed when he suggests that we've kicked out all foreigners out of the gold value chain.
It's not
because the issue of the matter is that the foreigners were involved in finance. And today we haven't changed the financial arrangements. So even if you ensure that all the aggregators and the rest are Ghanaians, where are they getting the money from? They're not getting it from our banks. A lot of that money is still coming from foreigners. Thirdly, the government itself is heavily dependent on foreigners to market the gold. The Bank of Ghana has contracts that I know with international players who are not Ghanaian. The Gold Board is heavily involved in trying to solicit for international partnerships in order to market. So they're always going to be foreigners involved. So this notion that somehow the new arrangement eliminate foreigners, I don't think is correct. The bigger issue around Galamsey, to be honest with you, and that's why I myself have been very reticent and have very unconventional views about Galamsey, is that to do profitability and environmental conservation at the same time is extremely difficult. There are only 38 or so large-scale mining companies in the country. Of that, about 12 of them are active large-scale gold mines. Those 12, they employ less than 40,000 people. Yet, the average mine size is over 70 square kilometers. If you use the density we have on our small-scale mines and apply that density to large-scale mines, you need to put 105,000 workers in each large-scale mine. That's not viable. The average large-scale mine in this country in gold has fewer than 3,000 people. So if there's a huge gap between the large-scale mining sector and the small-scale mining sector in terms of productivity, the average large-scale mining worker makes about $170,000 for the company on average. The average cost small-scale miner cannot even make $4,000.
Okay.
So that's a massive gap. You need to fill it somehow.
All right.
And that will require that we change the entire structure of the gold mine industry. And that's a policy matter, which we haven't even started to go into. There's an optimal mine size issue, which if we don't fix, will never make a difference.
Dennis.
Council, so I mean, and I'll say this, no interruption because I have my basis. The President, John Mahama, His Excellency, is the biggest enabler of Galamsey in this country. And it predates now. First of all, he lied when he said that in the last 8 years, this has escalated, it's a complete false. I don't know how much time I have, but I'll utilize as much as I can. Before 2011, Galamsey was just who pickaxe on land. They gathered small. Then in late 2011, 2012, that was when Galamsey went into our water bodies. That was the time Mr. Potiphar, who was then NADMO Director General, and Professor Mills went to somewhere in Achem and saw large tract of Galamsey happening in some cocoa farms. Then in 2013, under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, Galamsey in our forest reserves and water bodies actually became endemic. That is what led him to set up a task force, which was led by Honorable Yunus Afuseni. So it is completely a lie if he creates an impression and say, in the last 8 years, and that is one force who they've been peddling. They create an impression in the minds of the populace as if Galamsey, as we are seeing it today, is like an Akufo-Addo thing. Indeed, it is as a result of how bad Galamsey was. That is how come in the Akufo-Addo's first 3 months, he actually declared a war on Galamsey.
He did, and he worked well on that.
That lie must actually be put to life. Now, in 2016, this is what happened. 3 years after the task force led by Honorable Fusedi had been set up, the minister admitted that the war against Galamsey cannot be won. This is on Ghana Web. In fact, read myjoyonline.com, 15 September 2016. The minister gives up on Galamsey fight. It's on MyJoy Online. Now, the Galamsey fight, he said, has been allowed to fester so much so that the water bodies in this country had turned into Milo. This is the minister. This was the task force.
So the state of emergency must be now.
No, please. If my time is not up, you let me make my point.
You are done.
Okay. So I mean, for lack of enough time, it is the Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo who actually brought in the media into the fight against Galamsey. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo is the one who brought CSOs into the fight against Galamsey.
Welcome that we pushed ourselves
now fast forward council.
And he welcomed
when
us.
Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo started arresting people, burning champagnes, taking them to court, do you know what the president now said? He said that stop going after illegal miners with soldiers. This is on your portal. It is on video. Now, in 2020, when Nana Addo was now going into a second-term elections and we are arresting people, the same president now went into the pit, sent his people into the pit to tell them that if you vote for Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, he's going to stop you from doing Galamsey. Vote for us. Today, Tony Obey, who is leading Petroleum Hub, is going to be made Minerals Commission boss, and we are going to allow you to mine. The president said that he was going to reverse the policies Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo had put in place and release all those who have been arrested. Fast forward.
He was going for the kingpins.
Please, I beg you fast forward.
Well, your time is
fast forward. The same man is back in government. And now listen to what he's saying. He's saying that, but the thing, if the man will go to private pockets and will get it, is the same thing. The man, please.
That man. Okay, that carry
on.
Thank you.
The same man.
We have a minute left. We have a minute left. First of all, we have a minute left. Let me tell you this. Honorable Yunus Afuseni. So why the reluctance? When shall we get to that stage? And when I was sitting there in that room, and that question was asked, and he referred to 8 years. There's a lady who was sitting by me. The lady will tell you. I looked at the lady and said, did the president said 8 years ago?
That's absolutely wrong. Mr. President was wrong.
Why? What's wrong with you?
What Miracles has done is what we call revisionism.
Yeah.
It's rewritten what we know about Galamsey to suit his own narrative.
All of them are facts.
Please.
All of them, they are all there.
You said I shouldn't talk, so I just kept quiet. Now, we went into office with a promise to fight Galamsey in 2012. It was contained in our manifesto. That was why the president established the anti-Galamsey task force.
That's exactly what I said.
Now, you went into office in 2017. The whole manifesto of the MPP in 2017 had no entry for fighting Galamsey.
That's true.
So how could you say that you were thinking of fighting Galamsey more than John Dramani Mahama?
They bought into the advocacy and did it well. That's what I'm saying.
Please, what are you talking about? Please. You are talking to the minister. I was there.
But the facts are there. You can skew the fact. You're a politician.
You said you should. You do better.
It's okay. Allow him to. It's okay.
Now,
You have
what
30
I'm saying,
seconds.
so again, Nana Akufo-Addo fought the Galamsey on 2 different occasions. The first time he admitted that he had failed and went to the conference center and did another conference when he appointed Samuel Abu-Jinapor as the minister.
We need a state of emergency.
No, the president says, look, and I agree with him. You know, on this platform, I said you should do it. But I subsequently engaged them. He said, and that's exactly the question you asked. He said, what is state of emergency to do? We want to stop Galamsey. So there are steps that we must take and make sure that we monitor those steps and evaluate
We are
its
taking these
effectiveness.
steps over the years.
No, it's different. He says that, look, we are putting water guards.
They are there. They are there now. They've been there since 2022.
My guests have been Bright Simmons, Honorary Vice President Imani Africa. Earlier we were joined by Bobby Banson. Inus Afuseini is former MP, Tamale Central. Dennis Miracle Sabwagi is Director of Communications, the Baumia Campaign. Senyo Hosi is convener, One Ghana Movement, and trustee of the Ghana Coalition Against Galamsey. I'm Samson Lade Ayanini. Have a good afternoon.
It is 4:20 a.m. and many in the national capital are still in bed. But 8-year-old Jeremiah Arthur and his mother, Betty Mensah, are already here at the 37 Military Hospital. On this day, they would not see a doctor until after 8 a.m., about 4 hours from now. Jerry and his mother left Takoradi at midnight by bus. This means it will take them at least 8 hours from the time they left home to when they will finally see a doctor. Anytime they have to come to the hospital, they travel at night in order to be in the right position of the long queue of patients. There is no sleep for them on such occasions. The reason Jerry is still sleeping on the wooden bench in front of the surgical OPD. After securing her place in the queue, Jerry's mother heads for the X-ray laboratory. She must do this before daylight brings with it another long queue that will delay their turn to see a medical doctor. Previous experiences have taught her that an X-ray is a predictable ritual of Jerry's medical review. Jerry and his mother came to the hospital with only what they wore because they thought they would be done by midday and returned to Takoradi. But the doctors decided otherwise. Jerry would have to undergo another surgery, which is scheduled for the following day, Friday, January 5th, 2018. He's admitted to the Nkrumah ward, a ward he's very familiar with. They say you go for surgery. How do you feel about that?
Nothing.
You don't feel anything about the surgery?
Set me who doctor no plan na me machine. Ko surgery na oba. Enye easy. Besusa ya. Besusa.
Jerry has lost his left leg. The crude amputation took almost all his thigh. The surgery was to be performed on the remaining leg, which can be described as a half leg. All the toes except the big toe are missing. The part of the remaining leg between the knee and the foot looks like a PVC pipe caught midway by fire and salvaged just in time before that portion melts completely. Apart from the scars below his knee and on his thigh, the bones in this remaining leg are fractured, a reason Jerry was to undergo the surgery. That surgery did not happen the following day as promised due to the shortage of oxygen. It was rescheduled to the following Friday, and Jerry would have to spend another week after that before being discharged. A Ghana Air Force plane was flying from Accra to Takoradi on the day Jerry was discharged, so the Garrison Education Unit arranged to have them on board. Jeremiah Arthur and his family were hit by a crude disruption to their lives on June 2nd, 2016, when a 62-year-old woman entered Jerry's school compound in Takoradi with a Toyota Corolla and crushed the 6-year-old boy against a wall. This is the Garrison Basic School in Takoradi, where Jeremiah Arthur was a student before the accident. At the time of the accident, there were no walls here, but walking around the compound, it is safe and secure enough because the platform here or the compound is raised and is higher than the rows around. Besides, there's also a huge drain or a gutter, an open one, and it sounds a bit strange how a vehicle would be able to jump over this drain, get onto this compound, and cause the havoc it did.
I heard bumps. When I raised up my head, I saw the car moving from the service direction here, has veered off the road. There was a lot of cars parked in front of it here. So it drove to jumped the gutter, big gutter, and then came into the yard where the children were waiting for their parents to come and pick them. So the car was just moving on the pavement like that, and the children were also afraid, so they were running away. So one of them tried to jump this pavement container platform. As he tried to raise up the leg, and then the car hit it against that small wall over there. And then from.
The accident occurred on the 2nd of June 2016 at around 14:30 hours in this very platform here. This platform happens to be our assembly ground. And after school, most of the time, the children will be gathered here, a teacher will be detailed to be with them, and parents will come with their vehicles to pick the children in tents. So on that set date, the children were actually many. But few minutes before the accident, parents had come almost in convoy to carry their children away, leaving back 3 children and the teacher. A saloon car, a Toyota saloon car, came from this direction. Excuse me.
And that's actually a slope.
Yes, this direction. She actually, the driver was a woman. She actually got her way all right. Came and joined the main route. Let me show you here.
This is the main road.
This is the main route that is leading to Beachwood Township. So she got here, turn right.
This way?
This way. She got her turning all right. Then few meters, precisely here. What happened? She veered off again. Turning 90 degrees this way and jump over this big gutter. But then this fence wall wasn't there. She jumped off this gutter and climbed onto the platform. Let me show you what happened exactly. So the 3 remaining children and the teacher realized that it was danger after she climbed the square. So they all took to their heels. They were running, and they set Jeremiah Arthur. Who got here, there was one course on this.
Okay. That's
Jeremiah got here, and one foot in, one foot was still hanging, and the car hit the hanging foot against the wall. The car hit the hanging leg against the wall, and I suspect the woman was stepping on accelerator thinking it was brake. So there was more pressure. Eventually, it cannot push this very wall. So the leg was still in between the wall and the car until the leg auto chopped off.
So me myself, I was even, because the way the car was coming, I even ran away. And I went back and I came. And then as I got there and I saw how the leg was cut, I moved back. It was there that a man, a courageous man, he parked his car and ran. He came to pick the child up like that. And we all saw, in fact, the boy too is very, very courageous. Because when he was picking him up, he was not crying, he didn't cry. He just turned like this and looked at the leg. It's like he was really smiling. I was surprised. He turned like this and he looked at his leg and then he opened the mouth like that. So the man rushed and then tried to put him in the car, private car. So after they have left with the boy, then we came to push the car back. It was there that we saw that the leg was hanging under the bonnet.
This is a soldier that helps me to run, to coordinate the school and the office. Okay. Sergeant Owusu. Okay. Before I got here, Sergeant Owusu too had reached here. So I took the leg, the chopped off leg, and then pieces of the bones in a rubber bag, and followed a car with the child to Effiong Kwanta Hospital and asked the sergeant to remain behind with the police, because by then 2 inspectors also came here. So he should remain with the police to do the legal issues of the case whilst I carried the child to hospital. Then we got to the hospital, and in fact, the doctor who received us didn't have confidence in the survival of the child. They admitted us all right and requested for blood. So quickly, I had to volunteer, and I donated £1. Another teacher in Basic 6A, called Mr. Hamza, also donated.
Ne mamre yado a musometna me yade. Small boy bi ko school. On who gating no bay. Oh who be say. Jerry mame, Jerry nana no kuretwa mo. O shakala si. Hey. Nti awana muso no mame no mu. Na mka chanda afra banana asam mama on fen ya asem.
Nkwala de omuhu no ene na omuka nti when hu se me ban ne nan da ho anka onka nti sa time ne de na me hu me ba no so na ye mbibia enye.
Even at the hospital they were talking about amputating the second leg because it was also almost nothing left. There was I'm not a medical person, so I may not be able to use the right terms, but this whole leg was like also mashed. The one that was up was also like mashed, but they were able to at least revive that one. Yes.
And was he crying? How was he reacting to all of this?
Yeah, you see, when this type of pain, it comes with trauma. He wasn't crying. The boy was not crying. Throughout the hospital at Effiong Kwanta, until we put him in the ambulance, he didn't shed tears. While he could react for you to know that he was in pain, but he didn't cry.
See, Effiong Kwanta na muhu de. Ni teachers ni bi jenji na wo. Headmistress no. Only the way ojina no no chede. Untumi njina ho. Nti muhu headmistress in the way you ole jana la obi anka hwe ancha na mam started there. Mulusu.
You know, the boy originally is a calm type. You tell him to sit here, he will be there until you tell him to stand up. So, seeing him with that condition, believe it. At the hospital there, I fell 3 times. I was just fortunate, soldiers were around me. They held me up. It wasn't an easy scene at all.
The coach casualty me who say akwala nda ho. E no frame me. To frame me na me so no nsa. Na me hwe call the 911 who say, ah, the 9 back couldn't go. Nana hospital was almost a moment, yes, I be a Macolani who say, we play. And I said, Bibisa, the or the Musa, no, because that I am ya, that I am so when I would travel. The more no more drip be seen so. And Japan, a cosana, so Jenny Bako, or how our treatment in a corner and quay. No, Fred, Mr. Senator said no. I'm from opinion. I'm can't know how there's a ambulance one, I'm over plane.
But I realized that they were delaying tactics for the child to die because they didn't have hope. So I called my boss on phone and I told my boss that what I'm seeing here, if we don't react, we'll lose this boy.
They called me back and indicated that the boy's condition was very bad. And from their perspective, even though I am not a medical person, they thought that the level of medical attention that the boy was receiving was not up to scratch. And so we asked if we could arrange for a referral for the boy, and I think the hospital didn't deny us. So I immediately contacted the Commander Air Force Base, who actually gave me the go-ahead to liaise with the medical officer to get an ambulance for the evacuation to be done. And I think that just within a short period, he was able to mobilize 2 nurses, a driver, and an ambulance for us to evacuate the boy to 37 Military Hospital.
Some of the teachers visited him. I was there too at 37. And I think I give credit to the military for a very, very good work done on this boy. If it were any other unit, I wonder what would have happened. He wouldn't have survived. No, he wouldn't have survived at all. So I think I'll give credit to the armed forces on this issue.
So you have one of the Yaman Omoa Yade. Say, so you have one in Nimanga, and the say, Miniatures and Gautiasi. Because you have one on Moabua, 50 time assembly see, so you have one there. So many Manga and Miniatures or Tias. Because say, if you want to
we found it a bit difficult to get back on track. Everybody became scared. Looking at the scene where the accident occurred, that was the safest place one could tell the kids to wait for their parents. And during closing, and if they had closed and waiting there for their parents, and the vehicle could veer off the road to that extent, it was a very bad sight.
Hello, class.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
How are you?
We are fine, thank you. And you?
I'm also very fine by the grace of God. You can sit down.
Thank you, sir.
How many of you remember Jeremiah Arthur? Yes, Jeremiah Arthur, yes. You remember him? Who was he? Was he your classmate?
Yes.
He was supposed to be in this class?
Yes.
So where is he now? Who knows the school he is now? Yes.
Naval Base.
Naval Base. Clap for her. But what took Jeremiah Arthur from here? Why did he leave the school? What happened to him? Who remembers? Yes, you. Yes.
He had an accident.
He had an accident. Where? In the school?
Yes.
There. Assembly ground. Okay, you talk. So how many of you saw the accident?
So we took him to a new school, which is the Naval Base Basic School. With some level of considerations, that school was quite close to their home. Secondly, the headmistress, who was at Garrison Basic School where the incident occurred, had also been relocated to this new school, and we felt that she understands the boy's situation better and should be in a better position to be able to manage his condition.
The main reason Jerry was transferred to Naval Basic School has to do with a problem every person living with physical disability in Ghana is very familiar with. At Garrison Basic School, it is impossible to move to the classroom in a wheelchair. Jerry has 2 wheelchairs, one at home and another in school. The one in school aids his movement and serves as his chair in the classroom. Naval Basic School better accommodates Jerry's situation, but it cannot be said to be disability friendly either. His wheelchair can only move to one classroom unimpeded. To make this possible, the school even had to construct a special ramp at the entrance of this classroom.
I moved the class up there so that when the car brings into school, they can easily access the classroom. The decision is that so long as he remains in this school, that class has to be on that block.
He can't play with his friends, and let alone the road is not good. So even with a wheelchair, he can't move around the compound. And one challenge I've also realized is when he wants to use the washroom, because looking at where the class is and where the toilet facility is, it's very far. Last time I have to carry him to the giant, which is very bad.
Jeremiah Arthur is one of the many victims who have had the course of their lives altered in a very cruel way. According to reported figures available at the National Road Safety Commission, more than 18,000 persons have been killed in motor accidents in the last 10 years. And like Jerry, over 66,000 persons sustained serious injuries within the same period. Behind these abstract numbers are real lives that have been destroyed or maimed, leaving behind hearts pricked with pain too devastating to forget or soothe.
I was at home that time. I ended up with my mother-in-law and my wife. We were right at the sitting room. So suddenly, I heard a screaming of people at the junction.
While in Takrady, I visited Christian Donko, a man who lost his son and his niece in an accident similar to that of Jerry. 3 school children and an old woman were killed on the spot when an articulated truck, reportedly driven by the driver's mate, crushed them on their way back from school.
I saw 2 bodies already also on the street, including my son. One Erikwa Smith, and then an old lady who had also gone to pick the daughter. I must say her granddaughter. And like I said, the scene was very bad. So my son was sent to the morgue, and then quickly somebody also, assisted me by sending me to Fiankwanta Hospital to have a look at my daughter.
I gained consciousness not knowing anybody. I just saw people around me, but I couldn't point out who this person was. I was discharged after 3 days. It was just a dressing that was on my leg, but then the pain was still there. And so my parents took me to a private hospital. I was there for almost 8 months. Losing my brother was something else. Francis and I were very, very close. We used to do things together. We used to even share the same bed. Even though he had a bed, he would always want to sleep by my side. And so losing Francis wasn't easy. It's still not easy.
According to the National Road Safety Commission, about 90% of all motor accidents are caused by human errors. Christian Donko believes this is possible because the perpetrators are either not punished enough or they are not punished at all.
The judge pronounced that the accused person, being the driver, has a case to answer. The argument is that, no, he's not at fault. So they are going to appeal. And I'm told that the case has been sent to Cape Coast High Court, Appeal Court, for it to be addressed. So here we find ourselves. Nothing is happening. Nobody's telling us anything. The question here even is the driver. Where is he? Is he still driving? The information we had that very moment is that he was not even having driving license.
The driver of the vehicle which knocked Jerry is a 62-year-old spare parts dealer in Takoradi, Madam Martha Amponsa. She was charged with dangerous driving and negligently causing harm and was fined 1,800 Ghana cedis, which she paid. Sources close to the scene of the accident allege she did not have the requisite documentation and licenses to drive at the time of the accident. A police report cited by JoyNews reveals the vehicle she was driving was registered in 2016, the year of the accident. Her driver's license was issued on the 1st of June, just 1 day before the accident. The vehicle's insurance was issued on the 2nd of June, the same day she knocked Jeremiah Arthur. When JoyNews contacted her, she declined to comment on the matter. In discussing issues of motor accidents, emphasis is often put on the number of fatalities, but the injuries can be equally devastating. Jerry's father, a car sprayer at Kokompe in Takoradi, says Jerry's accident has brought untold hardship on the family.
I was two and a taxi one. Since I'm a Tony, I can't over one. Engine assess she has it here. Share this because I'm the but my minimum to me, I'll say, na insurance for and car insurance. Insurance for the Bianam Casai. Just send me a couple of years. Bisa lawyer now, so many alone. Biana and Yash many alone, no receipt. Now, Bisa alone 1, 2, 3. Almost this amount, no more pressure. I know the Tom McCarson. Because on my mom alone 1, 2, 3. No more pressure. Time and liberty. That was not to me, it's more right. I was a Tonkan, and yes, I bank for a Tonkan.
Jerry's mother used to sell food at Bumper Senior High School to support the upkeep of Jerry and his 3 other siblings. Since the accident, she had to stop. Taking care of Jerry is now her full-time job. Jerry's lawyers have begun processes to ensure that Jerry is compensated, but it appears that can take many years to complete. Seven years after Chris Donko's son was killed and his daughter injured, he is yet to get justice, not to talk of compensation.
You see where we stay, where we are living? Yeah. Just about 150 meters, that is where the accident happened. And that's where my son died. Just 200.
I think that he has a bright future because anytime you interacted with him, he asked a lot of questions, lots of intelligent questions. And I pray that he would grow up to be what he intends to be.
Jerry wanted to be a soldier, a reason he was sent to a school run by the military. With a half leg, that dreams appears over. He now shuffles between being a gospel artist and a pastor of the Assemblies of God Church, where he worships. Jerry is intelligent and has a promising future, but that cannot wish away the tall and thorny hurdles he must scale to reach his goal.
Imagine a fuck a crabba, or betina reach him the whole day, or betina from the whole day, or some walk across my way to my bread. And as is assuming to me, Juma, because I'm in my head, Nan, or Boko toilet, Mama Betty, Oboria, Mama Betty, Bibia, Mama Betty. Office school bar now I'm about to mobile market now I started the illusion
As he grows, his movement in this school is going to be a challenge because he cannot be carried around the compound by his teachers and his peers. A medical officer told JoyNews it might be difficult to have a prosthetic leg because the amputation was very deep, coupled with the fact that most facilities such as schools do not make provision for his condition. The future looks uncertain.
If you had one wish to make, what would that wish be?
That wish must be to have another leg.
This is a wish that is as difficult as an impossibility, but it is a wish which ought to remind drivers and other road users that a moment of carelessness can cause eternal harm to someone.
We're going to go into a 3-year program with the IMF. It will be the last time we'll have to go to the IMF again for any such program.
This is why we got into the IMF. You were spending too much relative to revenues, which is true. You were borrowing too much, which is true. Your external payments position has deteriorated, which is true.
I'm also pleased to report that the 3-year IMF-supported extended credit facility program, begun in 2015, comes to an end this year.
We will not go to the IMF today, we will not go to IMF tomorrow, and we are not going as long as the NPP remains in power.
Don't let anybody tell you we are not people of short sight.
Suddenly, we were facing major challenges on our balance of payments. Our currency went into a steep decline. Interest rates went out of the window. Inflation, all the indices that had been worked on. And that is what basically forced us to go to seek the assistance of the fund.
Since independence has struggled to manage its debt, and it has been one constant feature in almost all our engagement with the IMF and development partners. Our struggle to manage our debt has been a bane on this country and has fueled macroeconomic instability over the years. So you'll find that right from 1965, when Ghana first approached the IMF under the watch of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, one of the reasons we cited was debt unsustainability or ballooning public debt. Even though that program was rejected after it was approved by the fund, it wasn't long and Nkrumah's government was overthrown. And so one major economic decision that Ghana took right after the overthrow of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah in 1966 was to approach the IMF. And one of the reasons that we listed was debt unsustainability or balloon public debt.
Godfred Alufa-Bokpin is an economist and professor of finance at the University of Ghana. Professor Bokpin traces the problem of Ghana's indebtedness to the independence era.
Even after HIPID, which we completed in 2004, and then the Multilateral Debt Relief Initiative, which we finished in 2006, Ghana's debt to GDP ratio came down to less than 30%. That meant we had fiscal space, okay? And really, we did not, and this is evident, we did not make prudent use of that fiscal space that was conferred on the state as a result of the combined HIPIC MDR initiative. So we thought that we could borrow our way through debt. And here we are today, as though we needed another epic like yesterday.
Ghana, we now have freedom.
Since independence, a year has never gone by without Ghana's public debt burden generating news headlines.
The public debt has reached a level over 112 billion cedis as of September this year.
The total debt of Ghana is nearing some 200 billion Ghana cedis.
Ghana has added 10.7 billion Ghana cedis to its public debt stock in just 4 months.
The IMF is projecting that Ghana's debt to GDP ratio could reach worrying levels by the end of the year.
The end of the slave trade corresponded with the Industrial Revolution. The demand by European powers for Africa's tangible commodities like gold, cash crops, fossil fuels, and metals were on the ascendancy. After more than 60 years of independence, Ghana remains heavily reliant on foreign exchange returns from 3 principal commodities: gold, cocoa, and now oil, which together account for more than 80% of the country's exports. Historically, Ghana has enjoyed a lot of debt cancellations and technical defaults, including the famous Iyentia policy announced by Champon in 1972.
The problem is that historically, we always hit a roadblock where we just have to go and beg our creditors to forgive us. We've not been able to figure that out, where we borrow money, we attract more capital, we transform the nature of our economy by building the right factories, the right schools, the right hospitals. Our people become much more productive. They start to produce a lot locally. We have a lot more money. We stop having to borrow so much. And then we are suddenly in alignment with our commitments to our creditors, for instance. The historical evidence is that we always struggle with that goal. And we've been trying for many, many years. So after Osajefo borrowed quite a bit to try and build all these factories and to create an industrialization plan for the country and execute on that plan, you find that by the time he was overthrown, the country was so indebted that we literally could not pay our debts. And the first thing that happened was that the military rulers in 1967 then went for an IMF program, which you saw. But that IMF program was supposed to be extended. They were supposed to get a bit more money and do more reforms. So if you look there, you see that 1966, right after the overthrow, we get a standby arrangement, meaning that we just told them, oh, we're just having some sudden shocks. So can you just give us some money to figure it through? So all throughout that period, we could never agree with the fund, the IMF, a real program of reform, a structural reform program.
Bright Simmons, an avowed apostle of economic reforms, speaks profoundly on Ghana's debt cancellation.
Collecting small amount of money until we went into a proper program in 1983, and then that led us into a full-scale program, which was the Extended Fund Facility in 87. Before we got to that period, we were just doing standby arrangements, just collecting money to fix a few problems. And then by 1970, the government was of the view that it couldn't pay at all. Even with all the support that was coming in, it just could not. So the British government agreed to host a debt conference in London in a place called Marlborough House, where it invited all our other creditors. And then Ghana sent a delegation led by the finance minister then, the Honorable G.H. Mensah, and you can see the Honorable John Ajikum Kufuor on the left, who was then the deputy foreign minister. And the two of them were the leaders of our delegation. We went into this debt conference and we started to talk about debt relief. Eventually, this led to about half of our debt more or less being wiped away. The 1974 situation which followed this one, because remember that in 1972 that government was then overthrown and military government came, and the famous Iyentia was then announced by the government, which was a unilateral. So this government, the government before, had done a multilateral mechanism, or had embarked upon a multilateral mechanism to get relief for debt. The new government initially didn't want to go through that process anymore, because obviously we were going to say, we just finished a multilateral renegotiation. What are you talking about? So they repudiated that arrangement. They said, we're not going to follow it. All the agreements that were made in Marlborough House, they said we're not interested. This was something that had been done by neo-colonialists. They were a more progressive government. They didn't want to be bound by what had been agreed in Marlborough House in London. Eventually, that led to huge problems because we lost credibility in the international market, and so the government eventually then agreed to a discussion with its creditors and some kind of technical default.
Ghana's economy is fragile. The IMF has helped with loans, but ordinary workers still haven't seen much benefit. Political stability remains elusive, and Rawlings' own position is far from secure.
In 1982, also we went into another technical default because when the new government came to power, they do the usual thing they do. They blame the previous governments for all the debt, and they call them odious debt, and they just couldn't pay as well because during that period we had huge problems with reserves. And then the drought had happened, or the drought was just about to happen. Then we had people kicked out from Nigeria. So we had a lot of financial difficulties in the period. And in 1982, we went into another default situation.
Were described as not credit worthy. No creditors will continue to give us credit lines to run the business of government for the nation. And since we had only 4 years to prove that we could govern, we might be worse off than what we inherited. So we decided to go the HIPIC way, and it worked.
Ghana was the second biggest beneficiary of debt relief, literally in the world, though this is a list of African countries. In terms of the proportion of your GDP, and as a proportion of how much debt that was forgiven, Ghana was number 2 on the list of African countries at least. So you see that we had huge benefits from HIPIC. More than $6 billion of money was freed up for us.
Ghana's dependence on commodity exports never ended, and as prices surged, this generated more willingness for lenders to give loans off the back of a growing economy. As part of a worldwide boom in primary commodity prices, significantly impacted by Chinese growth and demand, on top of sustained increased consumption in rich North American, European, and Asian economies, gold and cocoa prices started to rise in the mid-2000s. Ghana discovered oil, and by 2011, the country had started producing and exporting its first barrels of crude oil.
I do not want Ghanaians to think that the oil discovery is the end of everything. That is the end of the journey. If anything, it's the beginning of the journey. We want to make sure that we derive the maximum benefit from the oil, but that should not take away attention from the other very important areas, agriculture. No nation can flourish without a strong agricultural base.
What kind of growth are you looking for 2011 for Ghana?
Well, anything in the teens should be okay for us, 14%, 15%.
In January 2011, Ghana was set to become the fastest growing economy in sub-Saharan Africa, as projected by the World Bank, with an end period growth rate of 13.4%. Indeed, Ghana ended 2011 with a growth rate of 14%, 0.6 percentage points higher than what was projected, after slowing down from 14% to 9.3% in 2012. The unexpected happened. The prices of gold and oil both slumped significantly in early 2013. Ghana's growth rate followed with an unstoppable free fall, and before the dawn of 2015, the country's growth rate had been truncated from 14% in 2011 to 2.9% in 2014. By 2015, Ghana's economy was in trouble, hobbled by widening current account and budget deficits, rampant inflation, and a depreciating currency. Credit dried up as interest rates rose and banks' bad loans piled up.
Precisely because the structure of the economy explains a lot of the things that you see at the macro level and even at the micro level. So that is fine, because essentially we don't add margins to the primary commodities. And look, the world thrives on margins. To the extent that you are not adding margins, you are not getting value, and therefore you don't command price in the market. Okay, the resilience of our economy is very susceptible to shocks, particularly from commodity crisis. And if you look at it since the 60s, the shocks that we have experienced, either coming from the commodity side, financial or whatever, it impacts us heavily because the structure of the economy It's just not said. And we've been talking about this for years.
The borrowing became a vicious cycle, and Ghana couldn't escape the trap even after debt forgiveness. At the root of Ghana's woes was out-of-control government spending, largely to pay salaries of an overgrown civil service. After several considerations, Ghana was back to the IMF seeking a fresh bailout. This was our 16th. Sir Tepe was finance minister in 2015. He led the team to secure a $918 million loan facility, which was approved on April 3, 2015, after going through all negotiations.
In our case, we were in a fund program. Remember, the Kufuor administration was in a fund program exited. Professor Mahama'S went into the fund program. But remember, we also said that we came to the conclusion that we wanted to do homegrown policy. We wanted to see whether we could stand on our own feet, based on partially on what I said, fiscal discipline, but also utilizing part of the oil revenue to start to resolve some of the things we were not doing well. So you saw the stabilization fund, heritage fund, which is savings. You saw allocation to GMPC, to do exploration and others, innovative things, contingency fund, sinking fund, so that we stop that habit of borrowing and not paying. So the PRMA set up those structures, and they help. But then we suffered some crises. The global financial crisis was one, which was 2008, 2009, when Professor Mahama'S, came in. And then we had the single spine challenges, and then the disruption in gas supply, from Nigeria, which gave us that word, Dumso. We think is non-performance, but that was the cause. And then we waited 2-3 years, and it wasn't being resolved. So we decided to do the badges and the other things. But the most critical one was the heavy borrowing that was being done for single spine and the rest. So the fiscal became a bit shaky, right? But we were confident that we could do it homegrown. But by the time we went to Sinchi and looked at the policies and the rest, we realized, that it was going to be difficult. And then as, was the case, the development partners also decided that, they didn't think we could handle this problem ourselves, which is part of the markets also, where you borrow sovereign money and the rest. They look to the IMF, which is the lender of last resort. Not just that, but the IMF also, under the Article 4 of its protocol, which you signed to, whether you're in a fund program or not, they will come and inspect your books. Yeah. And they will tell it as it is. So once that was published, the markets began to wonder, whether, we could go it alone. And so we had to, that's why having the homegrown policy, which we drew with the assistance of African Development Bank, we decided, to do the IMF program, the ECF. But we didn't, whilst we were doing that, we continued with our sinking fund and other policies, stabilization fund, some of which came in handy, during the COVID crisis. We never stopped, just because we had IMF money,
We're going to go into a 3-year program with the IMF. It will be the last time we will have to go to the IMF again for any such program. This will be the IMF program to end all programs.
As expected, a few months after IMF came to Ghana's rescue, things started to shape up again. According to the Bank of Ghana's summary data, the cedi's cumulative depreciation against the dollar dropped from 19.9% by 2015 to 15.7% at the dying embers of the year. By August 2015, month-on-month inflation had dropped from 1.8% in April to a negative figure of 0.8% by the end of August 2015. One target of Ghana's 16th IMF program was to help restore our debt burden to sustainable levels. The government limited hiring and wage increases and eliminated subsidies for utilities and petroleum products. To raise revenue, it cracked down on tax evasion and rationalized exemptions. New revenue sources, including a tax on luxury cars and increased taxes on high earners, to put Ghana's finances on sound footing. The new Public Financial Management Act called for improved accounting standards, procedures, and technology. Professor Bopin explains why the 16th IMF program failed. The 16th IMF program conferred on Ghana significant credit worthiness, and after almost a year without access, the country was back to the Eurobond market for more foreign liquidity.
The 16th IMF program actually failed on one of its objectives, which was to substantially bring down debt. So the 16th IMF program really did not do much in terms of bringing Ghana's debt to a sustainable level.
Former Finance Minister Seth Terkper speaks about the reliance on the Eurobond and T-bills.
We fell into the habit, if you ask, of borrowing first domestic treasury bills. What's the meaning of a treasury bill? Treasury bill is for liquidity. That's why it's only 90 days, 91 days. And usually at the beginning of the year, you cannot reduce certain expenditures, wages and the rest. So you borrow short term. You say 90 days, 3 months, and then for exigencies. Then when the revenue starts coming, you pay off because for only 90 days. Yeah. But we started rolling over. We started borrowing instead of making provision to pay it down, right? We would take the first treasury bill, yes, and then come 90 days, every week we are taking it, come 90 days, instead of putting money aside to repay that one, then we add that one to the current debt we want to finance, and then, we take more loans. So the non-payment resulted in more borrowing and more borrowing. But we began to carry that fiscal indiscipline to the sovereign bond market. So we were issuing only interest-only loans and the rest. And then the 10 years caught up with us, which was what we realized in 2014, that we're just paying only interest. And you can't be in the capital markets if you don't have a mechanism for repayment, which is a simple explanation for the sinking fund, which coincidentally is in the Constitution, but it's optional, which means that the framers of the Constitution, including finance ministers and others, may have known that there was that weakness and we needed to set it up. Contingency fund in the Constitution, we never set it up. So with the advent of oil, the question you asked, we decided, let us begin to channel part of the oil revenue, which is new, to resolve, some of these things, if you like, bad practices.
In less than 6 months into the 16th IMF program, the government gathered enough credit worthiness and was back in the Eurobond market to borrow $1 billion. By September 2016, amount borrowed under the Mahama'S administration had reached $3.75 billion with an average interest rate slightly above 9%. December 2016 came with a thunderbolt. It was time for the electorates to decide. The elections were fought on the turf of the economy.
This is why we got into the IMF. You were spending too much relative to revenues, which is true. You were borrowing too much, which is true. Your external payments position has deteriorated, which is true.
After 8 years of power, the National Democratic Congress, led by John Dramani Mahama, suffered a huge shock. The party lost the national election by a huge margin. A new Messiah, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, was ushered into office to perform the badly needed surgical operation on the Ghanaian economy.
By the power vested in me as the chairperson of the Electoral Commission and the returning officer for the presidential election, it is my duty and my privilege to declare Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as the President-elect of the Republic of Ghana.
I, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo.
There was a new breath of hope. A new team was to steer the economic affairs of the country. In fact, many believe that with Dr. Bawumia in the economic management seat, Ghana's economy would never slip back into coma.
Fellow Kukrudites, we were elected to fix the problems, and I'm glad to report that we are fixing the problems and we are putting in place the policies that will drive the economic transformation of this country.
Turn to Ghana, which is selling the longest dated Eurobond ever issued by a sub-Saharan African government.
Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta is challenging global investors to put their money behind Ghana's growing economy.
Ghana has added 10.7 billion Ghana cedis to its public debt stock in just 4 months.
If you go to the market today, you will not get anybody to lend to you below 9.5%.
You can't be in the capital markets if you don't have a mechanism for repayment.
One basic understanding of the market is that when you come onto the market unattractive, you'll be punished.
There will be no haircuts.
There will be no haircuts.
Instantly, the market knew the president wasn't speaking the truth.
Ghana has been in the spotlight after announcing it will default on most of its external debt.
Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta indicates that Eurobond holders may face a nominal haircut of between 30 and 40% as part of the restructuring of external debt.
Discussions with the Eurobond investors are continuing. We have given a broad outline of 20 to 40% haircut under 20 years and interest rates of less than 5%.
It's more of discipline. It's more fiscal discipline. And then also we fell into the habit, if you ask, of borrowing first domestic treasury bills. Treasury bill is for liquidity. That's why it's only 90 days, 91 days. And usually at the beginning of the year, you cannot reduce certain expenditures, wages and the rest. So you borrow short term. You say 90 days, 3 months, and then for exigencies. Then when the revenue starts coming, you pay off because for only 90 days. Yeah. But we started rolling over. The non-payment resulted in more borrowing and more borrowing. But we began to carry that fiscal indiscipline to the sovereign bond market. So we're issuing only interest-only loans and the rest. And then the 10 years caught up with us, which was what we realized in 2014, that we're just paying only interest. And you can't be in the capital markets if you don't have a mechanism for repayment.
Following its exit from the heavily indebted Poor Countries Initiative some 2 decades ago, Ghana has consistently developed a strong taste for commercial loans from the international capital market, Eurobonds, typically securing loans at interest rates ranging from 6% to 11%.
Before, we used to have money from IMF, but Germany, Danida, JICA. And then as we said we're growing rich, we depended more on international capital markets, got a lot of money from international capital markets, and how we invested is another problem.
Each fiscal year, Ghana requires between $1 billion and $3 billion worth of foreign loans to support its budget and address balance of payment challenges. Before the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Ghana government had borrowed $5 billion from the Eurobond market between 2017 and 2019. Repayment was heavily reliant on revenue mobilization, a strategy that did not materialize as expected. Consequently, By the end of 2022, Ghana's total loans from Eurobonds had reached $14 billion, with outstanding debt exceeding $13 billion.
Even though Ghana was not the first country to get the necessary international ratings, credit ratings, in order to be able to borrow from the international capital markets, we were the first to issue in 2007. And since then, we've become one of the largest issuers on the continent. The challenge that arose was that we started to borrow too much. Initially, it appeared as if confidence in the economy was sufficient to continue the cycle.
In 2007, Ghana stepped into the international capital market for the first time, with the first issuance of $750 million. The then Finance Minister, Kwadwo Redu, returned from London with $750 million and several firsts. In fact, Ghana was the first sub-Saharan sovereign state to enter the international bond market and the first post-HIPC country to tap international capital.
We spent $336 million of our own oil revenue to start paying off the first sovereign bond issued under President Kufuor, moving away from interest only. Out of the 750, we left enough in the sinking fund, about 250 plus, for the current government to use 200 million to pay off the final installment on that. October 4th, the anniversary, 2017, it was a 2-year bond.
After going fallow for more than 5 years, Ghana was back to the Eurobond market for more loans.
The Mills era, we didn't borrow a lot. We had borrowed significantly under the Mahama'S era. And the reason that happened was that the Mahama'S era was trying to create a new strategy where they can combine IMF programs with international borrowing, which is what Kenya is doing right now. So Kenya gets money from the IMF, but it also borrows from the international market. And it blends both. It uses one to strengthen its hand in the other. So the Mahama'S government took that. But you can see evidence that initially, this was the borrowing costs that we're faced with. We hit as much as 10.75% for a very sudden thing before they went back to the IMF in 2015. So by the time they went back to the IMF in 2015, they were been able to bring down the cost of borrowing from 10.75% to 9% and a little above that. So one of the things that is evident is also that international markets tend to look at the IMF programs as evidence of, or rather a source of unbiased analysis.
Seth Tekpe was finance minister, and he led Ghana to its second trip to the Eurobond market to borrow $1 billion in 2013. He returned to the market for more loans in 2014 and 2015, and by the end of the Mahama'S administration in 2016, Ghana had taken Eurobond loans of up to $3 billion in 3 years.
Actually, I was the minister who, would I say, honored or what, to receive the letter from the World Bank and the African Development Bank telling us that we had become a middle-income country. We couldn't borrow and repay over 40 years. We could only borrow and repay over 25 years when we became middle-income country.
So that was a cap that was placed on our borrowing.
It means that they call it moving to harder terms.
In 2017, Ghana saw a change in leadership as President Akufo-Addo assumed office. Ken Ofori-Atta was appointed finance minister. During this period, Ghana was halfway through a $918 million International Monetary Fund program initiated in 2015 under the previous administration led by John Dramani Mahama.
Now, when the baton was handed to President Akufo-Addo in 2017, they came to meet an existing IMF program, remember, from 2015. And that program, they had challenges, as I mentioned, managing that program because they were still balancing it with international borrowing at a significant level. So we had what often you call slippages, right? Now the government had to double up and try and comply with the terms that the government had agreed. So 2017 was a fairly tough year for the government, right? Because you come and inherit a program, there are already some slippages, the IMF is not that happy. You need to double up and make sure that the program is running properly, given that you intend to do even more on the international capital markets. So you need the IMF data, the IMF analysis, the IMF verdict to be even more favorable.
the IMF board sits for hopefully the successful conclusion of Ghana's program and therefore an exit. And therefore the market in our mind has overwhelmingly endorsed the policies we've gone through the past 2 years and their comfort that going forward the country is in a good position to do well.
By 2018, Ghana's economic indicators had blossomed, fueled by positive economic forecasts and boosted credit ratings resulting from investor confidence following the successful implementation of the IMF program. The Akufo-Addo administration made its inaugural entry into the international capital market. By the close of 2018, the government had borrowed $2 billion through Eurobonds.
The problem was that we started to rack up the debt very quickly. Ghana is the biggest Eurobond borrower if you use its economy as a yardstick. Yeah. When you look at the carrying capacity of its economy. How? Because we moved from $4.5 billion in 2018 to $13.2 billion in a relatively short period of time.
In 2019, Ghana made its 7th appearance in the capital market, marking a significant milestone by successfully issuing its first triple tranche Eurobond offering on the international capital market.
So let me first talk about the bond sale yesterday, the €3 billion Eurobond sale. We were hearing it was oversubscribed by more than 6 times. Can you give us an update on how oversubscribed it was and how that sale went?
So essentially, we came out for $3 billion and amazingly in 3 tranches of 7-year, 12-year and 31-year. And all of those were overwhelmingly oversubscribed, as you mentioned. At some point, $22 billion ended up at 19.9, in which we closed with $3 billion.
The decision to launch this triple tranche transaction was influenced by the positive sentiment expressed by the international investor community. During 2019, emerging market EM yields were more attractive compared to those in developed markets, providing emerging economies like Ghana with a favorable opportunity to secure more loans.
With that kind of good appetite, I'm bound to ask you, will you come back to the market in 2019? And maybe even more so, would you even consider or deny that you will go for 100-year bond?
Well, I mean, it certainly gives one reason to pause. You know, there's usually speculation that election years are years in which countries sort of bust their budgets. Right now, I think we are comfortable with what we have done. We understand the market sentiment. We usually have a mid-year review to see how we are doing with the budget, and those are when, you know, we make decisions.
Just before the onset of the COVID-19 lockdown, Ghana received strong backing from the capital market, a sentiment reinforced by Moody's, the international ratings agency, which expressed confidence in the country's economy and provided a positive outlook. In February 2020, Ghana achieved a significant milestone by becoming the first African nation to issue a 41-year bond, a second tri-tranche on the international capital market.
Let's turn to Ghana, which is selling the longest dated Eurobond ever issued by a sub-Saharan African government. It has a 40-year maturity and is part of a wider sale, including notes maturing in 2035 and 2027, in order to raise $3 billion. To talk more about this, we're joined by Ken Ofori-Atta, the Finance Minister of Ghana. Welcome to the show. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
It's good to be here again.
Yeah, great to have you here. Now, this offer, the Eurobond offer, was 5 times oversubscribed. Does this mean that you're going to continue to test demand and issue even more longer-term securities? The last time you were here, we talked about a century bond.
We did talk about century bond, and last year we tried a 31, which was very successful. We've moved 10 years more to 41, so we are nearing it. I think yesterday it was very successful, $3 billion in 3 tranches, 7, 14, and 41, and we had a 15 billion book to work with. So clearly the markets have rallied in support of Ghana post-IMF, and that's good indications for the future for us.
Ghana accumulated loans totaling $8 billion from Eurobonds.
It changed the composition of our debt. It changed our debt from one where the majority of the money comes from multilateral and bilateral sources to one where the commercial sources were the most predominant.
In the fiscal year of 2020, the $3 billion proceeds were utilized for liability management operations, refinancing energy sector debt, and meeting budgetary requirements.
These are the tabulated costs of what it takes to get money from the capital markets, right?
Significant component.
Yes, because you'll be paying money to lead arrangers, paying money to legal firms, paying money to marketing and PR firms. You pay a whole bunch of money. So the money that you get, in the end, you may be paying as much as 7% or more in the market to your advisors. Now, if there are people in the government who have good friends in the capital markets, they are friends in JP Morgan, they are friends in Morgan Stanley, they are friends in Goldman Sachs, whatever, of course, they're going to be happy to pay those fees to their friends. But is that in national interest?
In 2021, following the conclusion of the COVID-19 lockdown, Ghana reopened for international trade, yet faced the challenge of a substantial budget deficit. The country's financial stability relied heavily on support from the international capital market. In a groundbreaking move, Ghana became the first African nation to issue a zero-coupon tranche Eurobond. By the close of 2021, Ghana had accumulated Eurobond loans of up to $11 billion over 4 years. $2 billion in 2018, $3 billion in 2019, $3 billion in 2020 during the pandemic, and a final $3 billion in 2021.
This comes at a time as well when the premium investors have asked to hold riskier assets is rising, in part because of the fallout from the coronavirus. Do you foresee, if we get any more of concerns around the coronavirus outbreak, that this could impact you issuing more bonds, or how you think about that?
Well, we're not going to come back until next year.
Something happened in 2021 when we decided to go to the market twice instead of the usual cycle of going once, normally for a $3 billion bond. And when we went the second time, that set off alarm bells because people started to look more closely because it was out of pattern. And then they realized that Ghana was far, far above its borrowing capacity. And therefore, this was rather reckless.
In 2022, Ghana faced economic challenges as emerging markets experienced soaring coupon rates for bonds, rendering them exorbitant. The escalation of sovereign bond interest rates was exacerbated by tensions between Russia and Ukraine. Consequently, only 3 countries, Nigeria, South Africa, and Angola, managed to issue Eurobonds in the first half of the year. Other nations, including Kenya and Ghana, were priced out of the international capital markets due to unsustainable interest rates.
When we started getting the downgrades and others, that we better fix it because the domestic market was just too shallow.
It was quite clear that we're in too deep and we're in above our heads. And so once the rating downgrade came, that sealed our fate. We could no longer go back to the international capital markets to borrow, at least not on the Eurobond market, until we address issues of debt sustainability.
You are mindful about the cost of accessing capital from the markets, okay, and especially when your rating has gone down the way it is, we are almost in a junk territory, right? So one basic understanding of the market is that when you come onto the market unattractive, you'll be punished.
For Ghana, the burden of debt servicing obligations, limited to interest payments only, was projected to reach approximately $5 billion at both domestic and external levels in 2023. Unlike its 16th enrollment in 2015, Ghana's unsustainable debt position was certainly a huge obstacle in obtaining an IMF deal. This meant a lot of conditions had to be met. The IMF's message to Ghana was very simple: restructure your debt or no bailout package.
I also want to assure all Ghanaians that no individual or institutional investor, including pension funds, in government treasury bills or instruments, will lose their money as a result of our ongoing IMF negotiations. There will be no haircuts. So I urge all of you to ignore the false rumors.
Instantly, the market knew the president wasn't speaking the truth. You see that right after the president made a statement, the reactions were more or less to reject the statement. And therefore, my expectation is that any investor who probably took a decision on the back of that, who wasn't an investor, was probably a lotto doctor.
At the external level, Ghana is grappling with severe economic challenges, primarily centered on its balance of payments issues. These problems have led to a depletion of the country's international reserves and resulted in crises such as exchange rate fluctuations.
You can't be in the capital markets if you don't have a mechanism for repayment, which is a simple explanation for the sinking fund, which coincidentally is in the Constitution, but it's optional, which means that the framers of the Constitution, including finance ministers and others, may have known that there was that weakness and we needed to set it up. Contingency fund in the Constitution, we never set it up. So with the advent of oil, the question you asked, we decided let us begin to channel part of the oil revenue, which is new, to resolve, some of these things, if you like, bad practices.
The IMF has pledged $3 billion. The World Bank $1.5 billion, with the remaining $10.5 billion expected to come from external restructuring. Securing the $10.5 billion debt relief from external creditors poses a significant challenge for Ghana.
Discussions with the Eurobond investors are continuing. We have given a broad outline of 20 to 40% haircut under 20 years and interest rates of less than 5%.
You look at similar restructurings that have been done not too long ago, like the one that was done by Zambia, which was a very shallow treatment, to be honest with you. In fact, it also included early amortization, which meant that the bondholders could get paid earlier than anticipated for some of the amount. On top of that, there was some deferment, but there wasn't the massive NPV cuts that were expected. And now that the bilaterals are saying that was too cozy. And they're not willing to accept it on the basis of what they call comparability of treatment, which is simply a way of saying that different creditors like to see the burden shared fairly. So in the case of Ghana, we're trying to go the other extreme. We are trying to put all the pain on the private sector. I don't know the extent to which the government feels that kind of hardcore negotiation tactic will serve it.
The country received the first tranche of $600 million after an assurance from external creditors. However, access to the subsequent tranches depends on passing the reviews, contingent on concluding financing assurances with foreign creditors.
I don't think the government is that keen on restructuring. Why? It's very simple. Restructuring itself doesn't help the government. You know why? Because then you have to start paying. Now it's simply not paying. It's paying nothing. Restructuring means you have to start paying something. Unless it can get long deferments so it doesn't pay anything at all. That is not guaranteed. However, assurances help the government a lot. If they get assurances, a letter from the creditor committees they are working with on the bilateral side, so the Paris Club plus the non-Paris Club members, they get that letter, they get another tranche released. Next year, they get some assurances from some creditors that progress has been made. They get another tranche released. So they don't necessarily have to make full progress.
Certainly, the situation where China holds all of Ghana's collateralized loans positions it as a pivotal player at the negotiation table for debt treatment. This factor is crucial in determining the financing assurances Ghana needs to secure subsequent tranches under the fund program.
The truth of the matter is that it's never too clear, because as the bond delves deeper and deeper into junk territory, as it becomes less and less attractive, people that buy tend to be high-risk players. And high-risk players want high reward. You get the point? So their appetite is actually higher than the original blue-chip investors that we had. So these are people that bought knowing they could lose a lot of money. So at this point, there's no reason for them to accept a deep haircut. Because they are willing to take the risk of a default. People that are willing to take a risk of a default or continuing default, because we are already in default,
and their mindset is different. They are willing to maintain the state of default until they can get as much money as they can. I think, therefore, that we are underestimating the resolve of the international bondholders to get as much money as they can out of us.
Ghana would have access to $600 million in financing. To ensure timely completion of the review, official creditors and the Ghanaian authorities will need to reach agreement on a debt treatment consistent with the objectives of the program and in line with the financing assurances that creditors provided in May of 2023.
Ghana stands at a critical economic juncture where the success of its 17th IMF program hinges on substantial debt relief, expenditure cuts, and significant revenue mobilization.
The Volta River Authority, the VRA, announced a controlled spillage of the Akosombo Hydro Dam on September 15, 2023, citing excess water levels. However, this single decision became and still is a major disaster in the area thus far, affecting an estimated 39,000 people in the lower Volta Basin. Public toilets, mortuaries, hospitals, refuse dams, homes, farms, schools, and even roads were submerged. Education was severely disrupted. Schools like this one in Agbetikpo in the North Tongo district of the Volta region became shelters for thousands of flood victims. Classrooms became bedrooms, and for months, education was severely disrupted.
They don't have any class to learn. There is nothing like class for them. So UNICEF came to our aid to donate this tent for the teachers and the students to be managing.
Janet Agbavo is the class teacher for KG 1 and 2 here at Agbetikpo makeshift tent classroom. We want to find out from her how she's been coping with the situation. How many kids do you have in this class?
Over 74.
And you are the only teacher?
Yes, please.
Tell us, how are you coping?
The situation here is not easy, but we are managing because the kids too, sometimes because of the hot weather over here, the tent, under the tent is not easy, but we are managing. And our learning and teaching materials too, we have to pace them. So far as KG is concerned, we have to pace them. The walls of the classroom have to be talking with colors, but because of this situation, we find ourselves over here. We have to be removing the things. Friday, we have to move the books and everything to the office. Monday morning, the kids, sometimes they pick those things and bring them here.
Livelihoods were shattered. Meet 38-year-old Patrick Wolanyo. He is a father of 2. Before the flood, he relied on this corn mill and domestic poultry for income. Not only has his livelihood been washed away with the rushing flood waters, Patrick is now homeless.
Before the flood, this is what I've been using. This is my property. This is what I get my daily bread away from to feed my family. But since the flood is have taken place. You can now even see my place. The whole thing have been immersed in the water, so I can't even use the machine anymore. Now it's been destroyed. Those who know much about this machine knows the cost. So they can even tell you straightforward that it's even more than 5,000 now. This is also my pen. This is where I rear my goats, my duck, and even my fowls. So now they are all destroyed. Even the fowls, the thieves have even come for some because they don't have any place to live. So they've been stolen. So since they are no more, life is very difficult now. I don't even have anything doing anymore. This is where I used to stay with my family.
Okay.
Yeah, so for now the status of it is not even looking nice for you. As yourself you can see.
Okay.
There's no one in because I'm the one. I'm now living with my sister.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it is because of the flood. The flood waters came so high. I can see it up there.
Yeah.
Okay, so the entire place, submerged in water. Yes, and so as we move in, you can see a lot of cracks. A lot of cracks in here, so you virtually couldn't save anything.
Yeah.
Because in here, I can see pillows on the floor.
Everything.
I can see the plaster on the wall actually falling off. Which tells you any moment this structure can just come down. Even us standing in here is not safe for us. I can also see your bed and then your drawers, the mosquito nets. The fan is still hanging here.
Yeah.
And so your electricity cables are still hanging, which clearly shows that you could not save anything at all. I mean, your bicycles, everything in here. And so these are your personal effects that you've actually lost in this flood. And so when you look back, you come back to this room where you used to have your family family discussions, and you see the state of affairs now. I mean, what comes to mind?
It's very, very painful anytime when I get here. That's why you can even see there's no cleaning. Because when I get there, when I see things, then I don't know what to touch. I don't even know where to start from. So I feel very sad.
Hectares of crop farms, hundreds of livestock, fish ponds, and the future investment of the youth have all not been spared.
The size of the farm is almost 20, so the 15 hectares was submerged by the water. And also, this pipeline was damaged and ruined by the water.
It's about 4 months now. How are we going to survive our children? We're going to school. And our coconut, my cassava farm, I'm having cassava farm about 10 acres. And the others, they are having. In Siko right now, if you go to the farm top, everything tend to firewood. All our cassava tend to firewood. And we can't afford our life together. How are we going? And up to now, the village is not telling anything about our life. How are we going to survive?
This used to be Agboklai Amevol's house, 6-bedroom house, before the coming of the flood. But as we speak, and as you can see, the entire building has dissolved.
Apart from his house, he also lost the 100,000 Ghana cedis capital he pumped into this catfish business to the flood disaster.
That Gahume in a dema, a number, I know about 100,000 Ghana cedis. Joseph Akwete, who used to run a piggery here in another community, also lost a number of pigs due to the flood. Joseph is here with me.
The flood scattered everything because of the spirit. The piglets all died. It took them away, and nothing remains.
So at the time you heard about how many pigs in here?
I have about 85. I'm very much annoyed with VR, and we are not hearing anything from them. My house collapsed, and we are all at Agbetipo camp there. We at the tent where we are not getting it easy at all.
According to the National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO, in the North Tongue alone, 1,540 homes were destroyed by the flood waters, rendering thousands homeless. The aged and the physically challenged are the most affected.
"85-year-old Bavu Achu lives in this Sikor community with his wife. He's challenged by sight, which means he's not able to see. So that's how the wife takes care of him every day. And the building you see behind me used to be their place of abode. I mean, this is where the family lived. But due to the flood situation, as you can see, the building is down.
Rebuilding these communities and homes more than 6 months after the flood does not seem possible for many. In the face of this huge destruction and displacement, the VRA and the Energy Ministry insist the spillage was due to unexpected high inflows of around 400,000 cubic feet of water per second into the reservoir, based on inconsistent weather forecasts from the Ghana Meteorological Authority, the GMET.
In July, we depend on the Ghana Meteorological Agency for forecasts because the water that comes, it comes through rainfall. At the time, the forecast gave the indication that we are not supposed to expect too much water into the reservoir. But in August, the situation changed. The same GMET now issued a new adapted forecast that the situation has changed and we should expect a lot of rain going forward.
They relied on expert information from the Meteorological Authority Agency. That changed, and that changed the course of things.
But the head of Central Analysis and Forecasts at the Ghana Meteorological Authority, the GMET, Felicity Ahiafianyo, disagrees, insisting nothing changed as an accurate forecast was provided to the VRA ahead of time.
Our forecasts did not change. The documents are all there. It's a public document. Whatever we send to them is also made available online, so you can pick it and study it. Last year, the seasonal forecast came out on the 10th of March 2023 in the presence of the media and other stakeholders. And this document was sent to VRA. Then when that one was, we call it March, April, May, and then April, May, June. Then we have June, July, August, and then the trend continues. So we keep it's 3-month season that we deal with. So for the 3 months, the accumulation, how it will be, that is what we are predicting. And then that is what we've given to them. So in a year, we provide them with 3 seasonal forecasts. That is the major rainy season purposely for the southern sector, and then the one for the north, and then the minor season. So the forecast for last year predicted that some areas are going to experience above rainfall for 2023 season. And then the minor to when it was out was also having the same indicators that most areas are likely to have above the normal rainy seasons that we know, of which it was communicated to them. In this particular case, we cannot be blamed for that, because we have been providing them with daily, weekly forecasts.
This means the VRA's claim that the over 400,000 cubic feet of water that entered the dam per second before September 15, 2023 was unforeseen is untenable. The question on the lips of victims are: who was interpreting the GMET forecast data at the VRA? What changed in July, as claimed by Engineer Abdul Noor Wahab? Whose decision was it at the VRA to postpone spillage till September 15, 2023? Wasn't the VRA carrying out its independent monitoring upstream? What does the VRA's emergency preparedness plan say? And what was the level of engagement with residents before, during, and after the spillage? The Member of Parliament MP for North Tong constituency, Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, insists his people deserve answers.
I cannot believe that such a major decision, Cabinet was not brought up to speed, was not apprised about it, and that the Commander-in-Chief did not give the green light. So I take the view that from VRA all the way to the very top, the President, the Commander-in-Chief, they owe us explanations. They must tell us, how did this happen? Why is it that we didn't see any serious emergency preparedness? There was no national mobilization. Even you in the media, if you had been engaged, you were told that, look, because this is not a natural disaster which took us by surprise. You decided that on this day, the 15th of September, you are going to open the floodgates. So you knew. So when you took that decision that you are going to open the floodgates on the 15th of September 2023, in between the period you took the decision that you are going to open the floodgates and the day you spilled, what did you do? How come as a member of parliament, nobody called me? Nobody. Not from the Ministry of Energy, not from the VRA, not from the presidency. Nobody. We should all have been engaged. Stakeholders, the chiefs, assemblymen, I mean, the media, there should have been sensitization. Those who should be evacuated, moved to safety, to higher ground. There was no, I was expecting that there will be sensitization, there will be education, there will be some national mobilization, the media will be informed, at the national media, local media, all of us will be engaged. Then people who have to move out of harm's way, they will be evacuated, the aged, women, children, the vulnerable groups. I mean, so that they surprise, and then the level of losses will have been minimized. At least you can, if you're a shop owner, you can move your things to safety. If your certificates, your savings, those who have money at home, you have a few gadgets you want to protect, at least so that people's dignity will be preserved.
Michael Obinkonedo is the chairman of the Civil Technical Division of the Ghana Institution of Engineers. He shares how such spillages are supposed to be carried out by standard practice when it comes to hydro dam management.
The standard practice would have been to ensure that there's a certain buffer zone downstream of the dam that nobody occupies. If some more dredging had been done, if they had been able to convince people to move out of the potential flood release zone and things, that this thing would have come down. I think the only thing they could have done differently maybe would have been the evacuation and how it was done. Better mobilization, throwing a few more resources to move NADMO and the Navy and all those things.
Where were all these people? How come the military came many days after, fire service after, many days after, NADMO and others? I mean, NADMO came to meet me on the ground after 4 or 5 days, if my memory serves me right. I know certainly it was more than 3 days before they came. And even when they arrived, they were not resourced, they were ill prepared, and they were shocked at the level of devastation. So of what use was that simulation if you could not guarantee that what you have told the people, and then Do you know that even the safe havens, and I have described them as not safe and they are not havens, they are just classrooms. So the biggest displaced campus, I call them, was the Mahama'S Senior High School. Mahama'S Senior High School. How did they prepare that place? It was many days after that we had to, and we started looking for even tents, looking for mobile toilets, and bringing, water tankers to the place. So even in terms of the evacuation, moving the people to these displaced camps, what they call safe havens, how did they prepare those places? I mean, you go to Agbetipo, for example, you go to Mapedagome, and you see that, but for donations that came in, tents, water tankers, mobile toilets, the places were not ready. So in terms of preparation, the VRA and the entire government must concede that they were not ready. They just were derelict and negligent and took the people for granted. That is why we are outraged, totally upset about how we were treated. You don't treat citizens that way. So, if anybody tells me that things were going according to plan, as I heard one VRA engineer say, and they are following their simulation plan and their emergency preparedness plan, it is not true. It is not fair to us. That is not what happened.
Nana Yawakwada is a public safety advocate. He also believes the VRA edge in the execution of its mandate with regards to ensuring public safety.
There are 4 phases in emergency management. There is a mitigation phase where we look at what actions to take to reduce the impact or the consequences of the event. There is also a preparedness stage where we look at what to do, where to go, who to call, etc. Now, in these 2 critical phases, I believe the VRA failed largely. And if you fail in that 2 critical phases, it makes your response and recovery very difficult. And so that is what played out in the aftermath of the spillage of the dam. And so I think that the VRA largely failed in this regard. As far as the book and the reality is concerned, they did not tick the boxes.
These are reasons why affected residents, including traditional leaders, believe the real underlying reasons for the spillage of the dam should be investigated and victims duly compensated.
VRA should have the capacity to foresee what would have happened, because the Meteo people have been there, they've been saying this, Bismarck said this, and I believe they have a close monitoring system. So I feel there's something wrong somewhere. If the monitoring system is effective, I doubt why they should say they have been, they were taken by surprise. No.
I am very, 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 very disappointed by the VRA. If they open the water in Burkina Faso area, it takes days before it reaches here. What is the communication that they have before they open? Because these things all look like it's a planting.
VRA didn't do its work well. That is why Mepe and all towns which were affected were flooded. From the time the president came here till now, the interministerial committee have not been on the ground to meet the traditional leaders to hear of our challenges. How would they be able to help us if they don't come to hear our challenges?
Yao Nsako is a former vice president of Unilever Ghana and Nigeria. He questions why the interministerial committee set up by the president has yet to come up with findings of what went wrong.
An interministerial committee was formed. Have they issued a report? Has there been a commission of inquiry? VRA, which is the public sector body that is at the center of this, have we got a report? I actually have gone out cold looking for it, and I can't find one. So the starting point is that the facts of what went wrong must be put before us. What are the lessons from this? This is how you develop a democracy.
As at now, there's no trace of compensation. There has not been any settlement or resettlement. There's nothing to show.
For nearly 20 years of my practice in this country, I have not seen any government, holding people accountable for public safety mishaps. It is almost business as usual. I mean, a disaster or something bad occurs, let's go out there, spend the taxpayers' money, give contracts, procurements, people take their cuts, and then problems partly solved. We all go to bed and wait for the next emergency or disaster to strike. It's almost like an endless cycle of governmental failure on the public safety front. And this is largely influenced by a passive society that constantly has failed to hold the feet of duty bearers close to the fire of accountability.
The big question is, could this disaster have been avoided?
I do take the view that it could have been avoided, because if you look at the history, and we grew up in these communities from 1968 to 2010, the VRA has spilled. And this is the first time we are seeing this level of devastation. So we are of the view that the way and manner it was done, it appears that people waited to the last hour and did a full blast, and there was no proper emergency preparedness. We were taken by surprise. We've never seen anything on this scale, on this magnitude. So something really went amiss this time round, and that is why we keep insisting that there ought to be a program, so that, most importantly, those who were negligent, those who shirked their responsibilities and caused us all of this pain, this devastation, this catastrophe, are brought to book. But in addition to that, we need to learn lessons as a country, so that there will be institutional reform, so that we can all put in place the needed measures. So we need an inquiry. And it is through that inquiry that all the facts will be established. All sides will be heard, including the victims, the engineers, the management of VRA, the Minister for Energy and his colleagues at the ministry, the presidency. Did this go to cabinet? Did cabinet give the green light? What did they check before they gave the green light? We need to know.
If 36,000 people in upper class Accra were displaced, would we be this quiet and this indifferent? If cantonments, Ridge, East Airport, Airport Residential Area, you know the places now better than me, Trasaco Valley, if those places, if they lay in the pathways of the spillage, would we just have pumped water and displaced 36,000 of the bourgeoisie? And would this country be as peaceful as it is? It is an indictment on us, the elite. I count myself as part. It is an indictment on us that when things affect the ordinary people, we are a little bit more indifferent. And if you build a society like this, is something I say all the time.
Okay.
James Baldwin famously said, the most dangerous creation of any society is the man with nothing to lose. That is what we are doing.
It's very sad. Indeed, it's very, very sad. I'm appealing to them that, in fact, they should understand that life is very unbearable for us over here. They should come to our aid quickly, give us home, even jobs.
We, the youth here, we not having the government work you are doing. Only we concentrate on our farm. This is what they are doing in the area. How are we going to survive?
VRA didn't do its work well. That is why Mepe and all towns which were affected were flooded.
We not receive anything. I do not receive 1 cedi, and none of us receive any money from the government. And we are not hearing anything from them.
Government working with VRA and NADMO will ensure that the properties are restored for the persons whose properties will be affected.
If 36,000 people in upper class Accra were displaced, would we be this quiet and this indifferent?
I thought that the VRA chief executive should have been fired long ago. Elsewhere, you don't even wait to be fired, you resign.
It is an indictment on us, the elite. I count myself as part. It is an indictment on us that when things affect the ordinary people, we are a little bit more indifferent. And if you build a society like this, is something I say all the time.
Okay.
James Baldwin famously said, the most dangerous creation of any society is the man with nothing to lose. That is what we are doing.
Samuel Okojeto Ablakwa insists head should have been rolling at the VRA by now.
I'm surprised that the VRA chief executive is still at post, even though he should have retired long ago. I don't know what is this business of keeping retirees on the job, people who are clearly, tired and have no fresh ideas. I'm surprised he's still at post. And the last time I checked, the VRA itself has not conducted any internal inquiry. It is another reason why he must go. So I thought that the VRA chief executive should have been fired long ago. Elsewhere, you don't even wait to be fired, you resign.
As the government delays in compensating and relocating victims, the plight of the almost 40,000 Ghanaian victims continues to worsen.
The VRA should surely know much about us. They should come to our aid and knows that, okay, they have destroyed us. So they should come in a way that they can give us a compensation. I'm not calling for any huge amount. They should even restore me to where I was. In case of anything, I can take care of my family back again as it was.
All of the youth here, it's very difficult for us to make it. I want to give my children a good foundation, even that I can also help somebody. But now, in fact, I don't know how to do. I don't know, because even I don't have food to eat. At times I need to eat once in a day because I have 4 kids.
How are they surviving, those 4 kids?
In fact, it's very difficult. Indeed, it's very, very sad. I'm appealing to them that, in fact, they should understand that life is very unbearable for us over here. They should come to our aid quickly, give us home, even jobs. Me, even if they can give me a soft loan, I'll be very happy to buy my car. That's all. I know I can work, give my children better life.
We not receive anything. I do not receive 1 cedi, and none of us receive any money from the government. And we are not hearing anything from them. So now I want to appeal to them that they should take care of us. They should come to our aid and help us. We are dying.
Okay.
If we sleep, we can't sleep. We can't sleep.
How is this affecting your relationship with your wives? The fact that the man doesn't have money now.
As they get it earlier, they are not getting it that way, and that wants to become something like grudge, and because they are not getting it as we get
before.
Before. So sometimes you want to chop something to become
If you want to do the do.
Because where you can do the do?
Okay.
It's also become a problem.
It's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate.
Meanwhile, at the onset of the spillage, a Deputy Minister of Energy, Herbert Krapa, assured of government resolve to support the victims.
Government's priority, as always, is to first of all make sure no lives are lost in the process. We abate and reduce and cushion the effect that it has on property, and the unfortunate ones that will be affected, property that will be affected by the spill. Government, working with VRA and NADMO, will ensure that the properties are restored for the persons whose properties will be affected.
But not much has been done yet. The Minister Designate for Works and Housing, Kojo Nkrumah, on Thursday, March 14, 2024, revealed on the floor of Parliament that government was at the stage of collecting background data on victims, insisting some 80 million have been made available towards resettlement.
Mr. Speaker, I earlier alluded to the 80 million cedis that has been set aside for the purposes of supporting the rehabilitation and resettlement. And as he confirms, the President also spoke about it in the independence speech. I earlier mentioned it here, that it is money that has been set aside to assist in this exercise. A part of the exercise, or the beginnings of the exercise, is the engagement to ascertain what the real numbers are, to ascertain those who have that need of resettlement, or those who perhaps require just some sort of support on their existing structures so that they can go back into those existing structures. All of that assessment is ongoing, in addition to the stakeholder engagement, as I mentioned. And as I mentioned, institutions like LUSPA are working with the Ministry of Works and Housing to determine where, if necessary for that resettlement exercise, the scope and the size and the dimensions will be.
6 months on after a people's lives, businesses, livelihood, schools, healthcare has been interrupted at this level. I mean, in this manner, government tells us it is now collecting data to understand who was impacted, the level of impact, and how much to even determine as compensation for these people. One can only describe it as unfortunate, if not reckless.
We all know that the 220 million cannot be adequate. What surprises me, though, is that the president, during his address at the 6 March parade, said that 80 million cedis has been released for rehabilitation. And I'm really been wondering, because all along, we know of when the Minister of Energy came to brief the House, he told us about the VRA supporting with some 20 million cedis. The central government itself had not carried out any release of funds. So that announcement came to us as a surprise, and everybody has been asking, what has that 80 million been used for? In Parliament today, when we asked the new Works and Housing Minister, the Honorable Kojo Nkrumah, he appears to be vacillating. You know, in one breath, he says that the money has been set aside. You know, in another breath, he says that it has been utilized and they'll provide a breakdown later. He doesn't have the breakdown now. I mean, you are coming to Parliament to ask questions. We have given you notice. You're coming to answer questions on your response to this disaster. And you're telling us that you can't confirm. You are using different words from the president. The president says the money has been released and is being used for rehabilitation. If you look at the president's words. Now the minister is saying one breath set aside and another breath is being utilized and we'll give you the breakdown later. I mean, you don't know what's going on here. The level of confusion, the lack of transparency, and the ineptitude is most shocking. So we are none the wiser. We have no clarity. When you listen to this, the president and his agents and assigns and ministers of state. Now, what is clear to me is that the inquiry which we need must even delve into the finances. How much really did VRA contribute? How much has come from central government? Because now there is there's even more controversy. Then, I have also intercepted documents from ECOWAS that ECOWAS approved $200,000 based on a request that the government of Ghana made. I have been asking, I've asked on the floor of this house, I raised it even during my debate on the president's message on the State of the Nation, that where is that money? What has it been used for? At current exchange, that is about 2.6 million Ghana cedis. You know, that's some substantial. Look, the second house we built, which the former President Mahama came to commission, it cost us just 2.5 million. If the government gives me that 2.6 million from ECOWAS, I can build another house to host 300 people. Disability friendly with kitchen, TV rooms, a decent house. So where is that money? And the question I ask is that, what other organizations out there have our government applied to that we don't know? Because if I hadn't intercepted those documents within ECOWAS, I wouldn't have known. Because if you look at the budget, government only talked about the World Bank and that climate fund. Why was government silent when at the time they read the budget, more than 2 weeks prior to the reading of the budget, they had already applied to ECOWAS and received a response from ECOWAS? Why was that being hidden from Parliament and from the Ghanaian people? And how many more of these are in the system?
The paramount chief of Bato traditional area, Togbega Patamia Jenkle VII, fears the 220 million Ghana cedis captured in the 2024 budget could end up as a mere budgetary allocation that would never benefit flood victims, considering the government's approach to the whole disaster.
The 2024 budget touched on an allocation of over 200 million Ghana cedis. The first quarter of 2024 will soon end. Will the bureaucracy continue? And by December, that 200 million Ghana cedis will just remain a budgetary item when our people are suffering.
As at now, there's no trace of compensation. There has not been any settlement or resettlement. There's nothing to show. As I speak today, from the time the president came here till now, the interministerial committee have not been on the ground to meet the traditional leaders, to hear of our challenges. How would they be able to help us if they don't come to hear our challenges?
In March 2024, NADMO held a review session in Bato where VRA's Deputy Chief Executive for Operations and Engineering, Engineer Edward Obenkenzo, announced new initiatives for improved emergency response.
On our part as VRA, we have reviewed the event countless times with the aim of identifying all areas where improvement can be made. We try to align ourselves with the saying of at the first time, can't do things the same all the time and expect different results. A number of initiatives have been put in place to improve our models with the finest technologies. We are collaborating with Hydrological Services Authority to increase the number of their gauging stations to help improve our hydrological database to enhance our analysis. We are also enhancing our collaboration with GMAT to also improve their input into our operations.
The question is, what informed these interventions and why can't the public be made aware about what went wrong?
The Akosombo spillage, even though VRA, NADMO, the Water Resources Commission came together to educate the people in the community, did simulation exercises with them even at Mepe. Yet they refused to leave. They didn't want to be evacuated. They stayed there till the end when we started spilling. And government has to spend millions of money on relief items, on education. The whole area, the water is contaminated.
Disappointment mixed with anger is gradually reaching a boiling point as they have started threatening to stage a massive protest over the wanton neglect.
They have to come to our age and support us and give us compensation so that we start our life with how we begin it. We can begin it like that and certify on our official. They come to our age and give us our compensation. Not just they will leave us like that, and the government will appeal to them that we are not going to leave them. If not this thing, we are going to demonstrate about everything we are losing. We are going to demonstrate about everything we are losing. We are not going to give them. We have the youth. We, the youth here, we don't have any government work you are doing. Only we concentrate on our farm. This is what they are doing in the area. How are we going to survive?
I don't know how they are being resettled. I hope they are not just going to go back and clean those homes and live in. No. I would like to see a situation where some safer, how would I call it, communities could be established a bit more higher from where we know the water can be. Now everybody knows where the water can be. People have lived, some of them their whole lives, in these areas which have now become blatantly flood prone. They have to be relocated. And they have to be supported to be relocated. They've lost their livelihoods, they've lost their homes, whatever. There has to be some fund set up, a sustainable fund set up to I don't know whether the word is grow, but to set up whole new communities outside the buffer zone so that people can be properly settled.
I would have recommended that the community continues to engage the government, because that seems like a reasonable approach. That seems like an approach that we are likely to come to a resolution faster. But if this indifference, lingers on, then they will have no choice than to seek redress in the law court. They can bring a class action against the VRA. Civil society organizations can also take the government on behalf of the people.
Beyond the compensation and resettlement concerns, Engineer Konedu believes the VRA must, among other things, create and enforce buffer zones along the lake, review its emergency preparedness protocols, and carry out periodic dredging as a means of forestalling future recurrence.
The main solution is not from an engineering point. It should be from a planning point of view. The area should be planned in such a way that we should establish buffer zones both upstream and downstream. You see, what people tend to forget is that for as long as the VRA did not spill, there were also communities upstream that were being flooded. You see, so there should be the establishment of buffer zones upstream and downstream of there. That is a planning thing. And then there should be a mechanism for regulating that, enforcing that buffer. That has to be done. There has to be discussions with chiefs, with communities, with whoever, so people understand that this is the reason why we cannot permit habitation of certain places. That is, I think, the first step. That will deal with mitigating the effects of future spillages. That is there. And then, of course, then you start coming to the engineering thing, where the VRA has certain things they must be doing regularly. The dredging, the what. They must have certain information systems to better monitor the precipitation, the hydrology, and everything that contributes to filling of the reservoir. They have to make more investments into that so that they can do better forecasting and planning. And then there are emergency protocols to have to be reviewed, taking the lessons learned from this one. They have to be reviewed, and then whatever must be done to improve it, it must be improved. That I think is the way forward.
Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa believes the president is just playing politics and being discriminatory against the flood victims.
Why do we have a president who is discriminating, which offends our constitution, violates his oath of office? His oath of office requires of him to be fair to all manner of persons. So I am totally disgusted that the president totally ignored us in Sierra Leone when there was a flooding disaster. He sent his vice president within the same week. I checked, between the 15th and 19th, the same week. They sent about $1 million to support them with their resettlement, housing, and added relief items. So why is our president, even people who don't vote for him, who he doesn't collect their taxes, he is so keen and very eager to offer them words of sympathy, show solidarity, show that he cares about them. And then when it comes to us in Ghana, see the lethargy, see the total neglect, how he just abandons us.
Considering the seeming lack of commitment on the part of the government in compensating and resettling the victims, Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa says a class action is being considered to ensure victims' rights are respected.
I can confirm to you that I've already put together a legal team. We have collected our own data. I saw these signs long ago that the president and his government would not really be committed to alleviating our plight and fully compensating the victims. And so, in as much as an MP within Parliament, I must use parliamentary tools to, demand a response from government, and I keep doing that. We are very much conscious about the need for a plan B, and that has been activated. And our lawyers are putting together all the data, all the levels of destruction, all of that is being captured. And we are considering a class action.
The waters may have receded from the streets and homes in these communities, but the trauma, the loss, and the shattering impact of the floods have not left the minds and hearts of the thousands of people who are still struggling to put the pieces of their lives together. After the floods, what is left here in Bato, Agbetikpo, Siko, Mepe, and in the entire Lower Volta Basin is a loud cry for justice and fairness.
Bleaching among children, a disturbing trend festering in Ghana.
Like kalani efe omuya tuntumi sa enyamefe.
A fashion craze now falls to newly born babies and children as young as 3 years.
I've had mothers who've had concerns about the color of or the complexion of their newborn babies, and some think there will be suspicion of infidelity. Others want some designer babies to have a particular color, and therefore want to do anything to get the baby to get fairer.
Banned skin lightening creams containing toxic ingredients are being applied to tone children's skin and make them socially acceptable.
When they are like 3 years, 4 years old, that's when the parents, those who don't have knowledge about, that's where they start bleaching them.
Is happening in many parts of the country. But we begin our investigations in Choko, which is home to thousands of people. The people here are mostly fisher folks and traders. The puzzle here is why some parents in Choco are risking the health of their children just to make their skin lighter than when they were born.
Upo mwa like kala ni efe. Upo mwa omu ya tuntumi saa enye mife nti enye nkubia nsu na midesilano light one sebena ni kala na da ofan na enye kokopa na diom so ema omu body mbom so nti uslan pana oyo kokopa onye fan de biana oba fam nkunu ndine so nti enye nkubia na ya ye nkwala nkwa uni kala be fan nenso uslan pa kokopa ni body ntumi ba ni de biana oya nipa kese onenso nkunu nti de bia oya kitwa body ni ntumi ndina ni so.
Caro has 2 children, and she is a fishmonger. Caro believes beauty is incomplete if a person's skin is dark. So, she has consistently managed to turn her dark skin tone and made it lighter.
Mi uso bi kokoye mi fe. Ntina mi so. Mr. na mi pe kokopa light one.
Na o mama no papa o me kokko.
Devi. Mi mama e tuntum papa nsi e tuntum.
Na we say obane papa or your cocoa.
Yeah, cocoa na your cocoa.
Her children were born with their natural dark African skin tone. But Caro has not been happy with that. So when they were only 3 years old, she started applying skin toning creams and substances on the children just so they would fit in their community's definition of beauty, light skin.
O min stranu neso stati ko school na Mr.
O she school ase time ben odi mfie sen no she school ase
3 years.
Itu sha se extra no ho free 3 years ago. Inkumbe na wode strano.
Omusa
skin light no one kasan so de serebi.
Debe mimi esun kwa misumisila.
Na inkumbe na wode stra.
The cream is called Skin Light, one of the popular skin lightening creams on the Ghanaian market. Its active ingredients are hydroquinone, mometasone, and tretinoin. Hydroquinone belongs to the class of skin lightening agents that work by decreasing the amount of melanin that is responsible for the darkening of the skin. But these ingredients would one day leave its users with grave health conditions, including kidney failure, liver challenges, and skin cancer. Reason the Food and Drugs Authority has banned some of these skin lightening creams.
For some, it's deliberate. It's intentional. They know what they are doing. They want their children to be fair. That's why they use these cosmetic products. Because they also contain skin lightening agents, which are toxic when they are used over a long time. As we talk, hydroquinone containing skin lightening cosmetics are not permitted as cosmetics anymore by the FDA Ghana. It can be sold as medicinal products in pharmaceutical outlets because of the need of this ingredient for certain skincare conditions.
Caro says she's aware of the long-term use of these products and the implications for her children, but she has found an unorthodox way around it. For a fishmonger, the cost of the bleaching creams is a huge drain on her income.
Why natural?
Obianche, mina miko se mi penkwa, ndibesila ntimiana mikotoe, enu binani na nasila, ntimiana mikotoe.
Aya, onye worried say bia ode nkuni straw mo ingredient ne betimi aha omo dache.
Enu de minimum. Say betimi aha omo. Nenso anopa mislo muzanaju, mu musla powder, edida, anopa no masla anaju powder.
But she's not the only one neck deep in this creeping public health threat. Another mother who pleaded anonymity says keeping the skin of children fair is a big deal to many parents here in Choco. According to her, some mothers go to the extent of using a hydrochloride bleach.
I'm a use of Parazole. I'm a bleach of a Parazole.
Parazole, like, how do they do it?
I'm mada lo Parazole and chame bahe. Ni I'm a back pale raw. Namquaho, I'm a chumi heat me. 30 minutes. Or 30 minutes la chaba chale. Okay, the Quebec Jui. Make my own acid fuel photo and me mummy. Ni ameke po ame kona vena me achu.
Usually like I can be ahe alo.
Para most Parazole like kwa be can be she mujime ni na wa na ke pa be can be bona e wa na be can be oni da ko kule ina stretch marks e be feel red.
And it has to be followed. So it's not a skin care product or preparation.
Some people usually associate fair skin with beauty, purity, and affluence. Those studies on bleaching of the skin of children in Ghana are limited. The World Health Organization reveals that more than a third of the population tone their skin. Bleaching of the skin is present in many African countries, with Mali pegged at 25%, while 77% of the Nigerian population use skin enlightening products. Gynecologist and former Deputy General Secretary of the Ghana Medical Association, Titus Bayo, says some nursing mothers are engaged in bleaching their newborn babies. He provides an insight into why such mothers engage in the act.
I think I have had experience with mothers seeking to bleach the newborns. What I haven't encountered so much is people trying to bleach the baby whilst it's inside of the womb. That I haven't personally had an encounter with mothers like that, but I've had mothers who've had concerns about the color of or the complexion of their newborn babies. And some think there will be suspicion of infidelity. Others want some designer babies that have a particular color and therefore want to do anything to get the baby to get fairer.
He, however, paints a grim and worrying impact of the practice, one that's irreversible.
I mean, you can imagine the very obvious health consequences. Some do know about them. I doubt anybody will be completely ignorant that there are health risks associated with bleaching they themselves and the newborn. And for those who are not aware, they must know that there are serious health consequences to the mother that is doing the bleaching, especially if you are an expectant mother and you are bleaching whilst you are still pregnant. That has even more catastrophic effects on you, right from all the steroid issues. The baby could come out with symptoms of virilization, where if it's like a female fetus, depending on what was used for the bleaching, it can have male features as a baby, and sometimes may lead to a phenomenon we call medical terms ambiguous genitalia, where at birth it may even be a little difficult for the doctors or birth attendants to identify the sex of the baby, because if you are using some steroids and they are the male type of steroids and they are in excess, you can have the clitoris of a female baby becoming so big that you may think it's the male phallus.
In 2018, the Food and Drugs Authority raised a public health alert over expectant mothers relying on cosmetic pills to bleach their unborn babies. Dr. Emmanuel Nkrumah is head of cosmetics at the authority.
Glutathione has a way of doing that, but the glutathione itself is not registered as a cosmetic product to be used for skin lightening, because anything that you take in, whether oral or you inject, ceases to be a cosmetic product. It turns to be a drug, because the pathway is different from that of a cosmetic product.
There There are fears some women are now resorting to intravenous bleach, where chemicals are injected into the bloodstream. The agents of this practice are the beauty and cosmetics clinics dotted in cosmopolitan neighborhoods. The investigative team engaged some of these clinics, and this is how much they charge per session.
God forbid anything happens, you're always going to blend with it. Okay. Yeah. And also, you know, it's fluid. We're mixing it with 500 ml of fluid. I don't want to overfill her. Okay. Especially because she's pregnant also.
Dr. Bayu notes that the springing up of these clinics is worrying. He observed that bleaching through intravenous bleaching substances has far-reaching implications for every part of the body.
I think we should be very concerned about it, and I'm hoping that the regulatory agencies would quickly step in. Here I'm talking about the Health Facilities Regulatory Agency, I'm talking about the FDA, and other regulatory authorities that are in this space, because I mean, not even to expectant mothers, to anybody at all, there are risks of these medications. And now it's bleaching has gone high-tech.
Former Director General of the Ghana Health Service, Dr. Nsiasari, believes the time to crack
out if these areas are actually registered.
Mr. Nkrumah's worry, however, is that many of the active ingredients in these skin lightening creams have been banned by the FDA and are toxic for its users.
That practice is not permitted, because if it is, then the Medical and Dental Council will have to approve either the individual who is doing that practice as a professional who has the requisite education and background to do that, or the facility will also have to be licensed by HEFRA to be able to do that. Then means the details of whatever practice that goes in there has been seen and approved by the regulators for that matter. So if you are not in any of these categories, then you don't qualify to do that, because whatever is being done is clinical in nature. So it has clinical implications, and it has to be done by a qualified professional to be able to do that.
Back in Choco, many residents have expressed concern over this craze. It's become a popular culture that's been practiced even among children. Kweno Alote, whose sisters have bleached the skin of the children, is not happy with the act.
They are not aware of that. So because some people end up, when you see the body, like some after 15 years of bleaching, you end up, you see your body is very thin. Since you've bleached, the first layer is of that sort, then you see you end up seeing your veins, you see the veins, and then sometimes too, when there is a cut somewhere, it takes time to heal your wound. Then sometimes your face end up becoming some black green, some kind of colors.
Former Director General of the Ghana Health Service, Dr. Nsiasari, argues that parents do not have the right to bleach their children. He says there are sufficient laws available to provide protection against practices that are inimical to the safety of the children.
The parent doesn't have that right. That's why the government and the legal systems are there to protect the innocent child. The child is not at the age to take decision for him or herself. For he wants to be black, even darker. Now, even those who are white outside, they are trying to become dark. They go to the sun beaches to go and tan themselves. Some of them are now writing and coloring themselves, You will not even know if he's a black person or not. So allow the child to grow to the legal age, and the child will take his or her own decisions.
This is a dangerous phenomenon for both the children and parents. As the echoes of these stories linger, we are left with a sobering truth. The pursuit of lighter skin comes at a devastating cost to health, to identity, and to generations yet unborn. Behind every bottle of bleaching lotion and every bar of whitening soap lies a deeper wound inflicted by societal pressures and misguided ideals. But this cycle can be broken. The beauty of Ghana is not found in lighter or darker shades. It is found in the resilience of its people, the richness of its culture, and the pride in its heritage. It is found in the courage to say enough, to protect our children from harm, and to embrace the beauty of every skin tone. As we close this chapter, let this documentary be more than a story. It must be a call to action, a call for education, for policy change, and for collective efforts to uplift and celebrate the true essence of African beauty. Together, we can ensure that no child ever feels they must alter their skin to be worthy of love, respect, or acceptance. Let the light of self-love shine brighter than any shadow cast by colorism. For Ghana, for Africa, and for the world, it's time to heal.
The more them get it, and the more them want it.
When you get on any drug, it can give you some amazing energy and some creative geniuses that just boost you like this.
Talking about hard drugs.
Anytime that anyone uses any of these drugs or substances of abuse, the brain itself gets affected.
Talking about hard drugs.
Creatives, their brain never rests. They are inquisitive. They want to unfold or uncover, release things that somebody will be like, wow, how did he get to that frequency?
And when they stand on stage, they mesmerize us.
Talking about hard drugs. The more they get it, they still want more. The more them get it, and the more them want it.
Point in time, I left my comfort zone, my abode, and I came to Medina Ghetto, and I fraternized with rocks and wolves. I became a night owl, always on a wild goose chase. And sometimes making 3 square meters a day seems difficult and almost impossible for me.
This is Noah King, a presenter who once worked with a popular radio station in Accra in the early 2000s. Noah's exceptional presentation skills earned him a lot of admirers. But his promising radio career was truncated when he was plunged into an abyss of drug addiction. Noah King tells me that he started using drugs before he got into the media space. However, he says the situation got worse when he traveled with some musicians for a concert in Tamale. That was when he was introduced to more dangerous drugs.
After advanced level, I was at home doing nothing. And my father had this koinonia with the musicians. He rolls with them. And then the Kokumba Nanumba war erupted. So the Ghana Armed Forces, the Ghana Police Service, the National Security Apparatus thought that it were prudent on your part to organize a peace concert dubbed Operation Gongo in the 3 northern regions so as to forestall peace in the environs. So apparently, my father having, this koinonia with most musicians told one that, yes, I want my son to join you guys so that he can familiarize himself since he's at home doing nothing. So we're airlifted here from Accra to Tamale. When we go to Tamale, the hotel that we were put up, I saw things that were alien to me, things that were foreign to me, things that I never knew anything about, though I had experimented cannabis sativa way back in college, way back in, during my secondary school days. So this time I realized that these things were foreign, and then one guy who was with me, whose name is Kofi, well, he was pointing to me, this is crack, this, what are you doing is cappuccinos, this is cocktail, and what he's holding is a bunker.
Noah King's curiosity fueled his woes. He was convinced that the source of the assertiveness and the energetic performances of the musicians was drugs.
So when I saw them do that, I said, okay, then this is what gets them euphoric. And when they stand on stage, they mesmerize us. And I said, okay, fine. So when they were done with all that they were doing that very night, we were called upon to clear the residue. And myself and Kofi chanced upon a couple of freebase. When I say freebase, I mean crack on the table and some on the floor. So we took them. And Kofi knows much into it, and therefore he fixed the crack and he took a hit. And he asked me too. I said, yes, I want to try it, because if this is giving them the euphoric and the energy and the drive, then I think it's a good thing. And I tried it, and trust me, I was like a moonraker. I saw myself like an angel suspended in the air.
When they returned to Accra from their concerts in the northern region, Noah could not free himself from the shackles of his newfound love. He spent his money on different types of drugs, including those that would enhance his sexual potency.
So from the experimental stage, I moved to the recreational stage. Apparently, I was getting tuition from them. This will actually let you perform well in bed and all that. And trust me, when I tried it, I realized that it was. But one thing about drug is this: when diminishing returns set in, you get to understand that no, you're going down on bended knees, and even you wouldn't get erection, let alone ejaculation. Yeah.
The drug addiction had a toll on Noah's work. He would rather spend time in the hazy stupor of his drugs than go to work. Eventually, he was sacked.
It got to a point in time, instead of me going on air, I wouldn't go. I would say, Mufti Dabri, Najib it is a good play for me. So it got to a point in time, despite says, no, it seems this guy has lost it, has lost focus. And apparently I was relieved of my duties.
Not only did Noah King lose his job, he also lost his family and resorted to sleeping in slums.
One day I went to town, and then before I came back, she packed bag and baggages and left unceremoniously with a young chap, Jaden, and they left. And when I came, I said, oh yes, beautiful. I love it that you guys went. Wow. Reasons being that the little that I have, I can use it to satisfy myself again.
But Noah King is not the only Ghanaian creative that has suffered the scourge of drug addiction. Kiki Jan, Timothy Bentum, O.J. Black, Nasty, Lord Kenya, Okonfo Kwade, Sugartone, and Red Eye of Too Tough fame have been in this situation. While some are able to overcome it, the addiction knocks others into penury and, in extreme cases, death. But the big question is, which drugs are commonly abused? Dr. Julius Hatcher, a psychiatrist and clinical coordinator of the Pantan Hospital, tells me more.
Commonly, what we are seeing, and the most common substance all around the world, is alcohol. Alcohol is a very, very toxic drug. Unfortunately, it's among all of them the most legal and illicit of the drugs. Yes, whenever you see adverts on TV about liquor or any bitters containing alcohol, they say 18 years and above. But who really checks for ID cards whenever alcohol is being purchased? So alcohol still continues to remain the most predominantly used substance or drug for that matter. Cannabis comes soon after that in our setting, where people use and are able to get at very cheap prices, 2 cedis, 5 cedis, and they are good to go. They still enjoy their high. And then you have the cigarettes or the nicotines around.
This is the Chosen Rehab Center, a facility that offers help to mentally challenged individuals. This was where Red Eye of Two Top fame, after battling drug addiction in 2023, got relief.
The use of drugs is one big problem bedeviling the creative industry. A lot of creatives the world over have lost their lives, their sanity, and their livelihood through drugs. But what really pushes them into this act? Let's find out.
The center has a music recording studio, a computer lab, a gym, and an open area suitable for prayer meetings. The Chief Executive Officer of Chosen Rehab Center, Apostle Daniel Kobe Washington, tells me about some of the things that drive creatives into drug use.
Because the brain never rests. Creatives, their brain never rests. They are inquisitive. They want to know more. They want to unfold or uncover, release things that somebody will be like, wow, how did he get to that frequency? How did he get this song? How did he come up with this movie? How did he write that book? You know, because the normal thing is, it doesn't give nobody a high. Something that is common, nobody wants to fall for it. But you want to come up with something different. And that is why they start experimental abuse or drugs. Let me do some weed. Let me do some alcohol. They have the different ways to do it. But the weed is known that it's supposed to broaden or open them up.
According to satirist Kweku Sintim Misa, popularly known as KSM, the biggest push for drug use among talents in the creative industry is the ability of the drugs to evoke wild creative ideas.
They tell you that drugs will enlarge your creative horizon. There are so many things that you can create and do that under normal circumstances you will not be able to. And surprisingly, there's some truth to it.
For most people who use illicit drugs, they start as children or teenagers. The late Lynx Entertainment signee, O.J. Black, is one of those who got trapped in the act when he was but a little boy.
I started smoking when I was very young, very, very little. I started at the age of 11.
11 years?
Yes.
Who introduced you?
No one.
How did it happen?
So I was in the boarding house, and sometimes you see the security, what we used to call watchmen.
Yeah.
Smoking around, seated in their jackets smoking, and I was talking to one of my friend who like, hey Charlie, you see the way this food is smoked, you know? It was like, oh, you go feed smoking. And that was how it started.
I want to sing for the world, sing for my country.
Good.
So if I sing and you don't pay me, I don't lose. If you know what you are doing and what the talent is and what it's worth, it's not what the peanut the person is going to give you.
Good. Nasty, a former member of the Lifetime Family Music Group, tells me that his relationship with drugs was birthed during his time in Adisadel College. Little did he know that what made him high for a moment would ruin his life forever.
This whole thing started in school. You understand? This whole drug thing started in school. I studied and the school guys say me selling out. And I'm trying to say about my life story. That these two guys are telling me that because I went to Adisadel, I'm selling Adisadel College guys out. But I'm not gonna lie. I started this drugs around at the year 19. I was a little kid. I was a little bit stubborn because Charlie, right now you need something strong. I don't worry. So far as my motive is to stop drugs, I don't want any drug conversation because right now, I'm trying to say no to it more than going to rehab, or they should tight me. They don't want me. You understand? Say no to it. You have the money in your pocket. You say no, you won't buy it. That is real rehab.
Dr. Julius Hatcher says drugs impede the normal functioning of the brain.
The whole concept or the whole idea of drug is that it has got a biological basis. Addiction now demonstrates a biological basis, making it clear that any time that anyone uses any of these drugs or substances of abuse, the brain itself gets affected. It halts the maturation of the brain, and to some extent it even causes the brain's maturation to regress. So certain social skills that you would expect that a person will acquire at a certain stage, because of the use of drug, they may not gain or acquire it.
That notwithstanding, the general perception that drugs boost the confidence of creatives is rife among entertainers. Although Noah King agrees with this notion, he cautions that the consequences are dire.
On the prelims, you would do better. Because you can imagine when you are behind the turntable and being highly spirits and the music is going on, and you want to scratch, you want to do this, you talk, you get to the euphoria. So I always have the intuition that no, when I don't get high, I can't perform that well. But it will get to a stage and time where you will no longer use the drug for your work, but the drug will be using you.
For entertainers who depend on drugs for their creative activities, KSM, who admits to attempting drugs in the past, advises that the future is bleak. According to the venerated comedian, people who create works of art without external aids like drugs are usually more successful.
When you get on any drug, it can give you some amazing energy and some creative geniuses that can just boost you like this. You know?
Speaking from personal experience.
Can I finish?
Okay.
That can give you the boost. However, trust me, if you rely on your natural and you give yourself enough time, you'll be amazed at what you can accomplish. The deception is that one gives you an immediate thing that you can do, and you think, oh, this is it, this is the way out. But the more you do it, the more at the same time it destroys that capacity. So you can be the greatest creative and everything, but later on you realize that it brings you down again very, very, very fast. So my advice is don't depend on any external high to get creative, because it will give you just that boost. But you can't depend on that boost. Now the other question:
Did you ever try it? Any of those drugs?
I tried something. I tried something. Very, very minimal thing to test it. Actually, honestly, I did it. Say, okay, let me see how best it can help me to be creative. And the ideas that I got were all very, very wild. And to me, wow, this thing is amazing. It can give you ideas and things. But then once it starts dying down, then realize these were not wild ideas. These were stupid things.
Yeah.
But at that time, you don't care. You think it's, So for me, it doesn't work. And I think creatives, I believe in what they call the natural high.
Okay.
I believe in what they call the natural high. Creatives who stay natural and depend on the natural high are always more successful, and they have longevity than those who depend on the quick high thing. Yeah.
We pray in the mighty name of Jesus Christ.
At the chosen rehab center, Apostle Washington reveals a lot of the people who are brought to his facility for treatment are those who have artistic capabilities, a reason he decided to build a music studio at the premises.
We see that almost 50% of the people that comes in are musically inclined.
Oh, okay.
So either they sing or they rap, or some might say they play drums. So we realize that if we're having a lot of these people, then we need to put in the studio. And God being so good, my background is production. It's because I'm a Grammy-nominated producer in Sweden. So it was easy for me to put together the studio and to teach music lessons and music classes and how to beat making and all of that.
So you personally teach music?
I teach, yeah.
And you have others who help you to do that?
Yeah, so I've trained a lot of guys. So the guys that you are seeing in the studios over there, they have been taught softwares like Pro Tools, Studio One, Logic, so they can use all these things and make their beats. And production helps because you need some kind of concentration, and if you are able to put the tones together, there's a certain high in it.
Wow.
So that can replace the highness for the drugs that you were feeling for.
For those who find themselves in this situation, all hope is not lost. Dr. Hache suggests ways to help people get out of drug use and its addiction.
In helping people who are into drugs or substance abuse, we have various strategies and approaches, and it's easier when you have the person you are dealing with appreciating the fact that they have a problem that needs to be treated, for that matter. Unfortunately, quite a number of the people who have substance use disorders or addiction issues do not even consider it as a problem until they may hit rock bottom. But once they do, what we do is that we have a process whereby we assess them, because drugs, like I have mentioned or alluded to in the past, have a myriad effect on the human being, and they may have a physical condition that is associated with the drug use. So they need a thorough medical examination, a thorough psychiatric examination, so that we identify some of the underlying medical conditions, some of the underlying psychiatric conditions. Then we can target treatment at them and probably focus subsequently on the drug use.
So, before you think about engaging in drugs to boost your creativity or for other recreational purposes, consider the harking effect it could have on your health, your finances, your family, and the community. Kwame Dazi, JoyNews.
A silent epidemic festers in the shadows. This is beneath homes, schools, the vibrant markets and busy trotro stations all over the country. It is a crisis that gnaws at the very fabric, robbing Ghana of its future, one youth at a time. In this documentary, I will take you on a journey to two neighborhoods in Kumasi, known not for commerce, but for addiction, desperation and decay. Tinker Island and Colombia, the notorious drug hubs, as we unmark Ghana's drug epidemic.
I do time when I say, I dear me to me bonum, no, I made the get the cacrana.
According to a report by the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime, domestic drug consumption in Ghana has become an underreported phenomenon. Health professionals working at state-funded psychiatric hospital estimates that about 10% of inpatients and between 20% and 30% of outpatient cases are now linked to substance abuse. The Narcotics Control Commission reviews that there are about 50,000 drug users in Ghana, with 35,000 as students from junior high, senior high and tertiary institutions aged between 12 and 35 years, while the remaining 15,000 are adults, with 9,000 males and 6,000 females. These aren't just numbers, these are lives, futures and the very soul of the nation hanging in the balance.
We've realized that especially some of our neighbors, neighboring countries, they have these clandestine labs, and some of them have been able to come into the country and establish some of these labs that we are still using intelligence to find out where they are. You know, they are also producing these synthetic substances which are also destroying the youth.
These drugs being abused are opioids, popularly known as red, suspected cocaine, marijuana or weed as locally known, among countless others.
The use of opioids is very, very, very high. Mr. Speaker, conservative estimate, in every constituency, you can have about 100,000 youth engaged in the use of this opioid. So we have about 276,000 youth have been exposed to this use of opioids. Mr. Speaker, rhetorically, Mr. Speaker, the new opioid substance is what we call red. Mr. Speaker, unim red. Unim red. It is the new opioid substance that is being abused.
This is what leaves the Interior Minister, Muntaka Mubarak, worried.
Brigadier Commander, in the next 6 months, if you are able to do something for me, I will be so happy. And I know the Zongo Mentioned Divisional Commander is here. You know, we have a place in Kumasi here around Alaba that is so unpopular. They call it Tinker. That's the task that I want to see. That to welcome me, to show that the Interior Minister is from this region. I want Tinker to be a thing of the past in the next 6 months. And I'll be very, very happy.
Our journey takes us deep into the heart of places tagged as drug hubs, beginning with Tinker Island. This hub has, for decades, defied efforts to be eradicated. I have met these 3 addicts, leading me into one of the many ghettos in the island, but they demand 10 Ghana cedis before taking the risk. They tell me that navigating the area requires a deep understanding of its unwritten rules. Here, drug dealers operate with an almost open defiance. Our aim is to engage them, to understand their world, and if possible, to spot the elusive cartel that fuels this relentless trade. It was a long journey to a very short distance, which is believed to help them blow the whistle. Finally, we have access to this uncompleted building where some of the addicts stared blankly and a few, despite the cameras, continued injecting, snorting and inhaling while I engaged their masters to plead for an interview. Finally, we have been granted the permit to speak to some of the addicts. I begin with 26-year-old Rich Diddy, not his real name, who is already holding 2 tablets of opioid. This will be his second take for the day. He tells me that he started this in class 6 at age 13 after his friend introduced him to Tinker Island.
This, what drug is this?
This one is red.
Red?
225.
225?
Red.
Why?
This one is they call Unim Red.
Unim Red? Why do you take red?
Because I used to work, they make me work hard to do something like the thing I cannot do itself. I can do it very hard.
For 13 years now, Rich Diddy has been a consistent abuser of opioids, cocaine, marijuana, among others. He is also into alcoholism. He has been to the hospital and has been told about his poor health condition, but says he is unable to stop taking drugs. Seated next to Rich Diddy is 40-year-old Ghetto Lord, not his real name, who has been into drugs for 15 years now. Despite being a father of 3, he tells me his wife has rejected him because of his addiction. Ghetto Lord is a chronic weed smoker and he finds it difficult to stop taking drugs even in a day. He is convinced that very soon he could die.
I told me no job. Yeah, wear cigarette. I rough man.
I didn't know.
Tell me no. I'm putting me a day kakra, but at long last, I'm my emre. If you cry, I'm a baby.
Ubabe wu.
Na de kwedo pa no de.
Unim se ubabe wu na wonom.
I say to manya mo bia me ntimi pa for so nyai.
Ntimi njai.
You be boane kakra.
Just across town lies Colombia, a name that conjures images of South American drug cartels, and perhaps rightly so. But in Kumasi's Colombia, the scent of burnt substances mingles with the stench of despair. We have our cameras down, filming secretly. We need a permit. These uncompleted buildings, abandoned by their owners, have been claimed, transformed into grim sanctuaries, or rather, prisons for addicts. The air here hangs heavy with the acrid smell of smoke. After some time, we are permitted to film. After doing so, we are allowed to enter the office of the ghetto. Despite the cameras, some are seen crushing tramadol tablets into fine powder using coins or broken glass, mixing it with energy drinks or codeine-laced syrups before gulping it down. Others roll marijuana in old newspapers or scrap pages from books, licking the edges to seal the joints. Nearby, others prepare heroin and other opioids, drawing the liquefied drugs into syringes, inhaling, sniffing, injecting, each method tailored to the high they crave.
Today we've come to the inner perimeter of Colombia to interact with the gang members and the gang leaders themselves, and then find out from them the engagement or their act of taking in illicit drugs, what brought them here, and if whether or not they are aware of the consequences or the repercussions.
50-year-old Patrick is the president of the ghetto. For 32 years, he has been into drug peddling, moving from one ghetto to another, but now stays permanently with his friends at Colombia. Usually the most feared and highest of the crew, he oversees all operations from who gets which corner to smoke, to settling disputes over stolen slippers and missing sachets of weed. His cabinet, a circle of addicts and dealers who nod vigorously to whatever he says.
My own 5, my warrior, my mireu. Banana 5.
For how long, Enna, what shall say, or shall say, drugs?
I'm chain drug on 93.
1993.
93, I'm chain drug.
How many years in your company?
Cover 30 years. I checked 2 years. I checked.
Drugs, no, I had an room.
I had done 4 drug there. So, about chain, I did be up a soul chain. I will say, I had done 4.
Let me be say, and drugs been in near my ben, I would me fat.
Menum red. Oh, menum brew. Menum cookie. Menum apatashi. Menum we. I did be a brew.
No man. Then a yo and I didn't crown on.
One of my aunt to a black bonus, my own cassa, how we are saying. Say, what Bobby Raha, that I
In the ghetto, they have leadership, and then the hierarchy is very much important that you cannot skip. The ghetto leader himself is here, and he takes them through everything that they have to do, the regulations of the ghetto, and the ghetto president is also here. But the leader operates and gives out the drug. Let's interact with him. Ghetto leader.
But you make sure say obi fire ensign free baby emura adie be haye
acheche de wo nyina che we ye den
so obi won say so enye we so say cigarette ya na we so e ma no oba bi wo ma say bi ni hia ujimu say oble yeso ma ne pa. Yes, say you to be the more bad now. What you know, say game 9 day akoso. Your name was already as a book. Your own many politics, Adriane, we say me and be a and I had a woman.
Knowing the repercussions of his action, he is worried about young people abusing drugs. He shared an advice.
Grandpa more bad, teen for no. Teen for now, mobile man, and your man going is only dangerous. My partner went free on a cocoa from my music. I draw 5 CD of Mammy good idea. When I'm to me slow, my button, we are moment in mount. A foot on Tamano, when they no. Yeah, I'm far. Me say I cry, me say me super, no program, me tuna misu. Kubolo life, it be them slow, tramadol, drug, we and sandy and alcohol, beer, any circumstances beer. And then the slow. My mean to me, no. Now, and yes, I say, when they me, I mean, them slap, me say, be a juma, incho be a cono, dear, maybe them see me no, it's no, American, the winner who they are. But the man say was Oberman who say Oma. Nation Munyam to show my men Oma and Uniam.
A major police swoop takes us back into the belly of the beast, the drug selling point of Tinker Island, which also serves as the home for some of the addicts. This den has become breeding grounds for hooliganism, crime and violence. Meet Vera, a young woman whose youth has been swallowed by addiction and is currently serving as one of the masters in the den. She is only 26, but the wear on her face tells a story of hardship far beyond her years. Night after night, she sells her body to buy the very substance that is killing her slowly.
If you say no, what Tinker Island?
If you are me one day, for 3 years.
Why ne do ra?
Miss na my be ana metena ne nche. Fine. No dey me otwetwe me wura.
I'm pay any am be na wa fasa.
Oh, me sorry nche dey ba. Tani me dey macho. Tai.
When I'm to say no pay.
We dey nyane nko ade a wona metwetwe. We beti pain. Oh, body mu.
Edin be no mo dinim.
Vera.
Vera, wow.
How back?
O ma me no papa we.
O ma me no papa de, o mo ni wade.
Na ede na wunye sika de beto enwe. O ye adwuma.
Oh. Enya adwuma de ba oba de. So de be bokro no de. Oh.
Kwa be so na afa so de nyesika.
Me say wo de be kwa ko oba de, untimi ko wiale. Ese bia ema be do wa na say onene ye together. Oni betima to bia de. Ama. Apart from that, untimi ka say ko bokro no. Oba de kono fatal.
DSP Godwin Ahianyo is the Ashanti Regional Police PRO.
The command has resolved to do or plan to undertake is forming a team, as in getting our men to be on the ground. So there was a possibility that the FPU base will be created. They will have an FPU base where our men will be there 24/7, so that they ward off these criminals and these users of these illicit drugs.
Now, it is a very big place. It is more of like a community on its own. That is what Tinker Island looks like. Now, you can see a gentleman who has taken lots of drugs. As a matter of fact, he's asleep. And you can see some of them, the addicts all over this place. Even on their refuse dump, you can see substances. Some wraps are here, matches, cigarettes. And we've even spotted some items suspected to be cocaine, what they call the tie. And anybody you see here is an addict.
The Ashanti Regional Director of the Narcotics Control Commission, Samuel Yeboah, provides a sobering account of the country's escalating drug crisis. He highlights the proliferation of illicit substances such as cannabis, heroin, cocaine, methamphetamine, MDMA, and codeine, which have been seized in significant quantities between 2021 and 2024 alone.
When we're talking about substances abuse, if you're talking about those that are being trafficked into the country, they are basically cocaine, heroin, and sometimes methamphetamine. But I must say that when we are talking about substances abuse, there are so many substances people are abusing in the country. Okay, now I think what is popular now is red. I mean the opioids. You find it almost everywhere. Okay, apart from that, we know that something like because it is grown here, unlike cocaine and heroin that are produced outside and brought into the country. Okay, these things are here. And then we also have an issue with some drugs we call synthetic drugs. I mentioned methamphetamine, for instance. Okay, we've realized that especially some of our neighboring countries, they have these clandestine labs, and some of them have been able to come into the country and establish some of these labs.
He added that 70% of drug addicts impounded so far are youth of school-going age.
Most of the people who use drugs, per our records, about 70%. Okay, the statistics that we have, about 70% of people who use drugs are the youth.
I have come to the psychiatric department of the Konfanochi Teaching Hospital to speak to a specialist psychiatrist, Dr. Adwoapepra Amomensa.
Substances are basically anything that can do that. So, in essence, things like food, things you do for enjoyment and all that, they help your brain to produce something called dopamine. Okay, and it makes you feel good. So these substances are, in a way, chemicals that are able to also make your body produce those things. So you get addicted to that kind of high feeling.
While showing me some of the addicts undergoing mental treatment, she explains how the uncontrolled addiction affects the lives of numerous individuals daily.
A lot of people get introduced into substances when they are their earlier ages. Okay, so around 13, 14, 15. Also because the adolescent's brain is more malleable.
Veronica, not her real name, is one of the addicts receiving treatment at Cath. She got hooked to drugs after her ex-boyfriend introduced her to it in Accra. Under the condition to keep her identity anonymous, she tells me how it all started.
It was through my ex-boyfriend. I was at Accra, and he was also a driver to one politician. So like the girl was having money. So anytime like I go there, we feel like we're having sex. Just want to get high. And when I started with cigarettes. That's for more white, not knowing like you just mixed the cigarettes with the drug. So anytime I just take the cigarette, it look different. If I just get out from that side, from her side, I go and buy myself my own cigarette, more white. I take it, the taste also looks different. So one day I asked him, what's inside the cigarette that I used to give me? He said, oh, it's this. It's cocaine. It means I took it for 2 years.
In a very sober mood, she admits that the recovery process hasn't been easy.
Hey, suffocation. What was it so? The way I'm suffering, you can ask the madam, the doctors and the patients around here. I don't sleep at night. And even there's some fusion, if they put it on me, I will cry throughout before the fusion will just went up. It's like there is a sore inside my body. So anytime the fusion gets to my body, then they just start to eat me.
Kenneth Edukwachi is a pharmacist in Kumasi. He explains the essence of drugs such as opioids and how it leads to addiction.
Medication that are given for moderate to severe pain. Yes, so after the person is done with, let's say, the pain management, when you are taking opioids help with the release of something called dopamine. So dopamine release causes euphoria, causes pleasure, causes excitement, and after the pain has subsided, maybe they experience the fact that there were some pleasure or excitement when taking these medications, and I'll go ahead and take it. I'll continue taking it because of the pleasure that it's giving me.
According to him, there is a significant surge in the purchase of opioids among young people, especially on the streets, indicating the essence of regulations.
These drugs are deadly and we have to be careful. We have to get a regulation to help us regulate these drugs very, very well. Very, very well. Because there are people on the market who are selling it without any knowledge of the opioid. We call them opioid naive people.
The Over-the-Counter Drug Sellers Association has started a campaign against pharmacies engaging in the sale of hard drugs. National President Alhaji Hassan Kabo is worried about the illicit use of drugs amongst the youth and the continuous sale of these hard drugs in pharmacies.
I pledge today with all my members in Ashanti region, numbering close to 4,000, that we shall never ever sell these opioid drugs, Tramadol, Red, and so on and so forth. We will never ever sell it. And we hope with this pledge, all the members will abide by it.
Acting Registrar of the Pharmacy Council, Michael Kudubon, has noted that while these opioids are legitimate medication for moderate pain, their abuse is a significant concern.
The opioids are not bad medications. They are meant for moderate to mild pain. But then, like I indicated, if it's abuse, that is where the problem is. So to wake up to find out that people are using the medication not for medical purpose, but for recreational purpose, it is worrying. Because what it therefore means is that if we exhaust all the medicine in the hospitals, then you and I, when you find ourselves in the hospital one day, where we need those medications for medical purposes, we will not get. So it's a worrying concern for all of us.
He's advocating for a complete stop in the sale of opioids.
So we want to drum home the message that not only should they not stock the product, but they should also be advocates of life, because abuse of tramadol and all the opioids is tantamount to death. So we want to ensure that they understand their limits, they understand their role in the fight against the abuse.
The Ashanti Regional Director of the Food and Drugs Authority, John Lai Ode-Teti, says the FDA is collaborating with relevant agencies to curb the illegal importation of opioids. He acknowledged the issues with misuse and unregistered imports.
We are collaborating with the relevant stake agencies to ensure that we clamp down on the misuse and the illegal importation of such medicines. it must be stated clearly that tramadol is not a poisonous product or banned. Just that the misuse and the fact that some come in illegally and for that matter are not registered with the authority is what we are drumming home.
But the big question is, who supplies these drugs to the consumers?
To be honest with you, I don't know. I don't know where it comes from. I see like we people we used to buy those things. We are insane. Because going to buy something that's wrapped, you don't know what's inside, you don't know the quantity, you don't know how it is. You just take money, go buy.
While this doesn't really answer the question, the Ashanti Regional Director of NACOC, Samuel Yeboah, underscores the role of neighboring countries in this crisis, noting that Ghana has become a transit point for drugs produced elsewhere.
Recently, we've been making some arrests at the Kotoka International Airport. I must say that, this is one of the indicators that point to the fact that drug trafficking is on the increase, because the more people try to cross the airports and they are arrested, it just tells us trafficking is on the rise.
Dr. Jones Opokuwari is a criminologist at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. He has spent years studying the interplay between crime and societal decay, and now he's raising an urgent alarm on how such abuses of drugs contribute to crime in the society.
I mean, studies have always found a positive, correlation between use of illicit drugs and crime, especially robberies. Okay, there are so many research within the crime literature that establish this link. So whatever the women are saying on the ground and the people are saying on the ground may be true, because always sometimes criminals will need some, form of boosters, as it were, to be able to carry out the kind of activities that they want to carry. So for instance, if it's about robberies, some of them have to be high to be able to execute the kind of things they want to execute, because if you look at them, maybe naturally, if they are supposed to operate with their natural senses, they may not be able to carry out the things they want to do because those operations are mostly very deadly.
70% of the youth are estimated to be consumers of illicit drugs. Think about that number. Think about the potentials being consumed by these shadows. This isn't just a story about drugs. It's a story about survival, desperation, and the urgent call for a future where hope, not addiction, is the most potent force.
It's not good for any young one to get in contact with this. You understand? Yeah, so what I can say is everyone should abstain. Any youth should abstain from drugs, because illicit drugs is not good for mankind to use.
The question remains, how do we reclaim our youth from this unyielding grip? How do we turn the tide before these shadows engulf an entire generation if we can't even identify the ideal faces behind the supply of these drugs?
Mining can create jobs, mining can improve livelihoods, and mining can generate wealth. But it cannot and must not do so at the expense of damaging the very environment that produces the riches.
Nobody provides a license for you to mine in a water body. It doesn't happen in Ghana.
when I see these things, I ask myself, who are behind this?
I can't buy excavator, but the ministers and the MPs, you can do that. So we are saying,
I am prepared to put my presidency on the line on this matter.
You send soldiers after the young people. That is not the way to go.
Galamsey them have you hanitum yesa. Imube 30% ni boma ye Galamsey ni. Na na bia otobi a wetwa asase o de ye Galamsey bia wo so of wa ubu an ho for say why ye born.
Destruction for gold.
The U.S. Geological Survey gold statistics for 2022 pegs the world's global gold reserves at 54,000 tons. Ghana's reserves, estimated at 1,000 tons, has been the country's good and bad omen in the past 15 years. The large-scale exploitation of Ghana's gold has been fairly controlled. But the small-scale or artisanal mining sector has been the country's environmental headache. Highly unregulated, it is home to greed, politics, power play, and a policy dilemma. Artisanal and small-scale has a long history in Ghana, but it was only in 1989 that government recognized its legitimacy through the Small-Scale Mining Act, PNDC Law 218, which was later integrated into the current Mining Act 703 in 2006. The Act provided a blueprint for its formalization, reserving small-scale mining for Ghanaians. Like a farmer with arable land but no plow, the country started witnessing the invasion of Chinese into the sector, largely aided by Ghanaians. With the introduction of heavy earth-moving equipment and water-polluting gold mining technologies, the country's forests and water bodies came under attack. Regime after regime saw the pillaging of forests and the pollution of water bodies. Large tracts of forest cover, like this one in the western region, were reduced to wasteland. Contrary to mining practices and regulations, miners hid behind prospecting licenses to destroy large portions of forest reserves like the Apamprama in the Ashanti region. Between 2006 and 2016, the devastation from illegal mining had taken astronomical levels across the country with extreme environmental consequences.
Our usual footpath to school and out of our homes has now been turned into pits. I've been injured today trying to find my way home. They have to drive the Galamsey people away.
In 2013, President John Dramani Mahama inaugurated a 5-member task force to fight illegal small-scale mining across the country. The problem persisted, leading to a government ban by the Akufo-Addo administration on all artisanal small-scale mining activities across the country between March 29, 2017 and April 22, 2017. This was followed by a 6-month ban on legal small-scale mining.
I've said it in the cabinet, and perhaps this is the first time I'll be saying it in public. I am prepared to put my presidency on the line on this matter.
A military and police task force codenamed Operation Vanguard was formed mid-2017 to enforce the ban and eliminate illegal mining. Later, an interministerial task force called Galamsey was roped in to assist and remove seized excavators from the field. But even in the midst of the ban, miners like this one were actively mining in areas like the Kobro section of the Apamprama Forest Reserve. In the Tabosere Forest Enclave in the western region, miners pillaged the forest, claiming that they received concessions from the Minerals Commission.
Site when create a Mineral Commission.
This site was allocated to me by the Minerals Commission. They made allocations at a small-scale level. For miners like us, they don't give any certification.
Though the task force made a lot of gains, a number of excavators transported to Accra by the Interministerial Task Force under Professor Frimpong Boateng could not be traced. This medical doctor who purchased and hired excavators for hiring lost a number of them.
They were seized by the Interministerial Task Force. So I came to Accra to find out if the machines were really here. So when I came upon my search, I found out that 2 were at industrial area. So I went back to prepare myself and come for them, follow the procedure and come for them. So when I got back, I decided to check on them again. I found out that one of them was not around, was missing.
Perhaps the account of this low-loader truck driver hired to move some of the excavators gives an inkling of what happened to the missing excavators. I had already asked the Alhaji who sent me, and he had confirmed that it was one of the Galamsey machines that were being sold, and he was asked to transport it. So from Konongo to Bumfa Junction is a short distance, so I decided to help a friend in need. When I reached Bumfa Junction, he had told me a group of boys will receive the machine. Truly, I met them and they received the machine. Soon as they took the machine, a Land Cruiser vehicle came to the scene and took the money. How much did they sell the machine?
50,000.
He said 50,000. But even with that money, I was told by the Alhaji who sent me that I would take the money. But when I got to the scene, the Land Cruiser people said they are the ones to take the money. So the occupants of the Land Cruiser took the money in front of me.
When the first time I work off a machine, Galamsey for machine CZ.
Have you yourself picked any of the machines seized by Galamsey from Accra before? Yes. Myself, I have picked 3 from Accra before. I picked 1 with my vehicle, and 2 of my friends picked the other 2. They transported the ones they picked to Prestia, and I sent mine to Amangwase. The one I picked from the Alhaji was the 3rd one, which I sent to Bumfa Junction. Operation Vanguard made a lot of gains, but was embroiled in allegations of bribery and selective application of its operations. Ghana's military was cited for the protection of miners in forest areas.
We are here at this thing. They hold duties, and there are some policemen and media be here.
In January 2021, over 30 fully armed military personnel were found protecting miners in the Odahun forest.
So these are military accoutrements. You can find names on them. This one is Camel. This one is Camel. We have the other one, Amweni, on this one. And these are, as security men have been able to authenticate, these are quality Ghana Army uniforms, indicating that we may have some military involvement here in this site.
Sometimes we don't do things like that.
Our team was molested after filming their activities there. Though the military hierarchy said it was investigating, it is yet to announce the results of its investigations.
I'm telling you, we have patience for that time.
In May 2021, at the peak of the problem, the Akufo-Addo government organized a national consultative dialogue on small-scale mining.
Mining can create jobs. Mining can improve livelihoods. And mining can generate wealth. But it cannot and must not do so at the expense of damaging the very environment that produces the riches. We have had beautiful and majestic rivers and streams. Today, there's not much to celebrate about the pra or the brim, and there's not much to be excited about over our famed thick forests and the animals that inhabit them. I am determined to enforce the laws on illegal mining, no matter the subject, high or low.
This led to, among other things, an order banning prospecting activities in forest reserves across the country. The Minerals Commission was also directed to desist from processing or granting any request for the renewal of prospecting licenses in forest reserves. In April 2021, President Akufo-Addo deployed 200 military personnel to protect the country's water bodies and forest resources. The first phase of the operation commenced on Wednesday, April 28, 2021, on the Pra River in the central region.
We've gotten a few fines, moving through a lot of difficult terrain. It's a simple mission, and we're expecting to achieve the desired aim and send the right signal to those faceless people trying to cause havoc to our very existence.
The operation in its fourth phase has seen the controversial banning of a number of excavators and other equipment seized from illegal miners and the arrest of a number of miners. The banning of excavators has received mixed reactions.
We are the ones who campaign for you. You gave us this work. If you do this to anybody, it shouldn't be your National Women's Organizer. Do you have to burn a bulldozer? Look at the filling we are doing over here. It is a dozer we are using to do that job. Do you have to burn the dozer? 8 excavators. You've burnt them all. Why? Why do we have to suffer like this in this country?
Go to Moso. People's machines were bent. Akwaboso, a machine was bent. In Etiwa, for what I've gathered so far, about 16 machines had been bent. Only 7 of them is coming from Madam Kate Genvo's area. My whole beef in this matter is the minister should calm down. He should do broader consultation with the people. He should also publicize mining companies who have valid mining permits, and at the same time who has been authorized by the EPA to also mine, so that we will know that, oh, these people operating here, they don't have the license to operate. So even the public will come out to even defend the state.
If you put a blanket ban and then you send soldiers after the young people, that is not the way to go. As you stop illegal small-scale mining, at the same time, you must put in place a livelihood package so that as you are displacing people from illegal mining, they have something else to do. But when there's nothing to do and you're just chasing them and shooting them, it is not the way to go.
The president's pronouncement on excavators and burning of excavators in his staff, in the president's staff, we would want to summon the Attorney General to this House in accord with Article 88 of the Constitution as the principal advisor to government. Why the president should not be held in check for being in breach of the laws of Ghana and the Constitution of Ghana. Say that some evidence, material, must be provided that burning excavators is sanctioned by the laws of Ghana, and I wait to see that law.
In 2017, government spent $3 million on drones to fight illegal mining.
Every district committee where mining is taking place will have drone pilots. We've bought the drones, they are ready to be used. We have also acquired 16 for the Regional Coordinating Council. That will be under the direct control of the regional ministers. And the headquarters will have 10 drones. Operation Vanguard will have access to 18 drones and 15 drones for the Minerals Commission. The drone pilots are ready, the drones are there, and we are ready to move on.
But the difficult question remains, what is the situation on the ground despite these interventions?
It looks like there is no end to this illegal mining craze. Now, deep within the Tabosre Forest Enclave, you could see over 10 excavators within this forest, destroying it with impunity. So far, nobody has been able to show us any legal documents binding their operations here. But already, the forest is getting depleted.
In 2017, the Ghana Water Resources Commission stated that about 60% of the country's water bodies were polluted. The acceptable turbidity value for drinking water is 5 nephelometric turbidity unit (NTU), while values of 80 to 150 NTU are acceptable for other water uses as appropriate. The Water Resources Commission captured the turbidity levels of major rivers in mining areas as being between 504 and 3,880 nephelometric turbidity units (NTU) at the end of February 2022, 3,875 times higher than the acceptable value for drinking water. We set out on a fact-finding mission to key communities along Ghana's major rivers and streams and forest cover to assess the situation. Known locally as Tanwe, the Tano River flows 400 kilometers from Techiman in the Bono East region. The once clean fish-laden water source has now turned milky brown with little sign of life. We took a trip to Samreboy in the western region of Ghana to investigate the source of its pollution.
This bridge links Samreboy behind me and Inchi ahead of me. Now, this same bridge covers the river Tano in the western region. Now, this is the Tano River. Milky, dirty. It looks like there is no life in it at all. Who is destroying the river Tano?
Michael Inyebribi Tanoe was named after this river. He has been fishing here for about 40 years now.
I've been fishing about 40 years. I used to start from 6 o'clock in the evening to early in the morning, nighttime. I'll keep on fishing, and then during the day I have to sell the fish throughout the month so that I use that money to pay my school fees. Before, the river was just clean, and even when you are using your canoe, you can see the fish moving around. And sometimes we use bottle and put gari inside, put it inside the river, stand outside, and you can see the fish going around it. And then when any of them enter, quickly you rush and take the fish out.
After hours of fishing today, he only caught few fishes.
This morning, the fish that I got this. Before, the same amount of net I'm using, I can get a fish almost a basket full, very short and nice. But nowadays, the fish has become long, and the fin have been changed as if they have designed it.
Recent events, he says, have changed the course of the river and the life in it.
Because it's very, very dirty. That's why the fish have been changed. Because before the river was clean, you see the fish very nice, see them swimming, going up and down, jumping. But nowadays, even when you put nets, there's no any way you can get a lot of fish because their movement has stopped. And the river meandering to the nature one has been changed. Now the river boundaries are widened.
A bird's eye view of the river revealed possible culprits in the pollution of this national resource. This mining site, captured by our drone, belongs to Akonta Mining Limited, owned by Bernard and Chubosiako, popularly known as Chairman Wuntumi, the current Ashanti Regional Chairman of the NPP. Two of their mining operation sites sitting at the edges of the river, with some of their mining leaks and residues feeding directly into the Tano River. The footage of mining along the Tano River from a layman's view shows a clear violation of government's buffer zone policy, which demands the demarcation of a 50-meter buffer zone away from a water body like the Tano. Existing buffer zone bylaws and specifications spelled out by the Forestry Services Division indicates no logging within 50 meters of major streams and 25 meters along smaller streams. That of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources states that a minimum of 100 meters off watermark should be declared as protected areas. But none of the mining sites discovered by our team along the Tano River respect these laws. Some indigents of Samreboy told Love News many of these sites belong to Chairman Wuntumi's Akonta Mining Limited. But officials of the company will not speak to our news team about the effects of the operations on the environment visible from above. Two security men wielding pump-action guns approached our team, and after establishing our identity and registering their protest over our drone activities, they left.
If you are mining a water body, you are undertaking an illegal activity.
The Minerals Commission describes such mining activities polluting water bodies or destroying forests as an illegality. Barbara Otinjesi is board chair.
Nobody provides a license for you to mine in a water body. It doesn't happen in Ghana. So if you are mining in the water body, it's illegal. That is why now with Operation Halt, we are concentrating on the water bodies and our forests, because we don't give people licenses to mine in our water bodies and our forests unless the Forestry Commission has undertaken certain investigations and has given the approval for the person to go and mine in the forest area.
But we soon realized that the environmental effects of Akonta Mining's operations was to be the least of our concern. We followed the Tano River to 4 key pollution points. Here, mining was being done directly on the riverbed, with mining residue leading in and out of the Tano River. Deep within the forest, we get to Atala, a small community close to the river. Here, the blueprints of irresponsible mining are visible. The source of the pollution is seen in the huge excavation and redirection of the river. There are clear signs of attempts to use the river as a washing base for mining.
See how the river is being polluted.
The assembly member for the Mumuni electoral area, Ofosu Asare Samuel, was our guide.
We the people around here, mostly Atara, is worrying us the most. And recently, because there was an operation, these Chinese people evacuate all their machines, and then live here. Meanwhile, the government said these Galamsey issues and all those things is stopping them. But some remote areas like this, they used to come and hide here. Before you see that these Chinese people are here, they have destroyed the whole place.
At Ohiampenika village, we discover the third pollution point of the Tano River. We go through this makeshift mining village just 200 meters to the banks of the river. What we find is a huge devastation of forest cover, destruction to the water sources joining the tunnel, and a large mining compound sitting in the water source. Huge pits left in a hurry with pumping and washing equipment leading out of them. Mining residues leading directly into the Tano River.
This is the Tano River, and I don't need to tell you. The pictures will give you a description of dirty, muddy river. A river that once used to be very clear and full of fishes. Now you can see the expanse, the pits, the degradation done by the illegal miners here. Now this ecosystem has been disturbed so much.
The result, a highly polluted river. The sound of our vehicle sets the miners running.
You can hear them in the distance shouting and running. You can see their machines, their equipment over there. You see the pits they dug here. And so you can see the pollution here. And they are sitting directly inside the river.
Special advisor to the Lands Minister, Ben Ayi, describes scenes like these as irresponsible mining.
Illegal, irresponsible mining. That's what it is. Nothing more than that. Any mining, like he showed, is simply irresponsible and not supported by any law.
The pollution of the river Tano comes from different areas along the water terrain, mainly stemming from irresponsible mining. The illegal activities on the Tano River, we learned, is not happening on the blind side of authorities. We were told that a military contingent was sent to the area 2 weeks before our team visited the area. But the miners were given the opportunity to salvage their equipment.
Mining can create jobs and mining can generate wealth, but it cannot and must not do so at the expense of damaging the very environment that produces the riches.
Some of us are complicit, we are benefiting from it, and some of us, we know, we just keep quiet and suffer quiet.
time ago, it caused a harm to a lot of people, but because of we not getting it in doing as our job, that is why we are still doing this.
I can't buy excavator, but the ministers and the MPs, you can do that. So we are saying,
Destruction for gold.
On our way to Datano, we saw some of the equipment. They've been used to block entry into the mining sites.
They've intentionally blocked our entry into that part of the forest using this excavator to block the entry, but our driver is trying to weave his way around it so we can go to the other side to witness the devastation to that part of the Tano River. And I have to find my way as well through this mud. Helping here. Come on, you can do it. Okay, so luckily he's been able to weave his way around it, and we are on our way again.
At Datano village, about 60 kilometers from Samraboy, we saw similar mining expeditions within the banks of the Tano River. There is no buffer or space between the Tano River and the mining operations here as stipulated by law. The river receives the residue of water pumped out of the pits nearby. The pollution stretches deep, eating a larger part of the riverbank and adjoining forest, threatening the very lifeline of this green ecosystem. Out of helplessness, the opinion leaders of Datano invite me to a small meeting to share their concerns.
The
River Tano was our major source of drinking water, but it is now polluted by illegal miners. Luckily, we still have some swamps and small water sources we drink from and use for cooking.
This is Atala. The farming community has been negatively impacted. Irresponsible mining has left these communities with polluted water sources and farmers begging for boreholes.
The river is polluted and the miners are in the process of destroying the few tributaries as well. It is creating hardships for us when it comes to getting water.
None of the revenue from the mining activities here goes into developing the communities. This is the Chips compound, which serves the health needs of over 10 villages within this enclave. The single-room structure, manned by a nurse, lacks the basic tools for healthcare delivery.
Let me say this is the health facility or clinic for the entire Ohiampenika community, full of over 500 people. Now, there are other villages that depend on this facility as well. In here, we have a modest equipment. There is no equipment. I mean, this is the one they use to check your BP. They have a computer which is sitting here nicely, but unfortunately, the whole community doesn't have electricity. So this is a white elephant. They have a thermometer and they have another thermometer gun there. Basically, that is it. And if you look here, this is their female recovery room. It only has a bed, and that is it. And quite a stock of medicine here. Few medications, at least basic medication, that malaria medication and other things that you can find here.
During emergencies, patients are carried on motorbikes over 50 kilometers to the nearest health center at Samraboy.
Moving out from here to Samraboy is about 1.5 hours to Samraboy. So for instance, if a woman is on labor, you can see the circumstance above it, you know. So we are facing that challenge here. It's a big challenge that we are facing here.
Almost all water sources within this forest have been destroyed. The residents rely on the few sources left. Local leaders are helpless against these miners who have the backing of very powerful people. The chief of Uhiampenika, Yoko Samuel Donko, himself a farmer, says traditional authorities are helpless in the face of the destruction.
Galamsey for nipa 35.
Illegal miners have taken over my farm. When I went to the farm today, I counted 35 people and heavy equipment mining on the farm. When I confronted them, they showed me equipment they claim gives them power to mine there. I ensured they stop all the machines, but I know they will come back in the night.
Many of the miners here do not have the requisite permits. Those who do use them in undesignated areas, concessions not covered by the permit. A development acknowledged generally by Chairperson of the Minerals Commission Board, Barbara Otenjasi.
They have the license to mine, but are they mining where they have been licensed to mine? Very often they undertake haphazard operations because they don't know where the ore is. So they commence the activity from point A. When they don't get anything, they move to point B, point C, and so they devastate a large area. So we have taken it upon ourselves as a commission to partner with the Geological Survey Authority, and they are conducting investigations to determine the mineralized areas where small-scale miners as well as the community schemes can be undertaken.
On our way from Asankregwa, we saw this highly polluted stream. These two men who are responsible for the devastation here confirm that they do not have any permit. They mine for their own survival and those of their dependents. As news of our fact-finding trip to polluting sites of the Tano River spread out, we learn of a swoop on some illegal miners there, led by the Deputy Lands Minister, Mrekuduka. But whilst the Deputy Lands Minister, Mrekuduka, leads soldiers on crusades elsewhere, his hometown, Dompim, is active with one of the worst impacts of irresponsible mining we've seen on our trail. Almost all major water bodies in the western regional town have been destroyed. Not even this sign, strictly prohibiting even government-sanctioned community mining here, will deter miners from eating deep into the Taboom forest. Valleys hosting valuable streams, the lifeline of the forest, have been redirected and highly polluted.
This beautiful natural resource you see is the Taboom forest. Now you can see how illegal mining has eaten portions of it, and if you drive through to other ends of it, there are miners in there who are currently eating deep into the forest. Now look down here, you can see the natural resource, the streams that give life to the natural resource here, the trees and other things, has been so polluted from upstream here. And that is how illegal miners are raping the country's forests.
The road leading to the forest is dotted with marks of a haphazard, irresponsible mining, destroying cocoa farms and livelihoods. The second day at Dompim took us to the Patahon forest. Our bird's eye view gives a vivid capture of the pollution of the river that traverses this forest. Huge pits left by earth-moving equipment and the continued pillage of the leftovers by the youth who sit with water-polluting champans is shocking.
So very active mining going on within the Patahon forest, close to Dompim in the western region. The river Nui has been blocked in two, and you can see the miners over there actively mining this resource. Is this legal?
It's illegal.
But you're doing it anyway?
Because of we don't have anything to do as our permanent job. That is why we are doing it. Because this very engine that we are using used to cause a harm to a lot of people. A time ago, it caused a harm to a lot of people. But because of we not getting anything doing as our job, that is why we are still doing this.
Here, we find a number of excavators clearing the riverbed in the middle of a large pool of residue and devastated forest cover. The people here will not tolerate our visit nor speak to us. But we are told that this irresponsible mining activity is sanctioned by a number of powerful people. The River Nwin is no longer identifiable from the pits that fill this valley. These muddy-looking men and women represent unemployment, the struggles of youth, and the determination to do anything to survive, including participating in this illegal gold mining activity here.
There are no jobs in town. If you don't give us jobs, Galamsey is what we will continue to do.
That has been a very big major problem for me.
A worried chief of Dumpim, Nana Nwapenyin IV, says he's helpless in the face of rising illegal mining in the area.
It is very, very serious. All the river bodies in the various places you are talking of. There were rivers that we could fetch and then drink those days. But for now, you saw some yourself. It is very bad. Before you get there, then they've bolted away and you will not see them again. The next time you see them, you hear that they are at the Trebon forest. You dispatch men to that place, you go and then they are not there. So it is very hard to monitor their activities.
The River Nwin and other highly polluted rivers and streams at Dumpim link other water bodies like the Bonsa close to Takwa in the western region. We took samples of the polluted Bonsa River where we meet this farmer who has lost a large part of his cocoa farm to illegal mining.
I'm a pensioner, but after I'm a pensioner, I did not get any benefit from the work I did. So I tried to make a farm. I was able to make about 6 acres of cocoa farm. But because of the Galamsey, when they saw that there's money inside in the land, then they started to destroy the farm. So it left my few of the cocoa farm there that I'm just protecting it.
He questions why the fight against irresponsible mining seemed to elude the area, though the deputy lands minister hails from there.
It's over to him. So you have come here and you see what is going on. You have taken a sample of the water. You can't get him even inform him that this is what is happening. He's at Accra. Anytime he comes here, he go to Takwa, the district capital, and then you go. You don't visit us so that we can tell him our problems.
The Bonsa River has lost its former glory, reduced to a dirty, milky-looking water source flowing through the western region. Turbidity is considered as a good measure of the quality of water. It is a measure of the degree to which the water loses its transparency due to the presence of suspended particles. At a just-ended dialogue on small-scale mining organized by the University of Energy and Natural Resources, the Executive Secretary of the Commission, Ben Ampoma, gave a damning report about the pollution levels in the Bia and Tano rivers.
If you take our water resources, we benefit from the water in terms of inflows. That's about 70%. But if you take the Bia and the Tano, they are also transboundary, and we share with Côte d'Ivoire. Now, if you look at even if you take the Tano, it flows into the Abbey Lagoon, which obviously we share with Côte d'Ivoire. And if we pollute, the lagoon species in terms of the flora and fauna are basically affected. And that's not only affect Ghana, it affects Ghana and then Cote d'Ivoire. But the most serious one has to do with the Bia River.
The February 2022 Water Resources Commission data on turbidity levels for the Bia River measured 500 NTU or highly polluted at the Dadieso source point.
For rivers and water bodies, if you don't disturb them, they have the tendency to improve and restore their own ecological integrity. They can improve. That is, if you don't disturb. If we're able to do that without unnecessarily disturbing these rivers and allow them over a period of time, yes, we can try some chemical means, but the ideal thing is to just do not disturb them, for them to, as it were, to improve and refine themselves to be what they were before.
We traveled hours into the green forest area of Sefidwaboso district to investigate the pollution of the Bia River. Our first stop was at Sefi Eliokrum, where a bridge is being constructed over the Bia River. The river looks good from this side.
Because of the cocoa cultivation here, we need the river to water our farms. When our taps are not flowing, we drink from it.
The chief of Sefi Eliokrum, Nana Ahoy Penny, explains why this part of the Bia is clean.
When polluted, it becomes red like the earth here. Because it's a river flowing through the forest, the dead leaves and shrubs give it a dark color when it is clean. Recently, it changed to a red color, and our checks indicated some illegal mining activities upriver. They mine in the river Saire, a tributary of the Bia, which is getting it polluted. I think they have stopped for days now. That is why it is clean.
But further checks along the flow path of the river revealed a dirty, polluted, and milky water. The search for the source of the pollution leads us to Mafia, a small town in the Sefidwaboso district. Here, we meet two concerned residents who volunteer to lead us to a spot along the Bia River to show us the pollution levels. After a long walk, we see the free-flowing, milky, dirty river. The indigents, mostly farmers, speak of the negative impact of the pollution.
Our forefathers cultivated the cocoa on the land. We young ones are now growing vegetables on the remaining land as our means of livelihood. We used to pump water from the Bia to water our crops, but with the advent of illegal mining, we can no longer use water from the river. Our crops die when we use the polluted water from the Bia River. My farm is just at the edge of the river, but I have to fetch water 2 miles from my farm to water the crops. This is where the whole Mafia town used to fetch water for daily chores, but now we can't. Because of the pollution, the mud fish we catch from the river is so dirty, we have to wash it with hot water before processing.
The source of the pollution of the Bia River was not difficult to find. A large, irresponsible mining enclave just at the edge of the town, one of the major sources of pollution of the Bia River. In the environmental degradation that has gone on here, it is difficult to identify the path of 3 streams that feed into the Bia River. The valley, which hosted some tributaries of the Bia, is now the source of illegal mining. Miners, mostly youth of the town and their leaders and Chinese nationals, were found busily at work. The Amoya, Ngunana, and Afuafu streams have been totally redirected and polluted by the illegal mining here.
And this is what remains of the Amoya stream. On the other side, the highly polluted water body over there is Afuafu.
The pollution here feeds directly into the Bia River.
They wash these things, it goes directly into what is left of the Amoya stream, and that tributary enters the Bia River, and that is how we have the milky nature of the Bia River as we speak. I don't think that these people know the effects of what they are doing here, but I'll try to find out. Boss, now you want to say? Na munim se ni amoya wa ha ko bo bia nsuo bia num
bia ndi boom e boom ba tanya kasa ana ye de na yese no nsuo na kasa ko pese aka yenko aka so de aka mo anya dwuma ho bat ye de ni anu okrum eti adwuma de mo aye de ai kakra be se be den e be yin ska so de de ahye ho to twane de no se de adwuma die ni ho ntina yese ye de na ye adwuma sa no.
So he's aware, and he tells me that yes, he knows that what they are doing here enters the Bia River, but then they do not have any say. They are in here to do this, to make some money so that they can also survive.
Stephen Asante is the assembly member for the Mafia electoral area.
The whole place was a cocoa farm, but they cleared all the cocoa trees to mine here. The illegal mine is owned by a woman known as Akusia China. When we local leaders take steps to stop it, nothing happens, and the illegal miners come back to work. We are afraid of being attacked and killed, so we just watch and allow it go on. Though the Galamsey in this place is illegal, when you report to the authorities, they come back.
The illegal mining business here is glaring and done boldly, difficult to escape the eyes of any authority. If this impunity continues, pollution levels in the Bia will affect agriculture and could sour diplomatic relations between Côte d'Ivoire and countries that rely on the water body to serve households. Ben Ampuma is chairman of the Water Resources Commission.
The Bia flows into Côte d'Ivoire and serves as water source for some of their major communities in terms of treating and supplying. Now in 2017, our activities upstream respect to mining polluted the river to the extent that they could not treat the water. So they had to shut down their water supply systems. And that created some, what we hear, upheavals in terms of protests from the communities. They came over to us and we had some kind of engagement. And that is when the ban on illegal mining came. And fortunately, the rivers began to restore their ecological integrity. Where we are now, the situation is coming up again. And if you look at the turbidity values of the Bia, getting over to the thousands, which means that it has the potential to create that level of pollution where they may find it difficult to treat their waters. And it's our only hope that we can begin to, as it were, address the situation to prevent the situation where we may have that potential, transboundary conflicts.
These miners are breaching Section 99(6) of the Minerals and Mining Act 2006, Act 703, as amended. It states that where a person mines with any method in or along the banks of a natural water body or the territorial sea of Ghana, he or she is liable upon conviction to a fine of 600,000 Ghana cedis to 1,200,000 or a term of imprisonment of 15 to 25 years or both. But many of these infractions go unpunished. These images of the wanton pollution of water bodies and destruction of forests across the country drew sharp reactions from leading stakeholders, including the Special Advisor to the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Ben Ayi.
The critical thing really is we all have kept quiet. In fact, let me make reference to Asantini's statements last year at our Middle Belt Regional Dialogue. He did simply ask, is there any illegal mining that those of us gathered in that room didn't know about and didn't know who were behind? Indeed, we know. Some of us are complicit, we are benefiting from it, and some of us, we know, and we just keep quiet and suffer quietly. Fortunately, if we don't do something about it, it's going to destroy all of us. It is critical we get to understand that. We either swim together or we will all sink together.
When I see these things, I ask myself, who are behind this? Because we try to fight this cancer and it keeps going up. In my own area, people go there and dig haphazardly. They don't even know where the mineral is. No geological map. In my own town, he has the contract, all right. But he's buying almost every land from the landowners. I don't know whether the gold is embedded everywhere in the community.
The implication of these artisan miners, those with permits and those without permit, they both have no mercy upon our forest and our water resources.
They all questioned the hidden faces behind the destruction.
I can't buy excavator, but the ministers and the MPs, you can do that. So we are saying, you see, when I came here to sit down here, I asked myself, after all this, the time we spend, the money we spend for organizing this occasion, the BIS had the way now, so at long last, it remains there.
Most constitution no Emma Hokwan. Say Obibia, Madama, or ya Galamsey, oh, yes, ye children. Where I can Yana no Juma pa na ya we ye everywhere. Na gala.
In the past, aside farming, the main occupation of our forefathers was mining. My grandfather, Kwame Danso, was mining on his cocoa farm and growing his crops on the same farm. Illegal mining came to fester because of you politicians. Today, our cocoa is being destroyed because of you. Our orange palms and forests have been destroyed because these miners come with licenses. So what power do I have over them? The man has come with a license and he has given jobs to my subjects. So if I prevent him from mining, it means I am denying people of their livelihoods and they will beat me. Any negative impact brought by illegal mining is the fault of politicians. Today, illegal miners are accompanied by soldiers and police. All our forests and even our sacred places have been destroyed. You say we have the right to the topsoil, but what lies beneath is for you. But you are destroying our water bodies. When you send the miners, you don't follow up. You send people to mine on our land. What do you expect us to do?
Mining can create jobs and mining can generate wealth, but it cannot and must not do so at the expense of damaging the very environment that produces the riches.
Some of us are complicit, we are benefiting from it, and some of us, we know, just keep quiet and suffer quiet.
Time ago, it caused a harm to a lot of people, but because of we not getting anything doing as our job, that is why we are still doing this.
At times by excavator, but the ministers and the MPs, you can do that. So we are saying,
Destruction for gold.
At Wasa Dadieso in the western region, we encountered one of such mining expeditions at the edge of the town, very close to the main road. A bird's eye view revealed deep excavation in the town. They call it Wasaman mining. We were not allowed to film close to the ground. The leader of the mining group, a middle-aged woman, popularly called Auntie Simpo, followed by some men, told us their work there is illegal. She told our news team they've paid 85,000 cedis in attempts to regularize their work.
When government requested the regularization of mining, we started the process and paid 850. We nearly got it registered, but we didn't get any support from our leaders. The MCE will not sign papers to get us through. Our leaders prefer we do this kind of mining in secret.
The environmental effects could be seen close to the roadside. Streams of mining residue flow down from the alluvial washing bays on the hill close to the main road. Houses at risk of collapse from deep excavation in the Wasa Dadieso area. For instance, on our way from the Bia River, we saw from the main Diaso Ayamfre Road active mining a few meters from the roadside. In what the operators described as community mining, a number of pumping machines and other earth-moving equipment were seen actively harming the earth away. Rugged, dusty, and riddled with potholes, this is the Pristia Bogoso Road, leading to our next stop, River Ankobra. Flowing about 190 kilometers south to the Gulf of Guinea, the once beautiful water source has changed to a highly polluted milky brown. The Ghana Water Resources Commission's turbidity values for February 2022 pegs the turbidity level for the Ankobra River at 3,260 at the Pristia catch point. The pollution is visible on the Pristia Heman Bridge. But why has various interventions aimed at fighting illegal mining failed? Chairman of the Upper East Branch of the Ghana National Association of Small-Scale Miners, Robert Tampuari, holds this view.
So many questions have been asked. Who is behind this? And the blame will say that it's the small-scale miners and the illegal miners, they are all the same. But we are not the same. But sometimes, if you don't have the way out, people may give you a bad name. And I think that we have been several platforms, some of us always mention that the security is not the solution to the problem in illegal mining in this country. The duty of the security is to keep this country clean and keep the mining sector clean for everybody to enjoy as the way we all came and met it. The security will be there with their numbers and the bad things are still continue doing. Last year, the government of Ghana organized this program. What happened, and we're still seeing what my brother Erastus Sadedonko is showing us on this.
Many of the interventions by successive governments have centered on the use of the security agencies, arrest, and few successful prosecutions. experts believe the application of force has not yielded the desired results.
Government seems to be working, or the institutions seem to be working, but we are not seeing the desired result.
Dr. Rejoice Rekujebi is a lecturer at the Department of Planning and Sustainability at the University of Energy and Natural Resources, Sunyani. She has been researching into the challenges confronting artisanal small-scale mining in Ghana.
I believe that we need to change things. We need to stop using force and brutality. We need to stop the one form of training and then do a whole comprehensive thing to be able to manage the situation. If not, we'll do this today, tomorrow we'll come back to the same thing and we'll still be talking.
This machine was introduced by the Chinese. It's called the Shanfang. When mounted on a raft, miners are able to mine directly on a water source. They use it to dig and wash samples directly from the riverbed. It is a major water polluting tool. The Ofin River has been a direct effect of this type of mining. The river is now a pale shadow of itself, looking lifeless.
So this is the Ofin River. And it will shock you to know that this used to be very, very clean. But now, as in this bottle, you could see the color of the river. Highly polluted, according to the Ghana Water Resources Commission data released recently.
Samples tested by the Water Resources Commission at the Odaso catchment area of the Ofin in February 2022 recorded 1,534 NTU, described as highly polluted. The Lands Ministry says it has recently seized over 800 of these machines on the Ofin. But a recent trip to Abesua, Abumpe, Beposo, all in the Achumampunua districts of Ashanti, showed over 200 of these machines actively mining on the Ofin River. Deputy Lands Minister Benito Owusu-Bio answers why.
We had a lot of challenges because you get to the place where the river is, and these people are in the middle of the river. We had no means of getting to them, and you cannot shoot them. These are Ghanaians. So there were instances where they will stand on their boats and wave at us. And I'll say we had, we were helpless a bit.
Miners, in many instances, have exposed water bodies to heavy metal contamination, exposing communities to unsafe water. The situation is evident in research conducted on soil samples from the Pra River Basin by a scientist with the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology.
Exploration of hazard indices reveal that human beings are at risk in terms of this activity that goes on in the environment.
Eugene Ansa, as part of his PhD thesis, assessed the impact of artisanal gold mining activities on the environmental quality of the basin. The metal concentrations were found to be higher than the World Health Organization threshold for safe drinking water.
In terms of quantities that were obtained, they were found to be above the World Health Organization standards per the metal content being arsenic, cadmium, cobalt, copper, nickel, lead and zinc in the water column. However, these concentrations were also explored from the soil and sediment samples, and their threshold limits were compared to standards. It was revealed that all the standards that was compared with, including established background concentrations of metals in Ghanaian soil, the current levels in the Praia River Basin were above them.
Despite Ghana being a signatory to the Minamata Convention, highlights of which include a ban on new mercury mines and the phasing out of existing ones, the use of mercury in artisanal mining is still a major feature in Ghana. We found indications of the use and discharge of mercury into the environment on our visit to the mining sites within the Odaho Forest Enclave at Manso Tontokrum in the Ashanti region.
If you look on the floor here, you can see this mercury dropped on the floor. And these pipes, looking at where it's going, it's leading to, let's say, another source of water. So all these things going to the water and people going to drink it is going to be harmful to them.
The UNEP global emission will say that about 37% of mercury comes from ASM. And in Ghana, we have 91.3% out of the various sources of mercury coming from ASM.
Dr. Lisa Yevuga is a scientist with the University of Energy and Natural Resources. She has been researching into the use of mercury in artisanal mining in Ghana.
Ghana has become a gateway for mercury access within the country. Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, they are all getting their mercury from Ghana. As to how legal or illegal it is, I cannot talk about it. The usage in some parts of the country where the mining activities are going on is quite scary. This is very toxic. As it goes into the system, it's very carcinogenic. So it affects your neurological it causes neurological disorder, it affects the liver, the kidney, and for pregnant women, it affects the fetus, leading to disabled children. In water, we have what we call bioaccumulation. The fishes take it in, and then it accumulates in their body. Now, bigger fish feed on smaller fish, and then the magnification is bigger. And human beings also go in for this fish, and then we eat it. And that even makes it worse for us.
These nature crimes affect agriculture. These polluted water sources cannot be used for farming. The landscape is converted to pits and gullies, making farming impossible in affected areas. One major crop affected by irresponsible mining in Ghana is cocoa. Many farmers are either forced or made to voluntarily sell off cocoa farms for between 5,000 and 30,000 Ghana cedis.
The illegal miners dig in the water sources at people's cocoa farms. All the places they are mining used to be cocoa farms. They sell 1 acre of cocoa farm for 15,000 cedis. If they need money, they accept 10,000 to clear the farms.
At Enyinamso, these farmers pleaded with our news team to appeal to authorities to help drive illegal miners from destroying their farms.
So this is what remains of the river Enyinam. And as you can see, it has been stopped right here, and the miners are now digging deep within the riverbed itself. And so it is denying farmers here water to water their crops and even use it to spray their cocoa farms.
I don't have access to my farm. These pits they have dug around the farm will force the stream to overflow and submerge my farm. They want us to sell the cocoa farm to them. But we say no, because money from Galamsey will be gone in moments, but the fruits of the farm will endure for years for my descendants to benefit.
Even after our reports, no action was taken, and some of the farmers were forced to sell their farms after trenches were dug around them.
If there's any eventuality, it is the chief of the town who will be held responsible, and not the one who sold the land. We want them to stop mining, or else we rally the people to storm the place to stop them.
At Achiase in the Dwabin municipality of the Ashanti region, traditional authorities had to take a stand against miners who were mining and polluting the river Anuru and destroying a once beautiful farming valley.
Previously, I could use 4 acres to grow okra, 2 acres for rice, and continue to farm on the land all year round. But now, if you look at how the land has been destroyed, is it possible to grow anything here? Presently, I can't work here anymore.
Experts believe Ghana is heading towards a future blacklist of its gold due to the illegal processes involved in the small-scale mining sector.
The world wants to see that livelihood of people are not impacted upon, and that people do not make their monies out of any means without it being monitored.
Professor Emmanuel Ahin is a professor of applied geology.
What they are considering is not just because people are killing people, others to get the gold, but they are looking at how the gold is exploited.
The current devastation of forest reserves and pollution of water bodies in search of gold could lead to a ban on Ghana's gold. Director of Research for the Ghana Chamber of Bullion Traders, Henry Osei, says the prevailing environmental circumstances spells doom for Ghana.
It is a reality. I mean, it's happened to us in diamonds twice when the UN gave us the order to go on to the Kimberley Process Certificate. Now, the gold industry is being handled by the LBMA, and they are all concerned about the devastation of the environment. And because of technology, by their standard based on the OECD, you even have to indicate the GPS coordinates of every mine that you buy your gold from. And they are not getting all this information, which means that the gold is coming from illicit source. You cannot prove that it was mined responsibly. And on the basis of that, now Dubai, which used to be the alternative when we were banned in 2013 by the Europeans and Americans, are also being squeezed to go by these same standards, which they were even fighting against in the past. So for this year, the KYC forms that came from Dubai were even more stringent than what it used to be in the past. So gradually they are squeezing us out.
Irresponsible mining is a contributor to climate change. The activities of mining itself, using diesel-powered engines with the production of oxides of nitrogen, sulfur and carbon, have their own consequence. Scientists have found that turbidity has a positive correlation with temperature. Dr. Anthony Osei Chumesi is a hydrologist and senior lecturer with the Kumasi Technical University.
Turbid waters have a direct relationship with temperatures. For example, turbid waters absorb more energy from the solar radiation than normal ordinary waters. So what happens is that they tend to increase the surface temperatures of these turbid waters. So in the process, they create localized warming along the local areas. For that matter, it affects the climate in a certain sense.
Global Forest Watch data indicates that between 2001 and 2021, trees sitting on 1.41 million hectares of land, tree cover, were destroyed across Ghana. 1.41 million hectares of land is equal to about half the size of the entire Ashanti region, which is about 2.4 million hectares. This represents 20% of all the land in Ghana that has had trees sitting on them since the country came into existence. Though the data doesn't state what percentage of this is caused by mining, this 2018 drone footage showing miles of degraded forest in the western region gives an inkling of the contribution of irresponsible mining. Our visits to the Apamprama Forest Reserve in the Ashanti region, Tabosre and Ankwaso Forest in the western region reveals the devastation caused by miners supersedes what illegal loggers do to the country's forests. The situation, the Forestry Commission says, has got them paying more attention to irresponsible mining in forests in recent times. John Aloti is the Chief Executive Officer of the Commission.
The focus has been on illegal logging, prevention of fire outbreak, and also looking at the livelihoods and other non-forest products that we find in the non-timber forest products that we find in the forest. But now we have to deal with illegal mining. It's become even bigger because the impact is more pronounced than illegal logging.
On August 17th this year, the Minerals Commission in a press release stated that the Lands Minister has not issued any license for minerals prospecting in any forest reserve. The release, signed by Chief Executive Officer of the Commission, Martin Aisi, referred to a letter by Akonta Mining Limited dated August 8, 2022, which was an application for an entry permit to enter the Tanonimre Forest Reserve at Samreboy in the Western region. The release said the application must be processed, quote, subject to the Honorable Minister of Lands and Natural Resources Directive on Mining in Forest Reserve. But even before the Lands Ministry would indicate publicly its position on the application, our checks indicate active mining in the Tanonimre Forest Reserve. A visit to the forest revealed large portions of the reserve already mined and degraded. This drone footage taken few days ago shows active mining linked to Akonta Mining Limited under the protection of armed personnel. The forest reserve is being destroyed with impunity even at the time of airing this report. Despite Love News' expose on military personnel protecting miners in the Odaho section of the Apamprama Forest Reserve, security personnel are still providing protection for miners who are pillaging the reserve currently, as corroborated by the Mentiahene of Bekwai, Nana Kusi Frimpong Kotobre.
My district is Mahama'S Central. That is where I have my cocoa farm. In that area, there's a forest called Kobo Forest. The forest is guarded by soldiers as people mine inside the forest. I had a confrontation with the soldiers. They said they are on duty. What kind of duty is being held in the forest? Ministers and people in government are the ones protecting them. Because I can't hire military men, if I could, I would ask them to accompany me to the farm to weed.
So why are we witnessing worsening pollution and degradation of forests when government is spending so much on anti-illegal mining interventions?
There's nothing about pass and fail. We are all in this together.
Daryl Bosu is Deputy National Director of Arocha Ghana, an environmental conservation organization.
There seems to be inequity in administration of justice, and that is breeding the impunity. But why do you arrest Ghanaians, put them in jail, and allow the foreigners to go? You get it? So I think until that is done, we need political leadership. We need equitable administration of justice, fair justice system to make sure this is being done. I mean, what is happening? We need some explanation from government.
That is why I consciously use the word collusion. If people who are located within the interstices of power don't allow externalities to come in with heavy machines, do what they do, it will not be possible.
Director of Research at the Kofi Annan Peacekeeping Training Center, Professor Kwesi Enin, blames an apparent collusion between illegal miners and people in power for the state's failure to fight the menace with the seriousness it deserves.
So when we use those extraordinary measures, the state must then identify Kwesi News, you are in this office. Have you issued licenses? Have you done due diligence? Have you failed to do what you ought to do? Those extraordinary powers allows the state to then punish those who have failed to protect the interest of the state.
These irresponsible mining practices are